Because of a car accident, the doctor sentenced you to death, but your sister insisted on taking care of you for 5 years. However, when your original spirit was about to return and you were about to awaken, your sister decided to commit suicide with your body. This was because, during these 5 years, your original spirit went to a world called Taiwan. As long as you achieved something in Taiwan, you could return home. During the 100 years in Taiwan, you personally founded an organization called the Earth Hometown Association, and you became the strongest in Taiwan, known by all races as the Ring Universe General. However, many members of the Earth Hometown Association either died in Taiwan or returned to Earth early. Now you're back. Based on the sensation, your original spirit arrived at the First People's Hospital in Furong City. At that time, in the hospital, Yi Xiaoyu was wiping your body with a towel day after day. Brother, the doctor said you'll never wake up, but I believe you will definitely wake up. You are the pride of our family, the only one who could enter the 5 Paths High School. Our family still needs you. You have to wake up. He said these words every day, trying to wake up his comatose brother. At this moment, the doctor from the organization came in, and after checking your body as usual, suddenly sat down and started talking to Yi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, it's been 5 years. I've gone from being an intern to the attending doctor. For these 5 years, I've been responsible for your brother. But there is something I'm unsure if I should say. Dr. Zhang, please go ahead. Let go of the treatment. Your brother died 5 years ago, and there's no meaning in continuing. Besides, the hospital fees are also a significant expense. You already owe 50,000 yuan for the hospital fees. The hospital has been sympathetic to both of you, but it can't go on like this. You should discharge him. After saying these words, Dr. Zhang seemed to have exhausted all his strength and didn't dare look at Yi Xiaoyu. However, Yi Xiaoyu just smiled. I'm really sorry. I will quickly gather the 50,000 yuan. Don't worry, I'll get it right now. With that, Yi Xiaoyu ran out of the hospital. Dr. Zhang sighed as he looked at you lying motionless in the bed. Yi Xiaoyu ran out of the hospital, crying while running. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely cure you. Mom and Dad left us the last house. I'll sell it. At this moment, your original spirit floated in the room, and seeing the scene, it felt a pang of heartache. Sister, I've returned. You will be the happiest person in this world from now on. The next moment, your original spirit began to merge with your body. As soon as the spirit entered your body, colorful clouds suddenly appeared in many places above the world. Countless lightning bolts shuttled through the clouds. At this moment, all the powerful beings on Earth suddenly looked up in fear at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Meanwhile, in a European castle, the strongest Asian European warrior, Jack Ma, received the sensation and suddenly flew under the colorful clouds. He stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, and carefully felt it. Then Jack Ma burst into tears. The president is back, and the great general has returned to his position. He tried to sense more information from the clouds, gradually locking his breath onto the east. Suddenly, Jack Ma's phone rang. He glanced at it, and it was a message from a group called Taiwan Battle Buddies. The group had a total of 30 members, all former members whose spirits once left their bodies and went to Taiwan, joining the Earth Hometown Association to fight side by side. After their spirits returned, they reconnected on Earth. At this moment, the Taiwan Battle Buddies group exploded. The president has returned. It's Furong City. I sensed it. Looking at the messages in the chat, Jack Ma cried as he sent a message. Furong City, see you. At the same time, in the Huaxiao Penguin group, a grand banquet was held to celebrate Master Ma. At this moment, the colorful clouds appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up, but the protagonist of this celebration, Master Ma, stood there, staring at the sky with tears streaming down his face. President, you've finally come back. 3 years ago, he fell severely ill and fell into a coma. His spirit went to Taiwan. After 20 years of fighting in Taiwan, he returned, and, with the cultivation experience from Taiwan, he became a great master in just 3 years after returning to Earth. Today, the national news celebrated it, but he knew that none of his achievements on Earth mattered without that godlike man. Someone asked, Master Ma, what's wrong? Master Ma shook his head. Nothing. I have urgent matters to attend to. He rushed back to his room, took out a linen vest from the wardrobe, and on the back of the vest were 5 large characters. Earth Hometown Association. This was the clothing worn by all members of the Earth Hometown Association in Taiwan, just so they could identify each other from enemies during the war. The next moment, Master Ma flew up into the air, swiftly leaving amidst the puzzled gazes of countless powerful beings. At this moment, dozens of powerful beings across the globe soared into the sky and flew towards Furong City. One day, at the First People's Hospital in Furong City, a tired Yi Xiaoyu returned to the room with bags full of things. He used warm water to wet a towel and wiped your body. After wiping, Yi Xiaoyu took out a passbook and waved it in front of your eyes, smiling. Brother, do you see? Our family has money now. I heard Dr. Zhang say that we could try surgery. There's a 2% chance that it could stimulate your brain and bring you back to life. I sold the house left by our parents, and it sold for $300,000. I paid the $50,000 hospital fee, and the surgery costs $200,000. We can do it tomorrow. I still have $50,000 left, and I'll keep it. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I haven't celebrated for 5 years. This time, I'll have the liveliest birthday ever. Yi Xiaoyu chattered away, but he didn't mention another thing. If the surgery failed tomorrow, he would take his brother home, eat a big meal they never had before, use the remaining $50,000 to celebrate his 21st birthday one last time, and then leave this world together with his brother. At this moment, Dr. Zhang entered and asked Yi Xiaoyu to sign the consent form. Are you sure? Do you really want to do this surgery? Yi Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Do you have the money? It needs to be paid in advance. I have money. Our family has money now. Please, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang sighed. Well, actually, with $200,000, you could lay the groundwork for your future life. You could give up treatment. Dr. Zhang. Yi Xiaoyu interrupted him. Don't say those things. I really don't want to hear them. The only person I love in this world is my brother. Without him, I have nothing. He is my only hope in this world. I don't care about your so-called reality. Dr. Zhang was silent for a long time. The surgery will begin tomorrow. I will do my best. After sending the doctor away, Yi Xiaoyu gently touched her forehead with his rough hand. Tomorrow, everything will be better. Don't be afraid, brother. It's all my fault. I have no talent in martial arts and can't make more money. I can't take you to a big hospital in the capital for treatment. He said this, and after a while, he fell asleep beside you. At that moment, 2 tears slowly flowed from the corners of your eyes. You heard everything, but trapped in the fusion of your original spirit, you couldn't wake up. In the sea of soul stones, you struggled to awaken, but your body, which hadn't moved in 5 years, wouldn't budge. Just then, as you struggled, you suddenly realized. The power of the soul began to grow stronger. This world held a mysterious force that was pouring into his body, filling his energy and blood. Cultivation. My cultivation is also returning. Miao Jie was somewhat astonished. Everything felt contrary to common sense. Only his primordial spirit had left his body. Although he was incredibly powerful in the Taiwan world, nearly all of his cultivation had been reset upon his primordial spirit returning to Earth. He never expected that, as he accelerated the fusion of spirit and body, his cultivation would slowly start to enter this body. As his cultivation poured in, Miao Jie was shocked to find that his fusion speed was also increasing. Originally, he would need a day to awaken, but now, it was no longer necessary. Chapter 5 Gathering in Furong City. At the same time, in a high-level office outside in the Zhao Nation, the secretary's phone suddenly rang. Hello. On the other end, the voice said 2 sentences, and the secretary's expression suddenly changed drastically. What? Say that again. What? The voice on the other end was filled with urgency. The strongest from Europe, the strongest from America, along with some scattered powerful individuals from overseas islands. A total of 20 top-notch supreme beings have suddenly visited Huaxia, with unknown reasons and purposes. They are currently facing off against Huaxia's powerful individuals at the border. SSS. The secretary inhaled sharply. Impossible. The strongest beings, those are the strongest beings. How could they suddenly visit Huaxia? There are treaties in place globally that prohibit martial artists above level 6 from intruding into other countries without permission. Are they really going to break the agreement? But now, they are here. They have all come. What should we do, Secretary? They have a unified demand to go to Furong City. We don't know what they want to do there, but they said we have only 1 hour to consider whether to allow them in. If we don't allow them, they will force their way into Furong City. Secretary, what should we do? At this moment, the secretary was drenched in cold sweat. 20 supreme beings want to enter Huaxia. They want to go to Furong City. What is in Furong City? What on earth is in Furong City? Wait a moment. The secretary hung up the phone and quickly opened the office door, looking at the several middle-aged men inside. The secretary said solemnly, Report, just now, 20 supreme beings from around the world have suddenly arrived at Huaxia's border, wanting to enter Huaxia. They want to enter Furong City. Please give instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, the office fell silent. After a long silence, the leading middle-aged man mumbled, What is happening in Furong City? Just now, we received news that Ma Teng, who has just upgraded to the Master Realm, along with many strong individuals from Huaxia, are also heading to Furong City. Furong City. At this moment, someone interjected. Today, there have suddenly been strange phenomena appearing across the globe. Could it be? That makes sense. But what is happening in Furong City? Why has it stirred up such a commotion worldwide? After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded. Allow them in. Also, send our people to enter Furong City first, and start an investigation into what is happening in Furong City. Understood. At this moment, as the 20 supreme beings headed to Huaxia, the eyes of all countries and major powers around the world began to focus sharply on Furong City. That night, Master Ma was the first to arrive at Furong City. Almost as soon as he arrived, Ma Tong sensed the familiar aura of Uncle Jie emanating from the city center. A familiar aura. It's you, it really is you back, Uncle Jie. Tears sparkled in Ma Tong's eyes. He wanted to run over immediately to see Uncle Jie, the long-missed family elder. But he held back. He picked up his phone and dialed out. Hello, Master Ma, have you found out? Does Uncle Jie still have any family? What is the current situation? In the Taiwan world, he is called Miao Jie, well known to all. Then on Earth, he must also be this name. At the same time, before leaving, Master Ma used his memory to sketch a portrait of Miao Jie and dispatched nearly all his forces to search around Furong City. On the other end of the phone, it said, Master Ma, the information is incomplete. The information we have found is as follows. There are a total of 5 people named Miao Jie in Furong City. One is 46 years old male. One is 26 years old male. The other 3 are female. According to your portrait, we found that only this 26-year-old man matches the characteristics. Master Ma hurriedly asked, what information? It is like this. Miao Jie was admitted to the martial arts high school in Furong City 5 years ago due to his strong talent. But then he had a car accident and became a vegetable, having been in a coma for 5 years. How many years? 5 years. Master Ma's pupils constricted. It's him. Almost all the primordial spirits that went to Taiwan, leaving their bodies on Earth, fell into long-term comas, brain death, or loss of consciousness. And some unlucky ones, when the primordial spirit returned, their bodies were even cremated, leaving them no choice but to possess a new body. 5 years. These 5 years of being a vegetable must be when Uncle Jie's primordial spirit traveled to Taiwan. The timeline between Taiwan and Earth is chaotic. Perhaps in Taiwan, 100 years pass while only a day goes by on Earth. Alternatively, it could be that 100 years in Taiwan equals 5 years on Earth. The voice on the phone continued, Miao Jie's parents died early. He only has one younger sister. When Miao Jie became a vegetable, his younger sister Miao Xinyu was still in junior high. Through doing odd jobs and part-time studying, she supported herself while paying for Miao Jie's treatment and hospital fees. For 5 years, Miao Xinyu never gave up, always believing her brother would wake up. This story is well known in the First People's Hospital of Furong City, and all the medical staff sympathized deeply. The hospital even organized 2 fundraising activities on their own. Listening to the story on the other end of the phone, Master Ma felt an overwhelming sense of frustration in his heart. He hung up the phone. With a loud bang, Master Ma slapped himself hard across the face. Master Ma howled at the sky in rage. He hated himself. In the past, as the president, he fought fiercely in Taiwan. Nuli, Rong Suyo de Tongshangwei de Lao Shangman Owa Shachir. And I can be considered one of the first ones to return my primordial spirit, and I achieved a high position in Huaxia. But I didn't know Uncle Jie's family was in such trouble. Relying on a little girl in junior high school, partially working and studying to treat Uncle Jie and maintain his body on Earth. I hate it. Why didn't I investigate Uncle Jie's family earlier? Why didn't I show up sooner? Why did I let Uncle Jie's family suffer so much? Master Ma roared, attracting the attention of many people on the street. Suddenly, someone among the onlookers recognized him and exclaimed, What the hell? The master from Furong City is here. My God, I've never seen a master-level figure in real life. I see one alive. Master Ma, please give me an autograph. Can I take a photo with you, please? Countless people rushed over, but Master Ma, who was usually kind in front of the media, this time only red-eyed and yelled, Get lost. Everyone was taken aback and stepped back. Then they saw Master Ma take out his phone, choking up as he sent a voice message in the group. Brothers, I have no face to see the president now. Then, he choked up as he revealed the information he had found out. Chapter 6. Miao Xinyu's Birthday Party. At this moment, countless strong warriors rushing to Furong City listened to the voice message on their phones, standing high in the sky, all silent. At this moment, everyone felt deep guilt, profound regret in their hearts. Master Ma, sensing Uncle Jie's aura from the city center, took 2 timid steps back. What face do I have to meet you? How should I meet you, Uncle Jie? At this moment, the phone rang again. Master Ma answered the phone. Speak. A subordinate's voice came through the line. Master Ma, we have new information. Tomorrow is Miao Jie's sister Miao Xinyu's birthday. Miao Xinyu sent messages to all her classmates, saying she hopes they can attend her birthday party tomorrow. At the same time, we found out that Miao Xinyu sold her family's house for 300,000 yuan today. She paid 200,000 yuan for Miao Jie's surgery. Birthday? Master Ma fell silent for a long time and asked, what kind of birthday gift would a girl her age like? His subordinate, being very clever, instantly understood that Master Ma was looking into Miao Jie's situation. He quickly pondered and said after a moment, according to psychological analysis, Miao Xinyu has tasted the bitterness of life every day for the past 5 years. To raise medical expenses for her brother, she has endured disdain and humiliation. Although it's common, I think what she truly needs at this moment is her brother's company and money. Brother's companionship, Uncle Jia can provide. If possible, I also want to be your brother. But money I can provide. Without any hesitation, Master Ma said solemnly, immediately contact the legal team and the notary public. Unconditionally transfer 50% of Penguin Group's shares to Miao Xinyu. This is my birthday gift to her. In that moment, the subordinate was shocked. Master Ma, do as I say. After hanging up the phone, Master Ma flew away, soaring to a mountain on the outskirts of Furong City, gazing towards the city center. He didn't dare step any closer. He constantly took out his phone to navigate and confirm the location of the First People's Hospital, then match the location with his senses, ensuring with 100% certainty that he was correct. Lying there is his Uncle Jia. He now dared not meet Uncle Jia alone. He had lost the face to see him. He was going to wait here until all the comrades gathered, then strengthen his courage and go together. At the same time, Master Ma also posted about Miao Xinyu's birthday in the comrade group. In that moment, Jack Ma, who had just entered Chinese airspace, stopped, standing on cloud 9 looking at the message on his phone. The president's sister's birthday is tomorrow? Jack Ma sighed with relief. He had been worrying about how to face the president tomorrow. Now, just in time, he had an opportunity to celebrate the president's sister's birthday. Thinking of this, Jack Ma glanced back at the powerful Chinese companions following him. I need to return for a while, and I will come back to China tomorrow. Since Jack Ma was not Chinese, after entering the country, the powerful Chinese followed him all the way. They said they were guides, but they were actually surveillance. Hearing Jack Ma's words, the two accompanying personnel were astonished. But before they could say anything, they saw Jack Ma fly back along the same route, talking on the phone as he flew. Vaguely, the two accompanying personnel heard Jack Ma's roar on the phone. Think for me. What kind of birthday gift does a 20-year-old girl like? As long as I have it. I want the most precious, understand? The most precious. The two accompanying personnel exchanged glances, their pupils contracting. Big news. Who is having a birthday? Quickly check. A 20-year-old girl, having a birthday. Suddenly, one person took a sharp breath, tremblingly said, 20 top experts are coming to China. Could it be? Could it be for this 20-year-old girl's birthday? Who is she? What background does she have to attract 20 top experts from around the world for her birthday? Quick, report this up. This is big news. At the same time, in the official office of Furong City, the governor's office of Furong City was brightly lit all night. Inside the office sat the governor of Jiangnan Province, all the powerful figures and high officials from Jiangnan Province, as well as all the powerful figures and high officials from Furong City. This afternoon, Jiangnan Province received news that 20 top experts worldwide had come to China, and several master-level figures from China were also on their way. The destination is Fuyong City. So, the entire Jiangnan Province exploded. The governor of Jiangnan Province and the top experts in the province could not sit still for a moment, rushing to Fuyong City, holding an overnight meeting to discuss why so many powerful figures had come to Jiang City. Governor Qin of Jiangnan was so anxious that his mouth was bubbling. Have you figured it out? Have you really figured it out? What on earth is going on in Fuyong City that has attracted so many global powerhouses? Do you know that the eyes of the world are now focused on Fuyong City? The governor of Fuyong City looked bitter. I don't know. I really don't know anything. We Fuyong City are just a small and ordinary prefecture-level city. What qualifications do we have to alarm so many strong figures? If you don't know, hurry up and investigate. Saying this, Governor Qin suddenly said, no, this is a disaster for Fuyong City, but similarly, if handled well, is a tremendous opportunity for Fuyong City. With 20 of the world's strongest coming to Fuyong City, then Fuyong City will become famous worldwide. We're still unclear about why these people came to Fuyong City, but as long as we serve these strong figures well, we can surely leave a good impression on them. As for whether they come to Fuyong City to fight or for something else, we can only try our best. What we can do is to serve all these strong figures well. Chapter 7. Birthday Party, the whole city ***. The governor of Fuyong City's eyes lit up. I will immediately open the entire city for. Governor Qin shouted. Are you stupid? Opening the entire city for is a bit too pretentious. At that moment, Governor Chen's private phone rang. He glanced at the phone and hurriedly walked to the side, bending down to speak. "Hello, Secretary." On the other end of the line, a deep voice said, "You're in Fuyong City?" "Yes, I have arrived." "Listen to me. From now on, all means of transport in Fuyong City are to be suspended. Do not let more outsiders come to Fuyong City. All martial artists and official personnel in Jiangnan Province must stand by in Fuyong City. Be ready to serve the strong figures at any time." The 20 overseas powerhouses are not only of the strongest status, but also very sensitive and outrageous foreign guests, so the reception must be done well. In addition to the 20 overseas powerhouses, there are also 8 master-level figures and 4 strongest figures from Huaxiao on their way to Fuyong City. Huaxiao also has powerhouses coming. What's going on, Secretary? What's happening? How come all the world's strong figures have gathered in Fuyong City overnight? Governor Chen was utterly shocked. He had never hosted so many powerhouses at once. In the past, even when just one powerhouse visited Jiangnan Province, the entire province would mobilize for the highest level reception. Now, a total of 24 powerhouses, including 8 master-level figures, were coming to Fuyong City and Jiangnan Province, and he felt his legs going weak. The secretary pondered. According to reliable information, these powerhouses are coming to Fuyong City to celebrate a birthday for a girl tomorrow. This girl has a mysterious identity and an extremely frightening background. Her characteristics are around 20 years old and a resident of Fuyong City. We don't know any other information. You need to investigate quickly. Governor Chen took a sharp breath, feeling his scalp go numb. Is Jiangnan Province's Fuyong City hiding such powerful figures? How can there be such a person? This background is not just out of this world. She is heaven. And what's more terrifying is that there's such a formidable presence in the area under his jurisdiction, and he had never even heard of it. He didn't even know. A minute after the call ended, Governor Chen still hadn't come to his senses, staring blankly into the distance with his eyes wide open. At that moment, the only question swirling in his mind was, have I ever been in a situation where... Did I offended this mysterious big shot? During my time managing Jiangnan Province, were there any policies that made her unhappy? After a long while, Governor Chen came back to her senses, turned to look at the dozens of people in the office, and said in a deep voice, "Investigate. Age, around 20 years old, female. Her birthday is tomorrow. Filter the household registration files of the entire Furong City. Who is the 20-year-old female whose birthday is tomorrow? How many are there?" The whole room fell silent. Everyone looked at Governor Chen in confusion. Governor Chen roared, "What are you all days for? Investigate. Go on and investigate." With a loud boom, the entire municipal hall exploded with activity. What explosive news is this? A girl around 20 years old is having a birthday, and it has stirred so many powerful figures in this world. An hour later, report to Governor Chen. According to the household registration records, among the registered, those whose birth date is tomorrow, which is June 9th, and whose age is between 20 to 25. In the entire Furong City, there are a total of 3,200. Hearing this number, Governor Chen felt dizzy in her head. It was already 11 at night, and there were less than 10 hours until tomorrow. How can we check this? Why are there so many people that meet the criteria? Not just Governor Chen, but the governor of Furong City also felt his scalp tingle. After a moment of silence, Governor Chen said, "Call and have all public system personnel in Furong City come to work. 3,200 people, check each one." After saying this, Governor Chen walked out of the office, went to a quiet place, took out her phone, and dialed out. "Hello, I need you to think, hold a meeting, discuss it. Gather those psychologists, sociologists, and all kinds of experts for a conference. Think for me, what gifts would a girl aged 20 to 25 like for her birthday? Hurry up, have it ready and prepared within 5 hours. It must be precious, definitely unique." Governor Chen bitterly smiled in her heart. She was a governor of a province. She couldn't go to meet so many powerful figures empty-handed, could she? Moreover, shouldn't someone with such a strong background be befriended? While Governor Chen was on the phone, the governor of Furong City found his secretary, and the two sat in the car, whispering. What could a girl around 20 years old like for a birthday gift? Don't you have a sister? Quickly ask her. The secretary had a bitter face. My sister likes motorcycles. Her biggest wish is to receive a motorcycle for her birthday. But Governor, what kind of background does the girl celebrating her birthday have? That a background that makes one feel their scalp tingle. Don't use a common person's likes to guess hers. Hearing this, the governor of Furong City sighed, indeed. A girl who could stir so many powerful figures couldn't possibly be an ordinary girl, right? What should I give? What should I prepare? The governor of Furong City felt bitter in his heart. I can't go empty-handed, can I? This is a chance for connection right in front of me. If I make the right connections, My future will truly soar. I can't miss this. I can't miss it. Even if it lets those powerful figures remember me. That's a benefit worth more than any kind of money. So, the gift I send must be unique, must dazzle everyone and make them remember me. It's a pity I still don't know who that girl is. What kind of person she is. Otherwise, I could tailor the gift to her. Of course, tomorrow the truth will come to light, and the whole country will know who she is. But, what does that mean to me? If I find out together with everyone else, I would have missed the opportunity, wouldn't I? Chapter 8 Birthday Party, Waking Up. At midnight, in the patient room of the First People's Hospital of Furong City. Miao Xinyu, sleeping beside her brother, was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. Hello. A woman's voice came from the other end. Xinyu. The barbecue stall is too busy today. Can you come and serve food for a night? 50. If it were before, Miao Xinyu would have rushed to accept, as such opportunities for side jobs were rare. But today Miao Xinyu turned it down. Sorry, sister. I can't go. Tomorrow is my birthday. Today I want to stay with my brother. The voice on the phone sounded displeased. What birthday? You're so poor and still talking about celebrating? I went out of my way to find you this job. Do you know that? I'm busy today. Don't bail on me. You used to take jobs for 30. Today I'm offering you 50 and you still won't come? Don't you usually work for that deadbeat brother of yours? Not earning today. Miao Xinyu didn't feel much from these words. She had heard worse over the years and paid no attention. She smiled and said, I really can't go today. After saying that, she hung up the phone. I won't go. I won't go ever again. Tomorrow my brother will have surgery. If he wakes up, I will have a brother again. I will live my life differently. If he doesn't wake up, then I will leave this world. Tomorrow is my birthday, the first one I will celebrate in so many years. I want to be happy, no longer suffering any pain from this world. Just then, Miao Xinyu suddenly heard a choked voice. I'm back. You've worked hard, sister. Miao Xinyu froze and instinctively turned to look at the hospital room, but there was no one there. Then, as if realizing something, she quickly looked at Miao Jie on the hospital bed. She discovered that although Miao Jie still looked weak, he had his eyes open, looking at her with tearful eyes. Miao Xinyu glanced at him, then turned to look around again, and then blinked. Am I dreaming? Miao Jie struggled to lift his weak hand to touch her. This is not a dream. I'm back. I really am back. Miao Xinyu's eyes widened as she looked at Miao Jie, her eyes growing bigger and bigger, and suddenly, endless tears streamed from her eyes. They fell, dripping onto Miao Jie's raised hand, leaving a warm touch. Silence. Silence. Miao Xinyu suddenly burst out with a scream. Brother! She lunged forward, excited yet careful, embracing Miao Jie. Brother! You woke up? Oh, brother! You finally woke up. Woo-woo. In the next moment, the entire hospital was in an uproar. All the medical staff, working overtime, rushed into the room. These two siblings were the legends of the First People's Hospital. Almost everyone there knew them. Their parents passed away early. The brother suddenly became a vegetative state, leaving his younger sister in middle school, working odd jobs while studying, scraping together money for medical expenses, and taking care of her brother for 5 years. Countless people had pronounced him dead. Many advised his sister to move on and continue living. But the sister's persistence moved countless hearts. The whole hospital had organized fundraisers twice to help this poor sibling duo survive. Now he woke up. Dr. Zhang, the attending physician, received a call in the middle of the night and rushed to the hospital without even putting on his coat. His wife asked him, Where are you going? Dr. Zhang turned around, his eyes surprisingly misty with tears. My patient. Our hospital has made a miracle. His wife also widened her eyes. Is it that vegetative state, brother? Yes, he woke up. Dr. Zhang choked up. I always told the sister that miracles never happen in this world. So-called miracles only exist in legends. But now, a miracle has happened. A miracle has truly happened. I need to go to the hospital. I want to see it with my own eyes. The wife quickly got up. I will go too. I will go see. I donated money at that time. I have also visited them many times. When Dr. Zhang arrived at the hospital, the entire corridor of the ward was already filled with people. Medical staff working overtime and doctors rushing in from home upon hearing the news. And the entire floor was packed with patients. Hundreds of people blocked the floor. Not a single gap was left. Some patients still connected to IVs were also standing in the corridor, excitedly sharing the news. He's awake. Oh my, he really woke up. This old man has been hospitalized for a year. When I came, I heard about those two siblings. I said back then a brain-dead person can't wake up, but that girl was so strong. She truly believed her brother would wake up. Buddha must have been touched, and he really woke up. I even donated money back then. So pitiful. Those two siblings are really too pitiful. Finally awake. A person in a vegetative state for 5 years woke up. What else is impossible in this world? A miracle has happened. I have goosebumps. A miracle appears right before my eyes around me. You don't know, every time I saw the sister come to the hospital to take care of him, looking at that 20-year-old girl, disheveled and thin, my heart would ache. I wanted to say they should give up treatment. But I was wrong. She really held on until the miracle appeared. This is the miracle of life. Chapter 9. Invitation to Birthday Party. Dr. Zhang hurriedly ran into the ward, and at that moment, only a dozen chief doctors and the hospital director surrounded the bedside, asking numerous questions. The sister tightly held onto her brother's arm, crying uncontrollably while talking to her brother, asking those around her, "Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Is my brother really awake?" And the former vegetative patient, who had lain still for 5 years, during which even the basic bodily reflexes had gradually disappeared, was now weakly sitting up against the headboard, firmly holding his sister's small, rough hands that were full of calluses. Miao Xinyu saw Dr. Zhang and quickly said, "Dr. Zhang, my brother woke up. My brother woke up. Look, is he awake?" Before the operation, he woke up. Dr. Zhang excitedly stepped forward, first shining a flashlight in Miao Jie's eyes, then conducting a series of checks. Then, in a somewhat trembling voice, he said, "I am your attending physician, Zhang Chusheng. Can you hear me?" Miao Jie smiled and nodded. "I can. Thank you for all these years, Dr. Zhang." Dr. Zhang's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. Nothing could be more fulfilling, more proud, or more touching than this. In a doctor's career, having a patient who had been in a vegetative state for 5 years miraculously awaken is extraordinary. There is nothing more fulfilling in the world than this. Even if he hadn't really done much, but he witnessed it. Dr. Zhang excitedly held Miao Jie's hand. "It's what I should do. Do you remember who you are?" Miao Jie knew he was conducting a basic interview, and cooperatively said, "Yes, I remember. I'm Miao Jie." What did you feel before you woke up?" Miao Jie understood there was no need to engage in unrealistic tales, nor was there a necessity to mention he had been aware all along, just in another world. He said, "It felt like a long dream. Then, I regained consciousness and heard my sister's voice. Oh wow, it really worked. Your sister has taken care of you every day for these 5 years, trying to wake you up. I didn't expect it would really work, that she would truly wake you up." Dr. Zhang was shocked. If a brain-dead patient could wake up, what else is impossible in this world? Miracle. A miracle has always been there. At that moment, Miao Jie struggled to get out of bed. Miao Xinyu quickly said, "Bro, lie down. You can't move around." Miao Jie shook his head. "I'm already fine. I can feel it. I must get out of bed." Then, Miao Xinyu helped Miao Jie to stand up, both confused about what he wanted to do. At that moment, Miao Jie suddenly bowed to the healthcare staff in front of him, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work over these 5 years. Thank you for your effort for me and your help for my sister. Thank you." He was the president of the Taiwan Earth Fellowship, a universal general in the daunting battlefield of Taiwan. But he always knew that one should repay a small kindness with a great act of gratitude. During those years of his slumber, his sister received many disdainful looks, hostility, rejection, and scorn. Yet she also received much help, support, and encouragement from warm-hearted people. Seeing Miao Jie get up, the first thing he did was express his gratitude. All the healthcare workers present were moved, with some nurses getting red-eyed. Instinctively, all the doctors in the ward, even the hospital director, silently bowed back to Miao Jie in return. Someone said, "We should thank you. You have shown us the miracle of life. Thanks to Miao Xinyu for her 5 years of waiting, showing me the preciousness of persistence in this world. Miao Jie, welcome back. Miao Jie, a new life awaits you. Welcome. Welcome home." In the ward, the healthcare staff clapped with emotion as they welcomed him home. The applause reached the hallway outside, where a crowd of healthcare workers, patients, and some family members were also clapping to welcome him. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous. Such a thing happening around them moved everyone. When the applause stopped, Miao Jie took a deep breath, a bit out of breath, and said, "Everyone, tomorrow is my sister's birthday. She loves lively celebrations. She especially loves lively festivities. I sincerely invite all friends to come to my sister's birthday party tomorrow. I hope everyone can show up." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly replied, "Okay, must come. These years have been hard on Miao Xinyu. We must give her a grand birthday celebration. Let's bring some joy. I want to go too." "Me too. Definitely going." Miao Jie invited everyone, whether they were healthcare staff or patients on that floor. He invited them all. His sister loved lively celebrations. But for the past 5 years, she had been incredibly lonely. Miao Xinyu looked at how many people wanted to come celebrate her birthday, feeling like crying, a bit sour, and also a bit excited. Blushing, she said, "Bro, with so many people, isn't it too much?" Miao Jie smiled. "The more the merrier. Tomorrow, you should invite your classmates and friends. Let's celebrate your birthday with joy, so you could be the happiest little princess. Meow Sinew suddenly asked, Bro, how did you know it's my birthday tomorrow? Meow GS said, I heard it. I didn't just hear you mentioning your birthday, but I also heard you say you wanted to use the last 50,000 to have the most spectacular birthday, the liveliest one. Since you love it, I will make it happen. Tomorrow, you'll be the star of the world. Do you believe it? Meow Sinew thought he was joking and laughed. I believe it. But recalling her words in front of her brother's bed, she felt nervous and uneasy, because at that time, she had actually prepared to leave this world after her birthday. She didn't know if her brother had heard her. She cautiously looked up at Meow Jia, only to find him looking at her, smiling in silence, his eyes deep. Meow Sinew lowered her head, not daring to speak. At that moment, Meow Jia suddenly sensed something and slowly turned to look out at the night sky, in a direction toward Furong City. In an instant, he felt no fewer than 10 familiar presences. Meow Jia raised an eyebrow. In my heart, I wondered, comrades? They have come? How do they know I have woken up? How do they know where I am? Meow Jia did not know that the moment his soul returned to its rightful place, a miraculous event occurred in the sky. He thought for a moment, then smiled at Meow Sinew and said, Tomorrow, I'll invite some friends to celebrate your birthday. I remember, in the past for your birthday, I would always gather classmates and friends for some fun. You've loved having a lively gathering since you were little. Meow Sinew laughed and then curiously asked, Brother, you've been in a coma for 5 years. It's better not to call your classmates. After 5 years, who would still remember you? Forget it. Not classmates. Then who? Meow Jia thought for a moment and came up with a suitable descriptor. Fellow patients. Huh, fellow patients. Meow Jia chuckled. Probably all are patients like me who once were in a vegetative state. When we became vegetative, our souls went to another world, where we met and fought side by side. Some, like me, have come back. Some returned earlier than me. Some will never come back. Meow Sinew looked confused. What does that mean? Nothing. You'll know tomorrow. Chapter 10. Organizing the birthday party. All right, I've already booked the hotel. Tomorrow, Meow Jia smiled. But the hotel can't hold that many people. Why go to a hotel? It won't be lively. Then where? Meow Jia said in a low tone. Our hometown, of course. Our old home is right by the Jade Belt River. I remember, the riverbank was filled with lush green grass. When I was young, for my birthday, Mom and Dad would set up a table by the river. After you blew out the birthday candles, you'd swat at mosquitoes while eating the birthday cake. After we finished the cake, we would play in the river while Mom, Dad, and relatives played cards by the river. Meow Sinew forced a smile. By the Jade Belt River? Wouldn't that be a bit embarrassing? What if others think we can't even afford a hotel? Brother, our family is wealthy. I have 300,000 now. Let's skip the birthday party. Now that you're awake, we should use that money to rent a house. Brother, we need to see if you can go back to martial arts high school. We will need that money in the future. Meow Jia rubbed her head, which hadn't been washed for several days. Don't worry about me. Your brother is a strong person, right by the Jade Belt River. Tomorrow there might be a lot of people. No hotel can fit them all. Meow Sinew looked skeptical. A lot of people? How many could there be? During the 5 years, relatives were afraid to borrow money and had basically stopped visiting. Relatives would not come. The only ones coming would be a few classmates, medical staff in the hospital, and some familiar patient friends. Even that wouldn't add up to many. These years, the hospital people had helped him a lot. Tomorrow he had to treat them to a good meal. How could he ask them to go to the Jade Belt River for a picnic? But Meow Jia didn't explain much. He just looked out the window, his lips moving. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain in Furong City suburbs, thousands of bodyguards, staff members, and assistant secretaries were setting up tents or sleeping in cars. They were all subordinates of those big shots. At this moment, at the mountain top, dozens of strong fighters were quietly discussing how to arrange things for tomorrow and how to meet the president. Just then, Master Ma Tung suddenly shouted, Don't speak. Transmit sound over 1,000 miles. Everyone stopped talking. Master Ma listened for a bit and then, with a face full of joy, kept nodding towards the city center. About half a minute later, Master Ma trembled with excitement and told the people around him, Comrades, the president just transmitted a message over 1,000 miles to me. He has woken up, completely awake. His soul has returned to its rightful place. And he seems to have regained some of his cultivation. Buzzed everyone gasped in amazement. Regaining cultivation right after the soul returns. This talent is too terrifying. All of us were ordinary people when our souls returned. We all started from being ordinary people and then cultivated step by step. Unless you've achieved a level of cultivation before going to the great wilderness. After the soul returns to its position, how can one's cultivation remain unchanged? How could there be a situation where the soul returns and yet one gains cultivation? The chairman was an ordinary person before, not a martial artist, right? The soul just returned, yet it comes with cultivation? What a terrifying opportunity. Everyone was astonished, and then they reacted quickly, asking, "What did the chairman tell you?" Ma Tong said, "Udai River, the chairman's hometown. Tomorrow we will hold a birthday party for my sister at Udai River. She has suffered for 5 years and loves excitement. The chairman has entrusted us to create a surprise for her tomorrow, making it lively." After finishing, Ma Tong shouted excitedly, "Uncle Jia hasn't treated us as outsiders. Let's do it." Everyone felt a sigh of relief in their hearts. Sigh, for so many years, I couldn't find out that the chairman still had family. I felt guilty to death. How could I face the chairman tomorrow? I didn't expect the chairman would assign me work, and finally, I feel relieved. Tomorrow I can finally go meet the chairman without burdens. Me too. I'm not afraid of assignments, just afraid the chairman ignores us. Finally, this feels reassuring. Who can contact the governor of Furong City? The governor of Furong City? That's too difficult. He's too low-ranking. I can only get in touch with the governor of Jiangnan Province. At this moment, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. Dozens of business cars rushed towards the Udai River, carrying various professional tools and equipment. Inside one car, the governor of Furong City looked puzzled at Governor Qin. "Governor Qin, what are we doing at Udai River in the middle of the night? So many people, and I still have to go back to investigate." Governor Qin turned back solemnly. "Just now, I received a call from my superior. I found out that the person celebrating the birthday tomorrow is called Miao Xinyu. She lives in a village by the Udai River." Miao Xinyu? The governor of Furong City thought for a long time and had no impression of the name. Governor Qin is amazing. Did you find us out just like that? Governor Qin smiled bitterly. "It wasn't me who found out. It was Master Su from Wudong who called me and volunteered the information." Master Su? The 8th rank powerhouse, Su. Yes. Master Su said that Miao Xinyu wants to have a lively birthday tomorrow, and the location is Udai River. So he specifically asked us to help prepare it in advance. After saying this, Governor Qin said seriously, "Do you know why I brought you along? Little Lu, you have always been my person, and since this time it was directly communicated from above, it indicates they also don't want too many others to know about this matter. Do you understand?" The entire body of Lu, the governor of Furong City, shuddered, looking excitedly at Governor Qin. He realized this was a chance the leadership was giving him. "Understood. I won't say a word. We will handle this matter quietly. Tomorrow, let's try to make an appearance." "Good that you understand." The cars stopped, and over 100 workers began to select a location by the Udai River and set things up. The 2 governors stood by the riverbank, gazing thoughtfully at the flowing river. Their hearts puzzled. Miao Xinyu, who exactly is she? Why does she have such a big background, able to have such a grand event? So many supreme beings from all over the world come together just to celebrate her birthday? Who exactly is she? The next morning, Miao Jia sat in a wheelchair, excitedly pushed out of the hospital by Miao Xinyu. "Brother, let's have some breakfast first, then we'll go to Udai River. I sold our old house yesterday, and the buyer wants me to move out within a month, so we can stay there for a few more days. We'll return to the old house later." The old house. Miao Jia smiled and nodded, feeling nostalgic inside. He had grown up in the old house by the Udai River, spending his childhood and youth there, only moving to the city when he entered high school. It had been many years since he last returned. Miao Jia reminisced, looking at the enormous changes in Furong City that he hadn't seen in 5 years, feeling a surge of emotion. Miao Xinyu had already called her classmates and friends. "Azi, Udaihe, I'm sending you a location. Right, a picnic. Hey, hey, hey. Li Zhu, we are at Udaihe. We're on our way there. Let's have fun. Call all the classmates. This is my first time treating everyone." After the call, Miao Xinyu asked Miao Jia, "Bro, wait, we really aren't doing a picnic, right? Should I book a restaurant for some food?" Miao Jia smiled and said, "No need. As long as you show up, I've already arranged everything for you." "Really? When did you arrange this for me?" "I won't tell you. Today, there's a huge surprise waiting for you." Miao Xinyu was so excited she could hardly contain herself. A surprise? Yesterday, her brother waking up was already a surprise, and today there's more? Yes, it must be that after she fell asleep yesterday, her brother secretly made arrangements, right? But he had been in a coma for 5 years. Did he still have friends? How did he arrange this? Chapter 11, The World's Focus. She had countless thoughts and doubts, but she didn't ask any questions and didn't doubt her brother's words. Her brother said there was a surprise, so there must be one. Before long, the two returned to their old home in Miao Family Village, a rural area by Udaihe. As soon as they reached the doorway, Miao Xinyu saw the Udaihe beside her house, now bustling with people. Countless people, so many people, all young men and women in suits. They were setting up something by Udaihe. There were makeshift houses, a stage, colorful balloons, a 100-meter-long red carpet, a gift table, and flowers everywhere like covering the entire world. Standing at the door of the old house, Meow Sinew was stunned. Looking at what was once a wild Udai, he now turned vibrant and colorful. She trembled, incredulously asking Meow Jia, "Bro, this?" Meow Jia smiled and said, "Open the door. I'll go home and rest for a while. This is prepared for you, but this is just the beginning. Today, you will be the most noticed girl in the world." Meow Sinew couldn't help but look back at the Udai he, trembling as she took out the rusty key to unlock the iron gate. In the yard, overgrown with weeds, the old house stood there. In the corner was a hand pump well, where she used to sneak to drink water in the cool summer, only to be caught and receive a good beating. Meow Jia looked at the familiar old setting with a smile, being pushed into the house. The cement floor was not covered with tiles. The ceiling fan spun slowly with the breeze, but was already covered with cobwebs. But Meow Sinew's heart was not here. Pushing Meow Jia, she looked back 3 times. Meow Jia said, "You go entertain your classmates and friends. Don't worry about me. I'll stay in the house for a while, and when your birthday banquet starts, someone will push me out. Okay, call me if you need anything." Meow Sinew's heart had already flown away. She had never seen such a dreamlike scene in her life. This solemn and colorful setup she had never even dreamed of. After just taking 2 steps forward, Meow Sinew came back. "No, I need to change it to a new outfit." Saying this, she rummaged through the wardrobe. However, no matter how much she searched, it was just old clothes. She hadn't added new clothes in 5 years. In the end, she found only one relatively pretty dress. Looking at its condition, it seemed like it was something she didn't often wear. "Bro, I'm going now. Go ahead." Watching Meow Sinew run out with excitement and nervousness, Meow Jia slowly closed his eyes, sitting in the wheelchair feeling and breathing. Breathing in the old air of this house, feeling the memories of his childhood here. "Dad, Mom, these years I have made Zi suffer. But now I am back. From today on, my sister won't suffer a bit in this world." Thinking of this 20-year-old youthful girl. At a height of 1.65 meters, but weighing only 60 kilograms, she was pale and thin, dark and yellow. Those hands that should have been tender were covered in rough calluses, thicker than those of a rugged man. Meow Jia felt heartbroken. At this moment, Meow Sinew nervously and timidly ran to the Udai River. Just as she arrived, a staff member quickly took out a photo, looked at it, then rushed to grab the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Meow Sinew is here. The main character has arrived." While Meow Sinew was in a daze, a beautifully made-up woman walked over. "Are you Meow Sinew?" Looking at this exquisitely made-up woman who resembled a white swan, she felt like a country chicken, and Meow Sinew was a bit ashamed. "Yes, you guys." The woman quickly said, "We are here to arrange your birthday party. My name is Lu Jing. Happy birthday in advance. By the way, why aren't you wearing a new outfit?" Meow Sinew blushed, feeling embarrassed to say that this was her new outfit. At this moment, her classmates arrived, and several business vans pulled up. Dozens of bright and glamorous young men and women got out. "Sinew." Meow Sinew quickly said to Lu Jing, "I'm sorry, my classmates have come." Taking the opportunity to escape, she couldn't dare say that this was her new outfit. Dozens of classmates stood by the Udai River, all amazed at what they saw. "Wow, is this where they're going to hold a jewelry exhibition? A red carpet, oh my god. There's even a red carpet in this wilderness. What's going on? When did a farmhouse open here? This setup is too extravagant. Oh my." At this moment, a beautiful girl dressed in Dior grabbed Meow Sinew's hand excitedly and said, "Sinew, is this your birthday venue?" "Azzy, I don't know, my brother said he wanted to give me a surprise." It seems like it is. Your brother is a vegetable, right?" This was common knowledge. Many classmates had visited him in the hospital, and basically the whole class had contributed in some small way. "My brother woke up yesterday and said he wanted to arrange a surprise for me." Azzy took off her sunglasses, looking at the colorful riverside in surprise. "He woke up? Congratulations, congratulations. Our Sinew has been rescued from the sea of suffering." All the classmates began to applaud, feeling happy for Meow Sinew. "Congratulations. Your brother woke up, that's great. If a vegetable can wake up, it must be because Sinew's efforts over the years have moved the heavens. Meow Sinew, happy birthday, congratulations. But your brother is really impressive, right? He's been in a coma for 5 years, and he still has the ability to give you such a surprise." Meow Sinew felt a bit uneasy. "I don't know." At that moment, a middle-aged man came running over. After he learned from the walkie-talkie that Meow Sinew had arrived, the governor of Furong City, Liu Kan, knew that the chance to shine had come. He knew from background information that Meow Sinew was very ordinary. However, he also knew that after today, she would no longer be ordinary. She would undoubtedly become a star, shining across the nation, no, shining globally. Meow Sinew. Lucan shouted. Meow Sinew turned around and looked at this stranger approaching. Who are you? At this moment, her classmate Azzy recognized him, trembling with excitement. The governor. It's the governor. The governor of Furong City. Not only is he a governor, but he's also a third-grade warrior. Wow, the governor of Furong City is here? Does he know Meow Sinew? All the classmates quickly bent down to greet him. Chapter 12 guests arrive in droves. Meow Sinew also heard her classmates' discussions and was a bit surprised that the big shot, the governor of Furong City, had come. Before she could say anything, the governor of Furong City warmly grabbed Meow Sinew's hand. Meow Sinew, I am the governor Lucan of Furong City. Happy birthday. Come this way, please. Are you satisfied with this venue? If you're not satisfied, say it quickly. There's still time. I'll have someone change it right away. What? All the classmates were shocked at what they saw. The governor of Furong City knows Meow Sinew? And this birthday? Was it personally arranged by the governor? The governor is extremely busy every day. How could he have time to arrange a birthday party for her? What is going on? Meow Sinew was also a bit dizzy. At that moment, she was completely bewildered. She felt a bit dazed. How could the governor of Furong City know me? How could he throw me a birthday party? No, he should know my brother. But wait, how could my brother know such a big shot like the governor of Furong City? As she walked to the red carpet, the governor of Furong City picked up the microphone and shouted, Everyone except for the staff here, step aside. In the next moment, countless staff by the riverside quickly left, hurrying away in their vehicles. Then, Lucan took Meow Sinew's hand and warmly guided her across the red carpet. Their classmates carefully followed, nervously stepping onto the carpet under the watchful gaze of hundreds of staff. The red carpet was 100 meters long, flanked by hundreds of staff welcoming them. Everyone felt a bit nervous. Lucan whispered to Meow Sinew, Don't be nervous. By the way, my name is Lucan. Here's my business card. If you need anything, just call me. We must keep in touch. Meow Sinew. What the heck? This is the governor of Furong City, a super big name. How could he be so humble? Meow Sinew, still dizzy, took the business card. Behind her, her classmates were also dumbfounded. As they passed the gift collection table, Z said, You guys go ahead, I'll just give a small contribution. Originally, everyone wasn't planning on giving gifts because it's not customary for young people to do this. But now, things were different. The governor of Furong City was here. This was already a formal occasion, so they had to give gifts. The classmates quickly responded and hurried over to the gift collection table. Z scanned the QR code to donate 1,000 yuan and was about to leave when suddenly, the host from Jiangnan Province Television stepped out, picked up the microphone, and shouted, Z, donating 1,000 yuan. Z turned red. She had never experienced this before. Would the contribution be announced out loud? This was way too formal. The occasion was huge. Other classmates immediately became uneasy. Would they have to sing their contributions too? How could they raise hundreds? It was too embarrassing. Meow Sinew was also confused. She quickly turned around and said, Everyone, don't give gifts. We are classmates. This isn't necessary. The governor of Furong City quickly said, You don't need to. These weren't prepared for you. Kids don't need to give gifts. These words relieved dozens of classmates. They were all university students, not martial artists. Their family conditions were average, not as wealthy as martial artist families. Hearing this helped ease the situation, and everyone followed Meow Sinew to the back. Lucan personally placed a small crown on Meow Sinew's head, smiling, You are the star today. Don't run off anywhere. Leave it to me, okay? Meow Sinew didn't understand why Lucan was so friendly to her. She just dizzily replied, Okay. After saying this, Lucan instructed the staff a bit more and arranged for the classmates to take their seats. At that moment, the voice announcing contributions rang out again. Dr. Zhang Chuxing from the First People's Hospital of Furong City, donating 1,000 yuan. Congratulations to Meow Sinew for smooth sailing from now on, and congratulations to Meow Jia for good health. Meow Sinew looked at Dr. Zhang walking down the red carpet in surprise, excitedly saying, Dr. Zhang, you're here. Dr. Zhang smiled and said, Just a little gesture. Wow, you're making quite a big deal for your birthday. The host from Jiangnan Province Television is announcing contributions? I want her donated, huh? For now on, I hope both of you siblings live well and smoothly. Meow Sinew excitedly nodded. She hadn't had time to stand up to welcome him when professional staff immediately invited Dr. Zhang to his seat. At this moment, the voice announcing contributions rang out again. Dean Wang Kong from the First People's Hospital of Furong City, donating 2,000 yuan. Wishing Meow Sinew and Meow Jia. The washing away of the grandeur begins, and the body finds peace. Head nurse Wang Min of the First People's Hospital of Furong City gives 500 yuan. Wishing Meow Sinew youthful beauty and a lifetime of happiness. First People's Hospital of Furong City. All of them are from the hospital. They have come. Everyone is here. Miao Sinyu's eyes turned red with emotion. Over the years, she encountered more good people than bad ones. These people, they had helped her more than once. Miao Sinyu hurriedly spoke to the staff. Sister Lu Jing, could you please help me arrange for the hospital people to sit at the front? No problem. Soon, a big group from the hospital, along with some patients and friends, arrived. They cheerfully presented gifts and followed the staff to the front, sitting at the main table. They all thought it was just a picnic. They hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Everyone gathered around Miao Sinyu, chatting excitedly, saying how well this was organized. They were all talking about how this stunning farmhouse opened on the banks of Yudai River, and nobody knew about it yet. Just yesterday, they thought it was only a picnic. They were saying that next time for their birthdays, they'd come here to support the business. This was so great. Those who gave gifts had to walk the red carpet, very formal. They didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. But Miao Sinyu's classmates had caught on. The governor of Furong City was also here. This was definitely not just a simple farmhouse. At this moment, the young students sat quietly at the table, silently understanding. They knew something big was coming. Sure enough, the host's voice rose high the next moment. Governor Lu Qin of Furong City wishes Miao Sinyu success in her studies, smooth work, and a life filled with good fortune. Presenting Miao Sinyu 2 pieces of deep-sea coral. With a buzz sound, the entire venue stood up. The hospital staff, the classmates, as well as the workers, all stood up. They looked shocked as they watched Lu Qin walk down the red carpet again. 2 pieces of coral? The governor of Furong City actually gifted 2 pieces of coral? This is a treasure. There's no market price because even with money, you can't buy it. After the founding of the country, coral mining has been banned, so all the corals on the market today are at least 80 years old. They might even be antiques. Moreover, the host's words change from gifts to presenting. This single word's difference carries a huge meaning. Chapter 13, Friends Gather. The whole world shocked. Everyone thought the governor of Furong City just came to show support, but they didn't expect him to give such a big gift. The director of the First People's Hospital of Furong City suddenly stood up. Shocked, he glanced at Miao Sinyu, then looked at Lu Qin coming down the red carpet. Indeed, the governor of Furong City. He was stunned. How does she know the governor of Furong City? At this moment, as Lu Qin approached, he found that the first main table was already occupied by hospital staff. His brows furrowed, thinking this should be reserved for important figures. Why were they sitting there? However, upon asking, he realized it was arranged by Miao Sinyu, and he felt relieved inside. Just then, the host's voice even broke a bit as he shouted. Governor of Jiangnan Province, Mr. Qin Guwei wishes Miao Sinyu a happy birthday. Presenting a letter of admission to Jiangnan Province Martial Arts University. With a boom sound, the entire venue exploded with excitement. One city governor showing up was already surprising. How did the governor of an entire province also arrive? Aziz screamed. Miao Sinyu. So you're such a big shot. A letter of admission to Jiangnan Province Martial Arts University. Woo woo woo. I'm so happy for you, my good sister. You'll be a martial artist from now on. A martial artist? Miao Sinyu. You'll be a martial artist from now on. A provincial governor. This is... The director of the First People's Hospital, sitting at the main table, stood up again, terrified, looking at Miao Sinyu, then at the man walking down the red carpet, who was smiling and coming to greet Miao Sinyu, handing her a business card, speaking softly. He recognized him at last. He had seen him countless times on television. At this moment, he felt the seriousness of the situation. Holy cow, we are actually sitting at the main table. Holy cow, it's over. Just then, a convoy approached from a distance, flashing police lights. Before long, another middle-aged man in a suit walked onto the red carpet, smiling as he headed towards Miao Sinyu. Everyone around gasped and stared at this middle-aged man, suddenly at a loss for words. Familiar. So familiar. I've seen him countless times on TV. But could I be mistaken? At this moment, the host of the ceremony fell silent for a moment, confirming he was not mistaken, and with a trembling voice shouted, Chief Secretary, Mr. Li Yunlong, congratulations Miao Sinyu on your birthday. Here is an admission letter to the Capital Martial Arts University. Boom! The whole place exploded. Chief Secretary, under several people, above millions. His cultivation has reached the 8th rank, a true master-level martial artist. The master has arrived. Holy cow! What kind of background does the Miao family have? The governor of Jiangnan Province, Qin Guwei, turned pale. He wished he could slap himself. He had just delivered an admission letter to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, and the chief secretary came directly to deliver the admission letter to the Capital Martial Arts University. At this moment, everyone stood up. The people in the hospital were dumbfounded. Everyone went crazy. The governor of Furong City, the governor of Jiangnan Province, the chief secretary. Miao Sinyu was also dumbfounded. Looking at the person she had seen countless times on TV greeting her, she suddenly couldn't say a word. Are they all my brother's friends? Last night, my brother said he had many friends. Just then, boom, a loud explosion echoed. Everyone in the venue gasped. Looking up, they saw above the 9 heavens, colorful, auspicious clouds blooming. A 6-meter-long black dragon with horns appeared, stepping on the colorful clouds. In the clouds, golden pupils coldly gazed down at the earth. In the venue, everyone's face changed wildly. Dragon! Danger! Danger! This is a 7th-ranked demon beast, the dragon. What How could there be a demon beast in a bustling city? Run, run! In an instant, the entire venue fell into chaos. Screams rose everywhere. At this moment, a figure appeared beside the dragon, standing above the 9 heavens, descending with the dragon. He ignored the host's announcement and shouted. Zhang Bing, the head disciple of the Tianshi sect of Longhu Mountain, comes to congratulate the birthday of Miao Xinyu, sister of the president of the Earth Hometown Association, Miao Jia, as ordered by my master. Please forgive me. The master is in seclusion in the Qinling Mountains and cannot come in person. I am deeply sorry. Today, I am presenting this 7th-ranked demon beast dragon as a gift. It will recognize you as its master with a drop of blood from now on, serving as your mount. Silence. Touchdown. The enormous dragon, over 60 meters long, exhaled, and everyone around looked at the giant creature in terror, their legs trembling. Then the Taoist Zhang Bing suddenly kneeled on one knee and said to Miao Xinyu, My master and your brother are of the same generation. I, Zhang Bing, should call you Shu, Master Ant. This dragon has no name. Please grant it a name. Silence. Stillness. The entire venue plunged into a deep silence. The governor and the chief secretary's eyelids twitched. Longhu Mountain actually presented a 7th-ranked dragon as a gift? This dragon is the guardian beast of Longhu Mountain. 7th rank, that is the master realm. They actually sent a gift meant for her, a master? The chief secretary thought silently. It's over, a miscalculation. Our intelligence suggested these strong figures valued Miao Xinyu greatly, but we never expected they valued her this much. Valued to the point of shocking, even the guardian beast was sent out. Miao Xinyu was terrified looking at this demon beast, tremblingly said, I. Zhang Bing smiled gently. Please don't be afraid, Shu. I've already used my abilities to make it recognize you as its master. Please grant a name. Miao Xinyu quickly waved her hands. I dare not. As soon as she finished speaking, the single horn on the dragon's head suddenly emitted a bright white light. In the next moment, Miao Xinyu also felt an inexplicable connection in her heart. She felt the emotions of the dragon and sensed everything about it. Zhang Bing was stunned for a moment. From now on, this dragon will be called Dare Not. You beast go. In the future, serve Master Miao Xinyu well. Roar. The dragon suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Then it quickly shrank down to the size of an ordinary snake and flew towards Miao Xinyu, coiling around her shoulder. And Miao Xinyu was surprisingly not afraid at all. She felt a strange sense of intimacy. She turned around and gently touched its head with her fingers. At this moment, everyone in the venue was silent, staring at this strange scene. Just then, a loud, wild laugh came from the heavens above. Once, they were all comrades under the chairman. Now that the chairman has returned, your master should at least come to congratulate. How could he only send you as a disciple? If it weren't for the wrong occasion today, I would have had to teach you a lesson. As soon as the words fell, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. This was Zhang Bing of the Tianshi sect, a 7th-grade expert, yet someone dared to speak to him like this? People looked up and saw a group flying down from the heavens above. The leader was a man with a square face, and behind him followed a neat row of 20 incredibly beautiful 5th-grade experts. After the square-faced man landed, he walked to the gift platform and said a few words, then walked over. When everyone saw the square-faced man, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The Supreme Expert. The Supreme Expert has arrived. A Supreme Expert actually came. 9th-grade experts, known as Supreme Experts, are the strongest beings in this world. The Supreme Expert Su Tao. Chapter 14. Supreme Experts start to arrive. At this moment, the host trembled as they announced. Qingchang sect leader, the Supreme Expert 9th grade Su Tao. Welcome back, Chairman, and congratulations to Chairman's sister Miao Xinyu on having this day every year, and this moment every year. Presenting 25th grade maidservants to fully protect Zhangzi from now on. 25th grade maidservants? The venue fell silent as a grave. Miao Xinyu was completely dumbfounded, and her classmates, everyone was also completely stunned at this moment. First, there was a delivery of the dragon. Now there were people directly sent as gifts. This is the world of the strong, as he murmured. For ordinary people to become warriors has already become an unreachable dream. Yet they directly gave 25th grade experts as gifts. As she observed the 20 maidservants, they showed not the slightest reluctance, but rather seemed very happy. This left her even more confused. The governor of Furong City changed expressions several times, trembling inside. He was just a third-grade warrior. And Su Tao directly gave her 25th grade experts as maidservants? This is truly the supreme expert? Underrated. I completely underestimated Miao Xinyu's status in the eyes of these supreme experts. Su Tao slowly walked in front of Miao Xinyu. At this moment, everyone could finally see that he was wearing a tattered vest, on the back of which were the 5 big characters, Earth Hometown Association. Xinyu, you have suffered these years. If you don't mind, you will be my sister from now on. Miao Xinyu stared wide-eyed at the big figure in front of her, remaining silent for a long, long time, then suddenly asked, "Are you my brother's hospital friends?" Hospital friends? The people around looked on, in confusion. Su Tao was taken aback for a moment, then reacted and laughed heartily. Yes, yes, we are all your brother's hospital friends. We are all family. Let me tell you a secret. All hospital friends in this world are family. We share a bond like brothers. So it really was my brother's friends. Miao Xinyu was very clever. She recalled what her brother had said last night, and a layer of understanding gradually formed in her heart. At this moment, another familiar face walked up the red carpet, followed by dozens of well-dressed people. Master Ma. He had just become a master yesterday, hitting the news. Today he appeared here? Everyone looked at Master Ma with some surprise, but it was not shocking anymore, as powerful beings had already arrived earlier. It seemed natural that a master would come now, right? However, seeing so many people following Master Ma, this is someone coming to deliver gifts? The voice of the ceremonial announcer rang out. Master Penguin Ma has arrived. Congratulations to Uncle Jia for returning, and happy birthday to younger sister Miao Xinyu. We present 60% of the shares of the Penguin Group to Miao Xinyu. Boom! The venue erupted. 60% of the shares? The Penguin Group is now worth over 2 trillion. This means a gift worth over 10 billion was directly given to Zhang Zi. In the silence, the people behind Master Ma stepped forward and smiled. Hello, Miss Zhang. We're the legal team. Please sign. This is a gift from Master Ma. The legal team members originally thought the gift from Master Ma was overwhelming, but now seeing the Heavenly Master's delivery of a dragon and the powerful beings presenting 25th grade maids, they felt relieved. 60% of the shares didn't seem too much after all. At this moment, a keen observer noticed that Master Ma was also wearing a tattered vest with the words Earth Hometown Association on the back. Then, the voice of the ceremonial announcer rang out again. Master Li, chairman of Edu Group, has arrived. Congratulations to the president for returning, and we present 1 washing essence and refining marrow elixir to younger sister Miao Xinyu. With a whoosh sound, everyone in the venue stood up, eyes wide, looking at Master Li who was walking over. If the gifts before were considered mere external items, then the washing essence and refining marrow elixir was truly something that made all ordinary people squeal with excitement. The washing essence and refining marrow elixir can change the root bone of a mortal. It allows those unfit for cultivation to become suitable, and those suitable to become geniuses. Such elixirs are priceless and rare. It is known that a powerful being once offered their entire fortune just to obtain one and couldn't get it. After all, martial artists have families. Not everyone is suitable for cultivation. For martial artists, this elixir may not be precious, but for their family and loved ones, it is a treasure beyond value. As the elixir appeared, all eyes in the venue were glued to that wooden box where the elixir shone with purple light. Master Li dragged the box and smiled. Take it. Consume it right here. After speaking, Master Li did not wait for Miao Xinyu to refuse. He flicked his hand, and the elixir flew into Miao Xinyu's mouth. In the next moment, Miao Xinyu's entire body turned red, and sweat began to pour out in layers. Master Li pointed to a maid. Take her to bathe and change clothes. Do not worry about this for now. Yes, master. Then, Miao Xinyu was taken away by her 20 maids. The venue fell into silence for a moment. The people from the hospital felt as though they were sitting on needles. We are in the main seats, in the front row. The hospital director whispered to Dr. Zhang. Hurry, quickly leave. We can't sit here. Only then did they realize that this seat was reserved for these powerful figures. Upon hearing this, the hospital staff hurriedly packed their things to give up their seats. At this moment, Master Ma smiled and said, You all sit down. No need to be polite. That is where you should be sitting. The director of the First People's Hospital quickly waved his hands. No, we are of a lower status. We can't. Masters, please sit. Master Ma replied. Over the years, thank you for your help to the Miao family. Thank you for your care for Xinyu. Thank you for treating and taking care of our president. You deserve to sit there. Please allow us to bow to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Master Ma, Master Li, and the powerful Su Tao all bowed to the medical staff. Everyone was dumbfounded. Powerful beings bowing to ordinary people in public? The doctors were also stunned, speechless. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with immense curiosity. Who exactly is Miao Sinyu's brother? Chapter 15. The strongest family on Earth. President? What president? What exactly is the Earth Hometown Association? The Secretary General squinted his eyes, sitting there in deep thought. Mistaken. Who got this information wrong? The information is completely wrong. I thought Miao Sinyu was the main character. Turns out, her comatose brother is the real main character. Damn it, what a mistake. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. What the hell was the Jiangnan Martial Arts University admission letter? And what kind of nonsense was the Capital Martial Arts University admission letter? In the eyes of these three strong ones, was that even a matter? An admission letter? How useful is that? A single cleansing Dan could make Miao Sinyu rise directly to the top, transforming her into a martial arts genius. A 7-rank dragon mount allowed Miao Sinyu to walk horizontally throughout all of China. 25-rank maidservants almost single-handedly formed a powerful force for Miao Sinyu. Did she need an admission letter for that? Did she need to go to university? Besides, the teachers in martial arts universities were at most ranked 6. But looking at the situation now, these masters and strongest ones pampered her so much. It seems that even if she wanted to walk the path of martial arts, it would be taught personally by a strongest one. An admission letter would just be like scrap paper. In the temporary shower room hastily set up in the back, Miao Sinyu's body turned black. That was the dirt and sickness inside her being expelled. After she took a shower, she felt refreshed all over, a bliss that was indescribable. It was as if he had been wrapped in a plastic film for 20 years, and today it was finally taken off. Miao Sinyu wiped her body, looking at her suddenly fair and pink self in the mirror, a bit incredulous. She had always been a pale and thin girl, but now she had turned rosy and delicate. The sunburned skin was gone. The thick layer of calluses on her hands had fallen off. Now, aside from being only 60 caddies, she had become a beautiful young lady. What kind of person is my brother? Miao Sinyu murmured. Earth Hometown Association, sick friends? Another world. At this moment, the voices of the gift givers continued outside. The strongest Mr. Wong sends a cash savings card, 500 billion. The Lord of Freedom Island, the strongest Mr. Sun, congratulates Miao Sinyu on her birthday and welcomes the president back, gifting 4 islands in the South China Sea. The Lord of Phoenix Island, the strongest Mr. Zhou, congratulates Miao Sinyu on her birthday, welcoming the president back. Gifts. A cruise ship transformed from an aircraft carrier. From time to time, the voices of gift-giving still rang out. And outside, apart from the voices of gift-giving, there was silence. Miao Sinyu listened to the voices of the gift-givers, hearing legendary figures coming to support her, silently saying in her heart, "This all feels like a dream. This occasion is too grand. I can't embarrass my brother. He must be an important person. I used to think so. Now even more so." Miao Sinyu took a deep breath, looked at a maid, and said, "Hello, today's occasion is no longer suitable for me to wear old clothes. Can you help me find a dress?" The maid covered her mouth and laughed. "I happen to have a dress that should fit you well." Miao Sinyu, you're a bit weak, but this dress is not backless, so it can hide your figure eight more in the future and quickly regain your strength. Miao Sinyu nodded, blushing. The maid took out a storage bag, rummaged inside for a moment, and pulled out a brand new dress. A storage bag. Miao Sinyu's eyes widened. This was something she had only seen on TV, rumored to be very precious. A storage bag was worth several million. The maid smiled and said, "I have one for you, Miss Miao. In the future, you will be an important person, and it won't be appropriate not to have something to show. I'll let you keep this as an accessory for now. Today's occasion is quite grand." Miao Sinyu quietly asked, "Sister, how big is it?" The maid's eyes were filled with shock as she lowered her voice and said, "As far as I know, today there will be more than 30 supreme masters and experts coming. More than 30. My brother. So many sick friends?" Miao Sinyu, while changing her clothes, curiously asked the maid, "Sister, was that big shot forced to send you to me?" The maid covered her mouth and laughed. "How could that be? We volunteered. Although to ordinary people, we are 5th grade warriors. In the real warrior circle, we are just cannon fodder. 5th grade is too low. You are so strong, and yet you willingly signed up to serve a mortal like me?" The maid smiled meaningfully and said, "You are not a mortal. You are from a noble family." "Noble family? I'm not. Starting today, you are." After saying that, the maid quietly added, Warriors who want to rise to a higher rank must lean against a big tree to get shade. I'm being realistic, but it's the truth. When you need to command us, please do so. Because giving and receiving are proportional if you don't make use of us. Let's put it this way. Noble families never support idle people. If that's the case, we might lose the chance to lean against a big tree and we'll have to go back to the martial world, risking our lives and licking the edge of a blade. You definitely aren't used to having a maid right now. But you can get used to it slowly, Miss Meow. I'm speaking honestly, so don't take it the wrong way. From today on, there will be no noble family richer than yours. Starting today, give us a chance to lean against a noble family. Meow Sinew was silent, astonished. She couldn't accept it for a moment. I am from a noble family? My brother is from a noble family? There's no noble family richer than mine on this earth. Chapter 16. Earth Hometown Association. After changing, Meow Sinew put on the maid's earrings and necklace, then reappeared, looking radiant. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, and her features were already beautiful. They had just been concealed by the wind and sun. Now, after taking a precious pill, she was rejuvenated. Everyone present couldn't help but be astonished. Besides being a bit too thin, she already looked like a noble lady from a wealthy family. Meow Sinew mimicked the wealthy women she had seen on TV, politely greeting the new guests. She was very nervous and unfamiliar, but she knew that this occasion was too grand to embarrass herself. She also keenly noticed that all the Supreme Masters who arrived later wore the same tattered vests. Earth Hometown Association. At this moment, the name of the Earth Hometown Association echoed for the first time on Earth. Not just Meow Sinew, but everyone was extremely curious about who her brother really was. What kind of existence was the Earth Hometown Association? Suddenly, a voice rang in Meow Sinew's ear. It was her brother's voice. She was a bit surprised. A sound transmitted over 1,000 miles? Only a warrior could do that. When did her brother become a warrior? Surprised, Meow Sinew excitedly nodded. Her brother's voice echoed again. You've always loved lively occasions since you were little. This time, I'm giving you the biggest celebration. In the future, there will be many such occasions. You need to step up and greet those at the very peak of this world. You have a lot to get used to and learn. This lively occasion is my birthday gift to you. So, start learning from this banquet. Learn how to interact with people. Learn how to socialize. Go on. I won't make an appearance. Think of this as your internship. Meow Sinew nodded. At that moment, the Supreme Masters present seemed to have heard the transmission as well. They quietly listened, and after finishing, all more than 30 masters nodded slightly to Meow Sinew and then quietly withdrew. The Secretary General, the governors, and other important figures noticed the masters leaving and were eager to follow and get acquainted. At this moment, Meow Sinew raised her glass and smiled. Thank you all for coming to my birthday. I am deeply honored. Let's raise a glass together. Those who wanted to join could only laugh and raise their glasses in response. After putting down her glass, the Secretary General was about to chase after her, but at that moment, Meow Sinew said again, Mr. Secretary General, thank you for coming. I really like the gift you gave me. It has been my dream since I was a child. I want to toast you. The Secretary General was taken aback, looking deeply at Meow Sinew and smiling as he raised his glass. He understood that Meow Sinew did not want him to go after her. He gave up, but he felt somewhat shocked. When he first met this girl, she was just a naive little girl. Even though her mind was mature, she clearly had not experienced much. However, after changing and bathing, suddenly, she transformed. The Secretary General thought to himself, Meow Sinew is not simple. These two siblings are not simple. Her brother is mysterious, and she is also not ordinary. In the hall, after the strongest ones left, the big shots knew they couldn't pursue anymore. People began to ask if Meow Sinew's brother was coming. Why hasn't he arrived yet? There was some anticipation. Compared to Zhang Zi, her brother was the truly mysterious big shot. But Meow Sinew smiled and said, I'm really sorry. My brother has just recovered from serious illness and is weak. It's not convenient for him to appear. Upon receiving this news, everyone felt quite regretful. They couldn't curry favor with the powerful figures, but they didn't even get to see that mysterious big shot. So, after drinking some wine, they hurriedly took their leave. Only the governor of Furong City remained here, determined to root himself here today. He was not very ambitious, not hoping for attention from the big shots, nor wanting to catch her brother's eye. However, it would be nice to curry favor with Meow Sinew. Though she was a nobody yesterday, after today, she would be part of the wealthy. Naturally, those big shots did not want to seek favor with Meow Sinew, but his status was not among the higher-ups. He just matched Meow Sinew's position. As the big shots left, the birthday party finally became lively. Classmates and people from the hospital raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries. Those who used to not drink began to drink today. It was bustling and noisy. The governor of Furong City, Liu Kan, appeared approachable, frequently joking and making small talk with everyone. This made people forget his identity and enjoy chatting with him. Miao Xinyu quietly observed Liu Can, trying to understand his thoughts. At the same time, she was silently learning Liu Can's skill of blending in with strangers. At this moment, in the old house, the formidable Jack Ma walked into the overgrown courtyard with a nervous heart. He immediately saw Miao Jie sitting in a wheelchair. He looked thin and had a sickly appearance, but it could be felt that Miao Jie was already a third-grade warrior at this point. Jack Ma was shocked. Has the president's talent reached such a terrifying level? After regaining consciousness, he had already become a third-grade warrior. But more so, he felt emotional. Jack Ma's emotions were a bit stirred, and he shouted, "General, do you still remember me?" Miao Jie looked at the imposing person before him and did not speak. Jack Ma said with some choked emotions, "In the Black Mountain battle years ago, you were in the front row, and I was a small soldier behind you. My name is Ma Sheng." Miao Jie smiled. "I remember, Ma Sheng. You grew up from the Black Mountain battle. Though you were just a small soldier, later in the wars, you single-handedly went in and out 3 times, causing chaos in the demon army and establishing great merit. You became famous after that, and people called you the Black Mountain General. I dare not mention the word general. You are the strongest in Taiwan, having reached the level of martial sage. And I, with your support, have only just reached the martial emperor level above the 9th rank. It was also thanks to my 50 years of experience in Taiwan that I was able to return to Earth, transforming from an ordinary person into a 9th-rank strong man with the memories of my past life. If it weren't for you and many comrades from the Earth Fellowship, I would have died long ago in Taiwan. Without you, there would be no General Heishan of Taiwan, and undoubtedly, there would be no strongest figure on Earth, Jack Ma. He is a Chinese European, originally named Ma Sheng, but everyone just calls him Jack Ma. And in Taiwan, he is known as Ma Sheng." Miao Jie nodded with satisfaction. Good. Ma Sheng, seeing you succeed now and seeing your primordial spirit return to Earth makes me very happy. Keep it up. The future looks bright." Ma Sheng nodded excitedly. Being remembered and encouraged by Miao Jie is more prideful for him than being a 9th-rank strongman himself. Although on Earth, 9th-rank strongmen are called the strongest, in Taiwan, they are just cannon fodder. In Taiwan, the strong are like clouds. Above the 9th rank, there is the Martial King realm. Above the Martial King is the Martial Emperor, and above the Martial Emperor is the Martial Sovereign. The true peak is called the Martial Sage, and Miao Jie is one of the few martial sages in Taiwan. What does it mean to be a figure of consequence on Earth? In Taiwan, that is a battlefield of 10,000 clans. Countless races in the universe are drawn by mysterious forces to Taiwan to hone their primordial spirits. There, it is extraordinary just to survive, let alone reach the peak realm. Every day, there's a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where battles rage daily. Everyone there faces an uncertain future. Every survivor has crawled out from the hellish battlefield of corpses. But Miao Jie is a martial sage. He has earned the respect of 10,000 clans. He is not just the pride of the Earthlings. In Taiwan, he is the pride of all humanity. He is the one and only martial sage among all human races. In the hearts of everyone who has been to Taiwan, Miao Jie is an absolute god. So Ma Sheng is proud, because he has gained the recognition of the only martial sage of 10,000 clans. Though now having returned to Earth and his primordial spirit back in place, Miao Jie is only at the 3rd rank. But given time, can't Earth once again give birth to a martial sage? Currently, Earth has no martial sage, and as long as Miao Jie is given time, he will surely be able to cultivate to the martial sage realm. How formidable is that? What kind of realm is a martial sage? That is already akin to a god. Why is he called the general of the universe? The first reason is that he is the pride and spiritual leader of the 10,000 clans in the universe. The second reason is that Miao Jie once broke through the 9 heavens' violent wind and body, crossing the universe and shocking Taiwan. Thus, he is called the general of the universe. Seeing Ma Sheng receive recognition, Master Ma quickly stepped forward, eyes red, and said, Uncle Jie, do you still remember me? Ma Teng, it's me, Ma Teng." Miao Jie looked deeply at him, recognized him after a long time, and tentatively said, "Little Ma." Ma Teng, overwhelmed with emotion, cried like rain, "Yes, Uncle Jie, it's me, Little Ma. When I first arrived at Taiwan, you saved my life. You took me into practice, brought me into the Earth Fellowship, and guided me as if I were your own son. Later, I became one of your personal guards, carrying your flag in the Black Mountain battle." Miao Jie nodded. "I remember you. Little Ma, a clever young man. I once said that there is fortune written in your face, so you wouldn't perish in Taiwan. I was right. Later, you became a powerful martial king, a figure of the storm. Many from other races have heard your name, and I was very pleased. What rank are you at now? Ma Teng was very excited earlier, but suddenly his face turned red now. I just broke through to the 7th rank yesterday. But I returned late. Meow Jia frowned a bit. You can return to your position. Uncle Jia is very happy. But it has been so long since you came back, and only now have you broken through to the 7th rank. Uncle Jia is not happy. Little Ma lowered his head in shame. Yes. It's been 3 or 4 years since I came back, while my comrades focus on their training and quickly reach the 8th or 9th ranks. I wasted time doing business, indulging in business tricks and grandeur, and forgot about my cultivation. I was wrong, Uncle Jia, and I repent. I have given more than half of my shares to your sister, and from now on, I will focus solely on my cultivation. Miao Jia thought for a moment and said, We, the people of Taiwan, have a quality. Do you know what quality it is? Over 30 strong individuals sat cross-legged, like students, obediently listening to the president share his thoughts. The president had little time to teach. In Taiwan, many people dream of hearing the president, the only martial sage of the myriad races, teach principles and discuss matters, but cannot. What a precious opportunity this is. Miao Jia continued, We people of Taiwan have a quality, and that quality is, as long as we're not dead, there are infinite possibilities. Among the more than 20,000 people from our Earth, some died as soon as they arrived at Taiwan, while others died fighting along the way. But every one of us, every minute and every second, is improving ourselves, striving to become stronger. This allows our Earth comrades in Taiwan, every single one of us, to break through to the highest realm in the shortest time possible. Indigenous people of Taiwan, under normal circumstances, would take 100 years to reach the 9th rank. But you exceptional individuals can reach the 9th rank in just over 10 years, or even just a few years. This doesn't mean your talent is significantly better than others, but we all think about ways to improve ourselves every minute and every second. Because we know the next war may come at any time, and being a bit stronger means a bit more chance of survival. Back on Earth, you have the experiences and memories of Taiwan, and each of you also has some methods to quickly improve your strength. That's why you can break through in just a few years. But let me say, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth is not lower than that of Taiwan. Yet, you've been back for 3 to 5 years now, holding memories of 2 lifetimes, and not one of you has stepped into the martial king realm. I am very dissatisfied. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, especially Ma Teng. Out there, he was a towering figure. Yet at this moment, he looked like a child, his face flushed like blood. Chapter 18. I've embarrassed Uncle Jia. After finishing, Miao Jia pointed at a blonde-haired, blue-eyed European man. Are you William? The blonde, blue-eyed man suddenly trembled like a sieve. Yes, it's me. Uncle Jia. Do you remember me? You recognize me? William was overjoyed, flauntingly glancing at Little Ma and Jack Ma. Both of them were only recognized by Uncle Jia after introducing themselves. But he was standing here, and Uncle Jia recognized him at a glance. Miao Jia smiled. I remember when I went to Taiwan in the 40th year. I passed Yinzi Cliff with the army and saw a green-eyed beggar begging by the roadside. He looked different from the Taiwan people, and different from us too. I said, You must be a compatriot from Earth, probably of European descent. They told me I was mistaken, saying he should be one of the other races among the myriad races. William listened, tears rolling down his cheeks. Back then, he was still a boy, still a student when he was in Taiwan. He had never seen such a scene. Living in a honey pot, he arrived at Taiwan and witnessed demons slaughtering cities, seeing hundreds of thousands of people bleed in rivers. He saw those demons after slaughtering cities, crouching down to gnaw on corpses. At that time, he was so scared that he wet his pants, not daring to make a sound, and escaped through the sewage system of the city. He had seen unbearable horrors, seen battlefields everywhere. I see bodies everywhere. I see a world full of destruction. I'm so hungry. I am so hungry that I even fantasize about finding a dead rat to fill my stomach. I dare not enter the city, because I am afraid of encountering demons slaughtering the city. I can only beg on the streets in the villages and small towns. But I can't communicate with the people of the wild lands, and I am afraid that others will treat me as an outsider. So I shaved my head, smeared a lot of mud on my face, to prevent people from seeing that I have blonde hair and blue eyes. Then I pretended to be mute, to beg. Those were the hardest days of my life. I thought life was coming to an end, but then the Earth Fellowship Army passed by Swallow Cliff. The president recognized at a glance that I was from Earth. But many people didn't believe that I was from Earth. They thought with my bald head, green eyes, and my face covered in black mud, I must be from some other race in a myriad of clans. At that time, I couldn't speak Chinese, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. At that moment, the president, riding on the back of a unicorn, spoke to me in English. That sentence in English was, Where are you from? In a foreign land, in the vast wilderness. After suffering so much, young William felt all his blood reverse when he heard that sentence in English. He was so moved that tears filled his eyes. He rushed forward and bowed his head, saying he was from England. Then the president pulled him onto the unicorn's back. Do you want to join us? We are the Earth Fellowship. Behind me, all of them are fellow Earth people from various countries across the world. From then on, young William followed Miao Jia to learn Chinese, followed a Malaysian to practice cultivation, and followed an African to learn various combat techniques and survival skills. The time he spent learning was the happiest time of his life. No more begging, no more constantly worrying about being eaten by demons. He only needed to get stronger and then fight. William constantly wiped his tears, crying so much that his whole body trembled. Uncle Jia, my Chinese was taught by you. All my skills were taught by you. After gaining these skills, I'm no longer afraid of death. In every battle, I volunteered to be the vanguard, the death squad. I went into battle with a heart full of gratitude, but under your wise command, I have always survived. Later, I reached the martial emperor realm, and I was the first earthling to reach this realm, aside from you. At that time, I swore to always be by your side and shield you from harm. Because you're the first martial saint of the human race, countless people want to assassinate you. I made up my mind to protect you at all costs, ready to sacrifice my life for you. But then, suddenly one day, I woke up and I was back on Earth. I returned. I regret it. I can't sleep at night on Earth. Thinking that you are still in the vast wilderness, so many of our comrades are still in the wild, I feel uneasy and restless. Miao Jia extended his hand. Come here. William quickly stepped forward and squatted in front of Miao Jia. Uncle Jia. Miao Jia closed his eyes and patted his head, feeling the touch. After a moment, Miao Jia smiled and said, when I pulled you onto my unicorn, I was just patting your little bald head like this. Now you've grown your hair, and you've become a powerful figure. William enjoyed being patted by Miao Jia. Although Miao Jia now looked like a young man, everyone here would never truly see him as a young person. He was one of the first to go to the vast wilderness, the only martial saint of the human race, a truly revered elder. Many people in the vast wilderness called him Uncle. How long have you been back? What's your realm now? William honestly replied, I've been back for 4 years. Now, I'm at the 9th grade. I am ashamed to have disappointed Uncle Jia. Miao Jia didn't say anything. He just sighed. You all have wasted your time. After saying this, Miao Jia seriously said, before the demons invaded, the vast wilderness was just like Earth, a peaceful place. After the demons invaded, the mysterious experts sent the elite descendants of various clans to support the vast wilderness. Even so, after a century of war, the Great Desolation is in ruins. How could the once great desolation dare to guarantee that it won't become today's Earth? The monsters have never been completely eradicated. They have only been repelled, leaving the Great Desolation behind. This is a victory for the Great Desolation, but certainly not our victory. What if one day the monsters return to Earth? What then? As these words were spoken, some people suddenly felt alarmed. Yet some others were skeptical in their hearts. How could that be? Earth is far more barren than the Great Desolation. The monsters could never come to Earth. But after a moment's thought, people began to feel that if the monsters did come to Earth, then perhaps the people of all races would also be called to support Earth, right? If that day really comes, when people from all races arrive on Earth and meet the galactic general of the Great Desolation and see the only martial saint of the human race, what kind of demeanor would they have? Chapter 19, Honest Confessions. Miao Jia and his comrades exchanged pleasantries for a long time. Some people he remembered. Some he had an impression of. As soon as their names were mentioned, he could recall them. And some he had no impression of at all. After all, in the Great Desolation, Miao Jia led an army of 20,000. It was impossible for him to remember or know everyone. Everyone chatted, reminiscing about the past in the Great Desolation, from noon until deep into the night. Late at night, Miao Xinyu sent off all the guests who had come to celebrate her birthday and returned to the old house. As soon as she entered the old house, Miao Xinyu saw over 30 powerful individuals sitting cross-legged on the floor, happily chatting with her brother. When Miao Jia saw Miao Xinyu arrive, he smiled and said, Come, let me introduce everyone. This is my sister. Her name is Miao Xinyu. During the years my soul has been away in the Great Desolation, she has endured quite a bit of hardship. From now on, everyone look after her. Everyone quickly agreed that they would. Miao Xinyu also bowed to each powerful individual in turn. Miao Jia said, Xinyu, from now on, you can call them all your brothers. They are all your brothers. At that moment, Miao Xinyu and William spoke in unison. Isn't that inappropriate? Miao Xinyu said, These are all seniors. Am I being a bit? But William said, Uncle Jia, I'm allowed to call you uncle. Your sister calling me brother, that messes up the generation. It's really inappropriate. Should I call her aunt instead? I think calling these powerful individuals brothers is already quite delightful. Who would have thought they didn't even want to be called brothers, wanting to be the younger generation? Meow. Jill laughed and said, the great desolation is the great desolation. Earth is Earth. Each has its own way. From now on, you all are her brothers. Everyone said in unison, no problem. Don't worry, Uncle Jia. I will definitely treat her like a dear little sister. President, don't worry. We just couldn't find your family when we returned to Earth, but now we've found them. We will surely repay 100-fold. Without you establishing the Earth Hometown Association, we would probably have died in the Great Desolation. You have done us a favor. You saved our lives and promoted us. How could we dare to forget? Certainly, Miao Xinyu also went through the motions, bowing to each of them and calling them brothers. With curious eyes, she looked more and more at her elder brother. What is the Great Desolation? What have these friends experienced? In the end, Miao Xinyu still couldn't help her curiosity and asked, brother, what do you mean by the Great Desolation and the comrades? What does it mean? I don't understand. Although she could vaguely grasp some meaning from the literal definition, it was too strange, and she could not be sure about her guesses. After the question was asked, everyone laughed. Ma Tang said, Uncle Jia, can we say? Miao Jia smiled and remained silent. Ma Tang then smiled and said, sister, do you believe there are souls outside the body? Miao Xinyu wanted to say no, but instead, she nodded and said, I believe. In the universe, besides us Earth people, there are actually many races. They are all human races, just different from us in appearance. Of course, we collectively refer to them as the 10,000 races. And among the 10,000 races, there's a world called Taiwan. Taiwan is similar to our Earth. It used to be a world where technology and cultivation coexisted. But one day, the peace of Taiwan was shattered. Outside the domain, there were demons, and these demons were very frightening. The demons came from a mysterious race in the universe, but no one knows where they are from. It is only known that their living environment is extremely harsh, and every demon needs to rob to survive. They have no food and feed on each other in their brutality. When a mother carries a new life and gives birth, she does not intend to raise it but to eat it instead. Miao Xinyu stared wide-eyed in terror. Is there really such a thing? This is simply unheard of. Ma Tang nodded heavily. Because the survival environment of the demons is too harsh. And this harshness has its reasons. Within their genes, the nature of plunder surpasses all other emotions. They thrive on plunder. In such an environment, powerful leaders have emerged among them. Their leader has mastered space magic, enabling him to leap through space and create interdimensional passages from their world to others. Thus, their leader opened the passage to the great wasteland world, commanding the demons to wage war in Taiwan and rob resources. The people of Taiwan were caught off guard, and within just a few years, more than half were slaughtered. They swept through Taiwan like locusts. Wherever they passed, there were no people left, not even animals or plants. With ample resources, they began to breed again, training a new generation for combat. Taiwan became a wreck, on the brink of destruction. However, it seems there was some mysterious power in the universe that did not wish to see the demons occupy Taiwan. Thus, they selected some outstanding souls from various human races in the universe to come and fight to aid Taiwan. These heroes may have been ordinary people in their original worlds, or possibly warriors, but they all possessed some excellent qualities, which is why they were chosen. These qualities could be a strong heart, a powerful spirit, ambition, or simple cultivation talent. In short, only people with specific traits would be selected to enter Taiwan. When the soul is separate from the body, the physical body on Earth will suffer brain death and become a vegetative state. The soul will grow and cultivate in Taiwan, resisting the demons. If they achieve great deeds in Taiwan, there's a chance for the soul to return to its original world. If they die in the Great Wasteland or achieve nothing in Taiwan, the soul might be forever trapped there. This means the physical body on Earth will be lost forever. 20,000 people were drawn from Earth, and now only we have returned. Your brother established the Earth Native Association in Taiwan, gathering all compatriots from Earth. In the end, he reached the martial sage realm, becoming the only martial sage among countless human races, earning the respect of all races. He is a true, towering figure in Taiwan. So, your brother says we're illness companions, because we have all once been vegetative states. At the same time, we are also comrades, as we fought side by side in another world. Miao Xinyu listened, feeling as if her worldview had been overturned. Taiwan, the battlefield of myriad races? Demons? All of this, none of it would dare to be portrayed on television. and yet everything was happening to her brother. No wonder. No wonder after being in a coma for 5 years, he knows so many big figures. It turns out, in Taiwan, brother is the president of the Earth Native Association. He is the spiritual leader of myriad races. He is the true towering figure. At this moment, Jack Ma jokingly said, "Sister, over the years, aside from our comrades knowing about Taiwan, you're the first person to know about its existence. You must not let it out. The Earth also has many strong people. God knows what they would think if they found out about us." Meow Xianu nodded. "I won't say anything. I definitely won't." She still felt a little unsettled. Bizarre? So bizarre. Chapter 20, Too Wild Past. In the evening, Meow Jia said, "Little Ma, you few who are not even at the 9th rank, stay here." Little Ma and the others couldn't help but feel ecstatic upon hearing this. What does it mean? The president wants to personally guide our training? Personally supervise our training? Sure enough, the next moment Meow Jia said, "I also need to train recently to recover to the 9th rank. It will take some time, so you all stay in this courtyard. From today on, I will supervise your training. You can't leave until you reach the 9th rank. Don't embarrass the people of Too Wild. Don't forget, we have returned, but there are still 20,000 compatriots permanently left there." Little Ma and the others, not at the 9th rank, immediately nodded solemnly and said, "President, don't worry, we will definitely not embarrass you." After saying that, all 8 of them, who were below the 9th rank, stayed behind. Then they went out to make phone calls to explain things to their families or organizations, making long-term plans and preparations for staying here. The 24 masters at the 9th rank felt a bit regretful. They also wanted to be guided by the president and supervised by him. Don't look at the president, who is only at the 3rd rank now. He recovers very quickly. Moreover, in Too Wild, the president had reached the martial saint level. Guiding them would be like guiding little shrimps, right? Meow Jia then looked at Meow Xianu. "From today on, you also start training. You cannot be an ordinary person." Meow Xianu became excited. "Okay, brother. No problem. Can I become a warrior too?" Meow Jia nodded. "You must be a warrior." After that, Meow Jia looked at the 20 maids at the 5th rank. These maids were also looking at Meow Jia with expectant faces. They knew he was the real deal. Although they were puzzled why he was only at the 3rd rank and was still lower than they were. Seeing so many top experts bowing down to him, they could tell without thinking that he was definitely not just a mere 3rd rank. Meow Jia looked at them for a moment, but only said one sentence. "You should buy that nearby residence. You will live there in the future." Upon hearing this, the maids felt a bit regretful and disappointed. Not being able to live in this courtyard together, they felt they had missed a great opportunity. Then Little Ma and the 8 of them became excited, passionately rushing to buy tents, living supplies, and other things. They quickly cleaned up all the weeds in the courtyard, then set up their tents. They planned to live here from now on. Meow Xianu held up a light for them and said, "You can stay in the house. There are guest rooms. We should be able to fit if we squeeze a bit." Ma Ting laughed and said, No, we'll stay in the courtyard. Living in the house feels so dull. We used to be in Too Wild without even a tent." Another master named Huang Ming also laughed and said, "Right, when we were in Too Wild, we basically slept on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I often slept in a pile of dead bodies, resting my head on the corpses of monsters. When I first returned, it felt a bit uncomfortable not to sleep on the enemy's corpses. Sister, don't feel sorry for us. We have suffered all kinds of hardships in Too Wild, right? During tough times, several thousand of us squeezed in a stinky ditch for months. Having a clean and safe tent here is something we couldn't even dream of in Too Wild. Haha, it's been years since we returned, and during these years of luxury, I even forgot my own surname. Sleeping in the courtyard keeps reminding me that I'm still in Too Wild. This way, I can stay alert and remember the hard times." Meow Xin could no longer persuade them. They just let them go. That night, the old courtyard, overgrown with weeds for many years, was incredibly lively. Meow Jia had already rested. Meow Xinyu could no longer hold on and also went to rest. However, in the courtyard, 8 masters sat cross-legged on the ground, ordering barbecue and beer, toasting each other. They reminisced about the hard times they suffered in Taiwan, shedding tears several times as they gathered with old comrades. This was the most lively day in the small courtyard in many years. Meanwhile, Meow Jia entered a state of cultivation. He knew that there were masters on Earth, and that martial arts had developed on Earth for so many years. Although it wasn't as ancient as Taiwan, couldn't a 9th-grade martial artist become a supreme master? Meow Jia did not believe it. Even if there were no figures of the martial emperor level, there must always be martial kings. Moreover, Meow Jia had been fighting in Taiwan for too long. He had already become unaccustomed to stable and peaceful days. He always felt that Earth would eventually experience a battle. The urgent task now was to restore his strength as soon as possible. Although he did not make an appearance at the birthday banquet, he thought that the higher echelons of power had already noticed him. Perhaps some true masters were also paying attention to him. Now, keeping these 8 masters here served 2 purposes. One was to guide their cultivation for a swift breakthrough, and the other was to have them temporarily act as his bodyguards. Miao Jie had traversed Taiwan for 100 years, fighting more battles than many had eaten grains of rice. He had seen and used countless schemes. He could command the Earth's army and be the spiritual leader of all races, which wasn't solely reliant on brute force. In terms of strategy, even a single eyelash pulled from his eyes would be empty. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into his own vitality. Miao Jie divided his thoughts, dedicating half to cultivation, while the other half observed the changes in his own body. He was puzzled why, after his primordial spirit returned to its place, he had already reached the 3rd grade realm. This was not consistent with common sense. Chapter 21. Speculation. Gradually, Miao Jie's heart stirred in the sea of consciousness. Primordial spirit. My primordial spirit. At this moment, he saw his primordial spirit bursting forth with unparalleled power, allowing his body to absorb it. He was somewhat astonished that his cultivation was not from swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but rather from absorbing the power of his primordial spirit. When others' primordial spirits return to their places, the benefits they gain are merely having more experience and memories from 2 lives. However, I, aside from these, find that my primordial spirit is incredibly strong. Miao Jie discovered that the reason he was at the 3rd grade realm was that at the moment his primordial spirit and physical body merged, some energy suddenly released from the primordial spirit, instantly elevating his body to the 3rd grade. And now, as he focused more on his cultivation, he also discovered that with his practice, the primordial spirit was continuously unleashing strong power for his body to absorb. Martial saint. Is it because I am a martial saint? The primordial spirit of a martial saint is immensely powerful. The reason for being a saint is that the physical body has reached the highest realm, and the primordial spirit has also reached the highest realm. For a martial artist in the later stages, the hardest thing to cultivate is the primordial spirit. Above 9th grade is the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit breaks through, the person breaks through. And my primordial spirit broke through to the martial saint realm in Taiwan. So, what I lack is just a bit of time. Just give me a little time. Under the feedback of my primordial spirit, my body will also soon enter the martial saint realm. He understood. After realizing this, Miao Jie was incredibly excited. Originally thinking that to reach the martial saint realm again would take at least 10 years of hard work, because even with experience and memories, starting from scratch means taking 1 step at a time. But unexpectedly, because his primordial spirit reached the martial saint realm, he didn't need to take 1 step at a time at all. His body was wildly absorbing the power of the primordial spirit, rising like a rocket, and, through more careful observation, Miao Jie slowly discovered as well. His primordial spirit was not only providing strength to his physical body, but astonishingly, it was also independently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to steadily progress. This indicates that even if the primordial spirit's strength was absorbed by the physical body, its realm would not decline. One side advancing, the other side releasing. This night, in a certain office in the capital city, experts from all sides gathered together and began a heated discussion. Who exactly is Miao Jie? What is the situation with their Earth Hometown Association? I accidentally heard a keyword called patience. What does this mean? According to the current investigation, Miao Jie had a car accident and became brain dead, turning into a vegetable. However, coincidentally, we found in Master Ma's records that he fell into a coma due to a serious illness years ago. Also brain dead. Is there a connection during this period? Oh, I remembered. Many of them had also fallen into a long coma before. Is this patient that Miao Xinyu referred to mean this? But this doesn't add up. From a temporal and spatial perspective, Miao Jie should have no intersection with so many top experts. But looking at the situation, so many extraordinary individuals, both domestic and overseas, actually regard Miao Jie as their leader, calling him president. Miao Jie is just an ordinary person. How can he know so many top experts? Oh my head is going to explode. What on earth is going on? A large group of experts, a large number of professors who study warriors, now felt completely lost. They felt they had grasped key information, but they just couldn't connect the dots. No one could have guessed what was really happening. At this moment, someone said, "It is now certain that the colorful clouds appearing globally the day before yesterday are definitely related to Miao Jie. This is for sure. The appearance of colorful clouds signifies that an unparalleled strong person is about to emerge on Earth. However, yesterday, a dark cloud appeared over the North Pole, and the people at the Arctic Research Station said they saw what looked like a spatial crack in the dark cloud, with an eye looking out. I wonder if this is also related to Miao Jie. The dark cloud is likely a natural phenomenon. And what nonsense. He probably had an illusion. This Miao Jie, who exactly is he? After a whole night of meeting, no results were achieved. The Secretary General in the conference room sat there like a wax figure all night. He couldn't say a single word. At this moment, he felt an endless regret in his heart, having missed a great opportunity. Wrong information, erroneous intelligence. It's a trap for me. I thought the protagonist was Miao Xinyu. I investigated for a long time and discovered that Miao Xinyu's dream was to enter a martial arts university. So I specifically gave her a gift, the admission notice from the best martial arts university in Huaxia, the capital city martial arts university. Who could have guessed? Who could have thought? Longhu Mountain directly sent a dragon. Su Tao sent 20 maidens directly. So many top experts will likely have to personally teach her to cultivate in the future. I've been slapped in the face. Getting slapped in the face isn't scary. What's truly scary is that the Secretary General was tormented in his heart, fearing that those strong individuals would misunderstand him. Misunderstand the official level looking down on Miao Xinyu. He was also afraid of being misunderstood by Miao Xinyu's mysterious brother, thinking that his gift was so useless, and fearing that he looked down on him. Thinking of this, the Secretary General regretted immensely, wishing he hadn't even gone. Having gone, instead ended up losing more than he gained. And Miao Xinyu was also quite clever. Yesterday, she wanted to follow those top experts to meet her brother Miao Jie. She thought that having a few more words with her brother and representing the official side in conversation could establish a good relationship. She could also gain more information. If nothing else, she could let her brother know that the official side must stand with them in the martial arts world. However, Miao Xinyu actually interrupted herself twice, not wanting to let herself get close to her brother. What a pity. Yesterday's birthday banquet was honestly the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life. Chapter 22. Huaxia, the mysterious palace. The Secretary General sat anxiously all day, suddenly standing up. No way. I must go to Furong City again. We can't guess or infer anything here. I need to visit Furong City again, face to face with Miao Jie, to know more news. At this moment, an old expert stood up. Secretary General, let me speak plainly. What good does it do to know so much information? To speak frankly, what use is it for us to discuss for so long who Miao Jie and they really are? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone thought about it and realized it seemed to make sense. The old professor continued, I have studied the forces of martial artists my whole life. I only know one thing. Martial artists never pursue power, money, wealth, or status. Those are what small martial artists pursue. True great martial artists pursue breakthroughs in their own realms. We don't need to know Miao Jie's information. We only need to know he is from Huaxia, and from the behavior at yesterday's birthday banquet. Miao Xinyu and her brother both bowed first to the mortal medical staff, and later, those powerful figures even bowed publicly to the medical personnel. From this detail, we can see they are at least grateful and kind-hearted people. Such people, we don't need to worry about what their intentions are. At the very least, they absolutely will not harm society, nor ordinary people, nor harm the officials. If that's the case, why should we investigate them? Doing so would rather cause resentment. The Secretary General suddenly realized and quickly clasped his hands. Professor Ho, then what should we do? Professor Ho said solemnly, we should not contact or focus on them. We should befriend them. When they need help, we will cooperate as long as it does not harm social stability. In this way, details reveal human nature, and over time, relationships will naturally improve. Professor Ho continued, based on the current information, they are all members of an organization called Earth Hometown Association. This organization is made up of grandmasters and powerful figures. This is an incredibly terrifying large force. And this force follows Miao Jie's dispatch. Therefore, as long as we build a good relationship with Miao Jie and the Earth Hometown Association, seeking mutual benefit, we will essentially acquire the support of 24 powerful individuals, 8 grandmasters, and 1 mysterious character. And these people come from various countries around the world. Boom! There was an uproar in the conference hall. Discussions erupted. Everyone's eyes lit up. Right? What good does it do to investigate so much? It might even provoke their resentment. Now that it's confirmed that Miao Jie and they are all kind-hearted people, that is enough. We just need to befriend them. As long as we maintain good relations, Huaxia will gain dozens of strong friends. This Earth Hometown Association, with more than 30 members, is almost a top-tier superforce globally. Having such a large force maintain a good relationship with the Huaxia officials can unexpectedly provide support for Huaxia on the international stage. The Secretary General clasped his hands. I understand. I will arrange to send Miao Jie and his sister's information to various places. Let all the governors across the country remember these two siblings, so that when they meet them in the future, they will act favorably. That's the best way. Huaxia, mysterious palace, the true guardian of Huaxia. In the Great Hall, a ninth-grade powerhouse knelt on the ground, recounting everything that happened yesterday in detail. The palace master of the mysterious palace listened in confusion, murmuring, Earth Hometown Association? Yes, Palace Master, that's the name. Earth Hometown? Could it be that they have been to places beyond Earth? The informer was both amused and perplexed. When I first heard this name, I found it hard to believe. I was astonished. A hometown association, as everyone knows, is when a group of fellow townsfolk gathers together when they meet in a foreign land. There are various associations like the Huaxia Hometown Association, the Southwest Hometown Association, and so on, but the Earth Hometown Association is truly incomprehensible. The palace master was silent for a long time. What realm is Miao Jie in? According to the investigation, before Miao Jie became a vegetable, he was just an ordinary person with martial arts talent, and he hadn't officially started his training. Then he became a vegetable for 5 years, and only woke up 2 nights ago. So that means he is an ordinary person? Yes. The palace master murmured in confusion. Then it's strange. How can an ordinary person command 24 ninth grade experts? I don't believe it's just his charisma. There must be something we don't know. Well, also, since such a legendary figure has emerged from our great Huaxia, I should pay him a visit. Huh? The palace master, of such high status, is actually going to visit him in person? If the palace master wants to see him, I can notify him to come to the mysterious palace to meet you. The palace master slowly shook his head. If that's the case, it would make mysterious palace seem arrogant and easy to provoke dislike. He might not even be interested in us. It's me who is interested in him. How can I ask him to come personally? But the palace master is an absolute powerhouse. Even those ninth graders would not dare to be disrespectful when they see the palace master. Ninth grade, the palace master chuckled. That's not just one ninth grade, but 24 of them. I'm very curious about what kind of person he is, that he can command so many strong ones and make them willingly submit. Send someone to deliver an invitation. I'll arrive in an hour. Yes. After the ninth grade left, the palace master of Mysterious Palace furrowed his brow, constantly forming hand seals. After a moment, his frown deepened. Heaven and earth calamity. Yesterday, there were colorful, auspicious clouds, and today, there's a great calamity. Is Miao Jie a calamity or a savior? He couldn't calculate it anymore. He could only take out a turtle shell and throw it away. Assessing this heaven and earth, the turtle shell landed, and the palace master's pupils constricted. Bad omen, the sign of 9 deaths and 1 life. He fell silent. He didn't understand why, when trying to assess heaven and earth, the sign of 9 deaths and 1 life would appear. Is it related to the black clouds in the Arctic yesterday? Or the colorful, auspicious clouds seen globally yesterday? Is it related to Miao Jie? Or the Earth Hometown Association? What is really happening? The palace master reluctantly decided to actively meet Miao Jie. When he went to meet Miao Jie, he did not tell his subordinates the true reason. He only said it was out of curiosity, which was not entirely true. He had sensed something was off with heaven and earth yesterday. He wanted to meet Miao Jie because, through divination, he calculated that Miao Jie turned out to be an outsider. What does outsider mean? It means that they do not belong to this realm of heaven and earth. Considering all these factors, when the palace master heard the words Earth Hometown Association, he started to understand a bit. Although he didn't know what would happen in this world, nor did he know who Miao Jie and his people really were, he did know that Miao Jie might be the one to break the situation. Chapter 23. Palace Master of Mysterious Palace. In a small courtyard, early in the morning, Miao Xinyu set out with her little dragon, transforming it into a length of over 60 meters the moment she stepped outside. She rode on the dragon's back, her first time soaring in the sky. This was Miao Xinyu's first glimpse of this wonderful world. As she looked down at the vast mountains and rivers, she felt as if she were in a dream. She couldn't believe that everything was real. She was about to become a martial artist. Moreover, her family had transformed into a family of martial artists. Meanwhile, Master Ma and the others did not go out with her. Early in the morning, the 8 of them stood in the small courtyard, their eyes wide with astonishment, staring at the small bungalow. Since last night, they felt that Miao Jie's aura had grown stronger in the room. He had become a 4th grade warrior, but clearly, during the night, he was still a 3rd grade warrior. Yet, in the later hours of the night, he became a 4th grade. A breakthrough in a few hours? They didn't have time to congratulate him before, and by morning, Master Ma and the others felt Miao Jie's aura grow stronger again. 5th grade. Master Ma took a deep breath. My God, What speed of cultivation is this? The president is the president, truly deserving to be a martial saint in Taiwan. After just a few days of returning, he's actually already 5th grade. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Everyone dared not disturb him and silently waited in the small courtyard. At that moment, a powerful and unfamiliar aura approached from afar, and Master Ma and the others immediately became alert, their muscles tensing. The 8 of them instinctively spaced themselves apart, forming a triangular attack formation in the Taiwan. The next moment, an 8th grade warrior dressed in a robe descended from the sky. Before he landed, the 8th grade warrior from Piao Palace felt a strong killing intent rush towards him and instinctively halted. Upon carefully looking toward the small courtyard, he noticed the 8 people standing there, each of whom looked up at him. These 8 people were all masters at a similar level as him. If they were alone, he definitely wouldn't feel any threat. But the killing intent formed by these 8 people standing together made him tremble from deep within his soul. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. The newcomer shouted immediately. I am from Piao Palace. My name is Hu Ji, here to deliver an invitation from the palace master. Piao Palace. The expressions of the 8 people changed subtly, and they slowly dispersed. The next moment, a maid pushed Miao Jiao from the room. Miao Jia sat in a wheelchair, looking up at the person in the sky. Who are you? Hu Ji looked curiously at this 5th grade warrior, shouting, I am Hu Ji from Piao Palace. Who are you? I want to meet Miao Jia. Miao Jia did not respond and said, Little Ma, what kind of place is Piao Palace? Little Ma. Hu Ji looked at Miao Jia in shock. How could he call Master Ma Little Ma? Who is this person? He couldn't be Miao Jia, could he? No, that's not right. They said Miao Jia had no cultivation, but this person radiates a 5th grade aura. Little Ma transmitted sound to explain. Piao Palace is the true backing of Huaxia and the largest force of cultivators in Huaxia, protecting the entirety of Huaxia. The number of people from Piao Palace exceeds 50,000, all of them warriors. There are even armies made up of warriors. Almost all officially recognized warriors in the country are from Piao Palace, and the palace master of Piao Palace is, according to legend, an absolute peak master. Miao Jia questioned, What is an absolute peak? Little Ma replied, Above 9th grade. It's uncertain which realm it is. They refer to anything above 9th grade as absolute peak. It's not known if it's a martial king, martial emperor, or martial sovereign. In any case, it definitely can't be a martial saint. Absolute peak. Since anything above 9th grade is called absolute peak, it seems they haven't discovered several realms above martial king. Otherwise, they wouldn't broadly label anything above 9th grade as absolute peak. Miao Jia quickly understood that the so-called absolute peak probably referred to the realm of martial king. Thinking about this, Miao Jia cupped his hands towards the sky. I am Miao Jia. Is there something you need? Hu Ji was shocked. You are Miao Jia? No, wait. I see. I am here to deliver an invitation from our palace master. He will arrive here in an hour and hopes to meet with you for a long talk. Saying this, he produced an invitation letter. A maid quickly reached out to catch it. Miao Jia smiled. All right, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Hu, would you like to come down for a cup of tea? Hu Ji smiled back. No need. I still have to report back. Farewell, Mr. Zhang, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Once Hu Ji left, Miao Jia opened the invitation. There was a line of text on the invitation. Hearing about the Earth Hometown Association, I am indeed curious. Seeing this line, Miao Jia couldn't help but smile. They really came for the Earth Hometown Association. When Miao Jia saw Xiao Ma and the others wearing the Tai Huang military uniforms yesterday, he knew many people would notice, and everything was as expected. If Miao Jia had his way, Xiao Ma and the others shouldn't have exposed the Earth Hometown Association. It was a secret of the Taiwan people. However, they were quite sentimental. Having fought in Taiwan, this reunion led them to wear a Taiwan vest. Miao Jia didn't want to dampen their spirits. Xiao Ma leaned in for a closer look and whispered, Uncle Jia, the Miao Palace has its eyes on us. Why do you use the phrase, has its eyes on? Xiao Ma smiled bitterly. Yesterday, we were a bit too flamboyant. Think about it. A large power appears on Huaxia's territory. Who can feel at ease? Moreover, this power had been unheard of and unseen before. No one knows its origin or its purpose. The higher-ups must feel uneasy, so that's why the Miao Palace has come. Miao Jia nodded. As expected. Putting away the invitation, Miao Jia slowly stood up from the wheelchair. He swayed a bit, still feeling weak, but he could barely walk. He didn't want to sit in the wheelchair and chat with people when the Miao Palace came. After taking a few steps, Miao Jia said to the maid, Go buy some good wine and dishes. Set a table in this courtyard. Can it be ready in an hour? The maid excitedly replied, Yes, absolutely. They were not afraid of working hard, but they feared Miao Jie ignoring them and not letting them work. If they were given tasks, it meant Miao Jie had begun to accept them into this wealthy family. Also, the Miao Miao Palace's master was coming personally. This was something that had to be done properly. Chapter 24. The Bewildered Master. The maids went out to buy ingredients and got busy. Miao Jie thought for a moment and said to Xiaoma, "Other people just left here last night. I think they should still be in Huaxia. Check to see who is still in Huaxia and can get here in an hour. Have them all come." He didn't know the purpose of a Miao Miao Palace master. However, 100 years of caution had given Miao Jie a good habit. It was better to make arrangements in advance for the unknown. This wasn't being timid. But for someone who came from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, it was instinct to leave several safety nets for oneself, keeping oneself in a secure position at all times. Xiaoma quickly said, "I just asked in the group. They haven't left. They are sightseeing in Furong City. I've already messaged them, and they will arrive soon." While they were talking, 24 people rushed through the sky, breaking through the air. "President, Uncle Jie." Miao Jie looked at the 32 people gathered again in the courtyard, informed them of the situation, and arranged for everyone. He instructed the strongest to keep their distance and wait for orders. In the courtyard, only Xiao Ma and the others remained. Everyone acknowledged their orders and left. Miao Jie then sat down in a chair to rest, wondering what the people from the Miao Miao Palace were doing here. The master personally came? What was the purpose? Was it aimed at him? Now he was weak and had not yet recovered his Taiwan skills. If they were not kind to him, should he refuse or pretend to comply? Miao Jie pondered. Before long, the maids returned with groceries and immediately began cooking in the courtyard. While they were preparing the dishes, Miao Jie lifted his head as if sensing something. He noticed a powerful aura slowly approaching. Though he couldn't discern what level this aura was, his countless experiences from his past life allowed him to immediately recognize it. It was the mid-tier realm of the Martial King. Indeed, it confirmed his guess. What is the ultimate peak? It is the realm of the Martial King. The reason it is called the ultimate peak is because they do not know that above the Martial King is the realm of the Martial Emperor. Above the Martial Emperor is the realm of the Martial Sovereign. Little Ma and others nervously looked back. "Uncle Jie, he's here." The next moment, an old man in a black robe descended from the sky and lightly landed outside the small courtyard. Then he knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Seeing this action, Miao Jie felt relieved. The visitor came with good intentions. He could have landed directly in the yard, but he chose to land outside the door and knocked. This was unnecessary but courteous. This act of courtesy showed that the visitor did not want to cause any misunderstanding. It was a sign of goodwill. Little Ma was about to go open the door, but Miao Jie said, "I'll do it." Since the other party came with goodwill, Miao Jie would return it in kind. So, he stepped forward to open the door himself. Outside the door stood the master of the Misty Palace, holding a small wooden box, smiling as he handed it to Miao Jie. "I am a master of Misty Palace, and my name is Red Dust Taoist. Is Mr. Miao Jie here?" Miao Jie nodded. "Mr. Red Dust, I have long admired you. I am Miao Jie." "Hee. I heard that Mr. Miao has just recovered from a serious illness, and since it's my first visit, I don't have much to bring. Just a 10 vitality pill. Please accept it." Miao Jie smiled as he accepted the gift. "Too kind. Please come inside." Little Ma hurriedly stepped forward to help with the gift while shouting to the maid, "Get the dishes ready. Get the dishes ready. Hey, someone brew some tea." At the large round table, Miao Jie and Red Dust Taoist took their seats, while Little Ma and the others stood neatly to one side, no one sitting down. Red Dust watched this scene, feeling a bit shocked. Miao Jie's charm was immense, his authority overwhelming. He, a 5th-tier master, managed to command these grandmasters submissively. Why? Red Dust couldn't understand. Wait, 5th tier? Red Dust's pupils suddenly constricted, staring intently at Miao Jie. No, wasn't he said to be an ordinary person? Isn't he an ordinary person? How would he be a 5th tier? Red Dust Taoist prided himself on having seen countless storms, but at this moment he was truly bewildered. He silently cursed. How could the intelligence of Misty Palace be so inaccurate? The discrepancies were so huge. Could 5th tier, an ordinary person, be confused? Before he became a vegetable, did the information not state he was an ordinary person? Didn't it say he hadn't entered the tiers? The recent intel showed that he had only woken up the night before. How could he be 5th tier? There's no way he could have broken through to the 5th tier in just a couple of days from the night before to today, right? That's nonsense. Surely those people are just lazing around and haven't realized that he was already a 5th tier powerhouse before he became a vegetable. But wait, that doesn't add up. It still doesn't make sense. The intelligence records indicated he became a vegetable from a car accident. Wait a minute. Could a fifth-tier powerhouse be turned into a vegetable by a car? A fifth tier could get into a car accident? Even a first-tier powerhouse wouldn't be killed by a truck. Bullets wouldn't injure them. How could a fifth tier get into a car accident? My head hurts. Meow Jia watched Red Dust inspecting him, his expression shifting between calm and troubled, and he guessed what Red Dust was thinking. But Meow Jia had no intention of answering. He smiled as he watched the maid set down a dozen cold dishes and asked, "Care for a drink?" Red Dust collected his thoughts. "Then let's drink a bit." Meow Jia took a bottle of Mao Dai and personally poured a full glass for Red Dust Taoist, pouring one for himself as well. The two exchanged glances and raised their cups to drink. The maid hurriedly came forward to refill their cups. Red Dust finished one cup, but was still pondering the question of how Meow Jia could be fifth tier. How could he be fifth tier? Was he really Meow Jia? Could he be impersonating him? To mask his own thoughts, Red Dust picked up chopsticks and took a bite of the cold dish. Meow Jia also moved his chopsticks to eat a bit of the cold dish and casually asked, "Red Dust True Monarch, do you have any questions?" Chapter 25, Suspicion, Testing Each Other. Red Dust Taoist smiled. "I cannot bear the title of True Monarch. So, I'm a straightforward person and won't beat around the bush, so I won't circle around with you. Please speak." Hong Chun put down his chopsticks, leaned slightly forward, and said in a deep voice, "I have only 3 questions. What exactly is your Earth Hometown Association? You're people from different countries all around the world. How do you all know each other so well? What have you done together in the past?" After speaking, Hong Chun picked up his chopsticks again, took a bite of the cold dish, and smiled, saying, "These questions have no purpose. I'm just simply curious." Curious? Meow Jia couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It's probably not that simple curiosity. And the people standing behind, like Xiao Ma, couldn't help but tense up their bodies. The Earth Hometown Association is a secret of the outsiders. They have never told anyone. And now, the leader of the Mystic Palace directly asked about this matter, and their feelings were complicated. If they don't say anything, he's going to make it hard for them. If they do say it, they don't know what incident might arise. Meow Jia smiled, leaned back in his chair, and casually said, "We are friends from an online game. This is the first time we meet in reality. When we play the game, we have a team called the Earth Hometown Association." Hong Chun looked at Meow Jia with a helpless expression. "If you don't want to say, then just leave it. Why give me such a perfunctory answer? What the hell? Friend from the internet." And Xiao Ma and others became even more nervous, breathing a sigh of relief inside. "Uncle Jia, you might as well just say no comment. What you said now probably makes Hong Chun feel like you're playing with him." Sure enough, Hong Chun fell silent for a long time and said lightly, "Mr. Meow is being a bit disrespectful." Meow Jia smiled. "Mr. Hong Chun is also." Hong Chun was stunned. At this moment, the atmosphere became tense. The 20 maids cooking in the yard couldn't help but tremble lightly and dared not even breathe. And Xiao Ma and the others were on high alert, ready to protect Uncle Jia and retreat. Xiao Ma had already secretly taken out his phone, preparing to message the group if the situation went wrong. The two looked at each other, silent. After a long silence, Hong Chun suddenly laughed. "Indeed, it was I who was disrespectful first. It was rude to ask these questions when we just met." Meow Jia also laughed. Mr. Hong Chun's character is admirable. It's not something that can't be known to outsiders. In any case, we won't threaten the Mystic Palace, nor will we threaten Huaxia." Hong Chun fell silent. For the first time, he realized that Meow Jia was definitely not simple. He was absolutely not just a superficial young man in his 20s. It's impossible. Young people do not have such deep cunning. He was being deliberate. He intentionally clashed with me earlier to not let me take control of him. The moment I loosened my grip, he immediately mentioned non-threatening words. I move forward, he moves forward. I step back, he steps back. What a Meow Jia. Hong Chen's curiosity towards Meow Jia grew even more. He had never seen such a young man. Just over 20, yet so mature in mind. Strong individuals are abundant, but most strong people, after being accustomed to solving problems with force, their minds just deteriorate. They often lack the emotional intelligence of ordinary people. At this time, Xiao Ma and others saw the two talking and laughing. They all sighed in relief. Phew, this guy, the pressure is too high. This is an absolute peak powerhouse. And now, our strength is not enough. Everyone is unwilling to see a confrontational situation. That is not good for anyone. Eating and drinking, exchanging cups and plates. The two chatted about some trivial matters, and no one talked about serious business. Until the cold dishes were cleared from the table and the hot dishes started to arrive, Hong Chun seemed to casually say, "By the way, a day before you awoke from the vegetative state, colorful auspicious clouds fell all around the world. Do you know about this? The 7-colored auspicious cloud descends to the world. It is said that a powerful person is born. It must be you. Miao Jie smiled and said, "What 7-colored auspicious clouds? I don't believe in this nonsense. Those so-called auspicious clouds, the true monarch of the red dust can create them anywhere in the sky above Furong City as he wishes, and let them disperse whenever he wants." Hongchen laughed and said, "I do have the ability to make auspicious clouds appear in this sky, but I can't make them appear all over the world." Oh, right. On the day the 7-colored auspicious cloud appeared, a dark cloud showed up in the Arctic. Some people say they saw a crack in the dark cloud, and there was an eye looking out. They all said that person was hallucinating. How could there be an eye in the sky? At this moment, Miao Jie suddenly stood up, and Xiao Ma and others also shook violently. Everyone widened their eyes in fear, looking utterly incredulous. Even Miao Jie, who had been so relaxed and cheerful, now wore a face full of terror and shock. Hong Chun observed their reactions, realizing they indeed knew something. But he was also puzzled. What exactly did they know? Why were their reactions so intense? Hong Chun carefully watched Miao Jie's expression and continued, "By the way, I am a martial artist skilled in divination. I am a disciple of Mao Shan. That day, I had an ominous feeling in my heart. It was particularly uncomfortable. I pulled a divination, and the hexagram pointed directly to this place. The hexagram showed great calamity. I was puzzled. How could this place be a great calamity?" Hongchen looked at Miao Jie's pale face and continued, "I was puzzled. Why would this place be a great calamity? After hearing about your matters yesterday, I drew a few more hexagrams. The hexagrams still displayed that in this place, there would be 9 deaths and 1 life. Haha, how strange. The situation of 9 deaths and 1 life usually only occurs to a particular person. How could such a vast thing like heaven and earth show a hexagram of 9 deaths and 1 life?" At that moment, Miao Jie trembled all over. Hongchen caught a glimpse of emotion in his eyes. It wasn't fear, but rather compassion. He feels compassion? What for? Miao Jie feels compassion for the people of this world. There's no avoiding it. Chapter 26. The End of Days. One side in trouble, all races support. Xiao Ma and others were even more exaggerated. Xiao Ma was trembling all over like a sieve, as if memories were taking him back to the past of Taiwan. He saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood from years ago. His eyes even misted over, and he began to cry. Hong Chun looked in shock at everyone and found that not only Xiao Ma, several master-level figures were also trembling and had lifeless eyes. Many of them even had tears streaming down their faces. Sensing the atmosphere was off, but Hong Chun became even more puzzled, increasingly strange. He asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Miao, the hexagram arose because of you. So, I came here to ask you 3 questions. Who are you? What do you know? What have you done in the past? Would you mind telling me?" Miao Jie came to his senses and looked at Hong Chun with a compassionate gaze and a compassionate eye for this world. After a long silence, Miao Jie said gently, "The calamity of heaven and earth. I tell you, the end of days has come. In this world, if you fly up to take a look, 99% of the people you see with your naked eye will meet a tragic end. Do you believe it? If I say that in a few years, when you fly high above, what you see with your naked eye will be nothing but desert. No people, no animals, no plants, do you believe it? If I say you will die in the first wave, and your Piao Miao Palace will also die in the first wave, and us, we will also die in the first wave. Do you believe it?" Hong Chun was speechless, suddenly standing up, looking angrily at Miao Jie. "What are you talking about?" But after the anger, he inexplicably felt a kind of fear, because he was certain that Miao Jie and the others definitely knew something. But what exactly do they know? Sigh. Miao Jie sighed, sitting back in his wheelchair, waving at Hong Chun. "Xiao Ma, I'm a bit tired. Push me outside for a walk. By the way, Hong Chun Jinjun, you asked me so many questions, but it's pointless. I think you can send someone to check. In the last year or 2, there may have appeared many super geniuses all over the earth. These geniuses, they have some strange traits. It's like they've changed into a different person after a nap. They can't speak Earth's language, can't read Earth's characters, and display some bizarre behaviors beyond common sense. Go check it out. If I'm right after you finish your investigation, then come find me. Geniuses? Bizarre behaving super geniuses?" Hong Chun looked bewildered, staring at Miao Jie, being pushed away, shouting, "What do you mean? Why are you suddenly talking about geniuses? What's the point of discussing geniuses? You need to tell me what exactly you know." Miao Jie simply said, "If there are such geniuses in Huaxia, take good care of them, treat them well, be kind to them, and be polite to them. They will all be great benefactors of the earth. They're the first batch, the primordial spirits from all the races. And back then, I was also one of the first batch of primordial spirits sent to support Taiwan. Dark clouds appeared. They are coming soon. And the geniuses from all races may have already arrived on Earth 1 or 2 years earlier. These geniuses, some of them may not know what they are supposed to do. They may not know what they have to face. Just like I felt when I first arrived in Taiwan. So lost. This world is like this. When Taiwan was targeted by demons, in an instant, all races descended. The primordial spirits descended into Taiwan, attaching themselves to the bodies of Taiwan people, becoming super geniuses. Their training speed was many times faster than the people of Taiwan. So, when Taiwan was in crisis, about to be exterminated, the geniuses from all races grew up, forming the first main force, the resistance group. They fought fiercely, risking their lives against the demons, helping the people of Taiwan protect their last pure land. And they grew stronger and stronger, emerging as powerful figures in the blood and fire's tempering. Eventually, they gradually reclaimed territory. Ultimately, they expelled the demons, bringing victory to the Taiwan people. And now, Earth has been targeted. The first batch of primordial spirits from all races has arrived here, clueless and unaware. They do not know what to do not understand why they came. They long for their homeland, wishing they could return home soon. But it is destined that most of these reinforcements from all races will fall upon the soil of Earth, nourishing the flowers of this land with their blood. One day, perhaps they too will grow up, forming a formidable main force, resisting those demons. They will fight for the Earth people, reclaim territory, and drive away the demons. One day, perhaps a martial saint will be born among them. Perhaps a spiritual leader of all races will emerge. Is this the cycle of the universe? Is this our fate? It will eventually come around to oneself. But thankfully, all races are one family. When one side is in trouble, all races come to support. By the riverside, Miao Jie sat in his wheelchair looking at the green grass, watching the river flow east, softly saying, "How long has it been since I picked up a weapon?" Xiaoma choked up a bit. 3 years. Can you still hold up the banner of our Earth Hometown Association? I can hold it up. When we went to support Taiwan, the people of Taiwan were so weak they had no ability to fight back, not even the ability to fight alongside us, only able to hide behind us to seek our protection. This time, all races are here to support us again. Can we be a bit stronger than the people of Taiwan? Miao Jie said in a heavy voice. Fight side by side with the comrades of all races. Xiao Ma stood up straight, hoarse with determination, and shouted, "Yes, fight to the death." Xiao Ma's voice traveled far away. In the yard, the 7 masters were also moved at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh. The 7 of them suddenly stood up straight, clenching his right fist and placing it on his shoulder. This is the special military salute among the myriad races of Taiwan. 7 people shouted in unison. Blood and fire lie ahead. We will not retreat. This is the common oath of the armies of the myriad races in Taiwan. Although the races are different and the flags are different, the oath remains the same. The 20 maids were shocked, looking at their strange actions with confusion and ignorance. Red Dust, who was ready to leave, looked in astonishment at the odd appearance of these 7 people. He didn't know what was happening, but he saw tears in the eyes of all 7. Chapter 27, Searching for Super Genius. Red Dust understood that the Earth Hometown Association must know many secrets. The tears in their eyes cannot lie. But whose tears are flowing for whom? Red Dust didn't know. He quickly left. He needed to check, according to Miao Jie's words, if there really were many super geniuses emerging around the world. He decided to return to ask Miao Jie for the truth after he finished his investigation. Before flying away, Red Dust saw Xiao Ma pushing a wheelchair at the Yudai riverbank, also clenching his right fist and placing on his shoulder. Miao Jie, sitting in the wheelchair, surprisingly also had his right fist clenched on his shoulder. The two silently looked at the riverside, both shedding tears. Red Dust did not disturb them and hurried away. Whose tears are flowing for whom? They flow for the common people of the world. Because this warm homeland is about to turn into a cold winter. They flow for the millions who will be displaced and become food for monsters. They flow for the place that will soon have no more gentle grass, only flying sand and smoke. They also flow for the bodies piled high like mountains. Countless deaths and injuries. Yet the myriad races army still raises various flags. Millions, tens of millions come from different races from different planets, together sounding the horn of charge. At the same time, Red Dust Taoist returned to the mysterious palace. Immediately, many people gathered around. Palace Master, what happened? Palace Master, in a hurry, could it be that Miao Jie didn't recognize your importance? Palace Master, you shouldn't do this next time. You hold such a high position. How can you personally meet Miao Jie? He should come to see you instead. Red Dust's face was as cold as water. He ignored their words and just sat in his seat, saying solemnly, "Immediately activate all our intelligence agencies to investigate all of Huaxia for 3 days. Let the intelligence personnel of the mysterious palace and local officials jointly conduct a secret investigation. Focus on investigating various psychiatric hospitals, schools, etc. In 3 days, I want to gather news about everyone in Huaxia. Can this be done?" Everyone was in an uproar. Investigation? Investigate what? Palace Master, what? What are we supposed to investigate? Red Dust Taoist said solemnly, "Investigate within Huaxia if there have been many super geniuses emerging in the past 2 years." Ha ha! The elder laughed boldly. "Our great Huaxia, with talent and spirit, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. Geniuses emerge continuously. Super geniuses are even more abundant. Investigating this is really..." Red Dust said solemnly, "Not ordinary geniuses. I'm talking about super geniuses. Didn't you understand?" The elder was speechless for a moment, then said in astonishment, "But there are many super geniuses too. With a population of 1.4 billion, geniuses are simply too many. Isn't there any special characteristic or reason?" Reason? I don't know the reason either. Red Dust vaguely began to understand what Miao Jie meant, but he was not sure and did not dare to think too much. And since Miao Jie did not say it directly, naturally, he would not spread alarming words at this moment. As for the characteristics, Red Dust thought for a moment and quickly said, "Right, check if these geniuses all have one characteristic. They do not understand Chinese, do not speak English, and do not know many languages on Earth. Most are disguised as mute. Or rather, these super geniuses suddenly exhibit strange behaviors or talk nonsense. In short, they are odd. They are mysterious." The elder was even more astonished. "Palace Master, what you said, isn't this just describing mentally ill patients?" Suddenly, the elder slapped his thigh, remembering that Miao Jie was also a vegetative state before, right? How strange. A person in a coma for 5 years wakes up and becomes a big figure? Could it be that the leader knows Miao Jie's secret? Wanted to find out if there are any other special individuals like Miao Jie in the world? The leader nodded. "So, I said to focus on investigating hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, and of course, we can't forget schools. Most geniuses are young people, and young people are probably in schools. Humanities schools, martial arts schools, all need to be investigated thoroughly. Do you understand?" "Understood. I will issue orders to investigate immediately." The leader thought for a moment. "Mobilize everyone. Initiate the highest level of effort to investigate this matter. We must find out the truth. We must grasp the recent behaviors and actions of almost everyone in the world." Everyone mobilized. Highest level? The crowd was in an uproar. What has happened to the leader? After visiting Miao Jie, it seemed that he had discovered some big secret, becoming so cautious and serious. The highest level of the Piao Miao Palace. What does this mean? It can almost penetrate every corner of Huaxia. The leader gave orders. That night, in all cities and regions of Huaxia, even in remote mountain villages, there appeared personnel from the Piao Miao Palace. At the same time, the government, in cooperation with the Piao Miao Palace, immediately launched a population census activity. At this moment, investigations began across the country with great fervor, surveying all the people throughout Huaxia, all martial artists, all those with strange behaviors labeled as super geniuses. Meanwhile, in a house by the Yudai River in Furong City, Miao Xinyu was taken by a maid to begin basic training, officially embarking on the path of becoming a martial artist. Originally, Miao Jie planned to gradually help Miao Xinyu become a martial artist, laying a solid foundation. But now, it was impossible. She had to hurry. She had to quickly become a martial artist. Forget about the foundation. She just needed to be able to kill. After 5 hours of training, Miao Xinyu returned to her room, feeling a bit exhausted. Just as she returned, William shouted coldly, "Who let you rest? Xinyu, come here. I'll teach you 3 knife techniques." The maid couldn't help but speak up, somewhat awkwardly. "Mr. William, Miss Xinyu has been training all day. Martial arts training emphasizes gradual progress. This is too fast, and she hasn't had any time to rest." William's emotions were a bit agitated, and he roared, "Rest? What rest? There is nothing to rest for. In this world, staying alive is the most important thing. Resting is for the dead, and the living can only move forward. We must use every second of our lives to grow stronger if we want to live longer. As long as you survive, that is victory." The maid was speechless. William was the strongest. They dared not argue. Miao Xinyu, just walking into the room, gritted her teeth, feeling a bit overwhelmed inside. She had endured the hardships of this world, thinking she could handle a lot. But after officially becoming a martial artist, she realized that being a martial artist was truly exhausting. No wonder they could enjoy endless status. seated in a wheelchair. Miao Jie glanced at her, but said nothing. Clearly, this was Miao Jie's approval. Chapter 28. Hard Work and Training. Enduring hardship leads to becoming a better person. If it were a peaceful time, Miao Jie and the others would not urge so urgently. But the apocalypse is approaching, and in this era, being stronger than others by even a little means you might live longer. In the apocalypse, there are no more glamorous families. All that exists is devastation, with wars raging everywhere. In the midst of marching and fighting, no one can afford to take care of Miao Xinyu, because everyone is striving to survive. Now is the time to endure hardship. It's not too late. Miao Xinyu knew this was her brother's intention. She had no reason to refute. She bit her teeth and dragged her tired body to the yard. I won't rest anymore. I will listen to my brothers. William nodded with satisfaction and said to the 20 maids, "You all come too. Practice with her." The 20 maids were overjoyed. The strongest would guide them. After everyone stood still, each holding a wooden stick as a sword, William said solemnly, "My swordsmanship has no name, only 3 moves. In fact, in a battle among thousands, there is no need for any fancy moves. You don't have time to perform flashy techniques. Everything has one requirement: efficiently kill the enemy." These 3 moves are what I realized during the Black Mountain battle, after killing nearly 50,000 enemies. Suddenly, I understood and summarized them, creating a more efficient and quicker sword technique. Kill 50,000 enemies? Black Mountain battle? What does this mean? The 20 maids were greatly confused. Some were dazed, feeling as if they were listening to a fairy tale. They only wondered where Black Mountain was. William killed over 50,000 people. With so many killings, isn't he a devil? Such a big thing should be known throughout the martial arts world. Why haven't they heard about it? Is he bragging? At this moment, Miao Xinyu's heart sank. She seemed to sense something from William's eagerness to share his secret with her. She knew about Tai Wang. She knew the stories of demons. She also knew about the forces of the myriad races. Hearing William say this, Miao Xinyu tightened her heart, all fatigue disappearing. She wanted to become stronger. Miao Xinyu asked, "Brother William, are these 3 moves simple?" William nodded. The 3 moves are simple. They are just the basic 3 moves of swordplay: horizontal chop, vertical chop, and diagonal chop. Because a sword is mainly for chopping, don't try to use the stab action. While a stab can also be efficient through practical combat, I've summarized that a stab will leave a hole in the enemy. They might die, but not immediately. 80% of the enemies, after being stabbed by a big knife, will still deal you a fatal blow before dying. And that blow could make you go down with them. At the same time, the stab action is very exhausting. You need to exert all your strength to do it, which is a bit more tiring than chopping. Just this little bit could lead to a big loss. If your stamina allows you to use various combined moves to kill 10,000 people, but using the chop move, you could kill 15,000. However, if you only use the stab action, your stamina will only let you kill about 5,000, and then you'll be out of strength. Do you understand? Miao Xinyu was astonished. No wonder he was a person who came out from Taiwan like her brother. Even when it comes to killing, he meticulously summarized even the smallest details. William, who killed 50,000 people, summarized the most efficient sword techniques. He is so fierce. Then what about my brother? You say he is the martial saint of Taiwan, the spiritual leader of the myriad races. How powerful is he? Miao Xinyu thought to herself. At this moment, the 20 maids were wide-eyed, listening to William as if he were speaking about something celestial. What is this? Is this really summarizable? Chopping and stabbing can be subdivided into so many principles. Is this real? At this time, one maid said, "Can I who use a sword learn this sword technique?" William frowned. "Throw away the sword. No matter what you learn, do not use a sword." The maid blushed and said somewhat defiantly, "There are many sword masters on earth, and swordsmanship is extraordinary." William scoffed. "A sword is just an accessory, merely decoration. A sword is too straight. It's not suited for chopping. A knife has a curve, while a sword does not. Just because of the curve of the knife, cutting meat will be easier and smoother. But the sword is too straight, making it ineffective for cutting meat. Not applicable." The maid argued, "Why cut meat? I am at the 5th rank, and I can already project true essence. Furthermore, when I enter the master realm in the future, I can use Tao techniques for long-distance attacks." Ha ha ha! William disdainfully laughed out loud. Long-distance attack? Tao techniques? How many times can you actually use your true essence? 10 times? 100 times? The maid defended. "Isn't 10 times enough?" William said solemnly, "If you were at the 8th rank now, but surrounded by millions of enemies at the 7th rank, how many times could you still use it? Would it be useful? Where are there millions of 7th rank? Soon there will be." William changed the subject, speaking in a serious tone. only in close combat. Using small-scale spells and projecting true essence is the essence of waging a war of attrition. In this kind of war, while ensuring you don't die, you must maintain your strength and ensure effective killing, at least to render the enemy incapable of any resistance or action. This is the true killing technique, not some flashy moves or mysterious town methods. Those things are completely useless. After William had started to enlighten them, explaining a lot of killing knowledge, he finally began to teach them those 3 moves. Although there are only 3 moves, the hardest part was indeed the footwork. You need to make yourself as agile as a fish so that the enemy cannot hit you, while you can keep attacking with your knife. So, William led the 21 women to start familiarizing themselves with the footwork in the yard, walking as they swung their knives. Chapter 29. Intensified Training. After learning the footwork, William said, "From today on, sinew, you will switch to an iron knife weighing no less than 20 pounds. You all, at the 5th rank, will change to alloy knives no less than 500 pounds. Then, William took out a large pile of metal human models from his storage bag. From today on, after practicing the footwork, each of you must chop these human models 20,000 times. For Ziwei, every time, you must leave a scratch mark on the metal person. As for you 5th rank warriors, each chop must penetrate at least 1 finger's depth into the metal body. No true essence is allowed. You must rely solely on physical strength. 20,000 times. No use of true essence. 20,000 times. Everyone began to feel a bit frightened, even feeling a bit hopeless about their future lives. 20,000 times a day. Wouldn't that kill them? Miao Xinyu gritted her teeth, saying nothing, only thinking to herself, I'll get my all. 20,000 chops. Each time I need to leave a scratch and a mark on the metal person. That means I have to chop with full force every single time? Thinking this, Miao Xinyu suddenly remembered what William had said earlier, and she gained sudden realization. He said he developed his knife techniques after killing over 50,000 people. This is the norm. And finding a way to save effort, finding a way to kill efficiently, this is the real technique. William looks down on the warriors of Earth. No matter how magnificent, they are useless. Even if each one seems ethereal and transcendent, it is meaningless. In peaceful times, you can show off. But William can guarantee that even if all the 9th grade strong from Earth were thrown into the Taiwan, all of them would not survive a day. Even if these 9th grade warriors only faced enemies below 9th grade, they would not last a day. Why? Because the moment they enter, they would be surrounded by the demon army. At first, they would think, those below 9th grade? How dare they insult me, a supreme warrior? Then, driven by instinct, they would begin to kill. And their instincts are rooted in the techniques and various wonderful tricks they have learned. However, the demons won't just stand there to let you kill them. While you're still charging up, they will retreat. Once you strike, it is very likely to be empty. After you finish your technique, they will surround you again, that you can only continue to use. Eventually, you might realize something is wrong, and you try to engage in close combat. But demons fear nothing. How can you threaten them with death? Layer upon layer of them will surround you, using their lives to exhaust you. You'll feel angry, then fear, then you'll want to escape. But you cannot escape. You are only left with 2 paths before you. First, die exhausted in the midst of countless troops. Second, kill them all. Can those 9th grade warriors from Earth survive? Perhaps not even a day, just a small-scale battle, and they will all be dead. The world of demons is cruel. They grew up from mutual ruthless competition. What you can do, they can do too. Because in their world, they desperately need to become stronger to survive. And you don't have to. No, we do not retreat. All people, all races are helping Tai Huang drive out the foreign enemies. Later, we welcomed the final victory. We protected the last few survivors of Tai Huang and drove away the monsters. And today, it is our turn. People from all races will come to protect us, will come to help us. But the first responsibility lies with us. The tragedy of Tai Huang cannot happen again. Jack Ma said solemnly, General, just like Tai Huang. You point, we fight. Death with no regrets. The others echoed in unison. General, just like Tai Huang. You point, we fight. Death with no regrets. In Tai Huang, Miao Jie was an absolute god, an absolute leader. At first, everyone in the Earth Hometown Association listened to him. Even if Miao Jie pointed to the fire pit ahead and said jump, everyone would jump down without hesitation. Because they knew Miao Jie must have a reason, must have a purpose. Later, the Earth Hometown Association gained fame among the races. Some from the races who didn't find an organization or whose race was destroyed in Tai Huang and only had a few surviving, powerless people left, also sought refuge in the Earth Hometown Association. The association's size expanded to over 100,000. After a few battles, everyone admired Miao Jie. He pointed where? and people from other races fought where. In the end, Miao Jie became the martial saint, the spiritual leader of mankind, the commander. In Tai Huang, all races followed Miao Jie's orders. He pointed where, and the people of all races fought where. Death with no regrets. Under his repeated commands, one battle after another achieved great victories. Finally, he launched a joint attack of all races and Tai Huang people on the monsters. Victory welcomed them. He was the absolute commander. He was not just a martial saint strongman. If he were only a strongman, he would earn everyone's respect and fear. But never would he earn true respect. Never would he earn loyalty. William said, "Uncle Jack, give the order. It's time to prepare for this battle. What should we do?" "Uncle Jack, give the order." "General, give the order." Miao Jie closed his eyes and sat in the wheelchair, pondering for a long time. Miao Jie spoke. "Now there are a few matters that must be resolved. Only by solving these matters can we avoid the tragedy of Tai Huang in peaceful times. The population of Earth and Tai Huang is similar. However, Tai Huang was almost exterminated by the monsters. When we left, only a few thousand indigenous survivors were left in Tai Huang. Earth must not have such a tragedy. 99% of Tai Huang's people died, while for Earth I want my fellow compatriots to die a little less." As he spoke, everyone felt somewhat heavy. Dying a little less sounds lighthearted. But the monster army is fearsome and unafraid of death. They must compete, must plunder to survive. Winning is already good enough. How can we ensure fewer lives are lost? Although the races will come to help, they will definitely achieve the final victory. But no one dares to be sure if the indigenous people of Earth will have the chance to see that day. How many people can see that day? Miao Jie said. First, Tai Huang was caught off guard by the monsters. By the time the people of Tai Huang reacted, the monsters had already killed all their experts and wiped out half of their population. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. So the first thing is to prepare. Uncle Jack, how do we prepare? A notice to all the people of Earth. Expose Tai Huang, expose our experiences, and tell them that the monsters are about to come to Earth. Let all of humanity know about this, and let all of humanity be frightened. Only when they themselves are afraid will they work hard and fight for themselves. The so-called fighting for faith can wait. The crowd thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Miao Jie continued. Second, from the earlier conversation through William and the maid, I can see the general thoughts of Earth's martial artists. A magnificent battle, a one-on-one duel. This is wrong. With demons, there can never be a one-on-one situation. No matter how strong one-on-one is, even if invincible in the same realm, it is useless. All warriors must change their mindset, must correct their thoughts, to prepare for the coming chaotic war. So after completing the first step, it is to train the world. At the same time, the third phase, to find the talents of all races worldwide. And, unsurprisingly, many beings from countless races have already descended to Earth. At least 1 to 2% of them have arrived. We must strive to cultivate them. From what I have discovered, those from other races who go to the battlefield for support will gain super talents. This is likely a hidden help for us. So those beings from different races are definitely super geniuses. Their growth rate must be very fast. And with our training, they will become the first main force against the demons. After the chaotic war begins, the various races will start to descend on a large scale. However, in the great wilderness, many beings from other races die just after being reborn because the environment is too harsh. Therefore, after the war starts, we must stabilize the rear camp and give a lot of newly arrived main forces of other races time to grow. In the subsequent decisive victory battle, they will be the true main fighting force. After finishing, Miao Jie thought for a moment. I will add one more point. After the global announcement, we will immediately start to popularize the language of all races. We strive to let the vast majority of Earth people master the language of other races. In the universe, Earth is isolated. In fact, the vast majority of civilizations and races have mutual interactions. Therefore, a universal language of all races gradually formed over time. Chapter 31. Universal Language of All Races. Like the Great Wilderness, Earth has also been relatively isolated, and there's a language barrier with beings from other races. This resulted in many misunderstandings and even hostilities in the initial period. After the war began, all people in the Great Wilderness started communicating with the universal language of all races. Slowly, this solidified into a single rope, at least distinguishing friends from foes. Little Ma immediately said, "Yes, mastering the language of all races is also a necessary task. Uncle Jie, I will take charge of this." As always, Miao Jie sets the major policies, while the specific implementation steps are handled by different people. At this time, the powerful Su Tao asked, "President, what do we do now?" Miao Jie pondered. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for the response from the mysterious palace. The mysterious palace has an absolute position in China, and China also has an absolute position in the international community. Announcing to the world and mobilizing the entire globe is not something we can achieve with just a few dozen people. Therefore, our first step must be to gain the support of the mysterious palace, to make the mysterious palace unconditionally obey us and cooperate with us. Only then can we, using China as a springboard, jump toward the world, to announce this information to the people around the globe. At this point, Miao Jie felt inexplicably powerless inside. In fact, the burden is heavy and the road is long. Back in the day of the Great Wilderness, when the demons first arrived, many people from the Great Wilderness were still stubborn and unwilling to unite. Was the past Great Wilderness like today's Earth? Until the last moment when the coffin is not seen, human beings do not shed tears. At the same time, in a mental hospital in North China, a young boy sat blankly on the bed, staring at the white room and the medical staff continuously walking in. His face showed panic, fear, and confusion. Muttering to himself, "Did I pass through the withered silence?" This is a language from the distant west of the universe, known as the Cygnus star system from the Earth's perspective. Where is this? Why did I suddenly end up in this world after just taking a nap? On the day I descended, who was speaking in my ear? He said, "If I achieve great deeds, I will have the chance to return my soul to its rightful place." What kind of it am I building? Why was I captured by strangers and brought to this place? Why did they capture me? What did I do wrong? I just want to go home. What kind of world is this? Have I traveled through time? The boy sat in front of the bed, constantly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He noticed that two men in black suits were talking to several people in white coats, pointing at him from time to time. The boy felt a bit alert and only dared to see them out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't have the courage to turn and look directly. What is his name? His name is Jiang Feng. His parents work at the tobacco factory here. He was fine at first, but suddenly went crazy last month, not recognizing his parents or anyone else. He screams words that no one can understand, like a foreign language, but it's not really a foreign language. The tone he produces is very special, some even like inhale sounds. We don't know how those sounds come out, but we are sure that it's not any known language. It's a shouting in madness. As he spoke, the attending doctor smiled. I've talked to him several times, but he doesn't understand what I'm saying. He continues to speak strange languages, and I've noticed a very strange phenomenon. The man in the black suit recorded with a voice recorder. What phenomenon? It's that the shouts he makes, although I can't understand them, I feel that those words and tones match his emotions. And these sounds, although strange, don't seem like random yelling because they lack repetition and have a certain logic. The syllables and sounds are different. I've heard of similar cases. Some patients with delusions create their own language in their mental world. The man in the black suit was shocked. Languages can be invented? Yes. If you have studied linguistics, you would know that language is actually a tool invented by humanity to express meaning using different scales and symbols. It's like knotting rope to keep records. Early humans tied knots in rope to convey different meanings. Language works the same way. Ancient languages are where humans created special symbols that define what each symbol represents, gaining the recognition of others. In the future, people only need to see that symbol to know what it means. This is the most basic logic of ancient language. So, in summary, anyone can invent characters and languages. But this requires a certain level of logical ability and talent. The simplest example is a toddler learning to talk who can't produce a complete syllable. When he says, "Ah, Baba," that syllable doesn't belong to our language, but the meaning conveyed is accepted by his parents. It means he wants to go to the bathroom. Of course, a child can't invent language. They can only use simple scales and symbols. However, Jiangfeng's shouting has certain linguistic logic in its syllables, and he speaks these things smoothly without hesitation, which shows that he at least created a language that only he understands. Such cases typically occur only in autistic and delusional patients. Autism means not wanting to interact with outsiders. Some people invent their own languages and logic. Delusions are when such languages are invented in fantasy. It's clear that Jiang Feng is a patient with delusions. TSK. The man in the black suit was amazed. Is there really such a thing? Languages can be invented. This is truly strange. Are there any other special phenomena? The attending doctor thought for a moment and said, "Oh right, there's another point." After Jiang Feng went crazy, he tried to jump out of the building. Several times he attempted to commit suicide to achieve some purpose, but he was forcibly subdued each time. Later, we determined that Jiang Feng's emotions were easily triggered, sensitive, irritable, alert, and untrusting. It was determined that he posed a certain degree of threat to society or himself. So we forcibly admitted him into our psychiatric hospital for compulsory treatment. At the beginning, we gave Jiang Feng sedatives. He resisted the needles fiercely. After forcibly administering it a few times, he began to adapt to the needles. We found that he seemed a little less like a mental patient. Why do you say that? Because severe mental patients, in most cases, tend to avoid danger and seek good fortune. It is an action of the subconscious. They are afraid when in pain and not afraid when not in pain. But Jiang Feng clearly discovered that when we injected him, his body would change, he would calm down, and guess that we were treating him. So, he calmed down and no longer resisted the needles. This is an unusual phenomenon, indicating that Jiang Feng has the ability to think rationally. However, we couldn't understand why he had gone insane. Chapter 32, Psychiatric Hospital. The man in the black suit was deep in thought. He looked toward the other side, where some of his colleagues were scattered throughout this inpatient building, visiting each and every mental patient, visiting every doctor and physician. The man in the black suit asked, "By the way, does Jiang Feng have warrior talent?" Jiang Feng is only in the second year of middle school, and he hasn't undergone the first warrior talent test for senior high yet. We don't know. Okay. Does your hospital have any other special patients? Yes, there's an old man who says he can see demons. An hour later, the visits and investigations were over. All the mental patients were gathered in the playground. The man in the black suit took out a detection device. This is a warrior talent detector. It mainly tests innate root bones and the smoothness of the meridians. Yellow represents low level, red represents medium level, and green represents high level. But this can only be used as a basic test. In fact, to become a warrior, besides testing the root bones, one also needs to assess the density of qi in blood, innate physical endurance and comprehension, as well as the character to endure hardship and loneliness. These factors must be evaluated together to determine if one can become a warrior. One by one, form a line. So, the mental patients mindlessly lined up for the test. Meanwhile, the medical staff rolled their eyes repeatedly. Who the hell are these guys in black suits? After all this time, they came to a psychiatric hospital to check talents? Is there something wrong with them? If it weren't for these people holding official documents from the provincial department, they would have thought these men in black suits were the ones with mental illness. In line, one by one, testing their talents. All of them without talent. After all, people who are mentally unstable aren't suited to become warriors. The black suits were chatting out of boredom. Just then, a gasp of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a green light suddenly shooting up into the sky. In front of the detector was the babbling Jiang Feng, with his hand pressing on the detector, looking in confusion at the green light shooting up, fear and worry in his eyes. Silence. The entire psychiatric hospital fell into a dead silence. Green light. Even if one has never seen a pig run, they would know this. In fact, even if you could detect pure yellow light, that would already allow you to pass to the senior high level and enter the martial arts advanced classes. Usually, the light seen is a dim yellow. If there is absolutely no root bone, the yellow light would be even dimmer. But now it was a green light. Green light represents the highest level of talent. What does this mean? Once detected, it allows direct admission into the capital city martial arts university without testing. As for other assessments, they can be put to the back. But this Jiang Feng, the green light shot up into the sky. This was no ordinary green light. Dim green light is already considered high-level talent. Pure green light is super talent. This, the green light soaring into the sky. What the hell is this talent? Everyone stared at Jiang Feng dumbfounded. As Jiang Feng noticed all eyes turning to him, he felt panicked and terrified, stepping back and fixating on the testing device. He deeply regretted undergoing the test. He didn't understand what kind of test it was. However, he didn't know that this green light seemed different from everyone else's. Jiang Feng murmured in terror. I've been tricked. I've been schemed against. Has my identity as a traveler been discovered? Do the people in this world harbor malice towards me, trying to seize my soul from the crowd, find me, and eliminate me? No. His mutterings fell on the ears of the crowd, who only heard a series of incomprehensible sounds. The man in the black suit narrowed his pupils and said in a deep voice, "Take him away." Meanwhile, in a certain place in northeast China, Harbineer, Nose and Throat Hospital, a middle-aged woman knelt before the doctor, tears streaming down her red and swollen eyes, begging, "Doctor, you have to save my son. My son's future, it's all gone, it's about to be gone. Woo woo woo, you must help me save him. Last year he was fine, but suddenly after a nap, he woke up as if he had become a different person, not recognizing me at all. His eyes were strange. Recently, he's been doing a little better, seeming to recognize me again. But ever since that night, he hasn't spoken. He can't speak. He has become mute. Woo woo woo, doctor, how can my healthy son suddenly become mute?" The doctor, troubled, looked at the pile of test results on the table. Patient Li Hang's vocal cords are perfectly fine. This brain CT also shows no issues. Huh? All these tests are normal, so what could be wrong? How'd he lose his voice? How'd he become mute? Hey, get up. I'm checking you now. Doctor, you must save him. He's our only child. He can't become deaf and mute. Even if it can't be cured, we should at least know the cause of his illness. The young boy Li Heng stood there, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he watched it all unfold. He had been in this world, which is phonetically translated as Earth, for more than a year. Upon realizing he had traversed here, he was initially terrified. Then, he made a decision to hide his identity as a traveler. For Li Heng, observing quietly and gathering information in this unknown place was the most important thing. He could clearly hear the language of this world, but he could not understand it. Li Heng did not dare to expose himself and chose to pretend to be mute. He wouldn't speak. Through gradual interactions, he learned that this woman was his mother in this world. She worked hard, raising him alone, not earning much, but spending every penny on him. He was deeply moved. He silently accepted this world's mother. Now in this place, through more than a year of exploration, he recognized he was in a hospital. He knew his mother was trying to treat his muteness. Tears sparkled in Li Heng's eyes as he watched his mother kneeling before the doctor. His heart felt incredibly pained and tormented. He wished he could shout out with the rough Mandarin he learned over the year. I'm not mute. I can speak. He desperately wanted to confess to his mother that he was actually a traveler, that his soul had crossed over and taken over her original son's body. But he did not dare to say it. He was afraid of losing his mother's love. In his original world, there was constant war. Li Heng was a beggar, wandering the streets, facing humiliation and life-or-death crises every day. He had no parents or anyone to protect him. For 16 years, he lived as a beggar, learning one principle: endurance. Speaking less, observing more, and trying to survive in unnoticed corners where others couldn't see him. After arriving in this world, Li Heng acted likewise. But slowly, he felt his mother's selfless love for him, and he was very touched, enjoying such warmth and happiness. At first, he just habitually endured in silence. He pretended to be mute. But now, he didn't dare to speak anymore. He didn't dare confess to his mother that he was actually a traveler. He was even more afraid to say that his original spirit had taken over this body. Chapter 33. Confession, Verification. He feared that his mother would angrily think of him as the enemy who killed her original son. The doctor sighed. You should get up. I really can't think of a way anymore. How about you go to the big hospital in the capital for an examination? I truly can't find any issues here. His mother wept as she took Li Heng away. After leaving the hospital, Li Heng sat on the back seat of the electric bike, just listening to his mother, who was pedaling and wiping her tears, say, Son, Mom promises you, no matter the cost, I will make sure to cure you. Your dad cared most about you before he died. I can't let your dad down. I absolutely cannot let your future turn dark. Mom guarantees you, I will definitely cure your dumbness. You must not have thoughts of ending your life, and you must not lose confidence. Absolutely do not overthink. Mom will handle everything. I will ask your uncle to borrow some money. We will go to the capital the day after tomorrow. The big hospital in the capital has high standards. They can definitely cure you. You have to believe, and you must be full of hope for the future. Don't give up easily, okay? If it's not treatable in the capital, there are still hospitals abroad. Mom will work hard to save money. On the back seat of the electric bike, Li Heng's shoulders shook with tears. After a year in this world, through hard study, he could now understand the meaning of spoken Chinese. His tears flowed silently, tightly hugging his mother's waist. His mother stopped the electric bike at a red light, one foot on the ground, turning around to say, Don't hold so tightly. You're a grown person now. Let go. We need to cross the road. Li Heng could no longer hold it in. With stiff Chinese, in a trembling voice, choked, he said, Mom, I am better. With a thunderous crash, his mother stood frozen as if struck by lightning, suddenly turning around, her eyes wide with disbelief, looking at Li Heng. Silently looking at him, Li Heng exploded. After suppressing himself for over a year, at this moment he finally burst out. He yelled hysterically in the middle of the road. Mom, I'm better. I'm not mute. I'm not your son. I come from the planet Grima. My spirit inexplicably came to this world. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take over this body. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Li Heng got off the bike and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to his mother, crying out, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I owe you. I didn't mean it. I suddenly came to this world. I really didn't mean it. I didn't intentionally take over this body. But I want to be your son. I want you to still be my mom. I'm sorry. At this moment, the middle-aged woman was dazed. She understood her son's stiff words, but it seemed she couldn't fully grasp what he was expressing. Everyone on the street couldn't help but glance over and gather around, looking at the two of them. On the side of the road, the window of a Nissan car slowly rolled down, and two people in black suits exchanged a glance. Did you understand what he said? I understood the literal meaning. The strange-acting boy is on our list for investigation. Let's check his information. 3 days later, at the mysterious palace, the Red Dust Taoist looked at the reports from below, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He really got it right. What on earth happened? What exactly is going on? Who are these boys, really? He was puzzled, shaken inside. And the elder reporting the news also displayed disbelief. If there had been just one or two, it was a coincidence. But just after a 3-day census, unexpectedly, so many strange boys with super talents, more than 50,000 of them. 50,000. What does this mean? With a global population of 8 billion, we only surveyed the 14 billion of Huaxia. And Huaxia hasn't even finished surveying. Some have not revealed themselves, and some haven't tested their talents. If we conducted a thorough census, it would take about a year. And based on this probability, wouldn't it mean there could be hundreds of thousands of such super boys? As he spoke, the elder sighed. What a pity. These boys are either crazy or mute. Some have IQ issues and can't communicate. Crazy? Mute? IQ issues? Not necessarily. Red Dust Taoist recalled Miao Jie's determined tone from that day, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of panic in his heart. 50,000 boys with talent detectors, all shining bright green. If this were in the past, I would be proud that Huaxia would have tens of thousands of outstanding people. But now, my heart is filled with fear. Who exactly are they? Red Dust murmured and suddenly looked at the elder. Have there been attempts to communicate? The elder shook his head. No communication possible. Some are mute, some are mentally ill and can't understand. Among those who can communicate, they are lost and know nothing. Know nothing, whether they really don't know or just unwilling to speak. They must hold some secrets, right? Red Dust thought to himself. If he had a secret that only he knew, but suddenly being noticed, questioned, and unaware of the purpose behind the investigation, he too would likely feign ignorance to hide his secret, right? At that moment, the elder frowned. Master, do you mean those boys are not actually crazy? They are pretending to be insane. He realized the issue. Tens of thousands are crazy, and they just happen to be geniuses. And their madness features include mania, rambling, and suicidal behavior. This is too uniform. Chapter 34. Treat them well. Red Dust asked again. What about those boys now? They are currently being observed in secret. Red Dust thought for a moment. Find 2 mentally ill, 2 mute, and 2 who can communicate. I want to meet them. Red Dust originally wanted to go directly to find Miao Jie. But he thought again, no, if he knows nothing and goes to find Miao Jie, he would just be led by the nose. Even if he wants to find Miao Jie, he needs to grasp some information first. He must make Miao Jie unsure of what he knows. Because until now, he doesn't know Miao Jie's purpose. He doesn't know the purpose of the Earth Homestay. He doesn't know these boys, and he doesn't understand what Miao Jie refers to when mentioning the apocalypse. Is it alarmist? Or is it to scare him to achieve some purpose? Or is it real? He knows nothing. These thoughts of Red Dust had long been predicted by Miao Jie. In Taiwan, he had already experienced it once. Before the apocalypse occurred, even if someone prophesied, no one would believe it. They would slander you, mock you, argue with you. In short, they just wouldn't believe you. And when the apocalypse does come, everyone won't think about resisting and surviving. Instead, they'll wonder if this is fake. Is it a conspiracy? Are they trying to trick themselves into something? But when the knife falls on their necks, they will scream, "Why didn't you save me?" This is human nature, and it is a commonality among all humans. Within an hour, people from the Piamiao Palace came flying on clouds, bringing several boys back to Piamiao Palace. Among them was Jiang Feng, who had been locked up in a mental hospital. Jiang Feng and the other boys flew up into the sky with faces full of fear, gradually landing on Piamiao Peak. 6 young boys, at this moment, were all in a state of panic, looking frightened and anxious. At this time, one boy who could communicate shouted in extremely stiff Chinese. Who are you? Who are you really? What crime did I commit? And why have you brought me to this place? I want to go home. Why did you bring me here? A staff member smiled and said, Our master wants to meet you. Ask a few questions, and then you can go home. Do not worry. Do not be afraid. Just speak honestly. The boy glanced at him warily and said nothing more. At this moment, from a distance, the Red Dust Taoist observed these boys. He noticed the uniqueness of the speaking boy and turned to ask, What is his name? Give me the information. The elder quickly replied, Lu Chang, 14 years old. He is from Hebei. Red Dust asked in surprise, Is he a foreigner? No, he is a native Hebei person. Then, is he from a minority group? No. What dialect do they speak in Hebei? In Hebei, they speak Mandarin. Red Dust pointed to the boy named Lu Chong, but his Chinese is not even standard. It even sounds like a foreign accent. He speaks incorrectly. Doesn't it seem strange to you? The elder suddenly realized. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember. Those boys who can communicate all seem to speak Mandarin extremely poorly. I didn't think much about it. I just thought they don't often speak Mandarin. I forgot, this isn't just about poor Mandarin. This is entirely about the stiffness of the language. Red Dust asked again, what year is he in at school? He is in the second year of junior high. The second-year student should be immature or mature. Mostly immature, but there are some who mature early. Red Dust pointed to Lu Chong again, but he is alert. His mind is mature, and his eyes are cautious of everything around him. He is wary of everyone around. That's normal. Anyone suddenly taken to an unfamiliar place would. Red Dust laughed. No, anyone suddenly flown to an unfamiliar place. It's not just wariness, it's fear. It is terror. The reason for fear and terror is helplessness. The elder gasped, is this the reaction a child should have? Red Dust said, let everyone disperse, just leave them alone there. Don't leave anyone. We'll just observe from a distance. I want to see if they make any moves. An hour later, the 6 boys had different expressions. They had been left here for an hour. No one took care of them, and no one paid attention to them anymore. Among them, sat quietly in a corner, silently thinking about something. Another boy was anxiously pacing, and one kept shouting for help, yelling to be let go. At this moment, Red Dust said, of the 4 sitting there thinking, are 2 of them mentally ill? Yes, delusional madness. They easily shout loudly, want to jump off buildings to commit suicide, and often say strange nonsense. Red Dust pointed at Jiang Feng and another boy sitting there. But look, they've been left here for an hour, yet the mentally ill ones sit there thinking without moving. Shouldn't they be mad? Shouldn't they be scared and terrified because of their delusions? The elder was sweating profusely, cold sweat. He was a bit terrified. He almost got fooled by these boys. The elder was also a clever person. Even if he was a bit dull, he began to understand. These boys were hiding a big secret. This was the feeling and state of hiding a big secret. They were vigilant because of the fear of their secret being discovered. And the mentally ill ones were not mentally ill at all. They never were. Mental illness would never be this calm. The more dangerous the situation seemed to them, the calmer they became. This is not right. What secret do they have? Over 50,000 super gifted boys. This is a super talent. And within 3 days, thousands of people have been found. But they, however, hide a common secret that must not be known by outsiders. This is terrifying. The elders said, trembling. Catch them all and torture them severely. Skin them. I don't believe he won't speak. Hong Chun shook his head. No, they haven't committed any crime. At this moment, Hong Chun thought of a strange sentence that Miao Jia had once said. Treat them well. They will all be the backbone of the future. Hong Chun didn't understand, but he was willing to follow through. Chapter 35, Hometown People. An hour later, the boy named Lu Chong was somewhat on the brink of collapse, crying with red eyes in his hometown language. What did I do wrong? I still have parents to take care of, but suddenly I came to this world. It's so unfamiliar to me here. I just want to go home. Why was I the one who crossed over? Why? It's been over a year. I finally adapted to my new identity, but now am I going to be found out? Heaven, what did I do wrong to deserve this punishment? In my hometown, I just want to take good care of my parents. In this world, I just want to live a good life. What did I do wrong? Hong Chen noticed his language, but he didn't understand it. At this moment, Jiang Feng also noticed him. But at this moment, Jiang Feng's pupils suddenly contracted violently. He slowly stood up, trembling, looking at Lu Chong, and gently said, Wangbuji ma. Lu Chong, whose emotions were breaking down, suddenly held his breath, turned his head, and stared at Jiang Feng closely. With a voice almost screaming, he shouted, Wangbuji ma. Kupa Wangbuji ma. Jiang Feng's eyes widened. He slowly walked toward Lu Chong, and at that moment, tears began to flow down. Wangbuji ma means the way they call the name of their planet. Kupa Wangbuji ma roughly means, are you also from XX Star? Jiang Feng wiped away a tear and suddenly broke down in tears. Hometown people. I never thought I would meet someone from my hometown in this world. I just fell asleep in my hometown and somehow ended up in this world. I'm so scared. I'm scared. What did you go through, my brother? Lu Chong also burst into tears, walking forward and tightly embracing Jiang Feng. He never expected that in this foreign land, he would meet someone with the same experience. I too. I got really sick. I was about to die, and then my consciousness gradually blurred. And then I arrived in this world. I think I also crossed time and space. My soul left my body. When I came, someone whispered in my ear, build achievements and there will be a chance to go home. But until now, I still don't know what building achievements means. how does one build achievements? This world is peaceful between countries. I'm not a warrior. How could I build achievements? I just want to go home. I want to go home. When I came, someone whispered the same thing in my ear, asking me to build achievements. But what does building achievements really mean? I don't understand. My God, I didn't expect we are from the same hometown. I can't understand the language of this world. Tell me quickly, what kind of world is this? The technology here is moderately advanced, but it also has powerful warriors. This world is called Earth, and we are now in the Huaxia region of Earth. I see you are about my age. We should be middle school students. When we reach the 3rd year of middle school, we will undergo a martial arts talent test, and only after passing the test can we enter martial arts high school, then enter martial arts university. Only then can we slowly become qualified warriors. In this world, only warriors can gain wealth and status. I think this is how one can build achievements. Do you think we were brought here because of our identities? We must keep it secret. I suspect the Earth world has some sort of mechanism to screen for crossovers. They must be suspicious of our identity as travelers, having sensed the uniqueness of our essence, so they controlled us. We don't know their purpose. We absolutely cannot reveal our identity. Otherwise, not of our kind, their hearts must differ. They will definitely treat us as outsiders. Even under torture, we cannot speak, right? Right. We can't say anything even if we die. If we die, we might still return, but what I'm most afraid of is that they turn us into experimental subjects. It's hard to even think about dying. How terrifying. The two embraced each other, holding hands and talking. The more they spoke, the more excited they became, and their emotions began to break down. The other 4 boys looked on in confusion, unsure whether they understood any of it. At that moment, in the distance, the red dust Taoist was stunned. The elder was also shocked. The information said this Jiang Feng was insane. He had created a language that nobody understood. But just now, Lu Chang was also babbling the same language. Unexpectedly, and to everyone's surprise, they were communicating. The two were actually chatting with each other, using the same language, and both showing signs of excitement. The elder took a sharp breath. This is some sort of secret language between them. Red Dust nodded. But what exactly are they talking about? In the next moment, Red Dust's figure vanished and appeared before the boys. As soon as Red Dust appeared, Jiang Feng and Lu Chang instantly fell silent, while the other boys grew vigilant. Red Dust scanned the room and smiled gently. This is the Misty Palace, and I am the master of the Misty Palace, Red Dust Taoist. Misty Palace? Everyone was confused. They had never heard of it. In fact, almost nobody below the advanced martial arts level had ever heard of the Misty Palace. After Red Dust's brief introduction, he walked directly toward Lu Chang and asked with a smile, "Who are you?" Lu Chang's expression changed. He was stunned for a second, then burst into loud laughter. Laughing and laughing, he began to dance and run around the courtyard, taking off his clothes as he ran. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha! In no time, he was completely unclothed and then began to roll on the ground, eating the mud he dug up. Everyone looked on in bewilderment at this scene. Chapter 36, Pretending to be Crazy. At this moment, Red Dust snickered. "You are hiding a big secret in your heart. There is no need to pretend to be crazy in front of me. You are too immature. Just now, you clearly understood my words. Your eyes betrayed you. And your madness is not real at all." Lu Chang, lying on the ground, eating mud, darkened his gaze but pretended not to hear, continuing to feign madness, swallowing stones into his stomach. He had already made up his mind. He would rather die than speak. He would absolutely not confess. He had no idea what these people's purpose was. He had no idea what would happen to him if he revealed his secrets. Red Dust frowned, reached out, and pulled Lu Chang over with an invisible force, gripping Lu Chang's neck, and with a grim face asked, "My patience is limited, and I will not treat you like an ordinary child. 3 counts. Tell me your secret, otherwise death." After saying this, the few boys who understood Chinese suddenly changed their expressions and looked down, pretending not to hear. They were also travelers. At this moment, they too understood something. At this moment, they made up their minds. They would rather die than speak. Being threatened with death was far too serious. If they spoke, what good would come of it? Although all of them seemed to be youths, in reality, there were no true youths. Before they came here, in their original world, they were either middle-aged or young adults in their 20s and 30s. They were all mature individuals with the experience of living 2 lives, and they were all cunning. They understood these ins and outs better than anyone else. After saying this, Lu Chang sighed inwardly at the thought of his impending death. But he could not speak. He continued to dance and act wildly. Pretend to be crazy to the end. While dancing wildly, he shouted crazy words that Hongshan couldn't understand. Hongshan couldn't understand, but Jiang Feng understood. "Brother, Actually, I lied to you. We came here through our primordial spirits. I think, if we die, then the primordial spirit will be lost here. I'll go first. Jiang Feng held back his tears, afraid to let them flow, afraid to let anyone detect he was signaling himself before death. 3, 2. Hong Chun gritted his teeth, fingers slightly exerting force. But Lu Chang, however, continued to dance and laugh, talking nonsense. Intermittently. 1. Damn. No matter how much Hong Chun wanted to control himself, he couldn't help but want to curse. He threw Lu Chang to the ground, not intending to kill him. Miao Jie's words had taken effect. Treat them well. Sigh. What headache? What secret do they have? Not even afraid of death. What kind of secret must this be? A secret that one would guard even against death. It fills one with fear. Hong Chun angrily pointed at Lu Chang, shouting, "What secret are you hiding? I will uncover it." Then, Hong Chun locked Jiang Feng and Lu Chang separately in their rooms. To prevent the two from committing suicide, Hong Chun had the rooms padded everywhere, eliminating the possibility of suicide. This was learned from the way spies were interrogated in America. All spies receive professional training. So, to interrogate spies, this set of psychological torture methods was invented. The main idea is to confine a person in a quiet room, preventing them from contacting the outside world and hearing any sound. In this room, the subject can only hear their own breathing and heartbeat. A normal person will start having hallucinations after just 1 hour. After 10 hours, they will mentally collapse. Hong Chun did not want to use physical torture on them, so he opted for this method of mental torture. Watching the two locked in their rooms, Hong Chun walked with a dark face to the other 4 boys and said in a deep voice, "You are pretending to be crazy and fooling around. You are deaf, right?" The 4 boys remained silent. Hong Chun continued to ask, "If you don't want to answer, then you could be like them." The 4 boys still remained calm, continuing to play dumb or act deaf. They pretended not to understand. Because of what happened to Jiang Feng and Lu Chang, a rebellious mindset had also appeared in the hearts of these boys. They did not know what Hong Chun's purpose was. However, their identity as traversers was their biggest secret, and they feared that if exposed, they would face even harsher treatment. Would there be an effect like those not of my kin must have different hearts? This was something they couldn't bear. So after Hong Chun finished speaking, everyone fell silent, not saying a word. Hong Chun felt a bit restless. Take them away. Lock them all in a sealed room. Tell them, think it over, then come out. Then the other 4 boys were also locked in separate sealed rooms. Waiting. Next was the calm waiting of the mysterious palace. But gradually, the mysterious palace also lost patience. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. There was no movement. All 6 boys displayed extraordinary patience. Sitting in the room, Jiang Feng listened as the whole world seemed to consist only of his own breathing. He was very terrified, very afraid. This was a fear of being abandoned by the world. But he just sat cross-legged on the ground, tightly closing his eyes, constantly telling himself, "I can't let my secret be discovered. If my primordial spirit dies in this world, I will never be able to return to my hometown. I don't know why I came to this world, but I must go back. I must return to my hometown." A few hours later, Jiang Feng found himself in this tightly closed room, experiencing hallucinations. He saw the scenes of his world, saw his family and friends in that world. He was going crazy. He desperately held back the urge to step forward and greet those friends, constantly telling himself, "It's an illusion. It's an illusion." If he revealed himself, he would fall for the tricks of earthlings. It's an illusion. 10 hours. Jiang Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the wall. Chapter 37. The expert is going crazy. In the other rooms, the 5 boys looked the same. Their faces were twisted, eyes bloodshot. Some were howling, deliberately making loud noises. Some were frantically banging on the walls. Some are breaking down and crying uncontrollably. 15 hours. Some had gone mad. Some collapsed on the ground, eyes vacant. Some were laughing foolishly at the walls. Some of them had already mentally collapsed, yet they still did not say anything. At this moment, the entire mysterious palace was moved. It could not hold anymore. The elder watched the different behaviors of these 6 boys through the surveillance video, utterly shocked. Oh my God, what secrets are hidden in their hearts? They've disregarded life and death. Are they really just boys? Who exactly are they? What do they want to do? Hong Chun was watching from side, feeling increasingly terrified. Before long, a helicopter flew to the mysterious palace. Hong Chun invited specialized interrogators and psychologists from the official spy interrogation department. After both sides explained the situation, a specialized interrogator said solemnly, "Quickly release them all." "Hurry," the elder replied, "but they haven't confessed yet." The expert shook his head seriously. A closed space is a sharp blade that tortures the mind. If an ordinary person who hasn't received specialized training stays in there for more than 10 hours, there's a 50% chance of mental collapse and becoming a mental patient. If they stay for more than 15 hours, the chance rises to 80%. If 20 hours have passed, it becomes a 90% chance. They are clearly relying on their willpower, not having received specialized training. After staying in there for so long, their minds have already suffered immense shock. They must be released quickly, and we should interrogate through other means. I believe our goal is only to uncover the secrets they have mentioned, not to turn them into real lunatics, right? Upon hearing this, the elder immediately ordered the release of the 6 boys. At this time, however, the 6 boys had already turned into shambling, lifeless beings, their eyes vacant and hollow. One boy was just laughing foolishly, clearly gone mad. Immediately, the mysterious palace urgently sent this mad boy to a psychiatric hospital in the capital for treatment. The other 5 boys took more than 3 hours to regain their senses after entering the outside world, slowly returning to normal. But they still bore the indelible psychological scars. 5 hours later, some of them could barely manage to communicate. So, the psychological expert first interrogated Lu Chong. Sitting in the office, the television was playing cartoons, and the expert made a cup of tea for Lu Chong. Do you prefer tea or a drink? Feel free. Lu Chong licked his cracked lips, looking at the steaming tea in front of him, remaining cautious and silent. Lu Chong was not an ordinary boy. In his previous life, he was a man in his 30s with experience. He looked at the warm environment and the friendly expert, and intuitively guessed some things through the experience of his past life. Previously, it was like a brutal ice storm. Now it felt like a warm spring breeze. Are they trying to take a softer approach after the hard one doesn't work? Trying to break down my defenses? Lu Chong figured out the underlying strategy. So he chose not to drink tea, not to drink beverages. He gave no chance at all. The expert in his heart saw him like this, feeling a wave of anxiety. It's difficult, really difficult. His original intention was like this, step by step, breaking through his psychological defenses, establishing Lu Chong's trust in himself. And the first step was to make Lu Chong accept some of his benefits, and then gradually break through, finding gaps to break through. But now, the first cup of tea was rejected. He felt the anxiety, sensed that this young man in front of him might be at the same level as all the trained spies he had interrogated. But he was curious. How could a middle school student have such a strong heart? After a moment of silence, the expert said, "You don't have to be wary of me. I'm not interrogating you right now. I just want to chat casually. I'm just simply curious about you." Curious about me? Lu Chong's heart tightened instead. "Don't be nice to me." The expert took out a cigarette. "Do you smoke?" Lu Chong had no expression. He neither nodded nor shook his head. He didn't engage at all. "It's difficult." The expert asked again, "Are you hungry? You're so young and still growing. I'll have someone prepare some food for you, and after eating, we can chat." "Lu Chong," the expert said, "we actually have no malice against you. I understand the situation. It's because your talents are too outstanding. So it simply made the palace master a bit curious. Your strong talents were merely a casual inquiry, asking about your origins to see if you could join the mysterious palace. But you were very wary, which raised the palace master's suspicions. The less you say, the more suspicious he becomes, right?" Lu Chong looked at him coldly. The expert continued, "Actually, no matter who you are, as long as you're a talented martial artist, you can serve Huaxia. You can serve the mysterious palace. This was just a routine identity investigation. You don't need to be. So by the way, what do you want to eat?" Lu Chong said nothing. An hour later, the expert went mad. Because no matter what he said, Lu Chong simply would not engage. He wouldn't answer. No matter how many methods the expert had, he couldn't use them at all. After releasing Lu Chong, the expert began interrogating Jiang Feng again. But Jiang Feng didn't even understand Chinese, and he couldn't speak Earth's language at all. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng came out. Then the expert interrogated another one who could speak Chinese. An hour later, this boy surprisingly had an equally tough heart, an incredibly strong heart. No matter what, he wouldn't speak. Then there were 2 mutes, and the 2 mutes remained mutes until the end. Chapter 38, Breaking Through to the 8th Rank. A whole day, not a single word was asked out. At this moment, the expert felt fear. Looking at the red dust Taoist, the expert respectfully said, "Palace Master, this matter is serious." Hong Chun was silent. The expert said, "I have never interrogated such people before. They are not afraid of death. They won't crack under pressure. None of them have undergone professional training. Yet all of them are even stronger than those who have been specially trained. What is strong is their willpower. I can see that each of them hides a secret in their hearts. This secret even transcends life and death." Hong Chun asked, "How long before you can get something out of them? I need to know the results." The expert sighed and shook his head. "You can't get anything out of them. I can make a decision now. No one can extract anything from their mouths. They aren't afraid of death, nor of anything at all. They don't crack under pressure. They have no fear in their hearts. All emotions are overshadowed by the secret deep within their hearts. Psychological defenses, unbreakable, because their secrets are greater than everything. So when all these paths seem blocked, we can actually declare that we will never find out. Of course, there's another way to go. It is to induce them to speak. But this road requires us to know at least some secrets. Even knowing a little about the interrogation direction would help. But right now, we don't even have a direction. We don't know what type of secrets they have. All we know is that they have secrets. There's nothing we can do. Hong Chun sighed. You all go. He watched the interrogation team leave. At that moment, Hong Chun gave up, failed to subdue the hawk. He was pecked by the hawk. In fact, he could have solved all the questions by asking Miao Jie. However, having been the master of the Misty Palace for many years, he held a position over countless people. Although he had previously visited Zhang Ku personally, in his mind, it was called respecting the worthy. He remained proud. In the end, he discovered that Miao Jie could hardly be grasped. Faintly, it seemed that Miao Jie had a way to grasp him instead. This feeling made Hong Chun very annoyed, very disgusted. So he decided to gather some information himself, to rely on his own abilities to collect some information. Only after he had information could he have some leverage to discuss matters with Miao Jie. At least he must not be grasped by him again. At least, he didn't want to appear like a fool, asking questions about everything while knowing nothing. This feeling infuriated him. But now, Hong Chun was deeply frustrated. He had thought he had a firm grasp on this entire world. But a few days ago, he discovered he couldn't control Miao Jie. He didn't know Miao Jie's secrets. He didn't know the secrets of the Earth Hometown Association. Now, he didn't know the secrets of Huaxia, which had lasted over 50,000 or even more years. He was being grasped by many people. After thinking for a long, long time, Hong Chun finally sighed, and he decided to go find Miao Jie for a personal discussion. Compared to the unpleasant feeling of being controlled, Hong Chun's heart recalled Miao Jie's words, which still made him feel uneasy. He mentioned that the apocalypse is coming. The apocalypse. Moreover, now the first step has been verified. Many strange super geniuses have indeed appeared in Huaxia, and these geniuses all guard a common secret. This made Hong Chun unable to sit still. He felt a sense of dread. If there were only dozens of people, that would be one thing. He could accept it, even if those people were strong. He could accept it, just like the Earth Hometown Association. After all, the number was small, and they couldn't create much of a wave. But now there are tens of thousands like this. This made Hong Chun feel his scalp tingle. Meanwhile, by the Yudai River, in just 1 week, Miao Jie has already reached the 8th rank. This completely stunned everyone. The 20 handmaidens initially saw Miao Jie at the 3rd rank, but how long has it been, and they can no longer see through his cultivation. But they saw Miao Jie flying through the air. Flying through the air, this is a capability of the 7th rank, the master rank. This indicates that Miao Jie has now become a master. It's scary. This is so terrifying, so frightening. Cultivating for more than 10 days, from 3rd rank to becoming a master? What kind of speed is this? At one point, the handmaidens even doubted whether Miao Jie was originally a grandmaster or an ultimate being. Perhaps he had just been hiding his cultivation all along. But regardless, seeing Miao Jie's astonishing cultivation speed that even a rocket couldn't match, the handmaidens became even more convinced that this group of Earth Hometown Association members is not simple. Each one is mysterious and powerful. They used to complain about the daily training, but now they are completely convinced and have no more complaints. What does hard work matter? What's wrong with hard work? To follow such a powerful and mysterious organization is something that countless people would trade their lives for. And now, it has fallen upon me. This is simply a pie falling from the sky, isn't it? And it's worth mentioning that after a week's baptism, Miao Xinyu has also transformed. In her eyes, a fierce look has gradually appeared. Although in today's peaceful era, this seems very out of place for a weak girl. But soon after, when the demons invade, this fierceness becomes the capital for survival. Of course, her training speed isn't that fast. Even though she is taught by several strong experts in turns every day, she still hasn't broken through to the 1st grade realm. It's close. It is expected that in about a month she will break through to the 1st grade realm and completely become a warrior. However, based on her current blood vitality concentration and the attentive care from several strong experts, in terms of talent, she could already rely on her own abilities to enter the Capital Martial Arts University. No problem at all. It has been turned around. This is probably called the raw power of money. It has directly transformed her from a talentless, ordinary person into a genius girl who can enter the Capital Martial Arts University. Chapter 39, Powerful Battle Formation. Hey, Huh. 20 maids and Miao Xinyu hold heavy dozens of gene alloy broadswords, forming a square formation that keeps cycling. Little Ma stands in front of everyone. Going solo is very hard to achieve great things. However, having many people could also be like a pile of scattered sand, easily defeated one by one. So, battle formations are a point everyone must master. You all, although due to some unexpected circumstances, have become Miao Xinyu's maids. But now, whether you admit it or not, whether you are willing or not, you are all peripheral members of the Earth Hometown Association. So you must master the battle formation. When we have many people, we group into thousands. When fewer, we group into hundreds. If there are hardly any left, 3 people can also form a small group. If only 2 people are left, there still needs to be a battle formation awareness, 2 people as a group. No matter how many people there are, there must be an instinctive formation for the battle to form immediately. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. Do you understand? The group of maidens responded tenderly. Understood. Master Ma continued. Having many people doesn't necessarily mean you can exert your strength. If many are unable to exert strength, it's called a rabble. We must maximize the advantage of numbers. 5 fingers should unite into a fist to strike out, not separate to exert force. This is the most basic core essence of the battle formation. Can you understand? If you don't understand, just ask. One maid raised her hand and asked, Teacher Ma, what kind of power does this battle formation have? If we 20 plus Miao Xinyu are all at the 5th grade realm, what kind of power can we have as 21 5th grade realm fighters combined? I don't have a concept. Master Ma asked her, if you meet an opponent of the same 5th grade realm, how many do you think you could kill? The maid smiled bitterly. If I'm lucky, I might be able to defeat one through a hard battle. And if I'm unlucky, I might get killed instead. Master Ma said, Good. Then consider that all 21 of you are lucky. If one can kill one, then 21 of you can kill at most 21 enemies of the same realm, right? After that, no one has strength left to face the next enemy of the same realm, right? Right? Master Ma asked again. So if surrounded by 100 enemies of the same 5th grade realm, can you win? The maid smiled bitterly. How is that possible? Then can you escape? Escaping from 100 opponents of the same realm is dreaming. Master Ma nodded and asked, Then, if 100 enemies of the same realm surrounded you 21, averaging 3 to 5 opponents working together to grab one person to hit, could any of you win? Could you escape? The maid shook her head. If we were to fight to the death, then 3 to 5 people would surround and attack one of us. We will definitely die. But before we die, we should be able to take away a part of it. If we, the 21 of us, are surrounded by 100 people, we will all die, but the enemy should also suffer, perhaps 4 or 5 casualties. The maid thought for a moment and said, If the 21 of us each act independently, all wanting to escape, I estimate the chance of escape is also not great. Being surrounded by 3 or 5 people is not much different than being surrounded by 100 people. But in everything, there is always a chance. I think that among the 21, there should still be 1 or 2 who can escape. At this point, another maid excitedly asked, Master Ma, do you mean that if we, the 21 of us, form a battle array, and we encounter 100 people of the same realm surrounding us, we have a chance to kill some of the enemies and then safely withdraw? Master Ma slowly shook his head. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. Is that not the case? What's the use of learning battle arrays then? At this moment, Master Ma spoke again. I need to correct you on one point. If in your understanding, the battle array is so useless, then it's better not to learn it. Why bother to study it? 21 people surrounded by 100 of the same realm. Breaking through the siege is considered useless? Master Ma spoke sternly. Let me tell you this. Once you learn the battle array and how to integrate the battle array into your very bones with understanding, don't talk about 100 people. The question is how many people of the same realm can you kill? Even if 100,000 surround you, you can keep chopping like cutting vegetables, until everyone is exhausted, all strength drained. Otherwise, you can keep killing infinitely. Of course, the premise is that the enemy is like you now, even a rabble. Keep killing? Keep killing endlessly? Is this the battle array? The battle array allows people to keep killing infinitely? Miao Xinyu was stunned. This is impossible, right? The opponents are not fools. Master Ma said, Nothing is impossible. The opponents are not fools, but in front of true warriors, a rabble and a fool are no different. If you learn the battle array, facing a rabble is no different than facing fools. How many fools can react? They either rush up chaotically, or retreat, or flee. Among these 3 options, you have countermeasures. If they rush up, you can retreat while killing. If they do not dare to move, wanting to exhaust you, then you remain still. If they flee, you can charge up and continue the pursuit. If you are exhausted, you can carve out a bloody path to retreat. Let me give you an example. Do you think, in ancient times, 100 well-trained elite infantry in formation, if faced with 1,000 idle rascals, who is stronger? The maid hesitated. Well, that should be obvious. 100 infantry in formation would chop through 1,000 rascals like cutting vegetables. Then what about facing 10,000 rascals? This, it's hard to say. Master Ma laughed. The reason you find it hard to say is that the stamina of these 100 men is limited, right? Yes. After all, if the rascals give their all, the infantry will be exhausted. Master Ma said, so rascals and infantry, in terms of power limits, belong to ordinary people. From a certain perspective, they're the same realm. Yet when you face opponents of the same 5th rank, you are at a similar level. However, this is equivalent to you compared to infantry. You have infinite stamina. Of course, the rascals also have infinite stamina. So under the condition that both sides have infinite stamina, it's chaos and slaughter. Everyone suddenly understood. Then, everyone became excited. Formation. Battle array. Is its power this strong? Chapter 40. The Mortal Taoist. Master Ma continued. If all 21 of you are at 5th rank, you can fight 100 at 6th rank. You could drag down 10 at 7th rank. You can make an 8th rank expert wary of you, unable to move. Do not ask where this data comes from. This is all learned from real battles. The maidens listened with rapt attention, and Miao Xinyu also sank into a fantasy. Doesn't this mean that by mastering battle formations, our 20-some female soldiers could sweep through many forces in the country? At this moment, Miao Xinyu and the others suddenly understood. Why learn combat skills that are simple yet practical before studying battle formations? Why continuously hone their endurance? Why find the most efficient methods and techniques through repeated practice? Everything was prepared for the battle formations. Indeed, when dozens of people form a battle array, do flashy moves really matter? Dozens of people facing the enemy, unleashing spectacular moves together, chaotic and dazzling attacks that hold no meaning, dozens of people casting brilliant spells together. Is it useful? Only the purest and most efficient methods can unleash the greatest advantages and powers of a battle formation. When dozens of people charge into the enemy, you only need to cooperate with teammates to defend continuously or deliver the most effective strike out of nowhere. And you do not need to worry about your back and sides because there are teammates just like you there. This battle formation was not developed by an Earth Hometown Association. In the Great Wilderness, this knowledge was derived from a race with a long name. That race's planet existed in an era of cold weapons, constantly at war, and always in a state of military conflict. Countless military geniuses were born, but because they were always divided and warring among themselves, their planet never produced a genius like Miao Jie. What emerged and survived were all military talents. And military talents did not consider the world map or grand strategies. They only studied how to kill their neighbors or avoid being killed by them, focusing mainly on small-scale battles. In this extreme competition of small-scale warfare, countless gorgeous battle formations were born. In the Great Wilderness, the people of that planet brought battle formations with them. At first, they only used them themselves. Later, they realized that all races are one family, with only one enemy. So they selflessly taught the essence of these formations to the people of all races. That was the true wisdom, the crystallization of thousands of years of their entire planet's civilization grappling with itself. Once battle formations appeared in the Great Wilderness, all races experienced an unprecedented breakthrough. The demons began to retreat step by step. At first, it was unified, 100 people per formation, with one brain each formation, mainly responsible for issuing orders and changing formations. For every 10 formations, there was a messenger managing and deploying from a macro perspective. It was easy to govern, unify, and synchronize actions. But later, the demons discovered the vulnerabilities of the battle formations. They would throw countless lives at them to replace the messenger and formation brain. When a messenger was replaced, 1,000 people in 10 formations would become mute, deaf, and confused, not knowing what to do. When a formation brain was killed, the 100-person formation would completely turn to disarray, each acting independently. Is it allowed to record on WeChat? Later, all races in the Great Wilderness tested for nearly 10 years, gradually updating and evolving, then began an internal struggle with the demons, progressively improving. Finally, the ultimate version appeared. Everyone is a brain, everyone is a messenger. When each formation was constituted, they would be numbered beforehand in order like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No matter how many people were in the war, they would assign that many numbers following the sequence. Everyone learns the same thing. Everyone receives the same training. When number 1 is killed, number 2 immediately becomes the brain. Begin to command the remaining people. Number 2 is dead, and number 3 immediately takes over seamlessly. Thus, until only 2 people are left in the formation, there is still one brain, and it is still the formation. And the message bearers also form their own formations, scattered in every corner of the battlefield, arranged sparsely, also numbered. Number 1 message bearer issues commands, and all formations follow the orders. After number 1 is replaced by the enemy, number 2 immediately takes over to continue issuing commands. Number 2 dies, and number 3 continues. If all the message bearers are dead, there is no need to fear. The formations are also numbered. They proceed as formation number 1, formation number 2. After all the message bearers are dead, the brain of formation number 1 immediately leaves the formation. It goes to the command platform, becoming the message bearer. And number 2 of formation number 1 takes over as the brain. In this way, it's a cycle again, until everyone is killed in battle. This tactical formation completely turned around the battle situation of Taiwan. From the very beginning, when all the races were scattered like sand, everyone was worried, to the eventual emergence of victory, leading to the massive cooperation among all races and finally achieving a great victory. Step by step, it truly represents the art of using a little strength to move a great weight. And now, Master Ma has passed on the formation to them for the first time on Earth. This group of female soldiers. At this moment, Miao Jie walked out of the room, smiling as he looked at the riverside where a group of female soldiers were wielding hundreds of pounds of swords, constantly shifting and practicing basic movement training. He said to William beside him, "Bringing the formation here is a good idea." "I didn't expect that," William replied. "You are responsible for the overall operation. We will handle these matters." "I thought, if all the martial artists on Earth learn the formation, then when facing demons, the first wave of losses can be reduced by 60%. Miao Jie chuckled, difficult. As he spoke, Miao Jie looked up at the sky and whispered, just like how he came burdened with worries, clearly not listening to my words. "Look, he doesn't listen. How can the masses on Earth believe me without seeing blood and tears?" William also looked up, only to see a figure rapidly descending from the sky. It was Hong Chundaoren. He had long anticipated that Hong Chun would come looking for him, but Miao Jie did not expect him to arrive so late. Clearly, he hadn't listened to his words after all. Chapter 41. 3 Lifetimes as a Human. In the air, Hong Chun glanced at the female soldiers practicing by the Jade Belt River. A flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Martial artists don't practice martial arts properly, engaging in these frivolous things, formations? Do they think this is the ancient times of cold weapon mortals? What's the use? He felt mockery in his heart. Infantry formations? Why not create a long-range archer camp or a spear camp? There was no cavalry camp either. Hong Chun didn't think deeper, nor did he care to look closely at the essence of this formation. His gaze fixed on Miao Jie, about to say something with a smile, when suddenly his pupils constricted. He froze in midair, dumbfounded. The experienced Hong Chun felt a twinge of fear at that moment. Eight ranks. Wasn't he 5 ranks? No, wait. The intel said he wasn't immortal? Hong Chun looked at Miao Jie in confusion, muttering to himself. Had he been replaced? Did he change his face and pretend to be Miao Jie, actually disguising himself as a master? No matter what, Hong Chun couldn't believe that a person could upgrade from 5 ranks to 8 ranks in just a few days. Moreover, from observation, it could also be seen that his aura was steady, with no signs of an unstable foundation. This is unfathomable. Simply incredible. Hong Chun landed, his sharp gaze fixed tightly on Miao Jie, wanting to find traces of human skin mask on this person before him, to find signs of disguise and deceit. Miao Jie, however, greeted him with a smile. "Dusty Dao Lord, you're a few days later than I expected." Dusty squinted and sized up Miao Jie for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "You are not Miao Jie." Miao Jie smiled. William also smiled. After laughing for a while, Miao Jie said, "I'm not Miao Jie. Who else could I be?" "Impossible," Dusty exclaimed in disbelief. "How can a person break through from rank 5 to rank 8 in such a short time?" Miao Jie smiled and made a gesture toward the door. "Since Dusty Dao Lord is here today, I've already planned to lay everything bare. After hearing it, maybe you will understand. Please." Dusty narrowed his eyes, cautiously and critically sizing up Miao Jie, slowly stepping into the door. In the courtyard, members of the Hometown Association also came out from the tent, smiling and greeting Dusty. Dusty's sharp gaze swept over everyone, carefully inspecting, recalling the previous information. He wondered if anyone was absent. If someone was missing, then perhaps Miao Jie was impersonating that person. But he was disappointed. Not a single one was missing. They were all present. So, how'd he break from rank 5 to rank 8 in just a few days? After the two took their seats, William poured 2 cups of tea. Dusty did not dare to drink. He was afraid it might be poisoned. He was already feeling anxious, unsure of what was happening in this world, with so many mysterious people suddenly appearing for some unknown reason. What were their intentions? Miao Jie did not mind, smiling as he took a sip of tea and asked, Dusty Dowlord, now you have several questions. Who are those super geniuses? What is going on with my cultivation? What about the Earth Hometown Association? And what about the apocalypse? These are 4 questions in total. Which one do you want to ask first? He felt a bit annoyed. He disliked being led by others. But since the first time he sought out Miao Jie, Dusty found that every step he took was being guided by Miao Jie. He had no temper at all. After a long silence, Dusty fixed his gaze firmly on Miao Jie. What's going on with your cultivation? Miao Jie put down his teacup. How old do you think I am this year? Dusty was taken aback. Your information says 23. Miao Jie shook his head. If you count the 3 lives I've lived, I should be 140 years old. Dusty was stunned. What do you mean by 3 lives? In my first life, when I was 17, I had a car accident. Everyone thought I had become a vegetable, but in reality, I died. What? Dusty stood up in shock, looking at Miao Jie in disbelief. You are a dead person? Miao Jie looked at Dusty, continuing, and my original spirit went to a world called Tai Huang. Then, Miao Jie began to recount the events of Tai Huang. Half an hour later, Dusty was already in a daze. He gazed at Miao Jie, his face alternating between pale and flushed, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Miao Jie continued. In Tai Huang, my 100 years came to an end. My original spirit finally returned back to Earth. While on Earth, my body had grown to 23 years old. So, adding it all up, I count as 3 lives. I am 140 years old. 140 years old. Dusty fell silent. He was silent for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Dusty stared at Miao Jie and asked, So you mean your cultivation is actually brought by your original spirit? Your cultivation was originally higher, and now it's just a recovery phase. You can understand it that way. Chapter 42, Immortal and Indestructible. Dusty hurriedly asked, Do you mean to say that my cultivation can go even higher, that there are still levels above? Am I only at the Martial King level? Yes, Dusty Dowlord is just at the Martial King level. Above rank 9 is the Martial King. Above the Martial King is the Martial Emperor. Above the Martial Emperor is the Martial Deity. Above the Martial Deity is Martial Sage. There are 3 more levels above me? Dusty felt crushed, screaming in furious disbelief. Impossible. Nonsense. It's utter nonsense. This is simply nonsense. I'm a top-tier powerhouse. The meaning of absolute peak is to reach a point in martial arts where there is no way forward. You tell me, there are still 3 realms above? It's simply nonsense. Miao Jie said nothing, not expressing any opinions. At this moment, the members of the Earth Fellowship looked at the unattainable master of the Mystic Palace with a hint of mockery in their eyes. It was as if they were watching a frog at the bottom of a well. He actually thinks he has reached the absolute peak? In Taiwan, in the battlefield of 10,000 races, in a battlefield of demons and monsters. Even when reaching the martial sage realm, they only dare to call themselves martial sages. Not even martial sages claim they have truly reached the absolute peak. He actually believes that his mere martial king realm is the absolute peak. What else could this be except a frog at the bottom of the well? Of course, they have seen it all, while the Earth people have not, so there exists an information gap. But the real reason the Earth Fellowship mocked him was that after attaining this realm, Hong Chun didn't continue to explore further. If the martial king had continued to seek higher realms, he would have surely found clues, surely discovered that there were still paths above. But he only heard someone say that the absolute peak is the end. He didn't think about just because it's always been this way, does it make it right? He simply felt pleased with himself, thinking he had reached the end. Having an information gap doesn't mean he's a frog at the bottom of a well. But this arrogance and self-satisfaction truly embody the meaning of being a frog at the bottom of a well. Hong Chun murmured to himself for a long time, still unable to believe it. However, Miao Jie, who had just broken through to the 8th tier in the past few days, struck a heavy blow to him. Now, he felt very confused. After a long time, Hong Chun asked, What kind of realm is martial sage? Miao Jie thought for a moment and answered simply and bluntly, A person like you would die no matter how many come. I don't even need to make a move. One glance from me and you'll be dead. Miao Jie continued, A physical body that can traverse the universe. A primordial spirit that is immortal and indestructible. Even if I die, my primordial spirit can still seize another body. Before long, I will return to the martial sage realm again. Immortal and indestructible. Hong Chen looked at Miao Jie in terror. In other words, under such conditions, Miao Jie wouldn't take long, at most a year, to return to the martial sage realm. And even if he were to perish now, his primordial spirit would remain immortal and indestructible, seeking a suitable body to seize. Then, he would continue cultivating and eventually hide away, and before long, he would reach the martial sage realm again. What an abominable realm this is! Hong Chun was stunned with fear. If this is true, the previous thought of taking advantage of his weakness and using some means at a crucial moment was immediately dismissed. I dare only to make friends, not to offend. If it's true, then if Miao Jie dies, somewhere on Earth, a hidden Miao Jie would rise silently again, also becoming a martial sage. If it's false, he didn't dare to think it was false. Some tactics he previously considered to deal with Miao Jie were now completely gone. An immortal and indestructible primordial spirit. This is simply too terrifying. Of course, this was Miao Jie's guess. He also didn't know if the primordial spirit was indeed immortal and indestructible, but he had successfully crossed the universe back to Earth. It had indeed enhanced his cultivation. Of course, he just didn't know if there would be another chance after this. Saying this deliberately, Miao Jie was also guarding against him. After all, he was only at the 8th tier now, still relatively weak. Human hearts are hard to read. Who knows how Hong Chun would think? Not guarding against him. If he turns against me, I would be at a disadvantage. And by saying this now, whether he believes it or not, he would feel fear. He would feel wary. Of course, Miao Jie himself did not know what was true or false. Then, Hong Chun asked the most straightforward question. How can one reach the martial sage realm? Ha! At this moment, William burst out laughing. Hong Chun glared angrily. What are you laughing at? I am at the absolute peak. You Emir's strongest, do you dare to laugh at me? Miao Jie is one thing, but... He said he was a martial saint, but what are you? However, William was too lazy to indulge this habit of his. In the great wilderness, he was the martial emperor. Faced with someone like Hong Chun, he could take down as many as he wanted. He simply wouldn't take Hong Chun seriously. In fact, no one from the Earth Association would take Hong Chun seriously. The reason for their caution, vigilance, and careful treatment of him was the same. The time was too short, and everyone had not yet returned to their former realms. When weak, one should not be arrogant. That is the most basic rule. Given time, everyone present would basically return to their previous realms. It's just a matter of time. William smiled and said, Hong Chun Daojun, how to become a martial saint. This question is not only what you want to know. In the entire universe, countless races and billions of beings also want to know. But in the great wilderness, among countless talents and powerful individuals, only 3 martial saints have appeared. One is from the original inhabitants, one is our president, and one is a demon. There are only 3 martial saints, but there are many martial emperors in the great wilderness. And someone like me, who is far from talented, is also a martial emperor. You are a martial emperor. Hong Chun's gaze changed. Is there really this many strong people? Chapter 43, above the 9th rank. He looked at the 30 or so people from the Earth Association in front of him and felt fear for the first time. So, the weakest in this yard is actually me? At this moment, he could not tell whether these people were boasting or had ulterior motives to deceive him. At this time, Miao Jie said, the level of martial saint is hard to explain. But in my opinion, going through blood and fire trials is the foundation. In short, someone like you, thinking you can become a martial saint just through meditation, is just a dream. Or rather, with your kind of meditation, reaching the martial king level is impossible. Hong Chun asked, then how to reach martial king? Above the 9th rank, a place called Naiwan Palace will appear in your mind. That place is where divinity is stored. From here, your primordial spirit will begin to sprout, but you just don't know it yet. Hong Chun narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was 60% convinced. There are very few absolute top-tier strong individuals. Only absolute top-tier strong individuals know that above the 9th rank, a place called Naiwan Palace in the mind will undergo a qualitative change. But they had not understood it themselves. Now, Miao Jie directly mentioned the Naiwan Palace. He spoke clearly. Those who have not reached this level would not know at all. And then, you need to comprehend this world, understand the suffering of life, comprehend the vastness of nature, experience the many forms of humanity, and it will no longer be related to cultivation. Miao Jie said slowly, as you deepen your understanding of this world, you will realize your own path. When you understand your own path, your primordial spirit will be born, and the moment your primordial spirit is born is called the martial king level. As you continue to deepen on your own path, you will experience the sufferings of the world, and you will discover the despair of this world. Upon reaching martial king, you will not feel powerful at all. Instead, you will feel very small. After breaking through this mental barrier, going through multiple life and death crises, undergoing blood and fire trials and despair and near death, your primordial spirit will undergo a transformation. And the appearance of this transformation is called the martial emperor level. This goes on, one comprehension after another of this world, one experience after another of blood and fire, fighting every day, wandering between life and death. One day, when fortune arrives in your heart, your primordial spirit leaves your body, touring the 9 heavens and overlooking the earth. At this moment, we call it the martial saint. After speaking, Miao Jie took a sip of tea and looked at Hong Qian with a smile. No matter what, any realm beyond this point cannot be attained through meditation alone. I fought in the great wilderness for 100 years, living without a day of peace, struggling every day in a sea of corpses and blood. But you ask me, how to reach the martial saint? This is the way. Then, Miao Jie pointed to everyone from the Earth Fellowship present. They are the same. Every day, they face the choice between life and death. Every day they fight. Every day they're soaked in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every day they see countless people die, watching those around them leave one by one. Watching a brother who was just talking to you a moment ago, the next moment, only half of his head is left. Do you think they are here, talking politely and cautiously, like grandmasters? The strongest? Grade 8 or grade 9? Are they lower than your Qi Miao Palace in status? Wrong. Miao Jie slowly stood up, his voice deep as he said, "They are Azuras." A buzzing sound rang in Red Dust's ears. He felt his scalp tingle. The hairs on his body stood up. But all the members of the Earth Fellowship instinctively straightened their chests, recalling those glorious years. Miao Jie would not allow anyone in this world to look down on his Earth Fellowship brothers. Because in Miao Jie's eyes, anyone who could come back alive from the 10,000 races battlefield was an Azura who fought every second. Truly a hero. And on Earth, no matter how high your cultivation was, in Miao Jie's eyes, you were nothing. If you really angered him, if it came to a life-or-death situation, the 32 people present from the Earth Fellowship, including himself, could sweep away any so-called peak expert from Earth. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Miao Jie and his group would never do such a thing. It would be a foolish action to fight among Earthlings while facing foreign enemies. Moreover, people would die. One peak expert could be taken down, but a few of their brothers might die. No one knew who. A brief silence fell in the room. Red Dust looked at Miao Jie, his eyes changing slightly. "Mr. Miao, I understand now. You asked me to treat those young people well. And those young people seem to have some secret. Their secret is that they are travelers, right? If I'm not mistaken, they're the primordial spirits of the 10,000 races that came to Earth." Miao Jie nodded. "That's right. Back then, before the demons came to Taiwan, the primordial spirits of the 10,000 races arrived a few years in advance. But only a few came at first. Large battalions arrived only after the war started. Those super geniuses, they're the reinforcements of the 10,000 races. The reason I told you to treat them well is because in the future, these reinforcements and comrades will fight and die for Earth. Many of them will die on Earth. A large portion of them will never return to their homeland. They won't see their families again and will forever remain here." For some reason, Red Dust got goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly, his heart felt a pang of guilt. He remembered how he'd been interrogating those young people these past few days, not knowing who they were, what secrets they held. One had gone mad and collapsed. The others had been tortured endlessly. When he thought about those young people, Red Dust thought about the story Miao Jie had told him about Taiwan. The reinforcements of the 10,000 races, countless people fell on the Taiwan battlefield, and the bodies and blood of countless people turned into fertilizer to heal the desert there. If what Miao Jie said was true, then in the future, these young people would also heal the wounds of Earth, right? Mr. Miao, then what exactly are the demons, and what is the apocalypse? The demon's characteristic is a single eye. They come from a place unknown to people, where the environment is extremely harsh, so harsh that in order to survive, they must eat their companions or children. Their emperor broke through to the martial saint realm and mastered spatial techniques. After discovering a place, they would create a spatial passage from their planet to allow their army to make a space jump. They are hungry, they are cruel, so when they arrive in a new place, their first task is to fill their stomachs. The second thing is to find a way to occupy this place and keep our stomachs full. According to Earth's level, when the first wave of demons arrives, 50% of the population on this planet will die within a month. Let me put it this way, the strength of cultivation in Taiwan is slightly stronger than that of Earth. But after 100 years of victory, only a few thousand natives of Taiwan were left alive. Hong Qian gasped in shock. This casualty rate. And now, for Earth, we have the advantage. We know in advance that they are coming. So there is still time. If everything goes in a good direction, I think we might achieve victory in just a few decades. I think maybe only 4 to 5 billion of the 8 billion people globally will die. It won't be as terrible as it was in Taiwan. 4 to 5 billion. Hong Shun stood up. 4 to 5 billion people dead? Is this the best outcome? Miao Jia looked at him. Otherwise, why is this called the apocalypse? Who? At this moment, Hong Shun felt numb. That means if he flew high in the sky looking down on the earth, he could see that more than half of the people alive wouldn't survive. Chapter 44. Demons are born at the third rank. Yet even in the vast wasteland, they still maintain their nature of killing each other. They continue to have many children, bringing them along while fighting, using their children as reserves. And the small demons that survive grow up in an environment where they either get eaten by their parents or killed by us. Growing up in such an environment, they understand one principle from a young age. To survive, one must compete. Compete with their kind, compete with us, so they are not afraid of death at all. Fierce and unafraid of death. They only want to win and only want to survive. After saying this, Hong Shan felt a little uneasy in his heart. He hurriedly asked, what about the cultivation strength of the demons? How does it compare to Earth? The demons are born as third-grade martial artists. Their lifespan is very short, only around 50 to 60 years. However, their talent and speed in cultivation are extremely good, stronger than humans. Let's put it this way. Among 100 billion humans, there may only be 100 million martial artists. But among 100 billion demons, all 100 billion are martial artists. Among 100 billion human martial artists, 90% are below 5th grade. While among 100 billion demons, 90% can reach 8th grade. Hong Chun trembled and said, then isn't this doomed? Isn't it doomed when such a race focuses on us? Yes, it is doomed. That's why there is a mysterious force in the universe that prevents this from happening. It's impossible to see demons occupying the human race's environment and using it as a stepping stone to develop. This would become a disaster for the universe. Therefore, when one side is in trouble, all sides come to support. What about nuclear bombs? We on Earth have advanced weapons, intercontinental missiles, and nuclear bombs. Miao Jie smiled and said, the wasteland has them too. Atomic-level scientific research is not a specialty of Earth. Moreover, the destructive power of nuclear bombs is nothing to the demons. It wouldn't hurt them at all. How many can they kill? They're all martial artists. One can say a 5th-grade martial artist can survive as long as they leave the center of the explosion. Not to mention them, they're not fools standing there to be bombarded. Furthermore, nuclear bombs are highly polluting. Even if we ultimately win the war, we ourselves won't be able to survive. Then what should we do? Everyone must resist. Everyone should cultivate. Hold on until the arrival of the second wave of support from countless races. How long do we need to hold on? I don't know. There is no precise number. Maybe 1 or 2 years. Maybe a decade or 20 years. Perhaps the last person on Earth may never see the arrival of the Allied support before they die. Perhaps the other race's resurrection will happen after arriving on Earth, but they will die in their infancy. They will die in the midst of chaos. All of this is uncertain. But one thing can be certain. The reincarnators of countless races will definitely be super geniuses. Their speed of cultivation is dozens of times, even hundreds of times faster than those on Earth. It took Hongxin Daojun nearly 100 years to reach the martial king realm. While they might only need a few years, 10 years, a few decades. Countless races. Super geniuses. Hongxin's eyelids jumped a few times, and he couldn't help but feel some terror in his heart. So, is that what super geniuses mean? In just a few years or a decade, they could grow to a level like mine? Chapter 45. Early Preparations. If this is true, how can they merely be described as geniuses? This is simply monstrous. If this is true, all Earthlings would be instantly turned to dust. Seemingly seeing his doubts, Miao Jie smiled and explained. In the face of the apocalypse brought by the demons, isn't the growth speed of ordinary people also very fast? Hong Shan exclaimed, the aura will become denser? No. Then how can ordinary people's growth speed increase? Miao Jie said, we are martial artists. Martial artists, the word warrior comes first. The speed of cultivation through meditation is extremely slow. It is only through continuous experiences in blood and fire, constantly breaking through oneself in desperate situations. Being brave, willing to fight, and willing to die. This is what makes a true martial artist. And such martial artists have an extremely fast growth rate. In fact, the talent of a martial artist can only determine their early growth speed. But what truly determines the achievements of a martial artist is never talent. It is the breakthroughs made in the midst of repeated despair. Just like now, if the apocalypse were to come, An ordinary person who originally had no talent for cultivation, as long as they can survive, their cultivation speed would definitely be several times faster than the geniuses from the capital's martial arts university. This brand new theory shocked Hong Chun. A martial artist doesn't rely on meditation and cultivation, but instead relies on constantly improving through battles. Is this still the martial artist I understood? Hong Chun remained silent for a long, long time. This time, he didn't speak for half an hour. In the end, Hong Chun looked at Miao Jie with a strange expression. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Miao Jie shrugged. There's almost no answer to this. Humans, including everyone from all the races, are like this. Until they see the final truth, they won't be willing to believe something that is harmful to them. They will only wake up when everyone around them is dead. Hong Chun stared deeply at Miao Jie. Then if I believe you, what will you do next? Miao Jie did not hide his intentions and directly said, the first thing is to warn the world through China. Let all people in the world unite, accept training, and face the fact that the apocalypse is coming. The second thing is universal cultivation, global cultivation, no more needing talent for martial arts. The whole society must prioritize martial artists, prioritize cultivation. The third thing, gather people from all races around the world and cultivate them. After listening to Miao Jie's plan, Hong Chun's pupils shrank. If this really happens, it would mean Miao Jie would directly control the entire earth. This is supreme power. When everything makes way for the plan to resist the apocalypse, Miao Jie, the initiator, will undoubtedly become the ruler of the earth. And this is terrifying. It's scary. This made Hong Chun question Miao Jie's motives. Could he be using a lie to stir up people's inner fears? Spreading anxiety and fear. Using these emotions to achieve his goal of controlling the globe? He had reason to suspect this. Of course, Zhangku also knew he would doubt. He would definitely doubt it. It was certain. People would never choose to believe before they see the final truth, and would always speculate with the worst intentions about themselves. This was all within Miao Jie's expectations, including his doubts. After talking about some other matters, Hong Chun did not express his stance on the apocalypse, and hurriedly left. Watching Hong Chun leave, Xiao Ma said with concern, Uncle Jie, we don't have much time. But they still choose not to believe. Miao Jie asked, how long do you think the demons will take to reach Earth? Xiao Ma thought for a moment. Based on the experience of Tai Huang, the Demon King would need 1 or 2 years to open the spatial channel for the army to pass through. But for us, that's too little. 1 or 2 years. Miao Jie muttered to himself, his heart tightening. The time is short. He must do something quickly. Uncle Jie, do you think Hong Chun will believe us? What will his reaction be? Miao Jie shook his head. I don't know. I only know that after he goes back, he will definitely find those race origin souls and verify if their talent is really as strong as I said. After he verifies it successfully, I will still hesitate, still be uncertain, because we don't have more solid evidence. What should we do then? People need to walk on 2 legs. We can't just place our bets on the illusionary palace. Miao Jie pondered for a moment. Wait for me to reach the martial king realm, then we'll come out of the mountains. We'll first warn the world through our own methods. There is no doubt that our warning has no credibility. Those who believe in us will definitely not be many. But the sooner, the better. Those who react earlier have a chance to survive later. In the apocalypse, the biggest enemy is not the monsters, but rather, initially, our own people. What we can do is save what we can. Every little bit helps, and we must try to let more of our Earth brethren survive. William walked over. Uncle Jie, what should we do now? Miao Jie thought for a moment. First, let's prepare. First, worldwide, through the internet, television, radio, and all means of manual promotion. Use the common language of all races to summon the spirits of all races across the globe. We need to have a backup plan. If humanity is not useful, we will train warriors from all races first. Second, identify all the experts and strong warriors worldwide. Promote our Earth compatriots and attract global elites. Let the world know of our existence. Then we will seek a suitable opportunity to warn about the apocalypse. Let's get moving. I'm already at the 8th rank and don't need your protection here. Return to your own nations and regions and use all your money and power to take action. 32 strong individuals shouted in unison, yes. But at that moment, Xiao Ma said, Hua Xiao already has Su Tao. I don't need to exert myself. I'll provide all the funding. I'll stay here. The crowd looked at Xiao Ma with confusion. Xiao Ma pointed to the female soldiers training by the Yudai River. I will serve as a mentor. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Miao Jie, their backbone, needed to focus on cultivation, and he must quickly improve his power to face the future challenges. If his strength was insufficient, and they didn't rise to the front lines against the monsters, but were instead defeated by humanity itself, it would be a great tragedy. But when Miao Jie gains the strength to overwhelm the world, all of this will not happen. Chapter 46. The Legend of Miao Jie. In the mystical palace, Hong Chan returned from Miao Jie, and the first thing he did was summon the remaining 5 boys. The 5 boys, already somewhat broken, looked in fear at this powerful man before them, knowing that he was the master of the mystical palace. They felt a bit scared, not knowing what Hong Chan would do next. The boys glanced at each other for a long time. Hong Chan broke the silence first. I won't make things difficult for you. I know that a few of you can understand Mandarin, right? He carefully observed the boys' expressions. From the eyes of 3 boys, he saw them flinch, but from the other 2, he saw confusion and bewilderment. Clearly, those who looked confused couldn't understand what Hong Chan was saying. Hong Chan focused on the 3 who understood Mandarin and said solemnly, I already know your identities. You're people from all races, right? The 3 boys looked at each other in bewilderment. What does it mean to be people from all races? They didn't know. Hong Chan frowned. Seeing their bewilderment didn't seem to be an act. Did he say something wrong? After a while, Hong Chan realized that people from all races was a term Miao Jie used to refer to them. They of course didn't know what all races meant. Hong Chan summarized his words and asked again, I know your identities. You are not earthlings. Your spirits have crossed over from other worlds. You have taken over the bodies of earthlings while hiding your identities. Am I right? As soon as he spoke, the pupils of the 3 boys shrank to the size of pinheads. They looked at Hong Chan in horror. This was their most guarded secret, a secret protected by their lives. And now, Hong Chan knew it. How did he find out? Seeing the expressions of the 3, Hong Chan felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It is true. What Miao Jie said is completely true. There really are time travelers. Hong Chan is a bit amazed, not expecting such magical things to truly exist in this world. Is it possible that time travelers really exist? After a moment of silence, Hong Chan said, I don't understand why you all go to such lengths to hide your identity as time travelers. To be honest, I always thought you were hiding a secret that could harm the world, which is why I interrogated you so harshly. But now that I know you're time travelers, I feel relieved. People of all races are always old friends with Earth people. I will not make things difficult for you. Here, I apologize for what I did to you earlier. I'm sorry. Our harsh interrogation was indeed for a reason. But if you had told me you were time travelers earlier, I wouldn't have made things hard for you. However, now that the damage is done, how can I eliminate the hostility in your hearts? I want to do my best to compensate you. You can ask me for anything. 2 of them looked confused, but the other 3 exchanged glances. They did not believe that Hong Chan could be so kind. In fact, it was not that they didn't believe Hong Chan, but they fundamentally did not trust Earth people who had discovered their identity. Caution is the greatest principle for survival. Seeing the 3 remain indifferent, Hong Chan sighed inwardly. If he had known, he should have asked Miao Jie sooner. Why did he have to interrogate them so harshly? Every time he thought of what Miao Jie said about the assistants from all races, he felt a bit ashamed and guilty. If the apocalypse was real, these people could become the strongest allies for Earth people against foreign enemies in the future. They are comrades. At that moment, Lu Chang spoke up. I want to go home. He was momentarily speechless. After a long silence, Hong Chan said in shock, I don't have the ability to send you home. Lu Chang angrily said, You just need to send a helicopter. You brought us here like that. Oh, so he meant this home. Hong Chan smiled bitterly. So what you mean is your home on Earth. That's no problem. I can do that. I will send all of you home in 10 minutes. Do you have any other compensation requests? At this, the 3 were astonished. He really is willing to send us home? In these past few days, they had experienced despair and fear, always on edge. Now, suddenly they're going home? They could hardly believe it. At that moment, another boy said, Can I make a request? Hong Chan replied, Go ahead. I want to get into a martial arts high school, but my family is quite poor. If you want to compensate me, could you help cover some medical expenses? At this moment, Hong Chan really wanted to cry. His usually calm heart couldn't help but ripple a bit. These lovely individuals from all races. He is only asking for some medical expenses as compensation? Hong Chan felt a bit emotional and seriously looked at the boy, saying, I will compensate each of you with 1 billion. This is my way of expressing my apology, and also, I want to support your training. You all have a great future in martial arts. The 3. Is it really this good? Impossible. How could he have treated us like this before and now suddenly be so nice? He is even willing to support our martial arts studies? Hong Chan looked at his watch. 8 minutes left. In 8 minutes, I will send all of you home. In these remaining 8 minutes, can we talk? The biggest secret you've been keeping is probably your identity as time travelers, right? I'm curious. Why is that a secret to you? The 3 remained silent. They were thinking if Hong Chan was trying to trick them. Not a single one spoke. Hong Chun sighed again and said, "To be honest, there are hundreds of thousands like you globally." The three were astonished. They originally thought that only they were cultivators. However, what he never expected was that there were hundreds of thousands of travelers from Earth. This was truly astonishing. Hong Chun recalled Miao Jie's words and began to tell the fragmented stories of Tai Huang. After finishing, Hong Chun also explained their reason for coming to Earth. Hong Chun didn't know if this was true or not, but he still said it. After finishing, he began to pay attention to the reactions of the three people. The three were amazed. There was such a thing? They didn't know and had never heard of it. But at that moment, a boy from Earth named Lin Chi suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Tai Huang, Martial Saint Miao Jie, are you saying that the legendary Martial Saint is actually from Earth?" Hong Chun sat up straight, shocked. How could it be that an alien had heard of Miao Jie's name? Oh my goodness, how could this be? Hong Chun quickly nodded. That's what he said. They also have an organization called. Lin Chi interrupted, the Earth Hometown Association. Hong Chun felt a chill run down his spine. What? You have heard of the Earth Hometown Association? Lin Chi exclaimed, "Oh my God, I always thought it was a legend. I never expected it to be real." What kind of legend have you heard? Chapter 47 Trust. Lin Chi said, "Before I came here, several martial emperors appeared in my hometown. They claimed to have gone to Tai Huang to participate in the all-races army. They said Tai Huang was targeted by strange creatures that wanted to take over, so the various races came out in full force to help eradicate those strange creatures. And within Tai Huang, there's a superpower called the Earth Hometown Association. The Earth Hometown Association is the main force of our army. There are a total of 20,000 people. Fearless in battle, they make those strange creatures tremble in Tai Huang. Among them, the king of the Earth Hometown Association is named Miao Jie. Martial Saint Miao Jie. He is the only martial saint among the beings of the various races. In a certain battle, the all-races army of 800,000 was surrounded by 90 million strange creatures. The martial saint descended from the sky, tearing through space to appear. One hand came down from the sky, and hundreds of thousands of strange creatures were smashed into pulp. The martial saint began to pursue a single person and actually killed tens of millions of strange creatures. Then, a sun rose from the west, so bright that everyone from the various races could not open their eyes. That was the king among the strange creatures, also a martial saint. He was one of the three martial saints in this universe. He fought against Martial Saint Miao Jie, and the aftermath of their battle caused thousands of people from the various races to drop dead, while millions of strange creatures also died instantly. In the panic, people saw two suns rising in the sky, the dazzling light emitted by the two martial saints like the sun itself. They flew out of the atmosphere and into the universe. Martial Saint Miao Jie and he could both traverse the universe in their physical forms. Later, the native martial saint of Tai Huang also joined the battle, teaming up with Miao Jie to fight it. Their battle lasted for more than 20 days without rest, and there was a ceasefire in Tai Huang. During these 20 days, all living beings just looked up at the sky. On the 20th day, a satellite of the Tai Huang planet suddenly exploded. This was the aftermath of the battle between the three martial saints. They'd been fighting on the satellite and finally blew it up. People then understood why the three martial saints needed to battle in the universe, because if they clashed in Tai Huang, they could very likely destroy the planet. This was a result no one wanted to see. That day, Tai Huang experienced a meteor shower. The shattered satellite turned into pieces of meteors crashing down on Tai Huang, and countless martial emperors flew up to the skies to smash the meteors, preventing a catastrophe from happening. On the 20th day, the three martial saints each left. He never appeared again. The native martial saint of Tai Huang lost his left half, leaving only the right half. And martial saint Miao Jie was whole, but it was said he suffered serious internal injuries. That day, it was the first time that all races and countless creatures in this universe witnessed a clash of martial saints together. It was so earth-shattering, so terrifying. Just the aftermath of the battle shattered satellites. By the way, that satellite was almost as big as your Earth's moon. Red Dust listened in astonishment, cold sweat drenching him. Miao Jie, is he such a powerful being? Bright like the rising sun, this light could be seen by everyone on the planet. A physical body crossing the universe. Shattering planets. One palm extinguishes millions of demons. Is this the power that humans can master? Lin Shi continued. After those martial emperor powerhouses from our planet told this story, everyone thought they were lying. Because as far as we know, martial emperor is the peak of martial arts. But they said, above martial emperor, there's a realm called martial saint. That was also when we first learned that among warriors, there actually exists such a powerful being as martial saint. And Miao Jia is the only martial saint among all races. This legend is well known in our place. Although everyone thinks they are lying, this story is still known by all. My God, I actually came to the hometown of the martial saint. The powerful beings of our world were not lying. There truly exists a Taiwan. There truly exists an Earth Hometown Association. There truly exists powerful beings like martial saints. Lin Shi was excited, passionately looking at red dust. You just said, you want to find Miao Jia? My God, you actually had the fortune to talk with a martial saint? There was a bit of an unpleasant feeling in his heart. What does it mean to be fortunate? Then, Lin Shi said, you should know, in Taiwan, even martial emperor powerhouses may not be able to witness the demeanor of the martial saint with their own eyes. How extraordinarily rare that is. His supreme realm has been invincible in Huaxia for a long time. Although there are many peak powerhouses in other countries on Earth, they all refrain from fighting each other. Everyone considers themselves invincible anyway. Now, someone has appeared to break this invincibility. It's not just a bit stronger than oneself, but so many, crossing the universe, shattering planets. Is this true? Lin Shi continued. Sir, can you let me meet the martial saint? The powerful beings of our planet once said, the story of Taiwan has ended, but it doesn't mean those strange creatures will end. Perhaps one day, it will be our turn. If one day, someone from our planet is fortunate enough to enter the battlefield of all races, there's a great chance to appreciate the demeanor of the martial saint. If our people see the martial saint, they must send a message for me. Martial saint, the people of the Golden Giant Bowl planet are your eternal subordinates. Sir, I never expected what I thought was a legend has truly become reality. Can you help introduce me, so I can meet the martial saint? Any way is fine. I want to convey a message to the powerful beings of my hometown. The other two youths were listening to Lin Shi as if they were hearing a scripture. What is martial saint? Like the sun? Famous throughout the universe? Is this for real? Red Dust was truly shocked inside. He couldn't understand. Is this for real or not? Mainly because all this information was so beyond his expectations. And just then, an elder hurriedly walked in, leaned close to Red Dust's ear, and said, Palace Master, the Earth Hometown Association is making big moves. Red Dust asked, what kind of moves? It seems to be a large-scale global move. They appear to be spreading some symbols and text we don't understand through global information channels and the internet. Red Dust was startled. He hadn't even agreed yet, and the Earth Hometown Association acted first, not having discerned clearly whether Miao Jia had ulterior motives or if there's indeed something happening. Why did he take action early? Red Dust hurriedly walked into the office. At this moment, the big screen was already showing people from the mysterious palace with serious expressions starting to introduce. Master of the palace, just now, Penguin, Tushio, and a series of well-known media companies in China, as well as some local satellite TV stations, have released a strange symbol. A picture appeared. White background, black text. But the characters above were unrecognizable. They looked like circles, triangles, and squares mixed together. It was completely incomprehensible. Hong Chan furrowed his brows. What does this mean? Unclear. The staff hurriedly added. However, Penguin forcibly sent this to nearly 1 billion users across China through QQ and WeChat, all drawn from back-end big data. The sending scope includes WeChat groups, WeChat chats, WeChat interfaces, WeChat moments, QQ groups, QQ messages, QQ spaces, QQ skins, and various backgrounds and interfaces of online games, etc. At the same time, many local TV stations in China suddenly interrupted programs to broadcast such images. Just now, many wealthy tycoons hired millions of workers. They printed many of these advertisements and images, plastering them on cars and splashing them like small ads in corners of cities and towns. At the same time, Europe was the same. The United States, Asia, Australia, and so on. All countries began to do this. We don't know what this image and these symbols represent. But just now, the United Nations has activated an emergency plan. They are holding meetings to discuss and asking linguists to identify the meanings of these symbols, forming an international organization to investigate the significance of these symbols and the intentions of their spreaders. Hong Chen had a look of uncertainty on his face. His heart was complicated. Should he stop it or should he acknowledge it? An elder exclaimed, "The officials are asking the mysterious palace's opinion. How should we deal with this?" Hong Chen remained silent for a long time and then said seriously, "Let's observe the changes." The crowd was in an uproar. No one knew why the master of the palace chose to remain passive. To observe the changes means to let the earthlings go unchecked, right? No one knew, not even Hong Chen himself, that his heart had slowly begun to lean towards trust. Chapter 48. The Common Language of All Races. At this moment, the world exploded. A series of mysterious symbols suddenly began to spread and become popular globally. Within just a few hours, it exploded across the entire world. All internet users were shocked. Wow, why do I keep seeing this symbol? Me too. It's all over YouTube. It's everywhere on Twitter. The whole world is filled with this symbol. What's even scarier is that this symbol also appeared on the big screens of many office buildings in our city. We live in a mountain village, and even the utility poles in our village have this symbol. Is there some kind of conspiracy? What does this symbol actually mean? Who knows? Who knows? Oh my God. In Times Square, all the big screens are showing this symbol. Oh my God. The cover of Time magazine has also changed to these symbols. Crazy. At this moment, the world went crazy. Completely exploded. At this time, the United Nations held an emergency meeting. All government officials from countries worldwide were on planes racing to the UN. This was an unprecedented, unknown conspiracy. An unparalleled global event. And just as the world went mad and speculated, just before the emergency meeting of the United Nations was about to begin, in a certain city in China, at a junior high school, a boy named Jiang Chuan put on his backpack and left school. He did not fit in with all the laughing and chatting students around him. He had no friends and walked alone in solitude. Because he was a weirdo, often saying strange things, and his speech was stiff and not fluent, as if he were a foreigner who just learned Chinese. Everyone kept their distance, thinking he seemed a little odd. Jiang Chuan had been in this world for more than 2 years. He had long given up hope of going home. At this moment, he only wanted to fit into this world. He just wanted to blend in a life on Earth. He wanted friends, wanted a community, wanted a group of partners, and not to live alone, lonely in this corner of the world. A van slowly drove past him, and Jiang Chuan instinctively stepped aside, but at that moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw an advertisement posted on the van, but it wasn't an ordinary, common advertisement. It was a string of symbols. At that moment, Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in shock, looking at the string of symbols on the van with disbelief. 10,000 races. 10,000 races Mandarin. Universal language. It is the universal language. Jiang Chuan's eyes turned red, and tears of excitement flowed from them. He had left his hometown 2 years ago, and he never expected to see the universal language of his hometown in this alien world. This was the official language of his hometown. Everyone knew it. Everyone learned it from birth. It was like his mother tongue, and now he saw it on a van. I am no longer alone. Stop. Stop. I didn't see it clearly. I haven't seen it clearly. Jiang Chuan shouted, crying and running wildly down the street, chasing after the van. But the van sped away. Jiang Chuan chased for half an hour, running to the edge of the city, yet still couldn't catch up. He gasped for breath, tired, and cried out. Stop, why won't you stop? What was written? What was it saying? Was that the language of my hometown? Is it the language of my hometown? I saw it. Why didn't I catch up? Why am I running so slow? Jiang Chuan cried out, self-reproaching, slapping himself. At that moment, he suddenly saw a wall in the urban village also painted with that string of symbols. The paint had not yet dried. Jiang Chuan widened his eyes, carefully reading the symbols. Comrades from the worlds of countless races, my name is Miao Jie, and I have returned from the Great Wasteland. If you have heard the tales of the Great Wasteland in your hometown, then you will know the purpose of your soul's journey to Earth. Currently, on this Earth, there are already over 1 million people from countless races ready to go. Because a great catastrophe is about to descend upon Earth. Friends, did a voice tell you when you arrived that only by achieving success can your soul return home? You must be confused about how to achieve this success. I tell you, that is, to become stronger. Let the legion of the countless races reappear on Earth and once again sound the great horn belonging to all races of our universe. You're the first wave of comrades to arrive on Earth, but you are certainly not the last wave. A year later, the main force will truly arrive. This is not something Earthlings can translate, nor can linguists do it. Only those who have studied the universal language of all races, also known as cosmic language, can understand it. And now, Jiang Chuan understands. Not lonely. I'm not lonely. Did 20,000 people come from my hometown? Jiang Chuan excitedly kept wiping away the tears that flowed from the corners of his eyes. He had already lived in this other world, in loneliness for 2 years, slowly learning Chinese from being an outsider and trying hard to integrate into this society. Yet, he could not fit in at all. And now he sees it here. He sees the appearance of his hometown. He sees the culture of his hometown. He sees the characters and language of his hometown. He seems to also see 20,000 hometown people waving at him. Chapter 49, Universal Language Flyers. Jiang Chuan pretended not to notice the universal language of all races written on the wall. He just glanced at it from the corner of his eye and then turned around with his backpack to head home. As he walked, Jiang Chuan saw many such symbols, with countless people pasting flyers on the walls, poles, and buildings like they were posting ads. Everywhere, the whole city was filled with it. Jiang Chuan was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was there suddenly universal language everywhere? Who was controlling all this from behind? Miao Jie? Who is Miao Jie? He introduced himself. But Jiang Chuan had never heard of who Miao Jie actually was. After all, not everyone among all races could return alive. And even if they did return, not everyone could quickly grasp the power of discourse in this world. Even if they grasped the power of discourse, not everyone would expose their experiences in a desolate land. All of this is probabilistic. Of course, the probability is quite high, as the shock brought to all races by the former martial saint was immense. At this moment, a man wearing a baseball cap took advantage of the absence of people in city management. He quickly pasted a flyer at the entrance of a factory with glue. The content of the flyer was also a summons in the universal language. Jiang Chuan could not hold back and walked up to ask, "Hello." The man in the cap looked at Jiang Chuan warily, but when he saw Jiang Chuan wearing a middle school uniform, he relaxed his guard and asked, "What's up? I want to ask, why are there so many of these flyers everywhere on the street? What does it mean?" The man in the cap clicked his tongue and smiled. "Who knows what it means? I'm just getting paid to do a job." Getting paid? Yes. Many wealthy people have posted job offers online. As long as you paste this flyer and take pictures and videos of the whole process, you can earn $10. I've pasted over 100 flyers today. If you stick them on cars, you can earn $200 a month. Jiang Chuan quickly asked, "Which website? How do you get these rewards? You want to do it too?" Haha. There are various job hunting apps and local city apps. They all have it, as long as you're looking for work. You can see them on the job websites. Oh, what do I get on those job apps? Which app is for job searching? You don't know 58 Tongshan? You don't know Ganji.com? You don't know Boss Shipin? Jiang Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had only been on Earth for 2 years. He had just learned Chinese and some basic pinyin typing. He had never understood the internet. The man in the cap explained for a long time and thought Jiang Chuan was a fool who knew nothing about anything. He looked like a naive person who had never touched the internet, so he lost interest in explaining and left in a hurry to make money. Jiang Chuan put away his thoughts and walked home, giving up on the idea of using the internet to find a mastermind behind all this and learn more information. He understood nothing, but he had made a decision. I have to go to that place called Furong City to look for the organization. This is the only chance in this world to find someone who understands me and speaks the same language as me. When he returned home, his mother looked at Jiang Chuan and asked with a frown, "Why are you so late coming back today?" Jiang Chuan respectfully said, "Mother, I got delayed because I was catching up on my homework." He spoke very respectfully. In their world, filial piety was very important. After coming here, Jiang Chuan knew he had taken over someone else's son and felt guilty inside. As he slowly interacted with her, he also acknowledged this world's mother. No matter what, she had given him a chance to start his life anew. So he always spoke very respectfully. However, his mother was not used to her son being like this. 2 years ago, the son suddenly changed, as if he had become a different person. At first, he didn't like to talk, but later, he suddenly became polite and respectful. This made his mother think that her son might have gone through some teenage issues and suddenly understood things better. His mother patted Jiang Chuan on the head and pointed at the table, saying, "I've made dinner for you. Hurry up and eat. Then quickly do your homework. Don't stay up so late like last night. You're still growing, so it's not good for you." "Yes, mother." After speaking, Jiang Chuan put down his backpack and began to eat with a heavy heart. During dinner, he watched his mother doing housework and felt very hesitant inside. What should he do? Should he say something? Should he confess or sneak away secretly? He couldn't make any decision. After dinner, his mother actively sat down on the sofa and asked, "You have something on your mind, right?" Jiang Chuan pondered for a long time and finally said, "Mother, there is something that has been buried in my heart for a long, long time. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to express it." His mother smiled and said, "You are 14 years old. It's normal to have your own thoughts. If you think it's inappropriate to tell me, then don't. But if you feel it's harmless to share, I can listen to what's on your mind." Jiang Chuan thought for a moment and suddenly stood up and bowed to his mother, saying, "Thank you for raising me all these years. I will never forget it, but I want to tell you something. I am not a person from this world." His mother laughed. "Then where are you from?" "I come from another planet in the universe." "Oh, an Ultraman planet? Ha ha. You should watch less cartoons. You're not a little kid anymore." But Jiang Chuan said seriously, "I come from a planet that translates to Purple River. I don't know how far it is from Earth. I suddenly crossed over. That is to say, my soul traveled here. I became your son. Although I don't belong to this world, I think I might never be able to go back. Whether I admit it or not, I am now an Earth person. I'm your son." His mother laughed so hard. "You read too many novels?" Jiang Chuan shook his head. Mother, I know you don't believe what I say, but after saying it, I feel much better. Okay. After you finish talking, hurry up and do your homework. Jiang Chuan hesitated and then returned to his bedroom. The moment the door closed, his mother, sitting on the sofa, suddenly had red eyes. 2 years ago, that mischievous son suddenly became a different person overnight. He acted wildly. He screamed strange languages that she could not understand. She took him to the hospital for examination, but after checking everything was normal. He was a healthy person. Then he hid away his madness. He became taciturn. He didn't speak, not a word. Sometimes when she spoke to him, he seemed not to understand. Perhaps he didn't want to be silent, but rather he couldn't understand. She took him to a mental hospital, but the doctors said he couldn't communicate. He couldn't determine whether he was mentally ill or had delusional disorder. He could only be preliminarily diagnosed with autism. I took him home, and slowly, he surprisingly began to understand when I called his name. Like a little puppy, at first, the puppy didn't know what it meant when I called its name, but after some time, the puppy understood that this syllable represented itself. At that moment, I started to have doubts. I knew that teenagers could potentially change overnight, but it was impossible for him to forget who his mother was. It was impossible for him to not speak and not understand language. After resting at home for half a year, he slowly began to speak, very awkwardly, very stiffly. He pieced together one phonetic sound at a time. I tried to buy him a children's book on phonetics, attempting to teach him Chinese phonetic spelling. I pretended not to know anything about it and told him, "You're under too much exam pressure. You've forgotten the basics of Chinese characters and need to catch up." I said this on purpose, because in the minds of normal people, what I said was a nonsensical statement, something that couldn't happen. How could someone from the Huaxiao people not know Chinese phonetics? How could they forget? But he began to learn. He thought it was true. Then I witnessed him, from A, B, C, D, F, G, all the way to forming words and making sentences. He went through the process of preschool, experiencing a childlike way of recognizing characters. At that moment, I was sure my son was gone. My son had become someone else. I couldn't accept all of this. I often cried at night. But gradually, I discovered that he, my new son, recognized me as his mother. He became very filial, pure-hearted, extremely polite, very understanding, and particularly smart. His wisdom seemed to surpass that of a 14-year-old boy. I loved him. My son was gone. From today onward, he was my son. But today, he confessed to me. Chapter 50, Hometown, Purple River. This is a ridiculous matter, but I know it is true. My mother trembled all over, sobbing, her tears streaming silently down her face. Just then, the door was open again. "By the way, Mother, there's one more thing." Jiang Chuan came out, suddenly taken aback, and quickly stepped forward. "Mother, why are you crying? What happened? Why are you crying?" Mother suddenly broke down and hugged Jiang Chuan tightly, sobbing, "My son. Son! Mother!" Jiang Chuan was also moved, and suddenly, he froze, as if he remembered something. Looking up, his eyes slightly red. "Mother, do you believe what I said?" Mother didn't speak. She just choked up, silently wiping her tears. At this moment, everything was unspoken. After a long time, Mother wiped her tears dry and smiled. "No matter what, now and in the future, you will always be my son. Right? Yes. Your soul is an alien? Yes. Son, tell me about your hometown. Tell me your story." Jiang Chuan thought for a moment and said with yearning, "My hometown is a small planet, but it has close and developed trade relations between various races. In my hometown, there grows a kind of plant called Qinghua, which blooms all year round, never withering, with extremely strong vitality. They look like earth peonies, but their color is blue, and their stems are white and crystal clear. They are also used as food, rich in nutrition, and Qinghua nurtures all life in our Purple River. In our hometown, there's also a river. This river is long, surrounding the entire planet. In the river, there's a kind of purple floating plant, which from the sky looks like the whole river is purple. So my hometown is named Purple River. This river nourishes the Qinghua that spreads across the land, and Qinghua nurtures us on that planet, just like the mother of all living beings. So our planet has always followed the principle of filial piety from ancient times to the present. Mothers and elders are the lifelong goals of all of us. And when we grow old, our children will also strive for us." He murmured. Mother listened quietly. "But I have never seen my mother since I was young. She passed away." I struggled in confusion, and I felt very lonely. I really want to fulfill my filial duty, but I don't have the chance to do so. Mother tightly hugged Jiang Chuan, quietly listening to his words. "Until I came here, I was very scared. I felt anxious, but I slowly realized that you're my mother in this world, and I secretly rejoiced. I have a mother now. I have a goal to strive for and someone to protect. I am very happy. Mother's eyes turned red again. Child, your hometown is very beautiful, right? Jiang Chuan nodded. Yes, very beautiful. Extremely beautiful. The entire sky and earth are full of colorful hues. Child, the people living on that fairy tale-like planet are all kind-hearted. Yes, the people in my hometown are very kind. We help each other and support one another. We do not elevate ourselves by putting others down, nor do we enslave others through class. Because the scenery of our planet is beautiful. It is a place many races love to visit and see. Our leaders are wise and have actively engaged with the civilizations of other races and traded with them for many years. Thus, we live without worries, excelling in trade. Mother, I really hope that one day if I can go back, I would love to take you with me. To take you back to my hometown to see how beautiful it is. Then I will proudly introduce you to my friends and teachers, saying, "This is my Earth Mother." Mother listened, her face full of longing, if there's a chance. The mother and son sat on the sofa, falling silent for a moment, but both their eyes sparkled. "All right, what did you come out to tell me?" Jiang Chuan said, "Someone has released a special symbol." Mother opened her phone, and as soon as she opened it, she randomly clicked on an app that showed that mysterious symbol. "Is this it? The entire internet is filled with it. I don't know what it means." Jiang Chuan pointed at the symbol and said, "This is not just a symbol. This is the universal language of all races, also known as Universal Mandarin. Any planet in the universe that has a relatively high level of civilization and engages in trade with others understands the universal language. Moreover, developed over many years, the universal language has become the mother tongue of many planets." Mother was somewhat surprised. "Are there people like you on Earth, issuing a language that only you aliens can understand?" Jiang Chuan nodded. "Yes. I will help you translate." After hearing this, Mother was somewhat alarmed. The Legion of all races? Once again, sounding the great horn belonging to all races in our universe? Has it happened before? Mother grasped the key words and asked in amazement, "Comrade, is this your own interpretation, or is it the original meaning of this universal language?" "It is the original meaning." Jiang Chuan pointed at a diamond-shaped symbol. "This symbol only represents a single meaning, comrade, brothers and sisters of the same direction." Mother was surprised. "Why does he call you comrades?" "I do not know. So what you want to say is, Mother, I want to go once. I want to see if I can find my hometown people. In this world, besides you, I have no one else to talk to. I want to see if there are others like me in this world. I hope they also come from the Purple River." Mother immediately stood up. "Pack your bags." "Huh, Mom will go with you. You cannot ride the high-speed train. You don't know the way. Mom will take you along. I also want to meet your hometown people and see if there really are so many alien races." Jiang Chuan was overjoyed. "This is perfect, Mother. I will pack right away. By the way, do I need to take my homework?" "What homework? Let's go. Yay." An hour later, at the high-speed train station, a mother and son with luggage boarded the train heading to Jiang City. Jiang Chuan looked around. It was his first time on a high-speed train and his first time in this place. Everything was so new to him. His mother kept explaining beside him, "This is called high-speed train. It runs on electricity. The speed of the high-speed train is really fast. Look, outside those are called farmlands, vast stretches of yellow, that's rapeseed flowers. You see, this place is beautiful too. In your place, the land is covered with blue flowers. Here we have the hills full of rapeseed flowers in spring. That over there, that's a mud house. You only find these in the countryside, made of rammed earth." Other travelers looked on speechlessly, watching Jiang Chuan with puzzled eyes, thinking, could he be a mentally challenged child? Why does he know nothing? His mother explained to him in a tone used for small children. At this moment, the first person of a myriad of races set out with his Earth family. Setting off. Chapter 51, Myriad Races Core. Los Angeles, USA. A beggar wandering in the black community roamed the streets in confusion, constantly rummaging through trash cans, searching for food to fill his stomach. This was an extremely thin beggar, looking no more than a teenager. But he had been wandering for a long time, without parents, without family in this world. It had been 2 years since he crossed over, and he still didn't understand what kind of world this was. His name was Shawa. "Hey." A woman waved at him and tossed a $1 bill. Shawa hurriedly bowed and nodded. Thank you. Thank you." That $1 could buy him a donut. Today's meal was secured. When Shawa first crossed into this world, he had grand ambitions. He wanted to use the knowledge from his original hometown to excel in this world. But he became desperate, because the first problem before him was language barrier. He could not speak the language of this world, nor could he understand what others meant. Coupled with his identity as a wanderer, he had no opportunity to learn this world's language. He gave up. He wanted to become a warrior. But in his previous life, he was not a warrior. He had no idea how to cultivate, completely clueless. Shawa was utterly in despair. He could only think of ways to survive first. When he was hungry, he rummaged through trash cans for leftovers. When he was tired, he found a dark alley, covered himself with cardboard and newspapers to sleep. When he was thirsty, he drank from the faucet of a public restroom. He almost broke down several times. This was completely different from what he imagined a traveler's life would be. But he could not expose his identity as a traveler because this world had warriors too. He feared what others would do to him if they discovered his identity. Perhaps they would conduct experiments or dissect him. So, in Los Angeles, he evaded the police every day. He dodged investigations by immigration. Like a stray dog, he wandered the streets. Oh my God, what does that trending symbol on the internet mean? Heaven, is there an unknown, mysterious organization hidden in this world? It seems to have such power and influence. Could it be the legendary Freemasons? Are they using symbols to convey some message? I don't know. The whole city is filled. It's all over the streets. Shawa, who could understand some English, listened to two passers-by's discussions, momentarily stunned. What symbols? What forces? What organization? His inner confusion flashed by, but soon he returned to his path of rummaging through trash cans. Living was the priority. Everything else was irrelevant. A flyer was blown to Shawa's feet by the wind. Shava picked up the flyer on the ground, which was a white A4 paper with only 2 lines of strange symbols on it. But as soon as Shava saw this string of symbols, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Universal language of all races. Shava was stunned, looking around, noticing that no one else was paying attention to him. Meanwhile, on the street ahead, such flyers were scattered everywhere. A sanitation worker was cursing while cleaning them up. In the sky, flyers continued to rain down, as if it were pouring. Someone had used hydrogen balloons to lift the flyers into the sky, and when the hydrogen balloons exploded, the flyers rained down all over the city. Sound the great horn again. Legion of all races. Great wasteland? Meow Jia. Shava trembled all over. His body shook. A look of wild fervor erupted in his eyes. A fervor of 10,000 times. Shava's hometown was filled with myths about the great wasteland and stories of the martial Saint Miao Jia. 10 years ago, in his hometown, a powerful figure appeared, quickly reaching the martial emperor realm, ruling over the entire planet. At the same time, he had a dozen brothers who were also super geniuses, emerging at the same time. In just a few years, all of his brothers reached the martial emperor realm, sweeping across all forces on the planet. No one knew where they came from, and no one understood why they grew at such a terrifying speed. After they dominated the planet, they officially established a dynasty. At the crowning ceremony, the monarch said, "I think you're curious about who we are. You may also wonder why our talents are so powerful. Today, I rule this planet, and I will answer your questions. We have returned from the great wasteland. We are the warriors of the great legion of all races. We are the first main force under the Earth Hometown Association, named after our hometown. Our name, the Great Wasteland, is Hometown Association of Gulaiwa." At that moment, the entire planet exploded with excitement. No one doubted the words of the monarch. Their global discussions questioned what exactly the Great Wasteland was and what the Earth Hometown Association meant. Then, the dynasty personally published books detailing the Great Wasteland. Those books recorded their autobiography. They distributed this book globally, requiring all students to learn from it and including its content in regular exams. They demanded that every person on the Gulaiwa planet must learn about the Great Wasteland, martial knowledge, the history of the Great Wasteland, and the blood and tears of the legion of all races. The book mainly conveyed a spirit. We are not greedy for power, but we have received the divine mandate, and we must rule the Gulaiwa planet to carry out a martial revolution. Because one day in the future, the fate of the Great Wasteland may be the fate of our entire Gulai race. Yesterday's Great Wasteland is tomorrow's Gulaiwa. So, as the monarch, I must carry out reforms on this planet. We must all be soldiers to prevent us from following the Great Wasteland's path. Everyone thought the book and the story might just be alarmist. Maybe it was just a legal and reasonable excuse he found after seizing power. Chapter 52, The Call of the Martial Saint. But even thinking that way, no one spoke it aloud. Still, many firmly believed that the stories of the Great Wasteland were true. In the stories of the Great Wasteland, the monarch mentioned the various experiences of the Great Wasteland. He spoke of the Earth Hometown Association and of the only martial saint of the human race, Miao Jia. And that native martial saint of the Great Wasteland lost half of his body after that battle. He lost the combat power of a martial saint and was no longer considered a martial saint in a strict sense. Most importantly, the native martial saint of the Great Wasteland was a bit cowardly. His kin were all dead, yet he had never dared to act. Miao Jia, however, had recklessly acted countless times, constantly appearing in every corner where battles took place. Miao Jie commanded the army of the myriad clans. Yet, the native martial saint of Taiwan did not join the battle. Therefore, the people of the myriad clans did not acknowledge him. Shawa recalled that, in the knowledge she had learned, the books published by the king had once mentioned in detail what a martial saint was like. The story and legend of the martial saint, leading thousands and tens of thousands of troops from the myriad clans, spread throughout the whole of Jaliwa. Soon, their empire of Jaliwa began to learn the spirit of the martial saint. The national emblem changed its symbol. The new emblem depicted the martial saint standing with arms behind his back amidst countless troops, with the king of Jaliwa on the left and some generals from the Earth Hometown Association on the right. Then, the image of the national emblem was carved into various sculptures. It appeared everywhere in Jaliwa. For any Jaliwa person, it would be difficult not to know about the martial saint. Many of them gradually began to think that perhaps the Jaliwa monarch was not boasting. If he were boasting, he would surely exaggerate how powerful he was. But he only bragged about how he was favored by the martial saint. He was praising the martial saint throughout. He spoke the whole time about how close he was to the martial saint. Recalling these things, Shawa was so excited that she trembled. The Earth Hometown Association. So, the world I crossed into is called Earth. I have come to the home of the martial saint. The summoning order. It is the martial saint's summoning order. It is the summoning order of the martial saint for the human race. Tears streamed down Shawa's face with excitement. She had no doubt that this was fake. Nor did she suspect that this was some cunning trick by Earthlings to trap crossers. Because everything mentioned in this summoning order was what she had learned on the Jaliwa planet. She had learned about Taiwan. She learned how to identify demons and monsters. She learned all kinds of things. And the few key phrases in the summoning order would be hard to understand without having been to Taiwan or studied these things before. For example, to sound the great horn of the army of the myriad clans again. The army of the myriad clans, that is something only people who have returned from Taiwan would say. Miao Jie. This name is known only to those who have been to Taiwan. How thunderous that is. Comrade. This single term is not something ordinary people are qualified to call each other. The king said that only within the myriad clan army of Taiwan do its members address each other as comrades. At the same time, the king also said, if one day, our Jaliwa people's primordial spirits are again summoned to fight on other planets, please remember our myriad clan army's traditional oath. Even in the face of blood and fire ahead, I will not retreat. This is the oath of our myriad clan army in Taiwan. A common oath of all the myriad clan army members. Remember, one must remember. The king also said, if one day, someone for Jaliwa goes to fight for the myriad clans again, please remember that all those fighting alongside you, you should call them comrades. The highest etiquette and greatest blessing between you is, comrade, I hope you can return home. Home is the common dream of all army members. We all dream of winning the final decisive battle and being able to return home and restore our primordial spirits. The king also said, I guarantee that Taiwan is the first time, but it will not be the last. In the future, there will surely be people going to fight for the myriad clans again. I promise you, anyone who has fought for the myriad clans and returned will be a hero. If you come to report to the Empire after having experienced the battle of the myriad clans, I will hold a grand honorary celebration for you to celebrate your triumphant return. I will let all Jaliwa people know you, and one day in the future, if your strength and insight surpass mine, then the king. From this day on, every ruler and king of the Kalawa Empire must be taken by heroes returning from the battlefield of 10,000 nations. This is what it means to achieve greatness. Shava was excited and invigorated, trembling all over, thinking of what the rulers of Kalawa had said, thinking that those who return are all heroes. So this is the purpose of my coming to this world. So I have become a character in a book. Shava tightly clenched her fists in excitement. I was just a confused and ignorant traveler. But at this moment I realized that my meaning and destiny in this world is to be a part of the 10,000 Nations Army, to restore the glory of the Kalaiwa Fellowship. I never knew who was speaking when I arrived, and I didn't understand what achieving greatness meant. So it turns out it is this, and I will battle the demons from the legends of the rulers. Huaxia, Furong City, the call of the martial saint. I will meet comrades from all 10,000 nations there. I will also meet my fellow countrymen from Kalaiwa there. They have all come. They are all waiting for me there. Shava collected her thoughts without any hesitation. Even if it was the ends of the earth, she had to go. No matter what difficulties she had to face, she would accept the call of the martial saint. This is the only saint among humans in the universe. Shava didn't know where Huaxia was, so she used her awkward and clumsy English, continuously asking other wanderers for all information about Huaxia. Huaxia? That's the distant east. How to get there? Of course, it's by plane, direct from New York Airport to Beijing. Oh, and you can fly directly to Magic City too. You can't take a plane? Then taking a cruise is fine. Can't take a cruise either? But you need to cross the entire Pacific. Walking is not possible. Chapter 53, The Sea Crosser. Wandering about, Shava used a week's time, hitchhiking, walking, and cycling, heading toward the port on the west coast. She needed to find a way and opportunity to go to Huaxia there. After a week, exhausted yet with shining eyes, Shava arrived at the port, only to find hundreds of other youths just like herself. When Shava arrived, she was immediately noticed, because of her rugged appearance as a wanderer, her youth, and the way she was inquiring about Huaxia. She was noticed by others. That day, a black youth approached Shava from behind and said in the universal language of 10,000 nations, "Comrade." Shava turned around abruptly to look at the black youth, somewhat surprised and incredulous. Seeing her reaction, the black youth knew she understood and excitedly shouted in the universal language of 10,000 nations, "Do you understand?" Shava nodded excitedly. I understand. Universal language of 10,000 nations, You are also?" The black youth embraced Shava excitedly. "Yes, I'm also a soul who crossed into this world. I have taken over the body of a thief, and I have been in this world for a year." "How long have you been here?" 2 years. "Do you know your mission?" "Have you seen it?" "I have seen it." "Yes, I know. The call of the martial saint." "You know about the martial saint?" "It seems your homeland also has tales about the great wilderness." "I come from the Gold River constellation." "Where do you come from?" "Kalaiwa." "Though I do not know Kalaiwa, I know you are also a comrade of the future." The black youth excitedly led Shava to the gathering place under the bridge. Here, more than 100 youths had already gathered. Some youths were dressed elegantly, while others were scruffy wanderers. But they were all youths. The black youth excitedly introduced to everyone. "We have welcomed a new comrade. He comes from Kalaiwa. His name is Shava. He is also responding to the call of the martial saint, preparing to cross the sea to Huaxia." More than 100 youths all stood up, excitedly embracing and greeting Shava. It turned out they were all people from the 10,000 nations in America and Canada, all able to understand the universal language of 10,000 nations. They all thought of ways to go to Huaxia, and in the end, there was only one path, crossing the sea. They were all heading to the west coast to seek opportunities to cross the Pacific Ocean, and it is worth mentioning that among them, there were actually 10 martial artists. 10 lucky ones who had already cultivated to the 4th rank martial artist realm ahead of time. The others, however, had no chance to cultivate and were still ordinary people. They gathered here and noticed each other. Using the universal language of the 10,000 races, they formed an organization to cross the sea. Some of them knew who the martial saint was. Some did not. But during this time together, everyone came to know who Miao Jie was, the one who issued the summons, and all respected him solemnly. Most people were actually excited to see the universal language of the 10,000 races and wanted to go to Huaxia to seek out the organization. 3 days later, this group of organization welcomed more than 20 crossers who responded to the call. Among them, there were no people from Jalaiwa, which made Shawa a little disappointed. He watched as several people from the Golden Giant Bowl planet gathered, feeling happy to find fellow villagers in this strange world. Set off. More than 100 young people, 10 martial artists, found a boat through various means. They gathered a lot of supplies, fuel, and sails. In the deep night, more than 100 young people gathered on the coastline, looking at the GPS navigation and markings on the map. Everyone was exceptionally excited. Before leaving, they carved the universal language of the 10,000 races on a conspicuous stone near the coastline and the dam. "We are the army of the 10,000 races. We have gathered 140 people from different races. We have already set out to search for boats to Huaxia and cross the Pacific. The method is as follows. Later arrivals, if you see the markings, you can operate in this way. Please remember, star disk positioning, nautical charts, GPS, these are essential preparations. If you also intend to go to Huaxia, you will respond to the martial saint's call, and we will wait for you there. We will go first, 10,000 races. Then, people from different planets carved words on the stone in their hometown languages. I am Shawa from Jalaiwa. I went to Huaxia. If you are from Jalaiwa, you will understand this line of text. We come from the Golden Giant Bowl, and if you're also from the Golden Giant Bowl, you will understand this line of text. Fellow townsfolk of the Golden River Seat, tell me, I did not come here alone. If you understand this line of text, I'll be waiting for you in Huaxia. Fellow townsfolk of the Swan Seat, fellow townsfolk of the Rhino Seat, fellow townsfolk of the Purple River, A series of various different symbols were left on the west coast. More than 100 young people boarded the ship, set sail. With the sails raised, the big ship floated towards Huaxia in the night wind. Comrades, we may sail at sea for months, even a year. If we are lucky, it will only take 1 or 2 months. Maybe we will die at sea. But, as a martial artist, I will definitely do my best to protect you who are still weak. I will fish for you every day and take care of you. At the same time, I will also teach you the most basic cultivation methods. I hope the number of martial artists will continue to grow. No matter what lies ahead, we must go to Huaxia. There, we can meet more comrades. We can also meet our fellow countrymen and tell ourselves that in this strange world, we are not alone, although I used to think so. Set off. The ship sailed away, leaving the shore. Chapter 54. Walking across the Himalayas. The young people felt it was not fast enough, so in groups of 10, they picked up paddles and kept rowing. When tired, they switched groups. This lonely sea, this small boat. So insignificantly small. Yet, among them, there were more than 100 young people from the 10,000 races, heading to Huaxia for their dreams and fellow countrymen. The martial saint was calling there, and more compatriots were gathering there. And at this moment, in the Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, countless such small boats had set sail. Some ships move forward in solitude with just one person, while some have hundreds of people, and some even have thousands. There are also a few with just a handful of people. Those who are lucky can encounter a large army of different races, finding those who are also searching for a community. Those who are not so lucky, however, set sail alone. This journey across the sea is vast and uncertain. It is unknown how many will be lost to the fish's belly and how many will die in the storms. But no one is afraid. As long as they can find a community, as long as they can reach the banks of the Jade Belt River, even in death they will go. In fact, most of those who can understand the common language of many races know one saying, even if there is blood and fire ahead, I will not retreat. Countless people head towards Huaxia, gathering in Huaxia. Some take the sea route, others the land route. Of course, there are a few who quickly learn Earth survival skills. They opt to travel by plane or car. But more often, the majority, unable to blend into Earth's cultural environment in a short time and lacking language skills, can only resort to the most primitive ways. At this moment, on the Himalayas, in the icy and snowy wilderness, there are dense footprints. The mountains, resembling giant dragons, stretch across the land, with vast areas of uninhabited land appearing as a chasm. Yet in this icy expanse, countless footprints are found. Young boys from distant western lands are using their 2 legs to cross the roof of the world, heading toward Huaxia. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, an Indian boy, dressed in a thick down jacket, walks wearily through the deep snow, mechanically moving forward. He ignores the harsh weather around him, his eyes firmly fixed ahead, determinately focused on one direction, the east. I cannot fall down. I cannot fall down. I cannot rest or sleep here. Perhaps if I sleep, I will never wake again. I am a strong Redstone person. I have received the education of the bravest Redstone. The ruler of the Redstone planet once said, the Redstone community is the bravest army in the wasteland, second only to the Earth community, the right arm of the martial saint. One day, if the Redstone people reach the battlefield of many races, they must reignite the Redstone name. But I have come to Earth, the hometown of the martial saint, the birthplace of the Earth community. I must reach Huaxia. I cannot disgrace the Redstones in the hometown of the martial saint. I am a strong warrior. The boy murmurs to himself, repeatedly reinforcing his belief, pushing himself not to rest or fall in this most dangerous cold wind. Ahead, in the deep snow, lies a buried body. This body, wearing a common quilted jacket without a windproof suit, has frozen to death with a pack on its back. In these days of travel, the boy has seen many who have fallen into the snow. He notices something. All are boys about his age, some carrying flyers for the martial saint's call. He realizes that these are all people from various races. And like him, they have taken the clumsiest, most primitive, and helpless way, trekking across the Himalayas on foot. But some have fallen amidst the raging snowstorm. Now, he sees another person who has fallen here. The boy sighs and steps forward, ready to take away the supplies and bury the body properly. As he approaches, he suddenly sees that the corpse's hand clutches a dagger, and beside it, on the stone exposed to the snow, is carved a dense series of symbols resembling tadpoles. Upon seeing this series of symbols, the boy jolts, his eyes widening. Tears slowly begin to flow. I am too late. I'm too late, my fellow townsmen. You're also a Redstone person. You're also a Redstone person. This is the first time I have seen someone from my hometown in this world. Ooh, the boy cries out loud, hating himself for arriving too late. If only he had come sooner. Maybe the people from my hometown can still be saved. On the stone, Written in the language of Redstone, it says, I come from Redstone. My name is Charge. I have been in this world for half a year, and I finally see the dawn. I must go to China, no matter how difficult the road ahead may be. I listen to the ruler's teachings, and once again, I will make the Redstone Hometown Association known. I must do it, but my feet are frostbitten and have become infected. I can no longer take another step. I will die on this land, and my soul will never return home. The ruler said that every race should have at least 20,000 people, right? This world must still have Redstone people. It must have them. If anyone sees this message, comrades, I hope one day you will return home, bringing back the memory of Charge. It is the only proof that I ever existed in this world. I regret that I cannot reach the place where the Martial Saint is. If any Redstone people pass by, please take my eyes and bring them to the Martial Saint. Let my eyes see the Martial Saint's demeanor. Let my eyes see more of our people. The boy read these words and burst into tears. This was the first time he had seen someone from his hometown since arriving in this world, but they were already dead. His heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Chapter 55, Threat from the United States. He took out a small knife and dug out Charge's eyeballs. He decided to take Charge's eyes to China, to the Martial Saint. Before leaving, the boy took Charge's dagger from his hand and carved another message on the stone. My name is Drumbeat. I am also a Redstone person, and I am walking to China. I saw the words carved by Charge. I have taken his eyes. If any Redstone people come after, I hope you will take his memory. With the eyes in hand, Drumbeat once again set off on the snowstorm-filled path. A day later, he finally descended the mountain, leaving the wind behind. He slept peacefully in a snow cave, happy for a moment. He continued on his journey. 4 days later, he stepped on countless footprints and arrived in a place where spring had arrived. There were people singing pastoral songs and tending sheep. There were also several ragged boys here, making a fire and roasting meat. They noticed Drumbeat, and Drumbeat noticed them as well. They saw that Drumbeat had come down from the snowy mountains, and Drumbeat saw that they had marks from the mountains on them. The group stared at each other for a long time. One of the boys slowly stood up and shouted, "Comrade!" Drumbeat remained silent, tears slowly flowing down his face. The group embraced silently. After 2 days of rest, they encountered another boy coming down from the snowy mountains. Together, they set off again towards the banks of the Jade Belt River in Jiangxing. Along the way, they met many other ragged boys walking on foot. They learned that at this very moment, people from all over the world were walking towards China. At this moment, they had truly sounded the great horn of the Wan clan army again. At this very moment, the world was in turmoil. Mysterious symbols spread worldwide in just a few days. The United Nations held an emergency meeting, which had been going on for 3 days, but they had not reached any conclusion. They knew nothing. They invited countless linguists to decipher it, but they could not make sense of it. There was no basis, no documentation. This universal language of the Wan clan, no one knew it. No one could understand it. In the end, the high-ranking officials of the United States angrily said, "This must be a conspiracy against the world. The mastermind of this conspiracy is that Earth Hometown Association from China, a mysterious organization, an organization with a huge conspiracy." The Chinese officials had received instructions and knew that the Miao Palace had approved of everything. They immediately retorted fiercely, "Why should we say this is their conspiracy? You have no evidence, and the Earth Hometown Association has not done anything harming the security of this world, things and actions." The high officials of the United States angrily criticized, "Did not do anything threatening to security? Then what does such a symbol spread all over the world mean? You explain it. It's just wealthy and idle. I really don't know why you guys hold such a serious meeting. The Earth community is made up of the strongest, all wealthy and with nothing to do. They're just playing. I don't understand why you care so much about them. I don't care how you explain it. In short, your Huaxia's mysterious palace must give an account. Order the immediate cessation of such actions and arrest the president of the Earth community, Miao Jia, to be handed over to the International Court for trial. We must interrogate their conspiracy. Sorry, the Earth community has not violated any laws or regulations of Huaxia. We cannot take action. Bare-faced. Are you not afraid of powerful people from around the world targeting Huaxia? Then come and try. Huaxia has one pinnacle powerhouse. Can you handle that? We in the United States have 2 pinnacle powerhouses. Do you really want to dance on a knife's edge? So what if you have 2? Those 2 have long been disengaged from worldly affairs, living in luxury, and would not take action at all. As for our pinnacle powerhouse, he often fights and is still in his best state. The United States was speechless. In short, within 3 days, if Huaxia does not provide any explanation, then powerful people from all over the world will swarm to Huaxia to personally demand an account. Do you dare? Watch us if we dare. We will do everything to prevent this from threatening global security. The United Nations meeting ended on a sour note. But it was just a short break, communicating with each other at high levels. The meeting was not over. Behind the scenes, global linguists, sociologists, literary experts, and various specialists were racking their brains to decipher the meaning of this string of symbols. The high officials of the United States looked at the thousands of experts and dozens of groups in the room, feeling irritated. Haven't you figured it out yet? The manager sighed. We can't figure it out. There are a total of 40 symbols, but we have no idea what these symbols represent. Without more symbols to rely on, we cannot determine the meaning of each symbol. I think, at the very least, we need to know what each symbol means to understand the meaning of this string of symbols. You can decipher some of the Maya script, and yet you can't decipher this? Maya script has some basis, and there are many characters. We can find repeating characters among some texts, and from those, we can roughly decipher the meaning and then use analogy to decipher. But this symbol only has 40 characters. It is simply impossible to decipher. The high officials of the United States felt a headache. At this moment, someone quietly said, if we don't know the meaning of the symbols, let's deduce their purpose and intention. How can we know their intention if we don't even know the meaning of the symbols? If they're promoting this symbol globally, then they must want to attract global attention. Can we understand it this way? There are some people around the world who can understand the meaning of these symbols. Can we implement a reward system globally? Whoever recognizes this symbol and knows its meaning will be rewarded $100 million. A high reward will surely attract brave men, and there will definitely be someone who understands these characters and symbols coming forward. Meanwhile, we can also promise to keep their identity confidential, so they have no worries. The high officials of the United States thought this made sense. They immediately decided to do it. That day, news swept across the entire United States, announcing a reward for deciphering this set of symbols. Whoever translates the meaning right away will be awarded $100 million. At the same time, the American military split into two routes and sent another team to China, beginning to investigate the details of the Earth Clan. They were preparing to take action against the Earth Clan. This organization was too mysterious and too powerful. It actually communicated with more than 30 strong beings from around the globe, and these 30 or so were all gathered in China, obeying the orders of one person. No one, no country, could ignore such a force. Although the highest cultivation level was 9th grade Supreme, there were so many Supremes. Chapter 56. Establishing a secret organization. Absolute peaks were basically impossible to act. Their role was more about deterrence. The true strength of a country still lies in the Supremes bearing the brunt. This is the truly practical cultivation level. This world was gradually starting to change towards the direction Miao Jie had envisioned. Miao Jie also knew that America and the whole world were paying attention to him, investigating him. But he didn't care at all. This was originally a part of the plan. To come forward, there needs to be a big stir. Only after creating a big stir would people know about him and pay attention to him. Once people noticed him and the stir grew bigger, he could better announce to the world the impending doomsday issues that people would face. At the same time, this was a twofold benefit. The mortal world already knew about the existence of the myriad races and had taken notice of them. Sooner or later, people from other countries would notice as well. If others noticed the myriad race souls, who knew what measures they would take against them? Would they view the travelers as outcasts? Would they confine the travelers for study? Or would they cultivate them into experts? From the perspective of Earth humanity, it seemed anything was possible. Miao Jie did not want the comrades of the myriad races to fall to Earthlings before the war began. This was the most regrettable, tragic, guilt-ridden, and detestable thing. He had to gather the myriad race souls. At least he could provide them protection and shelter. Assist them in growing from weak to strong. Only when they had a certain level of strength could they have the power to protect themselves and the ability to survive in this world, waiting for the end. Hey, Uncle Jie. On the phone, William's voice was somewhat excited. Miao Jie asked, what's going on? Uncle Jie, I used all the power I could to promote the universal language of the myriad races across Northern Europe. We have secretly observed and noticed many youths, and confirmed they are from the myriad races. Some of them are taking a conservative wait-and-see approach, fearing that China is baiting them. However, many others are taking various ways to head to China. Some have traveled along the Silk Road, some crossed the sea, and some took flights. They are on their way, and I have an idea. I want to establish a secret organization in Europe. In secret, I will accept beings from the myriad races, gathering those who lack the ability but wish to go to China. Then, after some time, I will ship a group to China. At least with my protection, their journey will be a bit safer. Miao Jie thought for a moment. This can be done, but it must be kept secret. The whole world is paying attention to us now. If we recklessly gather the beings from the myriad races, it will easily attract. Yes, Uncle Jack. Remember, you must act in secret. Do not let anyone notice. A new plan emerged, and, at this moment, a storm was brewing again around the world. Europe. A young boy picked up a flyer and his expression changed. Universal language. He quickly stuffed the flyer into his pocket like a thief and left quietly. In the distance, two men in suits watched everything through binoculars. They exchanged glances. The higher-ups said, if anyone recognizes those symbols, he is the one we are looking for. Should we follow him? Let's go. The two men trailed behind until the boy returned home. But they didn't act rashly. Instead, they activated a listening device in their car nearby to monitor every move of this boy, wanting to make a final confirmation. They were afraid of causing a blunder later on. It was said that this matter was handed down by the strongest. If handled well, they could even make a name for themselves in front of the strong one. They listened all night. The two men were almost certain that this boy was the person they were looking for. Because that night, the boy only spoke strange words, chattering away. This clearly did not belong to English or Chinese, and even did not belong to the category of human language. However, this was precisely the characteristic handed down by the higher-ups: strange language, excited emotions, a cautious gaze, a defensive mindset, and peculiar thinking. The boy. All these characteristics perfectly matched this boy named Jex. Early the next morning, Jex shouldered his backpack and rode his bicycle to continue to school. I really want to go to Huaxia, but it's so far away. I'm not sure if I'm fishing. I need to observe for a while longer. Cannot act rashly. Jex was a very cautious person. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce stopped ahead, rolled down the window, and a martial artist inside examined Jex. Jex's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. Who are you? His English was not fluent. The martial artist in the car noticed this detail, opened his notebook, and checked off the option for language not fluent. Jex, however, saw the content in the notebook and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Target. Jex. Characteristics: boy, cautious, speaks strange language, understands special symbols, frequently involved in nonsensical incidents in life, sudden drop in academic performance, drastic change in personality, language not fluent. Seeing these characteristics, Jex trembled with unease. How do they know? Who are they? How do they know so much about me? The martial artist slowly opened the car door and walked out. Hello, Jex. I am Badass, a 6th-rank martial artist. I work for Mr. William, the strongest man in Northern Europe. Can we talk? William. This name is renowned in Northern Europe. The strongest man in Northern Europe. Nobody hasn't heard of this name. And the person before him actually worked for William. Jex's mind raced. He knew that running away was impossible, nor could he run. He could only pretend. So, Jex stopped his bike and excitedly said, Oh my, Mr. William, I am his loyal admirer. Wow, you're actually a martial artist, so strong. Badass smiled, but remained silent because he caught the shift in Jex's expression. He had been very cautious before, even scared when he heard William's name. But in an instant, he changed to an admiring expression. In the past, Badass would not have thought much of this, but now he noticed these details. These details were exactly what Mr. William was looking for. Chapter 57, General of Haishan under the Martial Saint. Jex, you recognize those symbols, don't you? Jex's expression froze. What symbols? I don't know what you're talking about. Ah, right. Are you referring to those mysterious symbols that have been circulating everywhere lately? Badass understood his act of playing dumb and had long anticipated it. He did not argue or try to expose him, but simply handed him a business card. This is my contact information. Our Mr. William is looking for people like you. He will protect these people and send them to Huaxia if you want to go. Of course, if you do not want to go, no one can force you. Mr. William said, respect the individual's wishes. If you do not contact me within 3 days, we will delete your information, as if we have never met you, and as if no one has ever searched for you. You can continue your current life. If you contact me, I will come and pick you up and take you to Huaxia. By the way, Mr. William also said, if you come across anyone that fits the description, you can tell them. You are not alone in this world. The battlefield of the myriad races is about to begin. There are 20,000 compatriots in every place here. All right, goodbye. After speaking, Badass said nothing more and drove away in the Rolls-Royce. Jax watched as the car disappeared in the distance, trembling, tightly holding the business card, his hands shaking. He understood the hidden meaning behind these words. The Earth people might not comprehend what this straightforward statement meant. But Jax understood. I have 20,000 compatriots in this world. I'm not alone in this world. Jax widened his eyes, standing there for a long time. 2 days later, Jax finally made a decision and dialed the phone. In less than 10 minutes, a helicopter landed in front of Jax. He said little and stepped straight onto the helicopter. The helicopter took off, flying for an hour and arriving in a mountain ravine. After the helicopter landed, Jax saw many temporary dwellings in the ravine, and all these dwellings were filled with youths. All the youths were excitedly chatting and talking together. Some were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, speaking strange languages that Jax could not understand. Others were in a large crowd, speaking, surprisingly, the universal language of the myriad races. Jax stared wide-eyed, astonished at the scene before him. He had never seen so many people on Earth speaking the universal language, and he felt shocked. When Jax stepped off the helicopter, all the youths turned to look at him curiously. At that moment, a boy shouted at Jax in a strange language. Jickery gabbled, and Jax couldn't understand. Then, another boy also shouted at him, still incomprehensible. Next, in the chaotic crowd, someone shouted at him in a strange language from time to time. He couldn't understand, feeling a bit confused about what they were saying. At this moment, a girl in the crowd timidly shouted at him. Amid the loud noise, Jax understood. That girl was speaking the language of his hometown. Not the universal language of the myriad races, but a widely used language among the local people on his home planet. The girl shouted, "I am from Greenland." "Are you?" Jax trembled in excitement. "Greenland. I am from Greenland. Are you a Greenland person?" The girl burst into tears and quickly ran over. "Yes, I am from Greenland. I have been in this world for over a year. I never expected to really meet someone from my hometown here. I actually encountered someone." Jax was also moved. "I've been here for about 1 or 2 years. I thought I was the only traveler in this world. Now I know I am not." The two embraced with excitement and then talked for a long time. In this strange world, when fellow countrymen meet, it truly brings tears to their eyes. Not long after, another helicopter landed. Another boy touched down. A large group of boys instantly stood up, shouting in a strange language. Jax and the girl also stood up again, shouting in their native language. "I come from the Greenland, do you?" Finally, the boy walked into a team called Redstone, where there were already 3 people. He was a Redstone person and understood the Redstone language in the crowd. And so, people kept coming. Each time someone arrived, every boy would stand up, shouting in their native language. They hoped to find more companions, hoping to find more fellow villagers. One day later, there were already over 200 people in this mountain gorge. Then, a man named William arrived here. This is a name well known in Northern Europe. All the boys quieted down, looking at this person in awe. He was the strongest, but William was very kind, showing no signs of arrogance. He stood high above, speaking in a universal language. "Comrades of all races, hello. My name is William." Buzz, the crowd erupted in amazement. All the boys stood up in shock, staring at William in disbelief. The strongest, William, could actually speak the universal language. Some were terrified, some were anxious, some excited, and some ecstatic. The anxious ones thought, did William master the universal language to lure them in? But the excited ones believed William was one of them. William continued, "Hearing me speak in a universal language must make you feel complicated. But I tell you, we are family. No, what I mean is not that we come from the same planet, but rather, all races in the universe are one family. My spirit once went to a place called Taiwan, where I fought, where I survived, where I lived. I belong to the Earth Fellowship. Comrades of all races in Taiwan call me General Black Mountain. And I followed Miao Jia. He is the president of the Earth Fellowship in Taiwan. He is the spiritual leader of all races, and the only martial saint among humans." Buzz, the crowd exploded with noise. Some people were confused, but a part of the boys started to cheer excitedly. Under the martial saint, General Black Mountain, I have heard of you. Earth Fellowship, General Black Mountain. Our ruler has written a biography of Taiwan, introducing all the battles in Taiwan, and General Black Mountain became famous in the Black Mountain Battle. He shook Taiwan. He is also one of the 103 generals under the martial saint. He has followed the martial saint. My heavens, I in Earth have seen the legendary person. Divine beings, I've seen divine beings. In our hometown, our monarch says that everyone in the Taiwan army is a divine being. The Earth Fellowship is the leader of divine beings, truly divine beings in the universe. I have seen divine beings here. Mr. William, he has once left his physical body. He once followed the martial saint. Oh my, if one day I return to my hometown, I must tell the world, I have seen the great general under the martial saint. Chapter 58, The Legend of All Races, the Universe General, Martial Saint Miao Jia. The boys were in an uproar. William continued, "You can come here. It is all through deep consideration, deciding to go to Huaxia, to find more of your compatriots, to find your base. And by the President's order, I will take you to Huaxia. From today on, you should know your mission. Here, Earth is about to become a battlefield like Taiwan for all races. We cannot send you back home, but achieving great deeds will allow you to return home. What the Earth Fellowship can do is only to protect you during your weak and young years, teach you how to fight. let you survive as much as possible in the coming apocalypse, and let you all go back home as much as possible. Silence filled the entire place. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement. Home. This is the dream of everyone. William pointed at the cars. Now, let's go. We are headed to the airport. I will take you to meet our leader. Remember, those who cannot speak the universal language must stay alert. Do not say too much. I think you understand what I mean. By the way, our leader is the general of the universe, the martial sage. With a loud bang, the entire mountain gorge exploded. The martial sage. We're going to meet the martial sage. That legendary figure. That is a god, the general of the universe. He is a mythical figure spoken of across most of the races in the universe. Before this, very few believed that the martial sage truly existed. Hardly anyone believed there was such a supreme martial realm above the martial emperor. But now, everything has come true, and they will meet the one who shocked the universe. He became famous in the Great Wasteland. He was enshrined in the Great Wasteland. He led millions of troops from different races to put aside their differences, to unite together as one, to work together as comrades. He commanded the armies of the universe in the Great Wasteland. In countless large-scale battles, he drove back demons and monsters, changing the fate of the surviving inhabitants of the Great Wasteland. He protected their home. He led the armies of myriad races, achieving ultimate victory after 100 years. He allowed countless souls that could never return home to finally reunite with home. Many races in the universe tell legends about him. But mere words hold no proof, and no one can provide solid evidence, leading most people to believe that the Great Wasteland is a fictional, absurd place, a lie fabricated by rulers to maintain their power. But now they see the legendary Black Mountain General under the martial sage. The boys rode away in the cars, leaving the mountain gorge, heading straight for the airport. Then they boarded a large passenger plane, taking off directly towards China. As they watched the land grow distant, all the boys clenched their fists in excitement, gazing into the distance with infinite longing in their eyes. The Earth Fellowships of the United States were secretly escorting large numbers of souls from myriad races to China. At this time, members of the Earth Fellowship in Africa were escorting groups of young boys to China. In Asia, in Australia, from around the globe, wherever the Earth Fellowship could reach, there were organized and large groups transporting more young boys to China. And of course, such a large-scale operation could not go unnoticed. At this moment, in the mysterious palace, Palace Master, there's a situation. Hong Chun quickly said, "Speak." The elder, with a grave face, leaned close to Hong Chen's ear and said, "Our intelligence organization has found that large numbers of young people are gathering from around the world, heading towards China. Their destination is Furong City." Hong Chun was startled. In that moment, he suddenly remembered the mysterious symbol that had caused a huge stir worldwide recently. That symbol had given everyone around the world a headache, prompting them to seek ways to decode it. Many countries offered bounties. But until now, no one had deciphered its meaning. And now, large numbers of young boys were gathering in China. Hong Chan widened his eyes and slowly stood up. Is that symbol calling out to super talents from around the world? The elder vaguely understood some things, but did not know the specifics. Hong Chun chose not to reveal what Miao Jie had told him. The elder was somewhat startled. You mean, not only does China have those super talented boys, but the whole world has them? Yes. Huh? Then why can they all understand this mysterious symbol? What kind of people are they, and what relationship do they have with the Earth's Hometown Association? Hong Chun was silent. There was no explanation, but in his heart, he was calculating how to proceed. The elder urged, "Palace Master, we have no idea what plans the Earth's Hometown Association is scheming. What kind of conspiracy they have. What should we do? Are we to stop this uncontrollable situation, or what?" The elder continued. The Earth's Hometown Association is, after all, not on the same road as us. They stand independent from the world. They certainly cannot be in the same boat as us. Those young people are all super geniuses, and we all know it. If they, for some reason, ally themselves with the Earth's Hometown Association, then in time, the Earth's Hometown Association will become the most powerful force in this world. And this force will be right in Huaxia. My status in the Miao Space Palace is precarious. Hong Chen's face was filled with struggle, yet he remained silent and made no decisions. He was only pondering, is what Miao Jie said true or false? He felt so entangled. If everything Miao Jie said is true, the end of Earth is coming soon, then training so many youths will definitely create a mighty legion capable of turning the tide. But what if it's false? Then he would end up ruling the world. The Miao Space Palace would become history. This was not a choice. It was a gamble. A high-stakes gamble with the entire Miao Space Palace as the bet, and the future of all humanity at stake. In that moment, Hong Shan felt that being the palace master of the Miao Space Palace was incredibly difficult. He could make no decisions, because any decision could potentially influence all humanity and be closely tied to the survival of all humankind. Chapter 59. The United Nations Conference again. The elder bit his teeth. Palace Master, it's time to stop all this from happening. It's time. Palace Master, speak up. Even if we truly don't stop the Earth's Hometown Association, at least we in the Miao Space Palace should participate, right? We can't let the Earth's Hometown Association monopolize everything. At the very least, we should get involved to keep things within a controllable range. Hongshan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. We could make no decision. Why not get involved? By entering the Earth's Hometown Association's inner circle and participating in everything firsthand, he could grasp all the details of the situation, allowing him to make a better decision for the future. Thinking of this, Hong Chan said in a low voice, I will go to Jade Belt River. After saying that, Hong Chan immediately flew away. The elder and others sighed, watching as the Earth's Hometown Association suddenly created such a huge stir. Everyone was lost on what to do next or how to choose. In the U.S., in the highest conference room. Found it. Found it. Youth, it's all about youth. That string of mysterious symbols is some kind of summoning order. The Earth's Hometown Association is summoning mysterious youths from all around the globe. Sir, we have found it. The secretary ran in, pushing the door open, and reported everything he had discovered to the most powerful man in the U.S. We found that there is a mysterious organization in the U.S. that is gathering large numbers of youth from all over the country, as well as Canada. The general age of these youths is around 12 to 16. This mysterious organization has secretly gathered such youths and is sending them in batches to Huaxia. Coincidentally, Europe has also discovered that several masters and experts have formed a powerful force, gathering youths from across Europe. They're sending them in batches to Huaxia. Upon verification, all these European experts are members of the Earth's Hometown Association. Asia, Africa, Australia. All these places have seen mysterious forces. They're all gathering youths to send to Huaxia. The suited man's eyes widened. Listening to the report of the Secretary General, looking at the string of information on the tablet, the entire person was stunned. That mysterious symbol, is it some kind of assembly order? A summon? But why can't we understand this symbol? Why are so many teenagers around the world able to understand it? Why? What characteristics do they have? After verification, most of the teenagers possess the following characteristics. They are mentally ill, mute, or deaf. In the past 2 years, they suddenly changed in personality, becoming a little foolish and not understanding many common-sense facts of life. The eyebrows of the American president furrowed even deeper. What kind of characteristic is this? After thinking for a long time, the American president said solemnly, immediately eliminate this organization in the U.S., arrest those teenagers, and question them one by one. Investigate everything clearly. Let the truth come to light. It's too late. That organization in the U.S. has already evacuated. We learned from customs that they have transported more than 5,000 teenagers out of the country to China. I think they have sent away everyone they needed to. The American president's face changed. He didn't know who these teenagers were or what use they had. But he was certain that something bad was happening behind his back, at least not a good thing for him. These teenagers must possess some special value. With a bang, the American president slapped the table and suddenly realized a point. China is stalling for time, going around in circles with us. 5,000 people left the U.S., and it has only now come to light. So many people are pouring into China in a short time. I don't believe the illusory palace doesn't know. They must know, yet they have remained silent, pretending not to know. I even suspect that the Earth Fellowship and the illusory palace are in cahoots. This is a conspiracy by China, summoning some special teenagers globally through a mysterious symbol to gather in China. There might be big trouble. The Secretary General quickly added, by the way, while we were reviewing the materials, we discovered another matter. These teenagers come from good families, started practicing before school, and have shown extremely strong cultivation talent. None of them have average talent. All of them are the highest caliber. And the other teenagers, on the other hand, have not been assessed and have not had any exposure to cultivation. Do you think it's possible that these teenagers are exceptional geniuses? Through some means, they have all been lured to China. The American president suddenly understood. He felt this was the only explanation. What's the use of luring so many teenagers globally? What is the meaning? It must be that these teenagers themselves have strong value. What value can teenagers have? Undoubtedly, at cultivation talent. If they all possess strong cultivation talent, growing up in China, wouldn't they become native Chinese in the future? China's cultivation strength would become an overwhelming force worldwide. These teenagers would become the backbone of China's future. The American president gasped. What a big chess game. Sir, what should we do now? The American president was silent for a long time and said, call for an emergency United Nations meeting again. That day, the meeting was held again. All the delegates present at the meeting were confused, not knowing why the meeting was suddenly called again. At that moment, the American representative stood up and said in a deep voice, regarding the mysterious symbol that circulated recently and its global spread, we, the United States, have achieved a new breakthrough. We finally understand the meaning of that symbol. Buzz, a sound erupted, and discussions began in the meeting hall. The American representative picked up the report and said, it belongs to a special summon order, an assembly order. Only a part of people can understand it, and that group of people shares a common characteristic. Their talent is extremely strong. They are teenagers aged 12 to 16 and have a history of mental illness, or are mute, or have extremely low IQ in daily life. He spoke incessantly. At that moment, a representative from England suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. We have also discovered recently that many families in our country are calling the police. They say their children have run away, gone missing, or left without a word. And at the border, we have intercepted many young people trying to cross, persuading many who are about to leave England to turn back. Our Royal Police Department has also launched an investigation, but we have made no breakthroughs. Now I finally understand, that China is actually abducting the talents of our country. The representative from the island nation also expressed his anger. We have recently received news that many highly gifted young people are missing. Our country is different from others. Our youth generally undergo talent testing at the age of 13. In other countries, it is mostly at 17 after entering high school. Because of our earlier testing, we have discovered some young people with higher intelligence issues, yet their talent is actually the highest level of green. Over the years, we have been studying why these highly talented young people show abnormal behaviors, why they have intelligence issues or hearing and speaking problems. But we have made no progress. Gradually, we have all come to believe that this is simply the nature of genius. Therefore, because these geniuses require assistance in daily life, we have always protected them well. But during this time, geniuses have been running away from home and going missing continuously. We conducted an urgent investigation, but have found nothing. China, return our people. You have abducted our geniuses. Return them to us. With a boom sound, the entire room exploded. Some unaware countries immediately called back home to inquire about the situation. Sure enough, they found that many cases of running away had also occurred in their own countries. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated. Chapter 60 Negotiations. But what is that mysterious symbol for? What benefits does it have? Sure enough, the benefits are here. That mysterious symbol is to summon young people from all over the world. And these young people, without exception, are all geniuses. Each one of them is a super genius. If these geniuses are nurtured, they will surely become the backbone of their countries in the future. But now, they're all running to China? If they run to China, won't they become Chinese? In the future, will they serve China? What about others? In the future, won't China dominate the whole world? China, you must explain immediately. Immediately return the youth who went to China and provide compensation. China, we in Australia have two exceptional individuals. You better think it through. The consequences of abducting other countries' future core elite. If you do not provide an explanation, the consequences are something you cannot bear. 5 minutes. Give us a satisfactory answer immediately. At this moment, more than 100 people stood up, accusing and berating in outrage. The representative from China was completely stunned. He looked around in confusion, not knowing what to do. The development of this situation had completely exceeded his expectations. He didn't even know that this matter had occurred. The only instruction from the mysterious palace was to negotiate and mediate. But he had no idea that there was such a complicated relationship behind it. Abducting the geniuses of other countries? No, wait. How did the mysterious palace know that the super geniuses around the world could all understand the mysterious symbol? Why can all the super geniuses in the world understand this mysterious symbol? Why can't others understand it? Why is this the case? How can this be explained? The representative from China was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at everyone and knew in his heart that if he did not provide some kind of explanation today, the consequences would be very severe. This had escalated into an international crisis event. Wait, I need to make a call. The representative of Huaxia said, hurrying out with his phone in hand. The others did not stop him, knowing that he was just a spokesperson, without any decision-making power, merely a mouthpiece. They immediately hoped he would go and return quickly. At the same time, in Huaxia, in the highest office, the Secretary General received the representative's call, and after listening to the information on the phone, his eyes widened in terror. Super geniuses from around the world, called by mysterious symbols, all came to Huaxia? No way. I didn't know about this. Such a big thing. Why was I not informed? Such a huge matter. How could the mysterious palace not discuss it with the officials? This whole thing is ridiculous. What is going on with the mysterious palace? This seems to have huge benefits, but in reality, it could lead to extremely terrifying consequences. You only gain surface benefits. On the surface, it looks like there are more geniuses and more future elite powers. But how do we get through this current hurdle? Super geniuses are national treasures wherever they go. They're the lifeblood of a country. And the mysterious palace actually abducted so many. Now, the whole world will turn against us. The Secretary General was so anxious that his lips were chapped. After hanging up, he immediately called the elder of the mysterious palace. As soon as the call connected, the Secretary General explained the situation regarding the United Nations. The elder also felt a headache, sighed, and said, I know. Don't panic. The palace master has gone to Yudai River to negotiate with Miao Jia, so don't hurry. Elder, how can we not be anxious? The whole world is waiting for Huaxia to give an explanation. How can we not be anxious? You and the mysterious palace made such a huge decision. How could you not discuss it with us? Sai, why not discuss it? Our advantage is that we have the secret symbols that only super geniuses can understand, so we could have designed it more carefully. We can slowly boil the frog in warm water, gradually spreading the mysterious symbols and slowly gathering those super geniuses to Huaxia. How could it suddenly become so large-scale and so eye-catching? This is way too irrational. The Secretary General had great respect for the mysterious palace, but at this moment, his tone was a bit anxious and fiery. The elder looked troubled. This is not done by our mysterious palace. This is done by the Earth Hometown Association, the Secretary General said. I know it's the Earth Hometown Association, but without the support of the mysterious palace, how could they do something so big? The elder said with great worry. It's like this. The relationship between the Earth Hometown Association and the mysterious palace is currently ambiguous. They're not exactly on the same side, but they are not enemies either. They belong to that kind where the wells do not disturb each other. I'm telling you, I'm also worried about this point. If these young people came for the mysterious palace and would join it in the future, we would bear that risk. At worst, we would have to fight. But the problem is, these super geniuses, from what we understand, are extremely loyal to the Earth Hometown Association. I am troubled by this issue. Once these young people are trained, they will undoubtedly directly replace the position of the mysterious palace in the future. This is not just a global crisis targeting Huaxia. It is also a crisis from the Earth Hometown Association against our mysterious palace. The Secretary General fell silent. He did not know there were such matters behind this. He asked in astonishment, why didn't the palace master stop all this from happening? The palace master is an absolute strong being. Even if the Earth Hometown Association is powerful, there are still just a few top-tier beings. Can't the palace master get any face? Those top-tier beings are just working for someone, just obeying Miao Jia. And the palace master, for some reason, I find that he seems to have some fear of Miao Jia. I once thought the palace master was just giving Miao Jia some face, but now I discover it's more like giving Miao Jia 7 parts face. The Secretary General fell silent and asked solemnly, Miao Jia, is he also at the peak? No, it seems to be grade 5. The Secretary General's face was filled with confusion. Grade 5? What is grade 5? What kind of thing is grade 5? Anyone from the Misty Palace could slap him dead in one blow. Yet he could still stir up troubles? Moreover, such a person could make the strongest bow their heads. Isn't that too frightening? Chapter 61. Distancing Relationships. The Secretary General was puzzled, but he was too lazy to ask and hurriedly asked, so now, is the Misty Palace in cahoots with the Earth Fellowship or not? Please give a clear answer. Does Huaxia protect the Earth Fellowship or not? The United Nations is pressing for a statement. The elder's eyes flickered with a hint of a sneer. The Earth Fellowship brought this upon themselves. How is it related to the Misty Palace? Why should the Misty Palace protect them? Since they have the guts to snatch talents from around the world, let them bear the anger of all countries themselves. You passed the order down to clarify at the United Nations. The members of the Earth Fellowship come from all over the world, and they are not affiliated with Huaxia. They just happen to live in Huaxia. The Earth Fellowship, the Misty Palace, and Huaxia have nothing to do with each other. The act of poaching talents globally is unknown to the Misty Palace. They will not care, and they will not take responsibility. The Secretary General nodded. All right, then I understand. He breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Earth Fellowship had nothing to do with Huaxia and the Misty Palace, he was happy to watch the excitement, to sit back and observe the tiger fight. The power of the Earth Fellowship was somewhat frightening and concerning, but they couldn't offend them. Now, the Earth Fellowship had angered the global people's wrath. He wanted to see how they would end. Mutually exhausting each other among global forces is a good choice. 5 minutes later, at the United Nations, the Huaxia representative walked back into the venue. This time, facing the global anger, he had no waves of emotion. He calmly, confidently returned to his seat. Ahem. The Huaxia representative cleared his throat, looking at the furious crowd, but he felt no worry. He spoke loudly. I call to consult the higher-ups and the Misty Palace. Let me convey a message. This mysterious symbol was created by the Earth Fellowship. From the beginning to the end, Huaxia and the Misty Palace were unaware. The Misty Palace only just learned about everything that happened. As for gathering those talents to go to Huaxia, wrong. In essence, it should be gathering global talents to the Earth Fellowship. Everyone should notice this distinction. The Earth Fellowship has no relation to Huaxia or the Misty Palace. The members of the Earth Fellowship come from all over the world. They are not affiliated with Huaxia. They are merely residing in Huaxia. It's like a landlord and tenant relationship. If the tenant causes trouble outside and breaks the law, that's their own problem. Just because they live in a landlord's house doesn't mean they are accomplices. The Misty Palace's stance is as follows: unaware, not responsible, not undertaking, and not caring. At this moment, the venue fell into a strange silence. All representatives from countries worldwide felt as if they had punched a cotton ball. Everyone had been ready to fire on Huaxia. But who would have thought that they suddenly found out Huaxia didn't even know? Instead, it was a force within Huaxia, stirring up troubles from beginning to end. Huaxia's move completely silenced the room. After a long silence, the American representative spoke solemnly. Regardless of whether your Misty Palace is aware or responsible, we are about to impose sanctions on the Earth Fellowship. Huaxia has no objections to this, right? The Huaxia representative raised his hands. It has nothing to do with us. We will not intervene, but we will not obstruct either. The American representative let out a sigh of relief. A strong person from our side will enter the land of Huaxia and directly hold the Earth Fellowship accountable for this event. I believe Huaxia will not stop us, right? The Huaxia representative let out a cold laugh. That is impossible. We cannot allow any forces to freely enter Huaxia. Then it troubles you, Huaxia. Please expel the Earth Fellowship. The Huaxia representative said. On this matter, I need to consult my superiors. Everyone fell silent again. In Furong City, recently, many outsiders have suddenly appeared. Furong City has suddenly seen an increase in wanderers. This was different from what was expected. The young men were more cautious than anticipated. No one approached the Jade Belt River. No one came looking for Miao Jie, and no one sought refuge. Everyone was in silent agreement, secretly observing. At this moment, in a riverside hotel room in Miao Jie City, Jiang Chuan and his mother had been there for 2 weeks. However, during these 2 weeks, Jiang Chuan did not rashly go to the Jade Belt River to search for Miao Jie or the organization. His mother, also a person with rich social experience in this world, agreed with her son's approach. The situation was still unclear, and there were no so-called people of all races at the Jade Belt River. At least on the surface, no one could tell who was from Earth and who was from a myriad races. By the window, Jiang Chuan held a telescope, constantly observing the movements of the Jade Belt River. The Riverside Hotel had this advantage, an elevated view. He saw a group of female warriors training in a special formation by the river. After 2 weeks of observation, he determined that a nearby one-story house was most likely where Miao Jie was located. His mother also saw this and asked, "When do you plan to go?" Jiang Chuan was silent for a long time and said, "No one knows if this is a trap. So far, I have not seen anyone go into that house to look for Miao Jie. Everything is very peaceful. Anyway, I have waited all these years, so I can wait a bit longer. Although we people from Zai are kind, kindness does not equate to naivety." His mother felt relieved. Her son from another world was much smarter than she had imagined. Chapter 62. Secret Observation. Although he struggled with his studies, and teachers and classmates said he had a problem with his mind, but now it proved that sometimes cleverness is not reflected in textbook knowledge, but rather calm during significant events. At that moment, Jiang Chuan suddenly exclaimed, "Someone is flying down from the sky and heading towards that courtyard." His mother quickly took the telescope to check and indeed saw a figure descending towards the courtyard. At that moment, the mother and son locked their gaze on the small courtyard in the telescope. Meanwhile, nearly all the window-side rooms in the hotel were occupied. Just downstairs from Jiang Chuan, 2 young men were also watching the movements in that courtyard with telescopes. Flying. This is a master-level strong person. It's true. After observing for so long, the summoner is indeed in that room. Brother, when will we go join them? Sai, let's wait and see a little longer. Downstairs, a father and son were also focusing their telescopes on the one-story house. The son excitedly said, "A master-level strong person has arrived." The father also raised the telescope to observe, and after a moment, asked, "Son, when do you plan to go search for your hometown people?" The son sighed. "So far, I haven't seen anyone go there. I can't take the risk. The first bird gets shot. I absolutely won't be in the first batch." The father nodded in appreciation. "Son, rest assured. Even though you come from another world, I have always regarded you as my own son. I may not have much, but I do have money. I support everything you do. I also really want to see your hometown people. What exactly are the so-called Purple River people like?" The son smiled blissfully. In this world, he had also gained family love. The Purple River people value filial piety above all else. He confessed to his father earlier than Jiang Chuan, right after he learned Chinese. And after months of silence, his father gladly accepted this fact. In the entire Furong city, thousands of eyes were closely watching the movements in that little courtyard. In the entire Furong city, tens of thousands of youths were hiding, evading, secretly spying on everything. They hadn't yet found Miao Jie's location. By the Jade Belt River. The Jade Belt River was too long. But regardless, tens of thousands of people from Huaxia and neighboring countries with closer distances had arrived. Indeed, many of the same kind had already recognized and met each other. The ordinary citizens of Furong City noticed nothing unusual. Even the most keen among them detected no odd situations. Because these tens of thousands of youths were not really youths at all. They were all mature souls with much social experience from their original planet, and their knowledge was far broader than that of Earthlings. Even those Earthlings with the greatest experience had only traveled through various countries, only seen the customs and landscapes of different nations. However, those who understood the universal language of thousands of races had at least traded with dozens of planets. Their social experience was the sum of experiences from dozens of planets, borrowing advantages from and blending cultures and wisdom from at least several dozen worlds. Education on Earth was merely about world history and the 5,000 years of Huaxia. But for the myriad races, their education was incredibly advanced. They absorbed thousands of years of their own planet's history, along with the civilizations and cultural achievements of other races. Thus, we can't say that the myriad races have a higher IQ than Earthlings. But their knowledge and experience absolutely surpass those of Earthlings at the same level, same age, and in the same class status. If tens of thousands of outsiders entered Furong City, it would certainly attract the attention of the city governor. However, with tens of thousands of such stealthy, clever, and cautious beings gathering in Furong City, no one could possibly detect them. They were experts at disguise. Of course, just because the people of Furong City couldn't notice didn't mean that everyone in the city was oblivious. Miao Jie had already noticed that many people had come to this city. In the eyes of Earthlings, the myriad races were not much different from themselves. But to Miao Jie and others who had fought in the wild for decades and had interacted with various races for many years, even subtle differences were easily felt. In fact, with even more exposure, not just Miao Jie, but even everyone from the Earth Hometown Association could easily name the planet someone came from. For instance, if someone came with family and behaved very politely, it was clear without thought. They were from the Purple River. Their characteristic was just like that. They valued filial piety, cared about etiquette, and believed in the idea that good would be rewarded with good. Therefore, their traits were obvious. If someone had a determined gaze and a brave personality, they surely came from the Redstone. That planet was a remarkably warlike race, where everyone was born to fight, raised on the ideals of bravery and fearlessness. Their traits were also very clear. If someone's gaze was shifty, with cunning eyes and a constantly wavering demeanor, then they came from the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace was not the name of a planet, but of a race. They once had a planet, but later lost it in battle and became wanderers throughout the universe in their spacecraft. They excelled at disguises. Relying on this talent, they often traveled between planets stealing, always being chased by everyone. In short, no matter what kind of myriad races, as long as he stays in contact, Miao Jie will definitely know where he comes from. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people surged into Furong City, and to the locals, it made no difference. They couldn't perceive it. But Miao Jie, with just a glance, could tell right away. For example, these days, cars often pass by his front road, and in a fleeting glance, he could see a pair or even several pairs of eyes glancing at his small courtyard through the car windows. For example, these days students often ride shared bikes, chatting and laughing along Yudai River. They seem very natural, but Miao Jie knows that their peripheral eyes are always watching his yard and room. For example, if Miao Jie flies into the sky for a look, he can probably see many strange symbols in the streets and alleys of Furong City. Those are messages left in hometown languages by people from 10,000 tribes, looking for their companions. Earth people might think those are merely tiny scribbles, but they can't escape Miao Jie's eyes. For example, Miao Jia often sees several tall buildings and hotels by the river already fully booked. The curtains are always pulled up every day, but behind the curtains, there are always eyes looking here, searching. Everything is clear to him. Chapter 63, the only one. But Miao Jia has not taken the initiative to make contact, nor has he sought them out. He hasn't written slogans at the gate to summon them to come. No need. He knows the people of 10,000 tribes very well. Just like when he first arrived in Taiwan, he was also on guard against others fishing for him. He understands the mindset of the travelers. 1. They don't want others to discover their identity as travelers, feeling that it is their biggest secret in Golden Finger. 2. They strive to learn the local culture and language to blend in as much as possible. They don't want to be too unique. 3. They work hard to become stronger and seek a way out. 4. They want to stand out. They think, having crossed over with great difficulty, they must build their own territory in this other world. This is the mindset of every traveler just after crossing over. Many people may maintain this mindset for a long time. However, when you discover that there are travelers all around you, your mindset changes. You no longer feel that the identity of a traveler is your biggest secret. Rather, you become eager to find your fellow townspeople. Little Ma said, Uncle Jia, Sinyu has reached level 1. Miao Jia raised an eyebrow. Good news. Keep practicing. I've recently noticed that many people have come to Furong City, yet they don't come to find us. It can't go on like this. Miao Jia smiled. Let them be. Everything has to go with the flow. We can only be the pushers at critical moments. We can't control everyone. The desire to control shouldn't be so strong. Then, it's not good to be stuck like this. The people of 10,000 tribes should come to train early and become stronger. Stuck? Not for much longer. As he said this, Miao Jia slowly raised his head. Our old friend has arrived. Guess what kind of decision he will bring this time? Little Ma also looked up at the sky, where Hong Chun descended from above. Miao Jia muttered. Making such a big scene and the mysterious palace did not stop him. Then I think Hong Chun is also hesitating. He doesn't dare to make a decision. He cannot believe in the apocalypse, nor can he not believe in it. He is really suffering, but today he has to make a decision. Little Ma suddenly became serious. I'll have the brothers come back, prepared for anything. No need. Miao Jia twisted his neck. I broke through to level 9 yesterday. If there is a battle, it is time to take action. Hong Chun is a person with kindness in his heart, along with decisiveness. But he is also like most Earth people. He won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. If he doesn't see something practical, he won't easily make a decision. Of course, if he makes a decision, then he will definitely be our most steadfast supporter in the early stages. After today, the situation won't be stagnant anymore. As he spoke, Miao Jia laughed heartily. Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Hong Chun landed, his expression as cold as water, but it couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Looking at the calm young man in front of him, Hong Chin's heart raced. 9 ranks. He really leveled up this fast? It's time to make a decision. Whatever decision is made, it must be clear today. Otherwise, after a while, no matter what decision I make, it will be powerless. Because by then, he might reach the same realm as me. Absolute peak. No, it's Martial King. Hong Chun stared at Zhang Ke for a long time and finally sighed. Congratulations, you've broken through again. Zhang Ke smiled faintly. There's nothing to congratulate. It's only natural. So arrogant. But what he said was the truth. If he wasn't deceiving himself, he had indeed reached the martial saint level in Taiwan before. The number 1 in the universe. However, it sounded unpleasant. But there's nothing to do about the unpleasantness. Hong Chun bit his cheek and smiled. That mysterious symbol, it's the language and writing of another planet, right? Miao Jia nodded. Yes, it's called the universal language of all races. It's equivalent to the Mandarin of Huaxia, the English of Earth. In the universe, 80% of the races and planets use the universal language, making language not a barrier for them. Hong Chen asked, what did you write in that universal language? I received news that many people globally are heading to Huaxia. Why are they coming to Huaxia? Zhang Ke confessed, nothing much. Just that I told them in universal language to come to Furong City to find me. They can receive my protection, and I will teach them cultivation and combat skills, protecting them when they're weak, so they won't be harmed by their own kind on Earth. In the future, they will become the backbone to resist the demons. Cultivate, teach, protect? Isn't all of this that these youths will completely obey him in the future? That can't be. The Lingxiao Palace will completely become a backdrop, and the Earth Fellowship will be Huaxia, the world's number 1 force, the most powerful force. Hong Chun looked at Miao Jia warily. You want to train them step by step into a legion from childhood? In the future, completely obey your orders. Zhang Ke said as a matter of course. Discipline is the most important factor in marching and fighting. No matter how capable a general is, if his troops are disorganized, they have no combat power. Isn't that so? Shouldn't it be like this? Hong Chun panicked. You mean, starting now, you want to train them as your own force? That can't be. Miao Jie thought for a moment. It's not exactly my own force. It's just that based on my experience in Tai Huang, a scattered multi-race has no combat power. Each governs itself. But after I unified Tai Huang, everyone in the multi-race obeyed my dispatch and arrangement, and we achieved victory. I think this applies on Earth as well. No matter who it is, everyone can only follow one person's orders. It's better than being a disorganized mass. Bold, Hong Chun scolded. If that's the case, wouldn't you be immensely powerful? This vast Earth would become an unstoppable flood. Miao Jie nodded. Besides that, there are no other methods. If we want to protect more of our kind to survive, some of the inherent powers on Earth will probably have to compromise. You mean, you want to become the strongest force on Earth? Miao Jie shook his head. No, not. Hong Chen looked at him in confusion. Not. Miao Jie said, not the biggest force, but the only force. Of course, I personally think describing it as a force is not accurate. It should be called a universal armed force, and I am the only commander. Of course, if later on there is someone more suitable than me, I will make way for him. Only. Chapter 64. Remove all obstacles. Hong Chen couldn't hold back any longer, shouting furiously. The only force? You want to rule the earth? You have some big guts. Miao Jie looked at him calmly and said, perhaps in your eyes, ruling the earth seems like a remarkable thing, a matter of great ambition. In your eyes, unifying the earth is equivalent to obtaining endless resources and enjoying the most splendid riches in the world. But my thoughts are different from yours. Unification is not the goal, just a process. Only after unification, with everyone united as one, is there a possibility of survival. Only then is there a chance of victory. An ununified earth cannot unleash its fighting power. It will be like a crowd of rabble. How can they fight? I don't care about resources, nor do I care about wealth and glory. I'm simply not interested in these at all. Since I can return my spirit to the earth, my only mission is to lead all humanity toward victory. Mao Jie stared intently at Hong Chun and said word by word, in this process, everything that becomes a stumbling block, I will eliminate it, crush it, without leaving any mercy. Although the strong are a precious resource for the earth, powerful obstacles are cancers. I will uproot them. Hong Chen squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, Mao Jie, your ambitions are too great. Greater than I imagined. I have no such heart. I only want victory. I do not want my hometown to follow the path of Tai Huang, where even after victory, only a few thousand of our race remain. I want to avoid such a result. And this process will be bloody, cruel, cold-blooded, and merciless. Hong Chen's expression. I tell you, vast areas of Earth's ecosystem will go extinct and turn into a wasteland. Wherever demons pass, every single animal will be devoured completely. They won't even spare the maggots in the latrines. Do you expect them to pity you and kill a few less? You don't understand demons, just like you don't understand what my true ambition is. Miao Jie showed a hint of disdain, his eyes carrying a cold sneer. Because Hong Chen's thoughts were, in fact, representative. He was certain that the vast majority of people on Earth thought the same way as Hong Chen. They believed that compared to demons, they themselves were the true cold-blooded devils. They thought that unifying Earth was an ambition, a desire for enjoyment. They didn't understand the pain behind it. How could they possibly understand? In battle, demons are cunning and refuse to fall into traps. When a force of 200,000 troops must be sacrificed as bait, how much does one struggle inside? They didn't understand that when the commander spoke his strategy, all the warriors of all races raised their hands high, stepped forward, and shouted, I'll go. Let me go. My cultivation is low. I can't contribute much. Let me go instead. When witnessing such a scene, how would the commander feel? They didn't understand. They didn't understand what it was like to stand on the platform, bidding farewell to 200,000 comrades, watching their backs, knowing they were marching towards certain death. Nor did they understand among them were lifelong brothers who laughed and said, Uncle Jie, I won't be coming home. In my next life, I'll still be your lieutenant. They simply didn't understand. They just thought being the absolute ruler of Earth was a privilege. No, it was the times that made the hero. If you had the ability but refused to step up, if you shrank back, then you were truly selfish, truly irresponsible. And it just so happened that in this world, there was no one more suited to be the commander than Zhang Ke. He had won battles in the Great Desolation. He was the general of the cosmos, the only martial saint of humanity. There would never be another like him. Chapter 65. 3 Moves to Kill You. Hong Chun would never understand. Without witnessing the true power of demons, he would never believe, never comprehend. He could only use the most venomous thoughts to judge Miao Jie, just as the entire world judged him with the same venomous thoughts. Miao Jie, you want to eliminate all the forces in this world? From now on, only one force remains, the Earth Fellowship. Miao Jie shook his head. Let me correct you. I will eliminate the Earth Fellowship as well. From now on, there will be only one force, the Myriad Races Legion. Hong Chun trembled and asked, do you have to do this? Then what if my Misty Palace is the first to stand against you? Miao Jie looked at him calmly, smiling as he said, then I will uproot Misty Palace completely. Not a single one will remain. Hong Chun took a sharp breath, and around him, a massive killing intent slowly spread. Little Ma, standing to the side, tensed up and quietly moved toward Miao Jie's left. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the female soldiers training by the river, telling them to prepare to scatter and escape. But a moment later, Hong Chen's killing intent dissipated. He looked at Miao Jie with indifference and said, I am 90% convinced of the doomsday you speak of. And from a rational standpoint, global unification is indeed the most logical course of action. However, Misty Palace must have a backup plan. Misty Palace must be involved in this from start to finish, must witness everything. Miao Jie asked, you mean Misty Palace will take up the banner of leading the world? At the very least, we must integrate with the Earth Fellowship. Miao Jie laughed. If you have the ability, I don't mind. I can step down right now and obey your commands without hesitation. But clearly, you do not have that strength, nor the capability. I will not make any decision that harms the Myriad Races Legion. Hong Chen raged. So you're saying Misty Palace is unworthy? If that's how you insist on interpreting it, then yes. You don't deserve it, Miao Jie added. If the Miao Miao Palace had such strength, it wouldn't just have power within China. You would have already extended your influence globally, where you would have already ruled the earth. But clearly, you can't do that. If you could, then I would acknowledge your strength. Unifying the world? Hong Chan sneered. Do you know how hard it is to unify the world? Talking about unifying the world. Miao Jie interrupted. But I can. Within 2 months. He didn't believe it. Miao Jie knew he didn't believe it, and then said, let's make a bet. What bet? The group of women practicing outside. Did you see them? My sister is at the 1st level, and the other 20 are at the 5th level. That counts as 21 people. Your Miao Miao Palace can send anyone below the 7th level to battle. I mean everyone. Even if you send tens of thousands, it's fine. The only goal is to defeat them. Hong Chun squinted his eyes. Tens of thousands? You are way too arrogant. Miao Jie calmly said, I'll stand by my words. If your Miao Miao Palace can defeat those 21 people, I will let you join the Earth Hometown Association, and in the future, I will govern this world with you and prepare for resistance. If you send the same number of people with the same level as them and defeat them, I will listen to you, and everyone will listen to you. But if your Miao Miao Palace cannot defeat them, from that day on, the entire Miao Miao Palace will merge into the current Earth Hometown Association. In the future, they will all merge into the 10,000 Races Legion. Follow the orders. That's the wager. You understand the terms. Do you accept the bet? Hong Chun was stunned. It was too exaggerated. Why was he so confident? 21 women wielding a broken knife. How much combat strength could they have? Why did he dare to say that even tens of thousands of people below the 7th level could fight them? He was too arrogant. You look down on my Miao Miao Palace too much. No, the Miao Miao Palace isn't that special. To me, all forces around the world are about the same as you. Strictly speaking, I look down on all today's warriors in this world. Hong Chun angrily said, Fine, I'll make you remember this. Teach you a lesson. Don't say I bullied anyone. I will give them some time to grow. How about 10 days? I'll give them some preparation time to grow. All right, he's so arrogant. If you weren't just at the 9th level, I would want to bet with you. Unfortunately, I don't want to bully you. The main reason was, Hong Chun was unsure. He didn't dare to bully him. He feared that if he killed Miao Jie, his soul would snatch a body again, hiding silently and seeking revenge later. That was the reason he was afraid. With strong people, one can discuss gentlemanly conduct. With weak people, Hong Chun always used tyranny. Miao Jie smiled. Let's make a bet. Hong Chun looked bewildered. What are we betting on again? Miao Jie. Within 3 moves, I can kill you. If I can't kill you, I will worship you as my master. Apart from military tactics, I will listen to you in everything else. If I can kill you, the Miao Miao Palace will immediately and with all its power support the Earth Hometown Association. Winning over the Miao Miao Palace was a crucial part of the plan. If it represented the Earth Hometown Association to compete, it would probably take a long time. Those big forces didn't think they were anything special and were unwilling to take action. But if it represented China and completely worked together like one, then the whole world would truly fall into chaos. Only through rapid chaos could there be swift unification. This saved time. Hong Chen's mouth dropped open, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. You said what? 3 moves, kill me? You just reached the 9th level. In this realm, there's no need to give it such a beautiful name. It sounds as if it has reached the end of martial arts, which can easily confuse people and make them think it has truly come to an end. Absurd, Red Dust angrily shouted. You are so arrogant, completely disregarding others. I'm not arrogant. What I said is the truth. Of course, Miao Jia would not explain to him. Are you betting or not? Red Dust took a deep breath. When? Do we need to set a time for a matter of 3 moves? Right now is fine. After beating you, I need to continue my training. Red Dust was furious. You are so rampant. Don't blame me for warning you in advance. Fists and kicks have no eyes. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. He was afraid of Miao Jia's primordial spirit. It's better to leave some room to speak for himself in advance. Miao Jia nodded. Yes, but I will show mercy. You are wise enough. I won't really kill you. Too much bullying. Red Dust flew up into the sky, standing above the Jade Belt River, pulling out a long sword from who knows where, angrily pointing it at Miao Jia and shouted, Come on. Chapter 66. The difference between Earth and Taiwan warriors. The roar shook the clouds. He was so angry that he didn't care about how loud it was. With a furious roar, the entire Furong City heard it. With a buzz. At this moment, all the beings in Furong City focused their gazes on the sky above the Jade Belt River, shocked at the figures standing in the sky, Red Dust. Feeling the aura exuding from his body, the youths of all races widened their eyes. Martial King. It's the Martial King realm. Is this the Martial King powerhouse of Huaxia? What does he want to do? Is he going to challenge the Martial Saint? But the Martial Saint is only a Martial Saint in Taiwan. Is he also a Martial Saint on Earth? Look, the Martial King of Earth is going to challenge the Martial Saint. At this moment, the eyes of all the primordial spirits of various races in Furong City were fixed tightly on the sky. Meanwhile, in Furong City, all the ordinary people also heard this shout and couldn't help but rush to higher places, looking in the direction of the sound. They were confused and didn't know what was happening, but they knew that the person who shouted this was a top powerhouse because his voice could be heard throughout the city. At the same time, the governor of Furong City, driving by the riverside, also heard the shout. He couldn't help but look up outside the window and saw a figure standing in the sky. Absolute Peak Powerhouse. Absolute Peak. There's only one Absolute Peak in Huaxia. That is the Master of the Mysterious Palace. Ah, is the Master of the Mysterious Palace going to confront Miao Jia? The governor of Furong City suddenly felt a shiver run through his body, and his thoughts began to race. Was there a feud between the Mysterious Palace and Earth? Then whose side should he stand on? He quickly stopped the car, as he was also a warrior with keen vision. His gaze was fixed on the sky, but his brows were tightly knitted. In the courtyard, Miao Jia looked at the furious red dust in the sky and cast a glance at the extremely nervous Xiao Ma, softly saying, the so-called Absolute Peak of Earth is really just the Martial King realm, and he is still in the early stage of the Martial King realm. When did you start not trusting me? Why are you so nervous? After saying this, Xiao Ma suddenly relaxed and laughed. Right? I have been back on Earth for too long and have developed a sense of immersion. What level are the martial artists on Earth? In Taiwan, they wouldn't survive a day. And what level are the warriors in Taiwan? They may seem to be of the same realm, but they kill recklessly. Because every warrior who survives has fought their way out a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. Each one is a figure akin to Shura. Each one pays attention to practical combat efficiency. Xiao Ma secretly estimated that perhaps when Uncle Jia was at the 7th rank, he could beat Red Dust, right? But he was nervous. Why so nervous? Because he had been back on Earth for too long and had already forgotten about the combat power of Taiwan. Miao Jia transmitted again. You should fly up into the sky now. Take a look at how much area needs to be planned. So many people have come to this Furong City. There must be accommodation for all the comrades of the 10,000 races, right? There must be a place for training, right? After taking over the Miao Miao Palace, the first thing to do is plan a piece of land nearby to become a temporary place for the comrades of the 10,000 races. I think, after this battle, the comrades from the 10,000 races should come knocking on the door. Little Ma understood and quickly flew up into the sky to search around. The battle hadn't started yet, but he was confident of victory. He planned the site in advance, and once the battle was over, he would order the demolition and reconstruction work nearby from the Miao Miao Palace. Hong Chen looked at Miao Jia, who was talking in the courtyard, and shouted angrily, What are you dawdling for? Come up. Didn't you say you would defeat me in 3 moves? Let's go. Miao Jia, are you afraid? With this voice, Furong City was once again in an uproar. Everyone looking up at the sky couldn't help but widen their eyes. 3 moves? Defeat the master of the Meow Meow Palace in 3 moves? What kind of existence is this? How arrogant. This arrogance is simply a bit too much. And at that moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure slowly flew out from the small courtyard. Miao Jie flew into the air, looking down at his worried sister, and smiled, saying, "I'm borrowing your knife." Miao Xan didn't say anything. Biting her teeth, she threw the knife in her hand high into the sky with all her might. Then, along with 20 maidservants, she anxiously watched the sky. They knew that Hong Chun was an absolutely top-notch expert, and Miao Jie was only a few grades? Was he 5th grade or 6th grade? They didn't know that Miao Jie had already reached the 9th grade. Their impression was still stuck at 5th grade from a while back. They thought in just a month, achieving 6th grade would be quite remarkable, right? But now, he was challenging Hong Chun. Hong Chun looked at Miao Jie, who didn't even have a weapon, actually asking to borrow an iron knife that wasn't even unsheathed. He was instantly furious. "Are you insulting me?" Miao Jie smiled and said, "You've misunderstood." Then he added, "I just suddenly felt it was time for you to understand the gap between people. It's time for you to see the difference between a martial artist living a leisurely life on Earth and a true martial artist. You're outrageous." Hong Chun couldn't hold back any longer. He roared, raised his long sword, and quickly made hand seals with his left hand. His left hand moved quickly like flipping flowers. Miao Jie suddenly laughed and shook his head. "Your preamble is too long, the setup too prolonged. If it were a life or death struggle, you would already be dead. But I've decided to give you one chance to attack, just this once. You could be quicker." What Miao Jie said was the truth. During the Tai Huang battle, how could things be played like this? Would the enemy give you time to make hand seals and cast spells? Are you kidding? The moment you start your hand seals, the opponent would jump up and take half your face off. Will they give you this chance? But hearing this in Hong Chen's ears was a great insult. His face turned red, and he roared, "I won't hold back. The purple thunder sword technique is extremely powerful. I can't control it." Miao Jie nodded, then yawned. "So, are you done yet?" No more words were spoken. Hong Chun suppressed his anger. "Damn it, if we fight to the death, then so be it. I've already said before that in a fight, there's no mercy. If you die, don't blame me." 2 seconds later, Hong Chun suddenly pointed his sword at Miao Jie. "Die." Wow, what a powerful aura. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and suddenly a purple divine thunder struck towards Miao Jie with a booming sound. Chapter 67. One move, battle ends. The divine thunder was extremely fast, but just as it reached Miao Jie, he suddenly moved sideways like a ghost, shifting 10 meters. Just like that, those 10 meters caused the divine thunder to miss. With the knife raised, Miao Jie flew towards Hong Chun. "Is this it?" Hong Chun grinned grimly. "You think that for so long, I only have one lightning strike? Let me tell you, there are a total of 99 divine thunders." As the words fell, Hong Chun pointed his sword at Miao Jie again. "Kill." Another divine thunder roared down towards Miao Jie. Got it. The dozen seconds of foreplay were like the time it takes to load a rifle. But once loaded, this rifle could fire continuously. It could fire 99 shots. These 99 shots didn't need any further build-up. Miao Jie smiled faintly, evading the second bolt of divine lightning like a ghost. At this moment, Hong Chun suddenly felt that things might be going a bit wrong. Immediately, he slashed out his sword from afar. "Kill." Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of bolts of divine lightning crashed down like a waterfall, pouring down indiscriminately towards Miao Jie. He realized that Miao Jie's movements were extremely strange. If they came one by one, he wouldn't be able to hit him at all. But now he had unleashed dozens of divine lightning bolts. "Let's see how you dodge." Miao Jie smiled again, simply standing still. When dozens of bolts of divine lightning flowed down like a waterfall, Miao Jie suddenly raised his blade and struck towards the sky. With a boom, a terrifying wave rushed towards the bolts of divine lightning falling from the sky. The moment they touched, it was as if sunlight met snowflakes, and they melted away. Around him, divine lightning continued to fall, yet above Miao Jie's head, there was a true vacuum. Hong Chun gasped. He was at the peak of power, while Miao Jie was only at the 9th rank. How could such a casual strike melt away his attack? At that moment, Miao Jie's voice echoed in his ears again. "Nice to look at, but useless." Comment: the foreplay was too long, the power was too small. Even if your coverage area is vast, I only need to break through that one bolt above my head. The rest, even if you rain down 1,000 bolts, means nothing to me. It's like a torrential rain. Even if in an hour it turns the mountains and rivers into lakes, I just need to hold an umbrella, and then this torrential rain has nothing to do with me. Hong Shen was taken aback, listening to the voice in his ear. His face flushed red with anger. The opponent had not only blocked his attack, but had also commented on it. He was about to say something when Miao Jie's voice transmitted to him again. All right, your performance is over. I'm going to start attacking now. 3 seconds from now, I will be in front of you, so please use your greatest power to resist me. By the way, in a real battle, I won't inform you of my actions in advance. 3 seconds. Although Hong Shen was furious, how could the opponent give him a warning before striking? However, he knew that anger aside, caution was still vital. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and fixed his gaze on Miao Jie, who stood holding his blade in the distant sky. In the sky, a voice emerged. Hong Shen inhaled deeply, secretly circulating all of his true essence and blood, sharply alert to everything around him. 1. At the moment the voice fell, Hong Shen's pupils suddenly narrowed. At that moment, he discovered Miao Jie was still in the sky ahead. But suddenly, he felt a gust from behind. No! Hong Shen's heart cried out in alarm. The figure in front is fake. It's an illusion. Just now. That's right. Miao Jie had already moved behind him. But he had left an image in front of him while his attention had been entirely focused ahead, completely unaware of what was behind him. Was this a sneak attack? No. This was a battle. Sure enough, the figure ahead began to slowly fade and then disappeared. Hong Shen turned in terror. At the moment he turned, he used all his strength to slash his sword horizontally. He couldn't see where Miao Jie was, so he could only sweep with his sword, hoping to force Miao Jie back. But the next moment, as he turned around, he saw Miao Jie making a simple downward cut. That simple cut was coming directly for his forehead. But at this moment, he had nowhere to retreat and could not defend himself. Because the sword in his hand was sweeping. Once it was halfway through the sweep, there was simply no way to pull it back to defend against what was above him. At worst, I'll trade one life for another. Hong Shen roared inwardly with desperation. This was a choice made out of helplessness. Because you cannot avoid it, and you cannot block it. Worst case, I'll just sweep with my sword and split him in half, while his sword will chop off my head. Didn't you say that Earth Warriors are for retirement? Let me show you the blood of an Earth Warrior. Hong Shen roared, snarling. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong, because Miao Jie was standing there, not moving an inch forward. His posture and actions were somewhat funny, somewhat ridiculous. He actually bent his body into a large shrimp shape, holding the sword hilt in his right hand, stretching his hand towards his head in a reaching gesture. It's over. At this moment, Hong Shen's pupils shrank violently, and he watched helplessly as a sword tip brushed past Miao Jie's abdomen. 1 centimeter. Just 1 centimeter. Just 1 centimeter, and the sword tip would have grazed his skin. Just 1 centimeter, damn it. Hong Shen felt an utterly hopeless despair. I'm dead. It's over. He didn't even use 3 moves, only 1. Just 1 move, and in this seemingly ridiculous and funny, but actually simple and brutal way, he ended his life. Hong Shen closed his eyes in despair, and his sword completely missed. But Miao Jie's sword tip just happened to strike his forehead. A touch of coldness, slightly sharp, a little painful. Chapter 68. Simplifying the Complex. Hong Shen slowly opened his eyes, and opposite him, Miao Jie smiled slightly. Exchanging lives? Exchanging lives is useless, meaningless. No one will exchange their life with the enemy. Exchanging lives is just a choice made when there's no other way. You're very passive. After blocking your divine thunder, I predicted that your attention would be focused on me. So I used my true essence and created a shadow in the sky. You thought it was me, but I had already come to your back. At the same time, I predicted that in your panic, you would instinctively slash backward with your sword. I also knew that if I just avoided your sword, you would die. So, when I swung my sword, I didn't even stabilize my position, but instead I pulled my body back and reached forward with my hand. I didn't need much strength, nor fancy moves and steps. I only needed to be 2 centimeters longer than you. As long as I'm 2 centimeters longer than you, you can't hit me, but you will die. To do this, 2 prerequisites are needed. First, observation. 3 minutes ago, when you drew your sword, I already estimated its length. This laid the foundation for where I should stand later. Second, a sense of distance. A sense of distance gained from countless life and death battles. What distance avoids being hit? What distance hits the enemy just right? This can't be learned, it's experience. And such experience, everyone who walked the path of chaos has. Gulu. Hong Shen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Feeling the pain on his head, he didn't dare to move. Because his life and death were in Miao Jie's control, as long as Miao Jie exerted a little pressure with his wrist, his head would be split open. A 2-centimeter cut from the top of his head to his chin. Just enough to cut open his skull, just enough to kill him instantly with his brain spilling out. He didn't dare to move. At this moment, the sword tip pressed on his scalp, and though the blade wasn't sharp, its edge made a tiny cut in his scalp. Looking at the man in front of him, Hong Chun felt some fear. For the first time, he felt true terror. In his mind, only one sentence kept repeating. The so-called difference in realm is useless in front of him. His battle was that simple and brutal. Every move, every gesture, every thought was aimed at killing the opponent in the simplest way possible. But what is the difference in realm really? Is it stronger strength, more powerful true essence, faster speed? Such differences could create a chasm between the top and the 9th rank. A vast number of 9th-level powers could be crushed. But in front of him, it meant nothing. It had no use. Because you simply do not possess, nor are you worthy of having the chance to confront him head-on. When you face him, all your advantages cannot be displayed, which means you have no advantages at all. And the reason you lack advantages is that he calculates step by step. This calculation is all instinctive. It comes from experience and actual combat. With a swish, Miao Jie sheathed his sword. Hong Chun instinctively trembled in fear. Miao Jie smiled and said, "I know you are unconvinced. I'll give you 2 more chances." "I understand." Hong Chen's mind exploded. What he just said, "Kill me in 3 moves." It turns out he didn't mean killing me within 3 moves. But rather, each of those 3 moves would kill me. Kill me 3 times. Damn! Hong Chun was furious, feeling humiliated once again. But amidst the anger, there was also fear. A fear that instinctively made the soul tremble. He retreated hundreds of meters, reaching a very safe distance, looking at Miao Jie with uncertainty, and roared. "I was careless just now." Furong City exploded. In front of the car, the governor of Furong City took a cold breath. He hadn't seen clearly just now. It was too fast. He only saw the sky full of divine thunder, and then Miao Jie had the sword against Hong Chen's neck. The master of Piao Palace lost? Lost. Just like that, he lost? If Miao Jie hadn't held back, the master of Piao Palace would have fallen at Yudai River, just like that. Miao Jie, who exactly is he? The supreme expert of Huaxia. Can't he even exchange a single move with him? At this moment, the people of all races in the city also erupted. At the riverbank of Yudai, a boy in a school uniform excitedly spoke to his classmates. That's right. Martial saint, martial saint. It really is a martial saint. Books from our planet have recorded that the returnees from Taiwan are all super pragmatists. There are no fancy moves, no complicated actions. Everyone with weapons only knows 2 actions, stab or slash. I've always wondered, with just these 2 actions, how can one fight? It's too simple, easy for enemies to become familiar and respond. Now I understand. This is the real truth, the true essence of combat. In actual battle, there aren't so many tricks. Stabbing and slashing are the most deadly. They only need to use these 2 strongest moves. I've seen records too. In the records, martial saints never kill in more than 2 moves because they only know 2 moves. Even when fighting against the demon kings, they only use 2 moves. And the demon kings only know 2 moves as well. Their spear only has stabbing and sweeping. Only 2 actions. I've always wondered. How can the 2 strongest in the universe only know 2 moves? If they only know 2 moves, why can they fight for 20 days without a clear outcome? I understand now. They're not fighting with flashy moves, but with battle experience and wisdom. This is true combat. I guess when 2 martial saints fight, that is real danger and excitement. 2 who only know 2 moves, fighting for 20 days, must be constantly countering and finding opportunities to attack. Martial saint, martial saint, martial saint. This is the real martial saint. I no longer doubt it. In this world, there simply are no martial artists with such practical approaches. All martial artists have flashy moves and impressive aura. Only those who return from Taiwan can cultivate such fierce and invincible moves. It's terrifying, truly simplifying complexity. Only true, strong people can turn complexity into simplicity. Chapter 69. This is also real combat. Furong City was in an uproar. The martial saint killed Hong Chun with just a simple move. If it were real combat, that would be too terrifying. Hong Chen's divine thunder seemed dreadful, but actually consumed a lot. It took more than 10 seconds to prepare, rendering it impractical, and it consumed at least 30% of his true essence. But what about Miao Jie? What did he consume? He consumed nothing. He only burned a tiny bit of true essence used for flying. And, to withstand a divine thunder from Hong Chun, he probably used about 1/10,000th of his true essence to disperse a bolt of lightning. If it weren't to make Hong Chun give up, if it weren't to show Hong Chun that divine thunder had no combat power, Miao Jie probably wouldn't even have consumed that little true essence. And that deadly strike against Hong Chun was done purely with physical strength, not even using a bit of true essence. If calculated in a real fight, with Miao Jie's level of consumption, killing someone like Hong Chun, wouldn't that mean as many as he faces, as many as he kills? Forever killing. Unlimited. Down below, by the Jade Belt River. The maid, Xiao Hong, was shocked, her eyes bursting with overwhelming admiration. I understand now. I finally understand what my masters always said, that real combat is not about who is more flashy. It's about who consumes less and has greater lethality. I finally realize what it means to chop iron every day. It's about feeling strength, sensing distance. In every chop, finding the most energy-efficient angle and force that causes the biggest damage to the opponent. And doing thousands of chops every day is actually training strength and endurance. Miao Xin, you also seem to have a realization. Efficiency. Is this what efficiency is? This is completely different from the battle I once imagined for warriors. This is the true battle of a warrior. There are no flashy movements, no grand gestures, not even any consumption. It was all about simplifying the complex. It was the old saying that everyone knows, but no one can fully understand. Returning to simplicity. In the sky, Hong Chun took a deep breath. I learned my lesson once. I won't be fooled again. Come on, Hong Chun shouted loudly. He circulated his true essence, guarding against the approaching Miao Jie. At the same time, his attention was focused above, below, behind, and on both sides. There was no way to defend against everything. He had some fear of Miao Jie's ghostly movements. Miao Jie smiled. All right, then I'm coming. So, Miao Jie flew towards Hong Chun again. As Miao Jie drew closer, Hong Chun dared not be careless, doubting whether what flew towards him was really the real body. Surely it isn't just an illusory shadow? Even if he carefully observed and recognized it was indeed a real person, he still couldn't be certain. But he definitely dared not underestimate what was in front of him. Soon, Miao Jie stood before Hong Chun, transmitting a message. Please note, this time, I will use a thrusting motion. As soon as the words fell, Miao Jie's figure flickered like a ghost, suddenly appearing right in front of Hong Chun. Hong Chun, who had been waiting for long, gathered all his strength and struck down at Miao Jie with a sword. He predicted that at the moment Miao Jie flew over, his sword would just reach him. This time, he was determined not to forget. Moreover, Hong Chun didn't dare to unleash his true essence for an external attack. While true essence can extend the range of his attack, he didn't dare to do it against Miao Jie. Because although external attacks with true essence would be longer and more powerful, they also had vulnerabilities. He didn't know what vulnerabilities there might be, but he was scared. He was afraid that Miao Jie would latch on at any opening. The moment he swung his sword, Hong Chun's pupils suddenly narrowed. Damn it, I fell for it again. Sure enough, the Miao Jie that had boldly rushed over suddenly hit the brakes. He stopped abruptly. Hong Chun saw his sword swing past, only to find that the tip of his sword was just a centimeter away from Miao Jie. Just one more centimeter. Oh, how could it be 1 centimeter short again? Hong Chun screamed in despair as his sword fell short, and in that instant, Miao Jie dodged the strike and casually raised his knife to jab at Hong Chun's neck. The casual stab didn't even use true essence power. It was purely muscle strength, a small pain. Cold. Hong Chun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his Adam's apple rolling and touching the tip of the knife, causing his throat to ache a little. One move. Another move. Miao Jie smiled slightly. This time, it relies on judgment, and still, the sense of distance. Judgment comes from too many real battles, understanding the enemy's mental state. So I judge that you were both angry and cautious. I judge that you wouldn't dare to truly unleash your strength. I judge that you would make the first move, so I deliberately rushed toward you, but suddenly slammed the brakes right before you, waiting for you to finish your attack, then dodging your move and launching my counterattack. Then, it's still about the sense of distance. When you raise your hand, I knew exactly where I should break. This way, I could dodge your attack and also trick you into attacking, because if I break too early, you would realize and immediately retract your strike. If I break too late, you'd hit me. So, I needed a time to break just right. This timing allows me to trick you into making the first move and dodge your attack. At the same time, do you know why I didn't stab your head? Or your chest? Hong Chun instinctively shook his head slightly. I don't know, Miao Jie said. Because if I stab your head might tilt away quickly, and you could dodge. If I stab your chest, you might not die immediately. But the neck, you can't dodge. You can't avoid it. And the neck will cause someone to lose all fighting ability instantly. This is also real combat. Chapter 70. Returning to simplicity. I want to cry. He treats me like a child, fighting and teaching me a lesson at the same time. I'm the absolute peak. And yet, he treats me like a child? At this moment, the entire Furong city fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, watching Miao Jie's knife tip press against the neck of the absolute peak expert, Hong Chun, before withdrawing. The whole city was silent. All Chinese martial artists watched in disbelief. Miao Jie actually pinned the absolute peak expert down like he was a child. The absolute peak expert couldn't even put up a fight, completely out of rhythm, entirely controlled. But the souls of the myriad races were invigorated. This is real combat. This is what's called returning to simplicity. Everyone has heard of it. Everyone understands it. But no one has ever truly used it. Returning to simplicity means using the most simple, primitive, and direct methods to reach the core goal. Throw away everything else. Down by the riverbank, the female warriors looked up in awe at the man who treated the absolute peak like a child. In their hearts, they were just shocked. How many battles must this man have fought to become so insanely strong? With every move he made, he rendered an absolute peak incapable of any resistance. He made an absolute peak unable to use any of their powers, afraid to unleash their true energy, afraid to use strength, afraid to show their advantages, afraid of everything, restricted. It was like some kind of restraint was placed on them. So strong. Hong Chun's voice was hoarse. I still can't believe it. I feel like I never truly fought with all my strength. Miao Jie smiled as he sheathed his knife. I know you're not convinced. You have one more chance. But after the third time, you will be convinced. Because if you don't yield after 3 times, then you're hopeless. The 4th time, I won't hold back. I'll kill you without a second thought. Hong Chun took a deep breath, looking at Miao Jie's smiling face, but only feeling a deep dread in his heart. A fear that came from the bottom of his heart. But more than that, he was angry, because he never even unleashed his absolute peak strength. What the hell was that? It was like 2 ordinary people fighting. No true energy was used. No techniques were performed. Just relying on a knife and a sword. Exchanging blows like this. Is this martial arts? Is this the difference between 9th rank and absolute peak? I won't accept it. Hong Chun once again exploded backward, retreating hundreds of meters. A hysterical scream pierced the air. Come on again. This time, I will give it my all. Miao Jie looked at the distance of hundreds of meters, feeling a bit regretful inside. In terms of true strength, he definitely wasn't a match for Hong Chun at the moment. But he underestimated him too much, and besides, he had no real combat experience at all. In this environment on Earth, how many chances did someone of his level have to actually fight with others? Most of the time, he showed off his skills. Most of the time, he pretended to be impressive in front of ordinary people, demonstrating his status, mainly to let others know he was powerful. So his moves were flashy, like a prickly hedgehog arming itself with a strong exterior. But he lacked real combat ability. Therefore, relying on strong combat basics, Miao Jie anticipated that he could crush him by the time he reached the 8th tier. If Hong Chun had been cautious from the start, and hadn't used those flashy moves, just relying on his powerful true energy to pressure him, maybe he could have had a chance. But he didn't. He wouldn't have. It wasn't that he wasn't used to that style of fighting, but rather, he simply didn't know how. He had no concept of that combat style. Moreover, after the first 2 encounters, Hong Chun's mentality had already collapsed. Now he was like a madman consumed by rage. He was angry, but at the same time humiliated, yet paradoxically, he was still cautious. If before, facing Hong Chun, Miao Jie needed to exert 8 points of strength, now, facing this version of Hong Chun, he would need no more than 5. He could even fight with his eyes closed. Battle requires calmness, not anger. Anger, aside from unleashing a venting type of power, is meaningless. And Miao Jie would give him no opportunity to vent. Holding his blade, Miao Jie hovered in the sky, sizing him up for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, I can give you 1 minute to adjust your state of mind. Perhaps in this state, Hong Chun was not willing to concede. He was already furious and humiliated. Thus Miao Jie felt he needed to calm him down before completely subduing him. But this sentence fell on Hong Chun's ears as pure mockery, and he roared in anger. No need, come at me. This time I will give it my all and show you the ultimate power of Huaxia. Ultimate power? Upon hearing this name, Miao Jie couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing Hong Chun refuse, he decided not to say more. His gaze became calm and murderous. He said in a deep voice, In 3 seconds, I will attack you. This is your last chance. Do you understand? With a commanding and notifying tone, it surprisingly left Hong Chun feeling restrained, and for some reason, he chose to comply. Ready for battle, Miao Jie moved. This time, he didn't wait for Hong Chun to make the first move. Instead, he took the initiative. In the first 2 rounds, he had tricked Hong Chun into attacking first and then ambushed him in the gaps. Surely, he wouldn't want to be fooled again. So this time, he would take the initiative to attack, making him convinced. And Hong Chun actually thought the same way. He looked at Miao Jie, hundreds of meters away, feeling a bit alert inside. He reflected on himself. In the first 2 rounds, he was the one who had attacked first. After Miao Jie tricked him into attacking, he found the opportunity to sneak attack. So this time, he too would change strategy, using the same tactic to counter, staying still to counter movement. Thinking this way, Hong Chun saw Zhang Ku rushing towards him and chose to remain as steady as a mountain. He gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes sharp as blades, observing all the subtle changes in Miao Jie. Watching Miao Jie charge forward, watching him raise his blade, Hong Chen's mind raced with thought. Is he going to slash me or stab me? Or is the first move definitely a feint with a real follow-up behind? Or perhaps it's a mix of truth and lies. Fake or real? Illusion or truth? In fact, the first move looks like a feint, but is it real? What is it? Hong Chen's teeth clenched tightly, staring hard at Miao Jie. He raised his knife. He lifted it. He raised the knife when there was still 10 meters between us. A feint. It must be a feint. Hong Chen's mind raced. Otherwise, how could he raise the knife from such a distance? This must be to intimidate. It definitely is. His real plan should be to feint first to trick me into attacking. Then, after I strike, he'll immediately change his offense? It must be like this. Thinking this, Hong Chan tightened his grip on the sword, not launching any attack. Again, deciding to use stillness to counter movement. But at this moment, Hong Chen's thoughts turn again. Something's wrong. Miao Jie is someone with strong combat ability. He must also be considering that I guess his move is a feint, right? So, in the instant he lifts the knife, if I don't move, then the knife really will come down. If I move, he will immediately switch to a feint, right? True or false switch? So annoying. Hong Chen's heart roared. He had never thought that fighting could be so mentally taxing. Isn't it just about crushing him directly? How can it be so brain-twisting? Can't guess it. Simply can't guess. What exactly is he going to do? Closer now. 3 meters. Miao Jie's knife has come down. Hong Chen couldn't think of anything more. In this split second, he still decided not to attack, but rather choose defense. With his absolute strength, he would directly block this knife. There should be no problem, right? A standard hard block, no problem, right? This time, he wouldn't strike back. First block him, and use his own cultivation to pressure him. After blocking, he would then plan the next move. Thinking this, Hong Chen raised his sword above his head, wanting to hard block this knife. The blade and sword met. In that instant, Hong Chen suddenly felt his pupils shrink as he was terrified to see Miao Jie's arm muscles suddenly explode. The cuffs of his clothes were suddenly torn to shreds by the bulging muscles, revealing muscles as terrifying as a demon god. And the knife that fell under this power suddenly accelerated once more. Could it possibly accelerate in the middle? Hong Chen was dumbfounded. Chapter 71. Crushing at the Pinnacle. No need to think anymore. He knew. Miao Jie intends to crush him without relying on any sneak attacks. He is at the 9th grade, intending to crush me at the top? Hong Chen guessed this, but had no means of responding. He couldn't achieve a second-stage acceleration. He could only thrust his long sword above his head with all his strength. And just at that lightning-fast moment, Hong Chen saw Miao Jie's aura suddenly transform into something like an ancient beast. He was domineering and sharp. After the second acceleration, Miao Jie burst forth with an even more terrifying presence, making the knife's speed increase again. Third stage acceleration. What? Is he even human? How is it possible to complete 3 stages of acceleration while the knife is descending at such speed? Hong Chen's heart trembled, watching the knife about to drop and thought, can I block it? Just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to block. At the exact moment the knife came down, Hong Chen saw Miao Jie's body bend, raising his wrist up. He wondered, what kind of movement is this? What kind of effect? The next moment, the sword and knife crossed. The powerful sound of collision he imagined, the explosion sound, and the terrifying power of hard impact did not come. He only felt his long sword emit a series of friction tremors. Chick, chick, chick. Hong Chen caught a glimpse and was horrified to see this knife, striking his sword, actually lacked much force. It was not a hard collision at all. Miao Jie raised his wrist, and the knife immediately changed to an upward angle. The effect of the originally downward strike on his own sword immediately changed when his wrist lifted, turning into a gentle brush of the blade. It passed, but his knife still continued its downward slash. Then, Hong Chen watched with wide eyes as the blade swept across his eyes, face, and neck. Next, Hong Chen felt a cold, sharp pain in his chest. This pain began to spread all the way to his abdomen, belly button, and lower belly. Hong Chen still held the long sword in defense, but Miao Jie had already brought his knife down. Hong Chen slowly looked down and saw blood flowing all over his body. His clothes were torn open from his chest, and the surface of his skin had been sliced by the blade, leaving a narrow, small wound. The wound stretched from his chest all the way down to his lower abdomen. It was over 20 centimeters long, and though deep, it was only a few millimeters deep. It was just enough to cut through his skin without ripping his insides out. Hong Chen froze on the spot. Miao Jie stood across from him, the tip of his knife dripping blood. That was the blood of the highest order. I have killed you 3 times. If there's a 4th time, I will push the tip of the knife a few more centimeters forward and tear your insides out. If there's a 5th time, I'll push a few more centimeters forward and slice your insides open. If there's a 6th time, I will push a few more centimeters forward from the front, extending to your spine, and cut your spine in half. If there's a 7th time, I will split you in half. Each time, I will advance a few centimeters more on this same wound. I will deepen the same wound on you again and again, until I split you in half. Hong Chan Daojun, would you like to experience the 4th time? Miao Jie said without any emotion, his face expressionless, as if speaking to a corpse, as if speaking to a dead piece of wood. It seemed as though, in his eyes, Hong Chan was no longer a living person. Hong Chen's heart involuntarily shuddered, and he parted his lips, but said nothing. After a long silence, he asked, "How did you do it? I clearly blocked your knife, but why could your knife bypass my sword and tear my insides out?" 10 meters away, I raised my knife. It's because there's a major taboo for anyone wielding a knife. This taboo is that the act of striking requires first raising the knife. And raising the knife opens up your chest and exposes you. If your opponent is faster than you, you will lose all chances of defense. Therefore, I must raise my knife from a long distance and strike down when I am within range. In this way, the flaw of raising my knife will be covered up by this time gap. Stunned. This was a combat philosophy he had never heard before. He was going crazy. So many details? Is he a detail freak? This is too much detail. Even a few milliseconds of time difference must be accounted for. Even this simple action, this single strike, the flaws and attacks must be considered. What have they gone through? What has created these detail monsters? Miao Jie continued. When I say I will strike, and it's never a feint. You have 2 choices. Either block it head-on or counterattack. But both choices don't matter because when I strike, due to the time difference, I don't leave any openings. You cannot find a way to attack me. Even if you trade your life for mine, you will die first. By the time I get to you, my knife has already fallen, quickly. But you, no matter how you attack, you must make some preparation, even the tiniest action of preparation, that decides that I will strike first and kill you with a single blow, while your move will come too late. But your attack can never hit me, because I'm certain that my knife will split you in half with 1 strike. You will instantly lose all your fighting power. The second point, if you choose to block hard, then all I need to do is flick my wrist up slightly. My knife that falls straight down will immediately change angle because of this small action, becoming diagonal. A vertical collision with your sword will clash hard, but a diagonal collision with your sword, that is called friction. You can experiment with your own index finger. When your left index finger collides with your right index finger, both index fingers are straightened, they will crash together. If one index finger hits at an angle, then this finger will rub against the other as it goes down. It will miss, and in the process of missing, it will slightly adjust the angle, and the tip of the index finger going down at an angle will extend out. 2 index fingers are like swords and blades. Miao Jie cleaned the blood off his knife and calmly said, "A true warrior will never choose to clash with others hard until they find themselves in an absolute deadlock. Clashing hard is the most brainless approach, resulting in mutual destruction and a large waste of true energy. It damages one's own weapon, yet has no meaning. What I pursue is always to kill 1,000 enemies and take 0 damage, not to kill 1,000 and take 800 damage. If one aims for head-on confrontation, that is not a warrior. That is a blunt weapon. Because combat is aimed at killing. While killing, one must protect oneself. That is the true essence of battle. It is not about the fancy things you imagine, nor about being controlled by emotions." Chapter 72, Forever Impossible to Surpass. He was left speechless. A sense of despair surged within him. 3 times. 3 moves. Every move meant to kill me. All 3 were different. Each attack had given me a warning in advance. It even told me how it would kill me. Yet I still couldn't block it at all. I had no ability to resist. Hong Chun initially thought that with his peak strength, he could attack from a distance. He could fight while retreating, using his powerful cultivation to bully Miao Jie. But now he had given up. Miao Jie was a combat expert, a killing expert. He would not recklessly attack at all. Using those arts, they have their flaws. They simply don't compare to direct combat coming right in front. So, I might have already died before unleashing those techniques. If using long-range attacks, fighting while running, using the principle of flying a kite, dangling Miao Jie around while attacking. But Hong Chen now realized Miao Jie was a person whose combat quality was hundreds of times stronger than him. If he used long-range attacks to hold him, then Miao Jie might simply remain still, not pursue, waiting for him to finish before making his move. No, there was another greater possibility. That is, Miao Jie might become the one flying the kite. My kite-flying tactic could very well turn back on me. If I used long-range attacks to dangle him, then Miao Jie might pretend to chase me. During my attack, he wouldn't come. Right after I attack, he would step forward, forcing me to unleash long-range attacks again to avoid being caught at close range. And once I finished my attack, he would chase me again, step by step. Just like this, he would advance and retreat, constantly flying his kite. He only needed to consume the flying true energy, while I needed to use up vast amounts of true energy. He could keep throwing me to the ends of the earth, all the way until my true energy was exhausted, then come to me without needing any true energy at all to kill me. This is a terrifying opponent. This is a terrifying enemy. If he were my enemy, Hong Chen's heart trembled, feeling a fear that came from his very soul. This was the fear born from facing an utterly unresolvable opponent, created from despair and helplessness. Hong Chen took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "What must I do to defeat you?" Miao Jie shook his head. "You can never defeat me." "What? Maybe you will change from now on, start learning, start focusing on real combat, to catch up with my pace. But I've been in real battle for 100 years. In other words, my combat awareness is 100 years stronger than yours. Assuming I stand here without moving, you will need to experience more real battles, more narrow escapes than I have to catch up to me. But the reality is, we have the same amount of time. As you improve, I will also improve. I am not stagnant. I am still learning. So, you will never catch up to me." Hong Chen felt a bit desperate. "Can I never catch up to Miao Jie's pace?" Hong Chen asked again. "Are all the people from your Earth Association like you, possessing such combat abilities?" Miao Jie nodded. "Pretty much. I can't say exactly how strong they are, but anyone at the 9th rank can defeat you easily. Around the 8th rank might need to use all their strength to kill you." Hong Chen was very angry, but felt helpless. He was indeed no match for Miao Jie. He couldn't think of any reason to refute. But Miao Jie didn't want to waste any more time with him, and said in a deep voice, "Do you remember our bet? If I can kill you in 3 moves, from now on, your Miao Miao Palace must fully cooperate and support everything the Earth Association does. Also, you should no longer call yourself the Peak. This realm is called the Martial King." Hong Chen sighed. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. He didn't want this. In this way, wouldn't the Miao Miao Palace become a vassal of the Earth Association? This is his own power. This is the strongest force in Huaxia. Seeing him silent, Miao Jie continued, "You can choose not to obey this bet. However, I will personally take back all the bets. In the process, afterward, if I find you're playing both sides, I will come to kill you myself. Meanwhile, I will take back the bet. If one person from your Miao Miao Palace." Chapter 73, Meeting the Martial Saint Lord. Hong Chen took a deep breath, looking seriously at Miao Jie. "Sometimes I doubt, is your goal to completely rule the earth, to become a war maniac like Hitler?" Miao Jie chuckled. "Power, wealth, pleasure. In my eyes, they're just fleeting clouds. I don't care about those things. Let's assume for a moment that I do care, and that is indeed my real conspiracy. Do you think I need to go around in such a big circle? Let me say something arrogant. With the strength of our Earth Association, is it hard to kill the leaders of various forces and establish the largest power? The reason I go in circles is simply to hope fewer people will die." Hong Chen let out a somewhat desperate sigh. He knew what Miao Jie said was true. He had the capital to be arrogant, way too much. With his strength, he could eliminate Hong Chen in an instant, meaning he could go door to door and kill all the absolute tops on this earth. And in terms of the same realm, a 9th grade, in his eyes, was no different from an ant. Not to mention, behind him, there were 32 other strong ones who returned from the same place. What's more, he said his previous life strength was the martial saint, and he had come back to this world for less than a month, already reaching the 9th grade from a mortal. In other words, he could soon become an absolute top. No, a martial king. Very soon, he might become a martial emperor. Very soon, he might become a martial sovereign. With the 9th grade, he could challenge everyone in this world. So when he reaches those realms, who would be his opponent? Hong Chen lowered his head. "I promise. I will abide by our bet. From now on, the mysterious palace will use all its strength to support the Earth Association. From now on, there will be no absolute top Hong Chen, only Martial King Hong Chen." Miao Jie nodded. He waved towards the distance. Moments later, Xiao Ma flew over. Hong Chen looked at Xiao Ma in confusion. "What are you doing?" Xiao Ma smiled, picked up a map of Jiangcheng, pointed to the area below for a moment, and then drew an area with a red pen. "From now on, within 7 days, All the houses, neighborhoods, public facilities, and businesses in this area will be demolished. Hong Chen's eyes widened. Meow, GS said. Clear the space. The people from the 10,000 Races Legion are coming. Soon many, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of comrades from the 10,000 races will gather here. I need you to tear down these places and then rebuild them into areas with a small number of residential and living spaces. Large open areas will be reserved for training. From now on, we need to start training the 10,000 Races Legion early. Hong Chan said in astonishment. But until now, no one has come. Your call for enlistment has been out for 2 weeks, and no one has come to join you. Meow, GS smiled, pointing to the road along the river below. No? What is that? Hong Chen looked over. On the riverside road by the Udai River, more than 10 young people were running over with excited yet nervous faces. Looking up, they shouted at the sky in the common language of the 10,000 races, screaming, I greet the Martial Saint. Martial Saint, we have arrived. Martial Saint Lord. Is it the legendary Martial Saint Lord? Martial Saint Lord, the Golden Giant Bowl civilization obeys the call. We are here. We are all from the Golden Giant Bowl civilization. Martial Saint. More than 10 young people suddenly knelt down on one knee, shouting excitedly at the sky in unison. They were fervent. Incredibly fervent. This was a legend that had been passed down on their planet for a long time. In a legend, the Martial Saint was a god of the universe. And today, they had seen the real person. They had seen the Martial Saint with a 9th grade cultivation, who could kill a martial king with a single move. With a last strike, he could cut open the belly of a martial king. They had seen it. Wasn't this exactly the description of him in the legend? Simplifying the complex, returning to the essence? Hong Chun looked up at the 10 or so young people kneeling on the ground below, fervently shouting in a language he couldn't understand. Then, an unlicensed vehicle. The stolen business van raced in from afar. The van stopped, and the door opened. This business van was like a can of tuna. More than 20 ragged boys rushed out, their eyes fervently looking up at the sky. We are the Redstone Civilization. Lord Martial Saint, we have seen your summons. We are the Redstone Civilization, and we arrived here a week ago. Here we have found our fellow townsfolk. We gathered together to pay our respects to you. Martial Saint, lead us. They have come, all of them. Above the Jade Belt River, a battle shook the entire Furong City. Furong City trembled because of it, and hidden within Furong City, tens of thousands of boys witnessed all of this. They have come. They no longer hesitated. They were no longer lingering. They had no more doubts. If this is not the Martial Saint, then who else could it be? Though he is only at the 9th rank now, everyone has come through time. Who doesn't know what the 9th rank means? The Martial Saint is the Martial Saint of the Great Wilderness, the Martial Saint of the universe. After the victory in war, returning to Earth, he would definitely start cultivating from scratch, and now, he has merely returned to the 9th rank. Just a temporary 9th rank. But he will, sooner or later, become the Martial Saint. The people of all races will not judge the Martial Saint by his rank, because they have also come through time. They understand that cultivation is only a matter of time. Instead, it is an unimportant matter. Inside the Riverside Hotel, the boy Jiang Chuan from the Purple River and his mother witnessed everything happening. The battle between the strong left them in awe. At this moment, Jiang Chuan no longer had doubts. He excitedly pointed at the man in the sky holding a bloodied knife. Mother, that is the Martial Saint. He is the Martial Saint. There's no mistake, it can't be wrong. His mother became nervous. Did she want to go and pledge loyalty? At that moment, his mother suddenly said, Why are there so many people? Jiang Chuan followed her gaze and saw that every street in Furong City, every road leading to the Jade Belt River, was filled with people. It was groups of running boys. They filled all the roads, and they occupied all the streets. Some were ragged, while others dressed in finery. But they were all boys, all running toward the direction of the Jade Belt River. Jiang Chuan also saw some boys running while shouting something hoarsely, but he couldn't hear them. Yet they held up signs high in their hands, running and screaming. The signs had symbols that he couldn't understand. Then he saw that many boys in the crowd were excitedly gathering toward those who held up the signs. They were talking to each other as they ran, embracing and crying. They continued to run. There were many signs. Looking around, Jiang Chuan was puzzled by what those signs said. But inadvertently, he saw familiar characters. Inadvertently, he saw symbols he could never forget. It was a kind of cuneiform script, the script he had learned since birth. It was his mother tongue, the language of his hometown. A barefoot boy with long hair, looking dirty like a beggar, held up a sign. That beggar-like boy was surrounded by more than 10 other boys with different clothing and backgrounds. They gathered together and ran toward the Jade Belt River. Some boys ran alongside their parents and adults. They held their parents' hands and ran wildly together. The content written on the signs was very simple. Are there any compatriots from the Purple River? Jiang Chuan understood, and in that instant, tears streamed down his face. Having arrived in this world for over 2 years, 2 weeks ago, he saw familiar universal language for the first time. He knew that there must be compatriots in this world. But now he truly saw the language of his compatriots. Now he saw his mother tongue. His fellow townsfolk were holding up signs with his mother tongue written on them, running towards the Jade Belt River. Now, more than 20 of them have gathered together. But wasn't it true that before this they, like me, were lonely? Did they not think before this that they were the only lonely souls crossing into this different world? Did they not also feel that they must forever keep the secret of being a traveler because they are outsiders? Did they not believe before this that they could never go back? Seeing Jiang Chuan lost in thought, trembling all over and with tears streaming down his face, his mother worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chuan turned around, grabbing his mother's wrist with tear-filled eyes, pointing to the group of about 20 boys running along the riverside highway. "My fellow townspeople." The signs on their backs are written in the native language of the Purple River civilization. They all come from the Purple River. Mother, they all come from the Purple River. They are from the same place as me. We speak the same language. We share the same history. We possess the same civilization. We have all come to this world. Mother, my fellow townspeople, have come. His mother looked at the 10 or so boys with excitement. She quickly noticed the difference in these people from all the others, because among them, quite a few were holding their parents' hands, running together towards the riverside. They all brought their parents, and this matched what her son had told her. He said that the people of the Purple River value filial piety the most, and when they come to this world, they gain new parents. They will still place immense importance on honoring the parents of this world, so they will have a very good relationship with the parents in this world. Now, they come to find a martial saint and their fellow townsmen, all bringing their parents along. Although many of the youths in the crowd also came with the parents of this world, and were all accompanied by parents, it was not the same as the people of the Purple River. Apart from a few, the rest were all with parents. Jiang Chuan quickly packed his things and pulled his mother outside the hotel. Now, he was going to meet his fellow townsmen. He was also going to pay respect to the martial saint. He would no longer hesitate. As the mother and son opened the hotel room door, they heard a continuous, rumbling sound echoing throughout the hotel. They looked around and saw many room doors open in the hotel corridor. One by one, boys carrying luggage opened their doors and stepped out. Some rooms had several boys in one room. Some were single occupancy. Some were coming out with their families. In that moment of daze, Jiang Chuan noticed that more than 10 boys had appeared in the corridor. Yet the entire building continued to rumble. Everyone exchanged glances, rushing towards the elevator, only to find it was full. Every floor was stopped. So, everyone rushed to the stairwell, running down from the upper floors. In the stairwell, the rumbling sound was deafening. Looking up, countless boys were rushing down the stairs. The sound of their running was very heavy. Looking down, quite a few people had already run down the stairs. The footsteps below grew farther and farther away. It was then realized that the rumbling sound throughout the hotel came from the multitude of people running down the stairs at the same time. Jiang Chuan and his mother reached the hotel lobby and ran out to the street. They found that the street was already congested. Countless boys were sprinting down this street. Many of them even let out shouts, though they were unintelligible. The entire street, all vehicles were stopped, and countless drivers stared in shock, not knowing why so many boys had suddenly appeared in the city. What were they running for? Why were they running? Many locals in Furong City also stopped, looking curiously at this chaotic scene on the street. The boys running wildly towards the Jade Belt River were confused. Who are they? Furong City. Where did all these people come from? Are they all students? Chapter 75. Echoes through the universe. It looks like they are all students. Where did these people come from? What are they running for? Where are they going? No one knew. Furong City would have no one who knew all of this. No one was clear about it. In the sky, Hong Chen was stunned. He looked at the countless boys who suddenly crawled out from all corners of the city. It was as if opening a kitchen cabinet and a swarm of cockroaches scurried out. It was like turning over what seemed to be a calm earth, only to see an endless surge of ants. So many. They had been hidden in every corner of this city, but no one knew, no one discovered. And now, they all suddenly came out. At this moment, Hong Chen felt a bit dazed. He suddenly understood why Zhang Ku, such a steady person, would provoke him to fight. He realized, because this fight would shake the entire Furong City, letting the whole city see it. So he caused this fight. Hong Chen sighed in his heart. Everything was under his control. Below, the chaotic shouting was incessant. In the moment of panic by the Jade Belt River, hundreds of people were already kneeling on one knee, howling alien languages towards the sky. Hong Chen couldn't understand, but he knew this must be a worship to Miao Jia. And on the distant road, even more people were running over. Many Many vehicles were rushing here, but the vehicles found the road filled with people impassable. So they abandoned their cars and hurriedly ran on foot towards the tumult. The entire city was in chaos. Hongshan sighed, so many people. It indeed should designate an area in Jiang City for them to live, work, and cultivate. Hongshan was also a decisive person. He accepted the bet, and although he had once been skeptical about everything Zhang Ke said, now he chose to unconditionally believe, to fully support. It wasn't that the scene before him moved him, nor was it how realistic the story was. Maybe both. But the most important thing was that he could not withstand even a single move from Miao Jie. This powerful strength convinced him, made him unable to doubt, because he knew such a powerful person, even if they wanted to cultivate a terrifying force, wouldn't need to take such a large detour. Maybe it really was as Miao Jie said. Taking a detour was just a hope that fewer people would die on the path to unification. Scattered, Hongshan also heard below some boys shouting in mixed Chinese. We pay our respects to Lord Marshal Saint. Lord Marshal Saint, we have been in this world for 4 years. For years, we have finally waited for you. It was standard Chinese. Hongshan understood, suddenly looking down at those boys who shouted. They were all martial artists. The lowest rank, 5th rank. Hongshan deeply looked at the boys a couple of times, memorizing their faces. At this moment, there was no more doubt. 5th rank, 15 or 16 years old. This was already a talent, as close to a monster in his previous understanding. If one was discovered, it must have been cultivated with the full force of the nation. But now, several emerged at once, all kneeling down in worship. Speaking in Chinese, Hongshan finally understood what those people below were shouting in an incomprehensible language. They were shouting, Marshal Saint. Hongshan felt a strange pride, mixed with a strange sense of defeat in his heart. Pride that Miao Jie and the Taiwan for 100 years managed to announce the name of the Earth Hometown Association throughout the entire universe. All races in the cosmos knew there existed a great race of Earth civilization in deep space. Countless civilizations also knew that in the deep space universe, the one and only Marshal Saint was Miao Jie. Coming from Earth, this was the pride of being from Earth. Comrades are the strongest in the universe, the only Marshal Saint of the universe. Their fame spreads far and wide, known throughout the vast depths of space, recognized by all races. Yet the defeat is also because of this. The name Hongshan has stepped out of China, but no one knows. The name Piamiao Palace is the same. Hongshan began to understand the concept of the situation. From his limited view, he wondered if Miao Jie wanted to take his well for himself. But now he realized the man he maligned had already ruled over the sky outside of that well. Taking the map in hand, Hongshan said, I think this place also needs to be dismantled. Here, too. There are quite a few people, so I believe Piamiao Palace should send at least 10,000 people to protect them. After all, this is the backbone of future Earth. They have yet to grow. I don't know if other forces on Earth will come to destroy them in the cradle. Miao Jie looked at Hongshan actively talking to Xiao Ma, discussing matters, and interjected, from a skin color, they're mostly Huaxia people and Asian faces. I think people from all over the world might still be on their way here. Hongshan asked in surprise, how many people are there actually? Miao Jie shook his head. I don't know. Maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. Perhaps even millions, but after a year, the total number will surely reach hundreds of millions. When the war reaches a fever pitch, perhaps the number will finally reach tens of billions. Hongshan gasped. Tens of billions? So terrifying? Where do all these people come from? But then he thought, countless races? Countless. Are you saying tens of thousands of races? Tens of thousands of civilizations? Even if it's not tens of thousands, it's at least close, right? Every race would bring around 20,000 people. Then Earth would burst. Hongshan asked in astonishment, tens of billions? How could Earth possibly hold that? Chapter 76, The Savior. Miao Jie's eyes held some bitterness as he remained silent. But Xiao Ma sighed and said, the death rate on the front lines is extremely high. In Taiwan, it wasn't until the later stages that Uncle Jie unified the myriad races. By then, many races had already been wiped out, with many more suffering heavy losses. When we gathered the force, there were over 90 billion from the myriad races. A month later, over 70 billion had died. But 10 years later, the numbers returned to over 90 billion. These brief numbers gave Hongshan tremendous shock. Over 70 billion troops dead in a month. So many people have died? Such a loss rate? At this moment, Hongshan completely believed Miao Jie. There was no longer any doubt. He understood that Miao Jie had previously said that if the Earth compatriots didn't lay out a plan early, perhaps after victory, Earth would face extinction, leaving only a few thousand people. This was not alarmist rhetoric. Hongshan then asked, How many monsters will come? Xiao Ma shook his head. I don't know. Endless. It depends on how many can come through their spatial passages each day. Hong Chun felt some fear. He said, I believe dividing these areas is still too conservative. I'll immediately arrange for all the original residents of Furong City to evacuate. Let this city be cleared and reserved for comrades from the myriad races. This is what he should do. With such a casualty rate, it means most of those present are unlikely to return home alive. When one side is in trouble, support comes from all sides. Earth is about to face a great calamity. The spirits of the myriad races are coming to aid. Yet among them, 99% would go and never return, unable to go back at all. They are fighting for the Earth race. They are fighting to ensure this race doesn't go extinct, and they die for it. Therefore, they are comrades. And now, as the Lord of Piao Miao Palace, what he could do was to do everything possible to make room for them, to make them strong, to help them grow quickly, to help them survive as many as possible in the war, to successfully help Earth people survive this great disaster. Return to my hometown, then take the story of Earth back home. How tragic it is. Hong Chun remembered how he had tormented and pressed those young men in the mysterious palace before, feeling so guilty that he wished he could slap himself several times. Thinking of this, Hong Chun could no longer hold back and flew down, floating to a low altitude. Looking at the endless stream of young people rushing towards him, he shouted with some emotion, Comrades of all races, I don't know how many of you can understand Mandarin. I, the master of the mysterious palace of Huaxia, am called Hong Chun. From now on, I declare that Earth is your second home, and Huaxia is your second homeland. From this moment on, my mysterious palace will do everything possible to support your growth and help you survive. You are friends of Earthlings, friends of Huaxia people. You are friends of all living beings in this world. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are also the saviors of the billions of living beings on Earth. I have never believed that there are saviors in this world, but now I believe. The saviors are the people in front of me. It is you. Yesterday, in the great disaster of Taiwan, the many races came to help. Today, in the great disaster of Earth, the many races come to help. If tomorrow, there's a great disaster for the many races, the Earth people should never forget and should rush forward to help. I, Hong Chun, thank you all again. The young people below listened quietly, without expressing opinions. Some of them understood, while others did not. Among those who understood, few could tell whether Hong Chun was speaking empty words or if he was sincere. Silence. In the stillness, Hong Chun suddenly made an unexpected move. He suddenly landed and knelt down, bowing his head to the young people in front of him. This action stunned not only the young people of the many races, but also Miao Jie. They never expected him to perform such an act, one beyond common understanding. But from Hong Chun's perspective, this action made sense. He had heard the story of Taiwan. He believed that the people of the many races, the spirits of Earth, were the saviors of the Taiwan people. Without the many races, Taiwan might have had no remaining sparks of life. It could have been completely extinguished. But the people of the many races arrived, and Taiwan retained a few thousand people. They even produced a martial saint. Although a bit cowardly, he was indeed a martial saint. And now, Earth faced a fate similar to Taiwan's. Who could guarantee that Earth would not face extinction? And these people before him were here to support Earth. And this support was extremely brutal, because the casualty rate of these reinforcements was much higher than the death rate on Earth. Aren't they the saviors? This is the savior. The savior is not one person, but all living beings of the many races. In the strange atmosphere, after a long silence, a young man from the many races began to clap. Then, countless young people joined in the applause. They looked at Hong Chun with strange expressions. Clearly, they thought Hong Chun might be putting on a show, or perhaps just saying empty words. This applause seemed to be a performance and a show as well. Perhaps it was just a formality. Trying to exchange sincerity for sincerity with mere words was meaningless. They seemed like young men, but they were not. Rather, they were souls with profound experience and understanding. If one wanted to move them with just a few heartfelt words, it was impossible, unless those words were spoken by a martial saint. It always comes down to strength. It is still a matter of prestige. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hong Chun got up. He felt that his heartfelt words had not stirred the emotions he had hoped for. He had even bowed his head. He felt a bit angry. But this anger did not affect his respect for the young people of the many races. He was just annoyed at himself for kneeling down to bow. In fact, he still did not understand that these people were not Earthlings. They would not acknowledge a mere martial king level. The people of all races do not eat empty words and soup. At this moment, Miao Jie soared down, looking at the young boys below in a universal language, and spoke loudly. I, the president of the Earth Fellow Association, the commander of the All Races Legion, Miao Jia. In an instant, tens of thousands of boys suddenly became excited, their bodies feeling as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Thunderous applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Tens of thousands of boys suddenly knelt on one knee, looking up at the young man in the sky with reverence and fanaticism. They shouted in unison, "Great martial sage, great martial sage." At this moment, Hong Chen thought, MMP. His face blushed to the roots of his ears. As a representative of Huaxia, after saying so much, he even bowed down, yet they did not care. Chapter 77, Mission. Miao Jia said a couple of incomprehensible words, and yet thunderous applause erupted, and the youth from all races knelt in unison to pay respects. Miao Jia continued, "You arrived here passively, not by choice. I understand. Because I once arrived at Taiwan and was angry about why I was chosen, why I had to sacrifice myself to save a stranger race. You think the same way. But there is no choice to come to this world. You must achieve something to go home. And the only way to achieve something is to slay demons, to kill enough demons, to pay enough, to make your race's name heard. That is how to achieve something. Later, I fought in Taiwan. As I fought, I began to understand. Seeing one Taiwan person die after another, seeing the warriors of all races who reluctantly joined the battle, I gradually understood that today's Taiwan is not tomorrow's Earth. After decades, many surviving comrades from all races learned to truly fight demons. No longer for themselves, to protect a race in the universe from extinction, to let the comrades beside you return home, to let them survive. After all, every comrade coming to support had only one purpose, which is to go home after the war victory. This is your only wish. But in the future, you will slowly discover that if sacrificing yourself can allow your comrades to go home, you will unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice. But you cannot do that now. Because you have not experienced the baptism of war, you do not understand what it means to be a comrade. You even feel strange about this title, but in the future, you will surely understand. And now, as you come to Earth and are about to experience the baptism of war, you are like us who were once in Taiwan. Treat this as a tempering experience, because only those who have gone through the war of all races can truly possess the spirit of a powerful warrior. When you experience such a baptism, one day when you return home, you will understand the essence of being a warrior. You will realize how important this tempering is to you. From now on, the banks of the Jade Belt River will serve as your place for cultivation and growth. Demons will descend in 1 to 2 years, and during this time, I will summarize all the knowledge we experienced in Taiwan and teach you, so you can grow strong, so you can survive in war. No matter what, the races of the universe are one family. The saying, "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts," is not correct. Finally, I sincerely wish all comrades of the races to return home smoothly. Applause thundered. Upon arriving here, the people of all races knew their mission. No choice, only to go to war, to fight to protect the Earth from extinction, while also fighting for themselves. Because only by achieving something can they go home. In the absence of choices, they had to accept it all. They had to strive to adapt to it all. Miao Jia understood this feeling too well, as he once was like these boys, having gone through many years before calming his discontent. Why me? Why should I protect the people of Taiwan? Why should we fight when the great ones hide behind? Gradually, we will understand. We are truly fighting for ourselves. In the distance, the governor of Furong City looked at all this, bewildered. He saw countless youths suddenly appearing from nowhere in the city, puzzled and astonished. He personally witnessed Hong Shun, the leader of the mysterious palace, descend and bow to these youths. He was shocked. He also heard Hong Shun speaking in Chinese and understood it all, but felt even more confused. What did it all mean? What does it mean to fight for the Earth? What is wrong with the Earth? What kind of catastrophe will occur? He completely did not understand. At this moment, many locals who came to watch were also bewildered. They had no idea what Hong Chen's words truly meant. They thought they understood, yet it felt as if they didn't. It seemed to imply that the Earth would face some kind of catastrophe. It seemed to say that aliens were coming to help the Earth in battle, to protect us. This is too fantastical, too magical, right? Is this what it means? Or does it suggest something else? They don't know. They truly don't know what the situation is. They just silently took out their phones to film. Soon, short video platforms and websites across the nation exploded. Countless videos flooded the internet, showing the battle between Hong Chun and Miao Jia. Countless netizens saw Hong Chun being defeated, witnessing a peak expert being taken down by a mysterious youth. They saw the entire city erupt in chaos, with countless youths rushing forward. They then saw Hong Chun bowing to everyone. They heard Hong Chun's words, especially the line, "I don't know if you can understand Chinese." What does that mean? Aren't these youths all Chinese? What does it mean that they might not understand Chinese? The internet exploded. But the people of a nation felt confused. And this time, the massive public opinion video was not censored nor banned. Because this time, the mysterious palace said, "It is time for the truth to be revealed." Of course, this was also with Miao Jia's permission. Now that the situation is this big, let's start exposing it. Hongshan returned to the mysterious palace to personally oversee matters, gathering all the personnel of the mysterious palace for a meeting. Meanwhile, personnel from the mysterious palace around the world also picked up their phones, starting a video conference to watch Hongshan speak. During the meeting, Hongshan told the story of Taiwan. At that moment, the mysterious palace exploded with noise. In that moment, they finally realized that all those youths were actually aliens. In that moment, they understood why Hongshan bowed to those youths and spoke those strange words. In that moment, they suddenly knew what the Earth Fellowship truly was. Miao Jia, what kind of existence is he? His name echoed throughout the universe. Do aliens know his name? They understood, they comprehended, but they didn't believe. Everything was too magical. And under the mysterious palace's direction, Hongshan's speech video and the story of Taiwan flowed toward the Chinese government. At that moment, everyone in the government was shaken. They were bewildered. This magical everything exceeded the comprehension of all normal people. 99% of people's first reaction was disbelief. Chapter 78, The Whistleblower. The governor of Furong City also saw the video. He was stunned and then connected the dots about the countless youths appearing in the city, thinking of the mysterious Earth Fellowship. Slowly, it clicked, and he understood everything. But still, he felt disbelief. In the office, the governor of Furong City stared in shock at his secretary, who was also wide-eyed, looking back at him. The two stared at each other for a long while. The governor of Furong City asked, "Is it true or not?" The secretary was bewildered. "It feels like a made-up story, right? It's too magical. Demons are attacking Earth. The souls of countless races in the universe coming to Earth to protect it. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this. It's too absurd, right? I also think it's too absurd. Why would aliens help us? Those who are not of my tribe will surely have different hearts. Why should we trust them?" Exactly. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the phone rang. The governor of Furong City quickly answered the call, listening for a moment, and suddenly was shocked. "What? I understand now." After hanging up the phone, the secretary asked, "What happened, Governor?" The governor of Furong City turned pale, trembling as he said, "The higher-ups have ordered that within 7 days, all the people of Furong City must complete the relocation and leave Han City to make space for the myriad races. Tentatively, the entire city of Furong, all the senior officials of the Miao Miao Palace, as well as the high-ranking officials of Huaxia, gathered here, along with various experts, professors, and scholars. In the conference room, the atmosphere was so suffocating that it was terrifying. Everyone turned their gazes towards the Lord of Red Dust, their eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. After a long while, an expert specializing in martial arts spoke up. "Lord of Red Dust, I would like to ask, this so-called story of Taiwan is so bizarre and twisted. It looks like something made up. Why do you believe it?" This question was one that everyone was curious about. Has Red Dust gone mad? Is he missing a screw? What era is it? There are still theories about alien invasions. Even sci-fi novels will be criticized as too cliché for writing like this. But Red Dust just believes it. And this so-called evil alien doesn't even have high technology. There are also martial artists. In other words, the entire universe is a civilization of martial artists. All aliens are martial artists. And the most ridiculous part is, Earth is being invaded, yet what does it have to do with other alien civilizations? Are they bored to help Earth fight against demons? What is this nonsense, if not absurd? Red Dust was silent for a moment before replying, "Because I feel that this is a real event. Do you all remember the day when the colorful clouds fell worldwide?" Everyone remained silent. Red Dust continued. "At the same time, many countries discovered a dark cloud appearing above the North Pole. Within that cloud, there was an eye observing and overlooking this world. Do you remember this?" At this moment, the Secretary General of Huaxia retorted, "So far, there is no evidence to prove any of this. Only a few witnesses saw it, but no visual evidence was left. In the end, it's just the words of those witnesses. Who can confirm if they made up stories? That's not a story." Red Dust said, "Miao Jia once stated that before the demons descended, Taiwan was also a dark cloud, an eye looking at that world. To look once, it signifies that the Demon King has locked onto the coordinates of this world and is using spatial techniques to open a passage between their world and Earth. In fact, the myriad races have already arrived. Their advance arrival indicates that the demons are indeed targeting this place." The Secretary General spoke again. "Who knows if such fantastical things are true? Taiwan. He claims to have been there, but is there evidence? Any visual documentation? Isn't Miao Jie breaking through from immortal to the 9th rank in such a short time evidence enough? Didn't Miao Jie defeat me in 3 moves? Isn't that proof? The Secretary General was speechless. He wanted to say that Miao Jie defeating him in 3 moves was not because he was so strong, but because he was too weak. However, he didn't dare to say it, and only replied, "It is possible that Miao Jie was originally a super strong person, just hiding his cultivation. Otherwise, how could so many top-notch experts around the world unconditionally obey a mere mortal's orders? I suspect that Miao Jie and his team have been planning, laying out the entire world. They started this many years ago, fabricating such a story, using special means to find many geniuses from around the world, brainwashing them, implanting memories about alien worlds. It is for today." Silence. After a long silence, Hong Chun smirked bitterly. "Then let me ask you, what kind of ability is needed to achieve all this? What kind of power? To lay out globally? Can Huaxia do it? Can the United States do it?" The Secretary General was speechless. This is an unarguable matter. To lay out globally when the whole world is blind. This is an impossible task. Even so, everyone present still did not believe all this. This matter cannot be proven or disproven. Only after a year will the truth be revealed. A year later, if demons descend, it means Miao Jie is right. But by then, won't it be too late? A year later, if demons do not arrive, it means Miao Jie has spread immense lies with the aim to rule the world. But by then, isn't it also too late? All this is a contradictory issue. Hong Chun said solemnly, "No matter what, I choose to believe. Unconditionally believe. As the leader of the Piao Miao Palace, I should protect all the sons and daughters of Huaxia. Now we face such a huge issue concerning their lives and deaths. On this matter, we cannot be careless. I would rather lose all my powers and ruling status than gamble with the lives of 1.4 billion fellow Huaxia people. I also do not wish to risk the safety of the entire civilization of Earth. I am willing to be such a whistleblower. I will take on all the consequences." The entire audience was silent. No one spoke. Chapter 79. The Era of Universal Cultivation. Because the leader of the Piao Miao Palace is absolute strength. Before Hong Chun makes a decision, everyone can offer suggestions. But once he has made a decision, no one can question it. That would undermine his authority. Hong Chun continued, "Now, I am making the following decisions. Listen carefully." At the scene, even though everyone was extremely dissatisfied, they still took out notebooks and diligently recorded everything. Hong Chun said, "First, all media and platforms across the country will start a live broadcast tomorrow. Notifications will be sent nationwide today, along with a preview, a letter to the sons and daughters of Huaxia. Tomorrow, Miao Jie will personally face the public for the first time, addressing the people of the nation and the world about this matter. As Miao Jie said, before true calamity arrives, no matter how much you inform, many will still not believe. No tears until you see the coffin is a commonality among all humanity. However, even knowing they won't believe, we still need to speak out, because among the vast masses, some will choose to believe and take action. Just notifying this part of people will be enough. In the future, we will try to let as many people as possible live." Sha sha. The only sound in the room was the friction of pencils against notebooks. Even the Secretary General was seriously recording every word that Hong Chun spoke. Although he was unconvinced, he still had to do so. Hong Chun continued, "Second, Huaxia will open martial arts. In the past, there were barriers in martial arts. Only in middle school moving to high school would there be martial arts assessments, selecting gifted individuals to enter martial arts high schools. During the college entrance examination, there would again be assessments, selecting the best martial arts high school students to enter martial arts universities and officially become martial artists. The reason for this is that the path of martial arts is long and costly. Resources are limited and precious. Therefore, only the best can be trained. But from now on, everyone will practice martial arts. Anyone, including the elderly and children, must become martial artists. In the future, having a bit more strength to protect oneself. Everyone will become the first person responsible for their own lives. Before this, Huaxia will protect them, support them, open up all martial arts resources from the National Treasury, open up all martial arts high schools and universities, and send martial arts teachers into the communities and villages to cultivate martial artists from house to house. Starting today, the martial arts of Huaxia are flourishing, officially entering the era of national cultivation. At this moment, the entire audience gasped in disbelief. Everyone dropped their jaws, staring in shock at the master of red dust. If before red dust belief in Miao Jie seemed foolish to everyone, then this moment, this second decision, made people think he was foolish with courage. National martial arts. How much resource would this consume? Experts have specifically calculated that an ordinary talent martial artist, from the start of high school martial arts to reaching the third-rank martial artist level, requires a total expenditure of about 8 million yuan, and this is under the condition of their own hard work. Therefore, martial artist resources are precious, and martial arts resources are rare. There is no choice. In order to produce more top strong people, one can only sacrifice the resources of most mediocre talents to serve the top geniuses. This is because between nations, only the number and strength of super martial artists can compete. If the national martial arts era is to be kicked off, then it can be said that the backbone of all excellent martial artists above the 6th rank across the country, as well as geniuses, will completely lose their advantages and resources will no longer tilt towards them. This is a significant event. At the same time, this is also a major event for the mysterious palace. Once were so many martial arts resources. In fact, they were all gathered in the hands of the mysterious palace. They are the national treasury. Because of martial arts resources, everyone wants to join the mysterious palace. And the mysterious palace uses martial arts resources to dominate all martial artists in Huaxia, and all martial artists in Huaxia dominate the entire land. The whole world is like this. But now, if Red Dust decides to open the national treasury, it means that the people of the mysterious palace will also lose their advantages. Resources will spread to all ordinary people across the country. Over time, wouldn't the mysterious palace collapse too? This is sacrificing oneself to exchange for an era where everyone is like dragons. Everyone looked at Red Dust in horror. However, what was even more surprising was yet to come. Red Dust continued. Third, martial artists must compete. From today, all parts of the country will focus on cultivating the combat ability of martial artists, with everything centered on killing. Everything is about killing the enemy. All martial arts academies across the country will abolish all superficial training. Only train 2 things. First, killing skills. Second, escape techniques. Apart from these, nothing else will be taught. From today, all martial artist assessments across the country will also be entirely based on actual combat. Develop a national competition culture for martial arts. In every city center, set up city-level arenas. In every county, set up county-level arenas. In every town and village, establish village-level arenas. Encourage martial artists to go on stage and fight, challenge each other. Encourage the flourishing of martial arts culture. Offer heavy rewards, status, power, and wealth to all martial artists. The Earth Fellowship will regularly teach martial artist skills for killing, practical experiences, and training methods to the country, even to the whole world. The entire audience. Encouraging killing? Encouraging underground fighting? Encouraging bloodshed at the slightest disagreement and abolishing civilization? Shock. Completely insane. Red Dust continued. The last point, fourth, after laying the foundation for national martial arts, pave the way for everyone to become soldiers. The Earth Fellowship will teach. A daily salary of 200 yuan will be given, and the militia will become his job. Anyone who joins the official military organization will become a full-time soldier and martial artist, with a daily salary of no less than 500 yuan, and all expenses for martial arts training will be supported. From today onwards, China, everyone is a soldier. Buzz. Completely insane. The Miao Palace exploded completely. Unheard of, unseen. What kind of era is this opening up? Chapter 80. Notice to all of humanity. At the same time, the United Nations. After waiting for a long time, they finally received a response. The phone of the Chinese representative rang. He walked out of the conference room to answer it. After a long while, his expression gradually became serious. 5 minutes later, the Chinese representative walked back into the conference room. The United States asked, "How is it? Have you come up with a solution? Either you drive the Earth Fellowship out of China, or we will go in and find them ourselves. Answer quickly. The Earth Fellowship is abducting global geniuses. This violates the laws of nature. They will be a cancer to the world. We must eliminate them all. Answer quickly." The Chinese representative remained silent for a long time, slowly stood up, and solemnly said, "Gentlemen, everyone from all over the world, hello. I now represent the Miao Palace to deliver a message. Please take note." The room became silent, and everyone quietly looked at him. The Chinese representative cleared his throat, summarized his words, and said, "The Earth Fellowship aims to protect the safety of people worldwide. 1 year from now, demons will descend upon this world. This will be a great disaster for humanity, and even a slight mistake could lead to the extinction of our species. At this critical moment, the Earth Fellowship steps forward, taking all risks, and calls on the global community and all races to form a multiracial army of resistance. To sacrifice oneself for justice, to die for the cause. And I, the Miao Palace, am willing to step forward to be the first whistleblower in the world, to be the first steadfast ally standing behind the Earth Fellowship. From today onwards, the Earth Fellowship is me. I am the Earth Fellowship. We will stand together with the Earth Fellowship, protect and support the comrades of all races scattered around the world, including those so-called super geniuses of various countries. All consequences will be borne by the Miao Palace. The entire conference room fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the Chinese representative in shock. For the first time, he was timid. Upon hearing that global geniuses had been abducted, he was terrified. For the second time, he was relieved. After hearing that the actions of the Earth Fellowship had nothing to do with China, he let go of his worries. For the third time, he was now proud. After receiving the formal notice and order, he solemnly announced it. These were his 3 transformations, all of which were witnessed by everyone. But they couldn't help but wonder what on earth had happened in China in such a short time. What could have caused his attitude and emotions to change 3 times in such a brief period? At this moment, the United Nations fell silent. A kind of anger, suppressed to the extreme, would soon explode in the silence. The Chinese representative stood there, taking in everyone's expressions and anger. He took a deep breath, silently thinking, "Come, I am ready for the storm. China is also ready. The Miao Palace is also ready. The Earth Fellowship is also ready." At the same time, the entire country of China exploded. It was like a 12-magnitude earthquake that spread across the nation. At exactly 7 p.m., the news broadcast began. The news that had spread throughout the internet during the day and the various rumors sparked a nationwide discussion. The name Miao Palace also entered the homes of ordinary people. It was once a name only known by high-level martial artists, but now everyone across the country knew it. Everyone wanted to know, who were those young men? Everyone wanted to know, who was the young man who instantly defeated the peak experts above the Jade Belt River? And who was that absolute top? Everyone wants to know why that absolute top bowed to the boys, and why he uttered seemingly simple, yet utterly bewildering words. Everyone wants to know. So, today's news broadcast had an exceptionally high viewership. Everyone was looking forward to it. Looking forward to the official media reporting the truth of this matter. Maybe it would be reported, maybe it wouldn't, who knows. But everyone turned on the news broadcast on time, waiting with anticipation. The news broadcast officially began, and the 2 anchors introduced themselves as usual. Then, as usual, they introduced domestic news, then international news and breaking events. Next, they introduced the situation of martial artists from various places and the global pattern of martial artists. At 7:20, all the news screens abruptly stopped. Just after the last report about martial artists was completed, a screen appeared simultaneously on all televisions and all mobile phone interfaces across the country. A white background with black text. There was only one line of text, and the content of this line was, "Please be informed, tomorrow at 12 noon sharp, on national television, all online media platforms, please prepare for a live broadcast. The president of the Global Compatriots Association, the one and only Marshal St. Miaojia, will give a speech, a notification to all humanity, a notification to all the people of Huaxia, a notification." Silenced. The news broadcast was silenced. There was no music, no one speaking, just this silent screen. Just this one line of silent text. But this line of text stirred up tremendous waves in the hearts of all citizens across the nation. All televisions in the country were silenced. All online media platforms were silenced. Yet the whole of Huaxia exploded. What does it mean? Notification to all humanity? What is there to notify? What exactly is there to notify? Who knows? Who can tell me? It feels like something big is happening. What could it be? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Is it related to the battle over the Udai River today? Is it? That absolute top old man said, the calamity of humanity. Is it related to this matter? Is it? The nation was shocked. Everyone stared nervously and shocked at the text on the television. Notification to all humanity. This line of silent text hung in front of the television and lasted for 2 full minutes. After 2 minutes, the video changed. The camera moved to the news studio, focusing on the faces of the 2 anchors. In this moment, the expressions of the 2 anchors were extraordinarily serious, extraordinarily heavy. They were silent for 2 seconds. The male anchor picked up his script and solemnly read aloud. "Please be informed. Starting today, Huaxia is opening the era of universal cultivation. A nationwide frenzy of cultivation led by the Global Compatriots Association and spearheaded by the mysterious palace is about to arrive. Please be informed. Starting today, Huaxia is launching the era of universal combat. A combat era initiated, called upon, and led by the Global Compatriots Association, with the mysterious palace responding, is about to arrive. Starting today, the following is announced. Organizations will enter the grassroots level, conducting initial assessments and examinations of martial artist talents in various cities, counties, and towns. free assessments of martial artist qualifications and talents for everyone, testing for all above 2 years old. The country will open up martial arts cultivation experiences, methods, and techniques. Everything will be uploaded to the internet, major local libraries, available for public borrowing, downloading, and learning for free. All above 2 years old can cultivate. A calamity of humanity is about to come. Only martial artists can protect themselves. We urge the public to actively join the ranks of martial artists, learn combat skills, and improve themselves. In the impending calamity of humanity, everyone will become the primary person responsible for their own lives. And before this, we will protect you and support your growth. Chapter 81, National Cultivation. The broadcaster announced. And at that moment, the entire country exploded. All the people sat in front of their televisions, stunned. National cultivation. How can it be national cultivation? Isn't it only through formal channels that one can cultivate? Aren't the martial artists' techniques sealed in secrecy, prohibiting unlicensed cultivation? How can it be open? If it's open, then everyone will be a martial artist. Won't the country be thrown into chaos? Oh my God, national cultivation. It's too crazy. At the same time, in a small community in southwest China, a young boy sat at home with his parents, watching the news on TV, and at this moment, the boy broke down. He cried and shouted, "National cultivation? No, I just discovered my martial artist talent with great difficulty, and I'm about to take the college entrance examination. I'm about to enter the martial arts university, and now they tell me the era of national cultivation has begun? What should I do? My advantage is gone. My privilege is lost." His parents also stood up, angrily scolding the broadcaster on TV. "It's so damned unfair. Our son has studied hard for so many years, training his body every day. Finally, he's about to enter the martial arts university, and now they start national cultivation? It's unfair. It's way too unfair. I won't accept this. We won't accept this." The boy was devastated, crying and shouting. What apocalypse, what catastrophe. Who is making up these stories? This rumor, it's just a rumor. They actually believed it. They are really going to start national cultivation for this catastrophe? Even if there is a catastrophe, we can't have national cultivation. What should I do? I'm about to enter the martial arts university, becoming a respected martial artist. Even if there is a catastrophe, that's a martial artist matter. What does it have to do with everyone? They have no talent. They should just perish. The family of 3 was cursing angrily. While they were cursing, the broadcaster turned a page of the script and continued reading. Starting today, the National Treasury is open, and martial arts resources will be released nationwide. Any ordinary citizen dedicated to martial arts can receive, obtain, or purchase. There will no longer be any restrictions, as long as everyone becomes stronger. Their family of 3 cursed even more fiercely. At the same time, in a mountain village in the southwest, an old man and a young boy living in a mud house were also intently watching the news broadcast on TV, not daring to breathe. Xiao Lu was a left-behind child, growing up in the mountain village and attending high school in the county. His parents worked in the city, leaving only him and his grandfather living in the old home. Due to the poor family situation, Xiao Lu's nutrition could not keep up, and he has been underdeveloped since childhood. He was thin and weak, and at 17 years of age, only stood at 1.60 meters, weighing less than 100 pounds. He dreamed of becoming a martial artist, but his poor physical constitution due to congenital underdevelopment meant he could never enter a martial arts university through the college entrance exam. Last month, the teacher said he had failed on the physical fitness test and did not need to take the following talent assessments and other tests. This was a thunderbolt out of the blue for him. He was eliminated at the first hurdle. But at this moment, as Xiao Lu watched the TV news, he started trembling with excitement. Starting today, the broadcaster's voice was strong and powerful. Grandpa glanced at his grandson, feeling a bit guilty, and tightly grabbed Xiao Lu's hand. "Listen first." Xiao Lu turned to look at Grandpa, his eyes a bit red, extremely nervous, nodding with immense tension. "Uh-huh." The grandfather and grandson looked at the television. On the old television, the broadcaster said, "Starting today, all the teaching resources of martial arts high schools and martial arts universities nationwide will leave the campuses and reach the people. All official martial artists and martial arts teachers will immediately go to each city, district, county, and village, launching martial arts outreach activities. The goal is to spread martial arts knowledge to all citizens, up close and personal, guiding martial arts practice, teaching combat techniques, qualities, and all aspects of warrior education. No differentiation in age stages. No differentiation in groups. Teaching without class distinctions." With a loud boom, little Lu felt a fire inside him blazing fiercely. Tears also burst forth from his eyes. In that moment, little Lu heard, in the deep silence of the village, a sudden eruption of joyous shouts, roars, calls. Little Lu excitedly squeezed his grandfather's hand, unable to contain his inner excitement as he raised his head and roared. Practice. I want to become a warrior too. Grandpa, I want to become a warrior. The warrior teachers are going to the countryside to teach martial arts knowledge to all places in the country, to everyone. Martial arts knowledge will no longer be a forbidden area for ordinary people, no longer a mysterious and noble existence. It will walk into the grassroots. Grandpa also teared up with excitement. The Lu family will have a warrior. Our Lu family will have a warrior. No. Doesn't that mean I can practice too? I can become a warrior too. We will all become warriors. At that moment, the phone rang, and little Lu opened it to see it was a call from his parents. Hello, Dad. Son, did you see the news? Warriors are going to spread nationwide. I saw it. Our neighborhood committee just came to notify us that warriors will arrive in our district at 8 tonight. All those who want to learn martial arts need to sign up at the neighborhood committee, and the first lesson will officially start at 8. Has the village heard any news? Not yet. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the village secretary was shouting excitedly into a loudspeaker with a trembling voice. Dear villagers, we have received the notification. The village warrior teacher from Beidou village, a second-level warrior teacher, is on the way and is expected to arrive at our village at 9:30 tonight for village classes. Regardless of gender, old or young, even children. Disabled people can come too, elderly can come. As long as you want to learn martial arts, want to be a warrior, come here to register quickly. Hurry to sign up here. Villagers, according to the higher authorities, Beidou village will officially conduct militia training. Participants will earn 200 yuan a day, not interfering with farm work, not interfering with practice. Being a militia is practicing. Those who want to be militia, come here to sign up. The state says, the higher authorities say, the era of everyone being a soldier has arrived. This kind of broadcast echoed throughout Beidou village. At the same time, it resonated across the entire nation, thousands of households. Chapter 82 Teacher Team. Little Lu listened to the chaotic sounds outside, holding back his restless heart, stubbornly standing there and watching the news broadcast until it was over before he quickly ran out of the house. When he stepped outside, he saw the village committee was already flooded with people. Countless villagers from Beidou village were gathering in line to register. Men, women, young, and old, everyone was there. Little Lu looked around, observing the great mountain in the dead of night, far off on the mountain paths. Dim flashlight beams were quickly moving towards here. Villagers living deep in the mountains were now heading here with flashlights. I, Lu Hansheng, want to register as a warrior. I want to be a warrior. Little Lu shouted excitedly, unable to hold back the tears in his eyes. The villagers turned to look at little Lu, smiling at him, happy for him. This kid grew up in front of their eyes. Everyone always believed he had great talent. He was hardworking and knew that warriors need strength. Waking up 2 hours earlier than others every day, lifting stones in the mountains to build strength with no one guiding him. He understood that warriors need strong memory. So he trained his memory every day, achieving a photographic memory. Now, he ranked first in humanities in the entire school. He knew warriors needed to fight. So he delved into the study of all sorts of weapons. Surprisingly, he managed to figure out a little something. At 14, a bear came to the mountain, and he, armed with his homemade spear, actually took it down. However, he couldn't pass the school's martial artist selection because he had suffered from malnutrition since childhood. His physical condition was not up to par. He was eliminated. But now, an opportunity has finally come before Lu Hansheng. It has come to countless Lu Hanshengs across the land. I want to sign up. The voice rang out bright and clear, and it echoed back and forth. In the southwest, at the Martial Arts University. It was late at night, but the lights were on bright. A fleet of buses was parked in the playground of the Martial Arts University. Teachers going to Han City, get on the bus. Over here, going to Han City. Teachers going to Xiang City, get on here. Once you arrive, the locals will arrange your teaching locations. Here, teachers, get on. 80% of the teachers at the Martial Arts University packed their bags, their hearts filled with excitement, and boarded the buses heading to their destinations. Not long ago, they received a notice. A catastrophe for humanity was about to arrive, and they hoped that they could take on the responsibilities of martial artists, protecting the weaker and spreading knowledge to empower the more vulnerable. Higher salaries, better treatment. More promising than teaching at university. Those martial arts teachers with village experience would have priority to join the Mystic Palace and even the Earth Fellowship. They didn't know what the Earth Fellowship truly was, but they understood that it had to be an unbelievably powerful organization, a mysterious existence. perhaps even more prominent than the Mystic Palace. Their president could defeat a peak expert with just 3 moves. This is a fact. Joining them would forge a more glorious future. These perks had an endless attraction for the teachers. One by one, the martial arts teachers, with hearts full of excitement, chose their destinations and boarded the buses. Thousands of students at Martial Arts University stepped out, silently and shockingly watching the buses shuttle through the school, seeing their familiar teachers constantly boarding. They felt a mix of emotions. They didn't know what was happening, nor did they understand what this so-called catastrophe truly was. All they knew was, from now on, the shoulders of martial artists bore an even greater responsibility. One student pouted, "I'm a martial artist too. Why can't I participate in work?" Another student scoffed, "You're only rank 2. What can you do? Teaching ordinary people is enough." Sigh, I don't understand why suddenly everyone is being included. Is a huge disaster really going to happen? We'll find out tomorrow. The president of the Earth Fellowship, Marshal Saint Miao Jia, will address the nation. Marshal Saint. I've never heard of that title. What is it? A realm? Or a title? I don't know. It's unclear. At this moment, the principal's voice echoed through the Southwest University's broadcast. Greetings to all teachers going to the villages to popularize martial arts. Thank you for your selfless dedication and effort, burning yourself to light others. The future martial artists of Huaxia depend on you. I firmly believe that among our people, there are more with martial arts talent. They have not been able to become martial artists for many reasons. However, they have always possessed a martial artist's heart. I hope that the teachers going to various places will continue to be patient, serious, and responsible as always. The higher-ups told me one thing. From today onward, being a martial artist is no longer a privilege, but a responsibility. It may not be a responsibility as great as defending the homeland, but it's a dandelion's responsibility. A single dandelion, with a gust of wind, can make an entire mountain full of dandelions. Teachers, you've worked hard. The waiting teachers boarding the buses. The gaze was calm, yet resolute. Perhaps now, they understood the meaning of being a teacher. At this moment, the principal suddenly changed his tone. The national resources for warriors are an urgent need. The resources for teachers are an urgent need. We have received a notice from higher authorities, and now at our school, any student with a cultivation level of 2nd tier or above may sign up to teach across the Southwest province. Whether you choose to go to a certain city, a certain district, or a particular community to educate the residents, or to a town or village to teach the villagers, the choice is yours. Although you are students, you have taken a step forward compared to most ordinary people. Now, are you willing to turn back and lend a hand to those behind you? Boom, I. Chapter 83. Are you willing to turn back and lend a hand to them? The whole school erupted in excitement. Many students also became eager, rushing to sign up. Teach others. How meaningful. Am I willing to turn back and lend a hand to those behind me? I am willing. After so many years in school, after becoming a warrior for so many years, I still remember the day I became a 1st-tier warrior. The teacher told me that warriors have privileges, and these privileges are given by the people. What we need to do is to naturally enjoy these privileges. But of course, when the people are in need, we also need to take on responsibilities. The responsibility of a warrior is to protect and assist those ordinary people who give us these privileges. I am willing. So am I. I also want to go teach in the village. This is a really cool thing. If a great disaster is coming in the future, then I also want to contribute my own strength. A 2nd-tier warrior is hardly enough, but if, with my help, 100 2nd-tier warriors emerge, I can say I have made an effort for this world, right? In the late night at Southwest Martial Arts University, bus after bus carried one warrior after another, one teacher after another, heading towards all corners of the world. There, in those corners of the world, countless pairs of eager eyes were waiting for their arrival. They prepared delicious food and fine wine. They prepared candles and dinner. They prepared flattering words and compliments. Of course, they also prepared humility and a desire to learn. They were ready to become warriors. Southwest Martial Arts University is not the only school dispatching warriors. Across the nation, all martial arts universities are the same. It is the same scene everywhere. Of course, all over the country, similar preparations were being made to welcome their arrival. Beidou Village. All the villagers signed up, waiting to become warriors. Until now, they still couldn't believe that the country would really relax the cultivation of warriors, that it would truly begin to comprehensively promote all knowledge about martial arts cultivation. To anyone, this is an incredible existence. In this world, warriors have always been a very small minority. Perhaps only 1% of people can become warriors, while the remaining 99% are the ordinary majority. Among this ordinary majority, most people harbor a dream of becoming a warrior. Who doesn't envy the gods who fly through the skies and travel across the lands? Who doesn't want to become the god who can soar through the skies and travel across the lands? Who doesn't want to be the person who can move mountains and fill seas? Who doesn't want to be the one wielding a sword, living a free and adventurous life? In many people's hearts, they even feel that becoming a warrior, even for just one day before dying, is worth it. Especially for the youth, the desire is even stronger. But due to strict assessments, it has determined that just having a dream is not enough to become a warrior. But now there's an opportunity. Everyone has a chance now. The path of a warrior has become an advantage for people like Xiao Lu from Beidou Village. Because before this, the most important criteria for selecting warriors were physical fitness and talent. At first glance, these factors can indeed provide greater potential for the development of warriors. But the new concept brought by Zhang Ke, he told the world, a warrior can only be called a warrior in battle. If it is just cultivating, it cannot be called a warrior. Talent is a false proposition. The way of the warrior cannot be simply defined as only those with talent can become strong. Talent can only allow one to start a little ahead of others, but it is just like the race between the tortoise and the hare. The hare runs fast but cannot endure resting midway. The tortoise runs slowly but endures to keep moving forward. Hard work can make up for a lack of talent. In the eyes of Miao Jie, all the warriors in the current world are soft-shell shrimp. They have no fighting power and no spirit to fight. Everyone is just training and meditating like clockwork, and becoming a warrior is just a display of their noble status. Such warriors are the majority, yet their future is very limited. They possess initial cultivation talent. However, they lack other talents such as diligence, dreams, motivation, insight, and contemplation. These things are also called talents. They are true comprehensive talents. However, among the vast masses of people, many possess these comprehensive talents, but lack initial talent. Miao Jie and others, through their experiences in Taiwan, have seen through the essence and truth of warriors. They discovered that warriors actually do not possess talent. A fast cultivation speed can only be called initial entry-level talent. Because for a warrior, especially after reaching the 5th rank, it has little to do with whether you cultivate or not. It comes down to a single word, insight. And this insight, in addition to a clever mind, requires daily pondering and deep thinking about the martial path. Only then can one accumulate experience and suddenly understand. Besides this, after reaching the 5th rank, a warrior must constantly experience life and death challenges. It is through experiencing life and death moments that one can find that key opportunity, breaking through with sudden insight. Regular cultivation can, of course, break through from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. However, without talent advantages, if a genius requires 10 years for regular cultivation from the 5th to the 6th rank, then someone with comprehensive talent, who studies martial arts daily and experiences life and death moments, may only need a year, or even just a few months, even tens of days. This kind of super shortcutting is the true path of a warrior. But it is an unknown path. No one on earth could know such a road, because the majority who lack initial talent do not have the conditions to cultivate. And those who have become 5th rank warriors find it hard to engage in fights after achieving high status. So this is a path that will never be walked by others. Zhang Ke and their group are on this path. This is the true shortcut for warriors. If not, then why would so many people in Taiwan break through and cultivate so fast? Fast enough to be shocking? The ultimate reason is still, warriors do not need talent. Ordinary people like Xiao Lu, who represent the majority, actually possess comprehensive talents. Because they desire to become warriors more than others. They cherish the opportunity to become warriors. This is diligence. Before becoming a warrior, they study day and night. After becoming a warrior, they will validate all day. This is called contemplation. These majority will actually be the backbone of Earth's future. Among those who have become warriors, only a few are. Most are not, because they're used to a life of comfort. Why haven't they come yet? It's already 9:30. Will any warriors come to our Beidou village? Besides, it's still hard to imagine. Everyone was discussing and anxiously waiting. Among the crowd, Xiao Lu was trembling with nervousness. This might be his only chance, right? An opportunity to shape dreams. Chapter 84. Introducing Qi into the body. The village committee was brightly lit. The whole village gathered here. The village secretary called out to everyone to cook, urging, "The martial artist is coming soon. We, Beidou village, must treat him well. Everyone who can cook in the village, please help out. He is coming to help us train and teach everyone martial arts knowledge for free. The least we can do is to make him feel as welcome as possible. Be careful with your hands. That martial artist is noble and used to find food. We must wash our hands and ensure the ingredients are clean." All the women who could cook in the village busied themselves in the community center. At this hour, they could not find fresh vegetables or meat, So each villager shared what they had at home to prepare a feast. Little Lu changed into a clean school uniform and, feeling anxious for a while, joined in at the community center to help chop and wash vegetables. Beidou village used its humble efforts to try its best to welcome the martial artist from the city. Another hour passed. The villagers of Beidou were waiting like ants on a hot pan, continuously receiving calls from relatives and friends saying that martial artists had already arrived there. Yet now, it was already past 10, and Beidou village still saw no martial artist. Everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that the higher-ups forgot about Beidou village? Finally, at 11 at night, as all the villagers sat on the ground of the community center dozing off, a rustling wind stirred. In the dark of night, two figures broke through the air. They leaped onto the branches of the trees in the mountains, flying several meters high before coming to the ground again, like a great eagle spreading its wings. They carried weapons on their backs, one with a sword, the other with a spear. Both looked young. The villagers of Beidou all stood up, surprised, watching the two people soaring down from the mountains toward them. Little Lu excitedly clenched his fists. Martial artists! Martial artists! Is that the Zhan Zong technique? The martial artists have arrived. The martial artist has come. The crowd was in shock. In no time, the two young men flew down from the cliff and landed in front of the village committee, surveying all the villagers. One of them spoke loudly. My name is, and this is Wang Qiangxing. We are students of the Southwest Martial Arts University and second-tier martial artists, village volunteers. Starting today, we are fully responsible for the martial arts training in Beidou Village. From now on, we will live here long-term and teach you martial arts from scratch. The classes start every day at 6 in the morning at the village committee, continuing until 4 in the afternoon. Those who sign up must not be absent, as martial arts training cannot be interrupted. You must train every day. The villagers of Beidou fell silent for a moment before erupting in joyful applause. Great! Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. A warm welcome. Smiled. We got delayed on the way. We originally planned to arrive at 9:30. But since your village lacks transportation, the vehicle took a long time to turn around in the mountains and even got lost. In the end, we had no choice but to use the Zhan Zong technique to walk here. In short, we knew everyone was waiting for us, so we didn't want to delay and rush through the mountains for quite a while before finally arriving. We are late. Please forgive us. The martial artist actually apologized to us. The villagers were flattered. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The village secretary came to his senses, excitedly approached the two martial artists, and shook their hands, saying, Come, please. Please take a seat. We don't have much to offer in Beidou Village. Knowing that you two were coming, we prepared a feast. Please sit down and enjoy. Please. Although the two martial artists were martial artists, they were also university students and felt a bit embarrassed by the warm welcome. They even specially prepared a feast. Following the villagers' enthusiastic guidance, the two sat at the top of the round table. Then, the village secretary sat with several elders in the village. The few hundred other people actually just stood there watching. Only one table of food was prepared. Some felt a bit embarrassed. We too will eat this. The village leader gave a gushao. Time is tight, conditions are limited. We only prepared one table. The villagers standing around quickly said, We've had dinner. You eat well. Enjoy your meal. Don't worry about us, you eat. The two felt somewhat embarrassed, but since they prepared it, not eating would be worse. So they asked for rice, refused to drink, and hurriedly finished the meal in a few minutes, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. At 1 o'clock in the morning, looking at the enthusiastic villagers who were not willing to disperse, one thought and said, I see everyone is very excited today. Let's start right now tonight. How about that? The villagers could hardly wait to start learning martial arts, joyfully agreed. They feared a long night would bring many dreams. Soon, the teaching began. The first lesson was to guide energy into the body. Guiding energy into the body is something everyone knows, and it is the foundation of becoming a martial artist. It is also a martial artist's secret training manual. Everyone was stunned. The first lesson was so shocking. In the past, guiding energy into the body was something only martial artists could learn. Ordinary people had no access to this knowledge point. Who would have thought? Unexpectedly, the first lesson would be so exciting. Everyone began to study even harder. Among them, young Lu surprisingly succeeded in guiding energy into his body in just 1 hour. This left the two feeling extraordinarily shocked. Succeeding in guiding energy into the body in 1 hour? A genius, a super genius. One was astonished to look at young Lu, who succeeded, and asked, Did you get into a martial arts university? Young Lu said sadly, No, I was eliminated. What? They could not understand how such a person could be eliminated. Because my physical fitness did not meet the criteria, I could not pass the first round of screening for martial artists. The two, such a genius, actually eliminated because of physical fitness? Then, they quickly took out a talent testing machine, letting young Lu place his hand on it. After testing, it emitted a dim yellow light. Yellow represents low level, barely able to cultivate. Dim yellow, however, indicates lack of talent. Red represents high talent, and green is the highest level of talent. The two looked at young Lu, who turned out to have disqualified and untrainable qualifications, becoming even more puzzled. That's not right. Normally, even those with talent would need several days to succeed in guiding energy into the body. Why did young Lu succeed in just 1 hour? Moreover, his qualifications were also unqualified. Chapter 85. A 90-year-old surprisingly has the most talent. Upon inquiry, young Lu told the truth. I have dreamed of becoming a martial artist since I was young, reading many books about martial artists. Following some of the simplest methods to train and refine myself, I developed great strength. I knew that martial artists needed to guide energy into the body, so I researched many types of qigong and other knowledge, pondering and practicing on my own. When the two teachers taught me just now, I felt many knowledge points match the theories I had previously pondered, so I immediately understood. Then I found the key, so guiding energy into the body. After hearing this, the two were greatly shocked. Is there really such a thing in the world? No qualifications, no talent. Just because of love for pondering, he actually showed talent far beyond ordinary people. What kind of logic is this? At this moment, the two martial artists began to doubt whether this so-called qualification testing was indeed scientific, whether it was truly correct, because this test simply doesn't make sense. Such a scene was also happening all over the country. Everywhere was such a scene. Many martial artists went to the countryside and, unexpectedly, some super geniuses were truly discovered from the common people. Their talent assessments were average, but their cultivation speed was fast. But they had understanding far beyond ordinary people. Where can one say this? One by one, incidents were reported, and among the super geniuses detected, the most outrageous was a 90-year-old man. The dust was almost buried up to his neck, and he was the least talented person. But this old man, unexpectedly, succeeded in drawing energy into his body in half an hour, stepping onto the path of a warrior. This incident caused quite a shock. It was learned that this old man had dreamed of becoming a warrior for 90 years, but had never succeeded. He studied the books of warriors every day and trained himself according to some theories he had pondered. For 90 years, he had taken this as a hobby. Because he practiced every day according to his own methods, his body was much better than others. Living to 90, he was still as healthy as a man in his 60s or 70s. Because he studied these things every day, he longed for the day he could become a warrior himself. So, when a warrior came to the countryside and pointed him out, this 90-year-old elder displayed astonishing talent. At 90, his life welcomed a second spring. A second life began. Strange incidents like this were happening across the country, and the higher-ups, seeing so many cases emerging on just the first night, began to doubt whether the so-called talent assessments were really correct. Were they really scientific? Gradually, they felt that the theory of the ethereal palace and the earth community was correct. At first, they denied Miao Jie's theory, saying that anyone could become a warrior relying on talent, but not the traditional sense of talent. Instead, it was diligence and understanding that made up for shortcomings. They did not accept such statements. But now, seeing so many cases, the higher-ups slowly started to believe. At this time, by the banks of the Jade Belt River, the authority of the ethereal palace was beyond doubt. On the day that the red dust made the decision, a construction team of over 100,000 people arrived at the Jade Belt River area. They began planning, construction, and demolition to make space for the warriors of the 10,000 clans and to build residences. The entire Furong city also began demolition and relocation work. The relocation was relatively smooth because the compensation was very high, almost double the amount. The citizens of Furong City cooperated and moved quickly, making way for more and more warriors of the 10,000 clans. That night, while the whole nation awaited warrior training and martial arts were being promoted vigorously everywhere. By the banks of the Jade Belt River, Miao Jie also took advantage of the night to begin educating the warriors of the 10,000 clans about the knowledge of Tai Huang. Now, the number of warriors from the 10,000 clans registered at the Jade Belt River had reached 40,000. And this 40,000 were definitely not all. Miao Jie thought this should be just a part of the people from Huaxia. Many from around the world had not yet come, or were still undecided about whether to come. Many had already heard stories of Tai Huang before coming. Their planets had many legends about Tai Huang, but at that time, they thought they were just legends. Now, hearing the martial saint personally tell this story, the information they received was completely different. A young man raised his hand and asked, "Martial saint, how long will it be before the demons descend?" Miao Jie thought for a moment. This is uncertain, because the demons observe the world of Tai Huang a year and a half in advance. A year and a half later, the demons suddenly attacked. But on Earth, we are uncertain. Maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years. Maybe even less than a year. The boy asked nervously. But now, we are all just mortals. No matter how talented we are, it's impossible to grow strong enough to fight against demons in just 1 year. Miao Jie said, "That's true. You cannot grow strong enough in 1 year, so I will give you 10 years. 10 years. Yes, 10 years. During these 10 years, the people of Earth will go first. I hope they can hold on for 10 years to give you time to grow." Upon hearing Miao Jie's words, everyone suddenly understood why he would announce to the world tomorrow, and why the Misty Palace agreed to immediately expand martial arts education. Because there is only 1 year to prepare the people of Earth. Miao Jie must ensure billions of people learn deadly skills and self-defense skills as quickly as possible. They must kill as many demons as possible and lose as few people as possible. At that moment, another boy raised his hand and asked, "Master Martial Saint, what do we need to do? Should we just train here?" Miao Jie shook his head. "Training is just the basics. Everyone should practice in their own time. True cultivation isn't the most important thing. Practical combat ability and teamwork are the most effective weapons. What you need to master isn't powerful cultivation. No matter how strong it is, it won't have much effect in war. Only formations and cooperation matter." "Cooperation? How do we cooperate?" Miao Jie said, "Formations. A group of a few people or a group of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or millions. What you really need to train is the ability to work together in formations and effective striking in real combat. The power of formations is undeniable. A group of 100 people, if all at the 5th rank, if they practice the formation well, they can fight against the same 5th rank enemies and keep killing. Even if the opponent has hundreds of thousands, they can still break through." Chapter 86, A Fantastical Tale. With a loud hum, the entire Jade Belt River erupted in commotion. A small team of 100 can break through against hundreds of thousands? Everyone thought this was simply a fantastical tale. It sounded like bragging. How could this be possible? Infinite stamina? Is the other side made up of fools? How is this possible? Miao Jie knew they wouldn't believe it, and turned to the 21 female warriors standing there, confused by the universal language, and said solemnly, "They have been training formations for more than a month, and will soon have a duel with the Misty Palace. There are 21 of them in total, 20 at the 5th rank, and 1 at the 1st rank. I told the Misty Palace, anyone below the 7th rank, bring as many as you want. Soon, you will see the power of formations. At the same time, I will let the whole world see the power of formations." The 40 million tribespeople looked back, uncertain, at these women. Is it true? 5th rank. Bring as many as you can kill? Is it really like that? They didn't believe it, but the one saying it was the martial saint, so they had to choose to believe. A martial saint never speaks lies. A martial saint never deceives. What he says is the truth. Then, Miao Jie informed them again in Chinese. "I arranged for you a fight. Do you have confidence?" Miao Xinyu and the 20 attendants were stunned. "Arranged for a fight? Just us?" Miao Xinyu asked in surprise. "Who did you arrange it with?" "The Misty Palace." Miao Jie said calmly. "In 9 days, you will fight the Misty Palace. I said, as long as they are below the 7th rank, bring as many as you want. Even if tens of thousands come to challenge you, it's fine. I say, you will win. Keep killing, and even wipe out everyone below the 7th rank of the Misty Palace." The 21 female warriors gasped in shock, staring at Miao Jie in fear. "How can we not know? We are only level 5. Facing level 7, that's 2 levels higher. How could we possibly win? 20 of us at level 5 would find it nearly impossible to battle a level 7 warrior. Not to mention what you said about killing as many as we can. That's just a joke. It's simply impossible." Miao Xinyu was also taken aback, realizing she had only trained for less than 2 months. What? Are we really going to war? I'm only level 1. If she didn't believe her brother, Miao Xinyu would have thought Miao Jie was trying to trick them. Miao Jie continued. "Furthermore, I made a bet with Hong Chun. I said, if you win, Hong Chun will lead the Miao Miao Palace and fully integrate it into the Earth Hometown Association. From then on, the Miao Miao Palace will obey all commands from the Earth Hometown Association. If you lose, the Miao Miao Palace will join the Earth Hometown Association and govern the world together." At that moment, all 21 female warriors were utterly dumbfounded. "The stakes are so high," Miao Xinyu exclaimed. "Brother, are you joking? You must be joking. If you really want to test our strength, we will fight, but can we cancel this bet?" The other maids hurriedly chimed in. "Yes, sir. Sir, please cancel the bet. Even if we die, I think that's fine. But if we lose, and you end up losing such a big bet, I can't accept it." The pressure is too much. Sir, I'm just level 5. We are all just level 5. The female warriors were all talking at once, terrified beyond belief. This pressure was overwhelming beyond their imagination. Miao Jia, however, just smiled and shook his head. No one in this world has ever seen what a battle formation is. No one believes a battle formation can unleash boundless power, including yourselves. Because you've never had hand-to-hand combat. What you don't know is, you are far stronger than you can imagine, far more exceptional than you think. Despite his words, the female warriors still didn't quite believe him. Are we exceptional? Are we strong? No way. They had not just a little confidence. They had completely lost all their confidence. Tens of thousands? Don't talk about tens of thousands of warriors below level 7. Even if there were tens of thousands of ordinary people, we would feel intimidated. But Jean could not say anything more. He watched as the 32 members of the Earth Hometown Association returned and began to issue training commands. The 32 immediately started leading their comrades from various races to divide camps and set up residence. Then they began to teach the knowledge of cultivation nonstop. It is worth mentioning that among the 40,000 people, nearly 10,000 were already warriors, and their levels were not low. These individuals have been warriors on their former planet and, upon crossing over to Earth, immediately began cultivating without requiring guidance or direction. They secretly trained by themselves. The majority of those who were not warriors among the thousands of people had not trained due to not being warriors in their past lives. Furthermore, there were age restrictions on Earth, and since they were younger, they didn't know their talents or how to cultivate, and no one taught them. Now, the Earth Hometown Association members began to collectively teach them, separating them into 2 camps. One was the warrior camp, and the other was the cultivation camp. In the warrior camp, they began to directly inform them of shortcuts in cultivation, teaching them the true shortcuts to breakthroughs for warriors. At the same time, they also taught them the most practical and efficient killing techniques. Additionally, they began to subtly introduce the concept of battle formations to them. In the non-warrior camp, they collectively practiced. Collectively inhaling, they stepped tentatively towards the threshold of the warrior's world. In the future, they would learn those things. Chapter 87. Understanding and Trust. At the riverside of Udai, Miao Xinyu sat together with 20 maidens, all wearing worried expressions. What should we do? What are we going to do? My brother doesn't seem to be joking. Miao Xinyu frowned. How can we possibly defeat the people from the mysterious palace? If they were at the same level as us and had the same number, I would feel confident. But my brother said, no matter how many come, it doesn't matter. A maid sighed. Since coming here, my mindset has slowly changed. I understand that the Lord wants us to become famous through battle. Only by showing the effects of the battle formations to the world can he promote them globally to resist those monsters in the future. So, I train hard every day, knowing that one day we will step onto the stage of this world. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. I feel like there's still so much I haven't mastered. And I also didn't expect that we would face such a powerful enemy so quickly with such high stakes. Yeah, the pressure is too much. Only 9 days left. What do we do? What are we going to do? Is there a quick way to improve? I don't mind side effects. I just want to raise my cultivation level quickly. I want that too. The 21 women sat by the riverbank, looking gloomy. To them, perhaps they were doomed to lose. At this moment, Xiao Ma slowly walked over, looking gently at the 21 young women. Master Ma, Brother Ma, everyone greeted him. Xiao Ma asked, do you think you are no match for the mysterious palace at all? Yes. How few of us are there? The Lord said anyone below the 7th rank can come, meaning most are 6th rank experts. So many 6th rank experts, possibly thousands. We are definitely doomed. Xiao Ma waited for everyone to finish speaking and softly said, it hasn't even started yet. How can you say you've already lost? Xiao Ma continued, battle formations are a method, and also a wisdom. You don't actually think that the longer you train in battle formations, the stronger you become, right? Everyone looked astonished. Isn't that so? Xiao Ma laughed lightly. Battle formations have some counterintuitive aspects. In our common understanding, everything requires time to grow stronger, but this is not true. Battle formations are not like that. What is truly impressive about battle formations is the experience gained from countless actual battles, as well as the clever and efficient ways to kill design from those experiences. These things were already designed beforehand, and mastering them could take just a few days. The reason you train together daily in battle formations is not to gain proficiency. It's about understanding and trust. Uncle Jia has already observed your results. He has an estimate of your levels, which is why he challenged you. Uncle Jia never gambles unless he is sure to win. You think you lack strength, but in Uncle Jia's eyes, you are already invincible. Invincible? The group of women simply did not believe this statement. No one would be so confident. Xiao Ma continued, Battle formations innately possess great lethality. They have always existed. However, you think that since your training time is so short, it won't work. But actually, you have already mastered a powerful weapon. You just don't realize it. In these last 9 days, you shouldn't feel anxious, but rather should work harder to bond. To cultivate understanding and mutual trust. What is understanding? It means even if the other person doesn't speak, you know what they mean. What is trust? Trust is, the captain thinks you should charge out and sacrifice yourself. You have no concerns, rushing out to sacrifice yourself because you know this will let everyone survive. The battle formation, what truly requires time for training and adjustments, is this thing only. You won't lack this thing. Miao Xinyu looks anxious, but Xiao Ma shakes his head. No buts. Do you still remember what I once told you about the use and power of battle formations in the Great Wasteland? Everyone remembers. In the Great Wasteland, when people of the same realm form a battle formation, they can keep killing when facing monsters of the same realm. Xiao Ma says, but don't forget another thing. That is the monsters. And what are the people of the Misty Palace? They are a rabble. Let me put it this way. If a 5th level monster comes to Earth, it would roughly take 5 or 6 7th level warriors to subdue it. It can randomly kill Earth warriors of the same 5th level realm. Because in the eyes of the monsters, Earth warriors are just a rabble without the ability to bind a chicken. Monsters live in an environment harsher than the Great Wasteland, where they must constantly fear being eaten by their kind, even by their parents. They compete every day, fight every day. Such monsters, if placed on Earth, isn't that powerful? As for the warriors on Earth, they simply possess a level of cultivation, but do they know how to kill enemies? Have they ever fought an enemy? They only exchange their level of cultivation for status and wealth. While we in the Great Wasteland can kill monsters indiscriminately, you cannot kill these warriors indiscriminately on Earth. With this explanation, the women's spirits gradually lifted. They probably understood Xiao Ma's intention. What he meant was that his 21 female soldiers might not be enough in the Great Wasteland. Facing the monsters, they might not be able to accomplish anything. But on Earth, they could kill warriors indiscriminately. What level are Earth warriors? Once being warriors of Earth, the maidens did not realize, but thought they were very strong. But recently, they have become clearer. After receiving training courses from the Great Wasteland, they realized that they held the ability to deal damage to enemies. Most of the Earth warriors probably have never even fought anyone in their lives, right? Such people are useless. In their hearts, they had secretly calculated and analyzed. They know that now they can easily defeat their former selves. Moreover, today during the day, they saw that mysterious and powerful master of the Misty Palace before Miao Jie, who looked as fragile as paper. Their hearts are filled with more confidence. Miao Jie is only 9th level, while Hongqian is top tier. Yet in front of Miao Jie, he was being beaten. There was no difference between him and something made of paper or clay. This allowed them to truly witness what a real warrior is. Chapter 88, The Bet. Xiao Ma's words gave them a bit of confidence. They're already on the path toward becoming true warriors. And what we are facing is a rabble. At that moment, Miao Xinyu asked, Manga, what if the Misty Palace really sends tens of thousands of people? Xiao Ma laughed heartily. Don't be fooled by numbers. Let me ask you, if the opponent is entirely composed of 5th level warriors, how many of you 21 would feel confident against how many people? Miao Xinyu thought for a moment, then discussed with her companions, saying, if the opponent has no more than 200 people, and they're all 5th level strong, we believe we should be able to win. After all, we didn't learn this for nothing. Xiao Ma said, what if there are 100,000 people? Can those 100,000 attack you all at once? At most, only 1 or 200 can attack you at the same time. The rest are just people stuck outside, anxiously unable to get in. As he spoke, the eyes of the 21 women lit up. Suddenly stood up. At this moment, it was like enlightenment. Everything became clear. All understood. At this moment, clouds parted and the sun shone. A big stone in the heart finally fell. Xiao Ma said, let me give you another example. If you're alone and 100 people are beating you, all you need to do is curl up in a corner. I tell you, only 2 or 3 of them can actually hit you. What about the remaining 90 people? They are of no use. They can't get in because their own people are in front of them. They can only crowd and push, but can't touch you at all. If you can fight 5 people by yourself, and your stamina is unlimited. Theoretically speaking, even if 1,000 people come to fight you, you can still defeat all of them by yourself. Can you understand this reasoning? At this moment, all 21 women nodded in unison. They were shocked, completely understood. The number of people had intimidated them. This was actually a fallacy. What does it matter if there are 100 people or 10,000? As long as you ensure your stamina is unlimited, it's just a war of attrition. A team of 21 people curled up together. To surround these 21 people, it only takes around 100 people. And the number of people needed to surround these 21 represents how many people can actually attack them at the same time. They didn't need to consider how many people were on the other side. They only needed to think at this moment, how many people I am facing. How can I use the least energy to defeat all of them? It was just a war of attrition. And just so happened, they had been trained in stamina, efficiency, and effectiveness. At this moment, all 21 women suddenly understood and gained a deeper insight into the knife techniques William had taught them before. Every day, tens of thousands of strikes, honing their physical strength among tens of thousands of strikes, finding the most energy-efficient and the most intuitive killing angles and techniques. This is the knife technique, and such the most efficient, most energy-saving knife technique when employed in battle formation. If all teammates possess such a knife technique, won't that mean chaos? Xiaoma's pep talk finally allowed them to barely regain their confidence. They began to tightly train their formation and coordination once again by the riverside. Meanwhile, what? The elder was shocked. Isn't this too arrogant? I admit that Miao Jie is strong, but can't say that more than 20 women who have just been trained for over a month are that strong. Others were also furious. 25 rank 5 women, plus one newly rank 1 woman, are daring to challenge all rank 7 warriors of the Misty Palace? Bring as many as you want. This is outrageous. He is so arrogant. I admit Miao Jie looks down on the Misty Palace, but doesn't he look down too much? To belittle the whole world? How infuriating. Palace Master, we can't fall for his tricks. We shouldn't really send that many warriors. We can just send 20 rank 5 warriors to participate in the competition. Exactly, they're just women. Winning won't look good for them. Losing will look even worse. I say, we'd be better off not playing by his rules. Just send one rank 6 warrior to wipe them all out. Even if we lose, we only sent one person. Losing won't look bad. If we win, that would also be glorious, making a win-win situation. Right, I suspect Miao Jie is playing a scheme. He is using this to undermine our Misty Palace. It would be so humiliating to let it spread. If we send tens of thousands, let alone thousands, even hundreds to fight those women, it would be shameful. Everyone was agitated, indignantly condemning. Hong Chun was silent for a moment and said, "We also made a bet. If we win, then the Misty Palace can participate in all matters of the Earth Fellowship. If we lose, then the Mysterious Palace will completely merge into the Earth Fellow Association, belonging to him." As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Such a huge gamble, but it had to be said, this wager was fair for both sides. An elder pondered, but if we send hundreds of people to fight, even if we win this bet, it will be shameful. People will criticize us behind our backs. Another elder responded, but if we lose, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Sigh, we shouldn't have agreed. Everyone felt somewhat helpless. Hong Chan was also a bit angry. If this bet had been made after fighting with Miao Jie, after seeing Miao Jie's true strength, he would never have agreed, because it was clearly a situation that was hard to escape from. But unexpectedly, this bet was made before fighting Miao Jie, when he had yet to see Miao Jie's strength. He only thought he was arrogant, believing he would definitely win, and was only tangled over how to win. Little did he expect, he regretted it now, and it was too late to change his mind. Winning this bet would not look good. Losing would be even worse. A deadlock situation. Everyone discussed passionately for a long, long time. Finally, a scholar rationally analyzed. So now it's a choice. Choose face or choose substance. Face means that whether Mysterious Palace wins or loses, it doesn't matter, but we will have dignity. Send the same number of people to fight them, or even fewer, taking a light stance to face them. The chance of losing is big, but even if we lose, others won't say our Mysterious Palace is weak. They will only say we underestimated the enemy. That's all. But we would lose the entire Mysterious Palace. If we choose substance, then everything is about winning, no matter what others say. At most, we can really send 10,000 people to fight them. We won't care about face, as long as it's practical. Elders, Palace Master, please decide early, do we want face or substance? Everyone fell silent. To be honest, they wanted face too. The dignity and tradition accumulated over hundreds of years. They didn't want to lose it. But substance, they wanted even more. How could they have both? Chapter 89. It's too bullying. It seems impossible to have both. After much hesitation, Hong Chan said, "Then let's vote. There are 10 people in total. Those who want face, raise your hands." The room fell silent. You look at me, I look at you. No one raised their hands. They were arguing happily, but when it came time to vote, no one chose face. Hong Chan said again, "Those who want substance, raise your hands." Everyone hesitated. After a moment, 2 people tentatively raised their hands. The other 8, however, remained silent, looking down. They did not raise their hands. Hong Chun sighed. 10 people voting, 8 abstained. 2-0. We choose substance. He was also decisive after saying this. He would not continue discussing this topic, but simply said, now let's discuss the next step. These 25th tier warriors were originally Su Tao's people, sent to serve Zhangzi as maids. Come, let's project their information on the big screen, and everyone can study it. The 21st person is Miao Jie's sister, Miao Xinyu. She started cultivating over a month ago and is now at the first tier realm. This is their theoretical strength analysis summary, and these 20 women had not fought anyone before with no battle records. The 10 senior officials of the mysterious palace, along with many official experts and scholars, focused intensely on studying the details of these 21 women. The more they studied, the more they couldn't understand where they were strong. There was nothing special about them. There were no highlights at all, not even a battle record. Why was Miao Jie so confident, daring to let them fight the entire mysterious palace? Why? They couldn't figure out the reason. They wondered, could it be that Miao Jie secretly hoped for the mysterious palace to join the Earth Fellow Association, just using this excuse to let them come in? Find a reason to let the mysterious palace participate? But this idea was rejected. Miao Jie is so strong. Does he really need it? There is absolutely no need at all. At that moment, an elder with a red face awkwardly said, since Miao Jie said it himself, then let's be shameless and send 26 rank fighters. How about sending 205 rank fighters to challenge? Another elder frowned and snorted coldly. What kind of nonsense is this? Hearing this, the elder stammered. I just said it, but although it's a bit shameless, it's Miao Jie himself who... Before he could finish, the other elder interrupted. I say 106 rank fighters and 505 rank fighters for safety. Damn it, you are really shameless enough. An expert said, how about this? Let's be even more conservative and ensure a win. Since we've already lost face, it doesn't matter how much we lose. 506 rank fighters and 1,005 rank fighters. Isn't that a bit too much? Either shamelessly guaranteed victory or shamelessly risking defeat. Which one do you choose? This situation has become a mess. No, we can't recklessly provide numbers. At this moment, a professor wearing reading glasses stood up. Lord Hongchun, may I ask you a few questions? Hongchun nodded. You may speak. The professor thought for a moment. Miao Jie values practical combat efficiency. I wonder, does the army of women he trained also have the same combat efficiency? If so, that could be a bit tricky. Hongchun's heart stirred. She began to understand. The professor continued. If I may speak bluntly, please don't be angry. Miao Jie is a 9-rank fighter, yet he can defeat the Lord with ease. Hongchun's face flushed, but she said nothing. The professor pressed on. I want to ask, if Miao Jie were the same level as you, would you have confidence in defeating him? You bastard. Is it really necessary to uncover the wound? Hongchun's face turned red. Bowing her head, she sullenly said, no confidence. The professor continued. Then, how many of you do you think it would take to overwhelm him? How many of you together could defeat him through encirclement? Hongchun thought about it. How many? I don't know. I haven't calculated this before. But as she thought, Hongchun gradually understood what the professor meant. She began to seriously ponder, recalling her own state at the time, remembering Miao Jie's combat power and all his techniques. After a long time, Hongchun arrived at a number that shocked herself. She felt embarrassed to say it. The professor noticed her hesitation and didn't dare to urge. Instead, he looked at her with eager eyes. In the conference room, everyone was focused on Hongchun. No one urged her, yet every pair of eyes was urging her. Hongchun sighed inwardly, thinking that today she will lose all face. Well, Hongchun braced herself and said solemnly, I have never seen such efficient killing moves. It's unprecedented, unseen. He is a person who has fought brutally for 100 years, not something our empty-ranked ones can compare to. But I think if there were 200 cautious me, no matter how he uses his tricks, he would still fall. Everyone rolled their eyes internally. Damn it, 200 cautious you. You really say that proudly. 200. It would take 200 of you at the same level to subdue Miao Jie, but that number is indeed shocking. They originally thought that Hongchun might just be one move weaker than Miao Jie, with that one move trapping her tightly. But they did not expect that in the mind of the one who experienced it, Miao Jie was actually that strong. 200. 200 of the same realm would be needed to suppress Miao Jie. He is so strong. The professor was also somewhat shocked, but he quickly said, then let's compare those 21 women to Miao Jie. After all, Miao Jie must have brought back advanced combat skills from outer space. We Earth martial artists are lacking in knowledge. So we must treat those 20 women cautionarily. Surely they have learned. Thus, to ensure victory, we must be conservative. Then, each person gets assigned 200. 21 female soldiers, excluding Miao Xinyu, who should be considered an extra, The real combat power is those 20 people. Based on this ratio, we need 4,000 rank 5 warriors to ensure victory. 4,000. The crowd's eyelids twitched, some with thin faces even lower their heads, not daring to look up. Even though they were from the Meow Palace at this moment, they couldn't help but silently curse. This was too much, too shameless. For 1,000 warriors of the same level, bullying 20 women. How shameless. This isn't just an issue of unfair fighting. This is simply bullying. At this moment, the professor spoke again. In addition, there must be 100 rank 6 strong warriors to maintain the formation. The crowd. Hong Chen stared at the professor in shock. Is this many people really necessary? The professor replied. To guarantee a win. This is the most basic mathematical model. Hong Chen felt a little embarrassed. Isn't this a bit too much? If this spreads, how will Meow Palace face anyone in the future? The professor sighed. What's the difference between a few hundred people and a few thousand? It may seem like a huge difference, but in reality, they are far outnumbered. It's not a difference at all, but the difference between winning and losing is huge. If we send the same number of people as them, we can't be sure of winning. If we send too many, we'll lose face. Then it's better to protect our interests and sacrifice face. If we handle it strictly and don't let this matter get out, maybe we can still save face. After the words fell, the elders sighed. It's impossible. Using so many people, thousands of high-level warriors. Try to hide this is simply impossible. We can close a few mouths, but we can't stop thousands of mouths from talking. The professor shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. It seems that face is lost for sure. We can only protect our interests. Sigh. Then it settled. Elder, go arrange the manpower. The elder sighed deeply and walked out with a troubled look. Hong Chen spoke again. The competition will start in 9 days. This matter is settled for now. Second elder, tomorrow Miao Jie will deliver a televised speech. That is the real business. You go supervise it. Since we've made a decision, let's do it thoroughly. Make sure that tomorrow Zhang Ke's live broadcast speech is seen by people all over the country. By the way, this matter should also be spread abroad as much as possible. This isn't just a matter for China, but for all of humanity. Miao Jie means to use China as a springboard to go global. Now it's time to lay the groundwork for global distribution. Use all available resources to spread this matter abroad and prepare in advance. We can't be the only ones ahead of the global curve when things get urgent. Palace Master. But now the whole world is hostile to Meow Palace. They believe Meow Palace and the Earth Fellowship are one and the same, trying to kidnap global talents. They're asking us for people. At this critical moment, if we use any tactics to spread Miao Jie's speech, could it? Hong Chen rolled his eyes. Anyway, they already hate us all, saying more won't help. Our position can't change. After all, the nationwide popularization has already started. We can't turn back. Since that's the case, what's the difference between offending them once or offending them countless times? At this point, Hong Chen sneered, a wicked smile flashing in his eyes. Miao Jie originally planned to eliminate all the so-called top-tier strongmen from around the world one by one. Since that's the case, and since those foreigners are still determined to make us hand over the Earth Fellowship, then why not just go public with it? Let them come to China and find us themselves. Can't let me be the only one losing face. I can't be the only one being beaten by Miao Jie. I'm being beaten in China. You still ask me for people? You also say that the Meow Palace has offended the whole world? Well, come to settle the score, come to find trouble, I will introduce you. Take down one and take down all. He realized that the only way to save the face of the Meow Palace was to let the whole world get beaten along with him. Let the whole world experience the terror of being strung up and beaten by the Earth Fellowship's strength. In this way, among all the beaten, the Meow Palace would not be so embarrassing. After all, the whole world is in the same boat. He was happy to see those so-called peak experts, who once looked down on everything like he used to, constantly being defeated under Zhang Ke's command. He wanted to tell the world this way. It's not me who is weak, it's the whole world. At this time, in America, in the highest office, report, urgent intelligence. The secretary hurried in. The president stood up. About whom? Miao Jie. It's urgent intelligence about Miao Jie. Speak quickly. At 7 o'clock tonight, China's news broadcast announced urgent news for the whole nation, declaring 3 strategies. First, China will publicly announce its training methods. Second, all martial artists across China will enter local communities to teach training hand in hand, distributing resources to the public. A new era of universal training begins. Third, militias will be organized across all parts of China, and a training method called battle formations will be developed. The era of everyone as soldiers has arrived. There's another bombshell news. Tomorrow at noon sharp, Miao Jie will give an interview and deliver a live speech. A letter titled A Letter to All Humanity will be made public to all of China. After the secretary relayed this brief message, the president was stunned for a long, long time. What? What is this? China's universal training? Everyone is soldiers? And tomorrow Miao Jia will also deliver a televised speech. The Miao Palace. What is the Miao Palace doing? Are they going to stand completely on the side of the Earth Fellowship, completely severing ties with the entire world? Bang! A sound. The president slapped the table. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. I let them, the Miao Palace, hand over the Earth Fellowship, and not only do they refuse, but they are also going to fully confront all of humanity, aligning completely with Zhang Ke. Everyone is soldiers? What does this mean? Do they want to attack the whole world? The secretary stood to the side, trembling. After a moment, the door was pushed open, and numerous high-ranking officials, martial artists, and various professors and experts from America entered. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. They had all heard the news. The commotion from the Miao Palace was earth-shattering. This is simply too terrifying. This, if not handled well, could lead to a global martial artist war. In the office, the atmosphere was at its most oppressive. Chapter 91, United Peak of the World. After a long time, the American president squinted his eyes, called the Miao Palace, and asked them if they really want to stand against all humanity. Right on the spot, someone dialed the Miao Palace's phone. The person picking up was the Miao Palace's elder. After hearing the inquiry from America, he said in a deep voice, "We do not want to stand against all humanity. On the contrary, we are preparing to help all humanity. A catastrophic calamity is approaching Earth, and we are here to prepare in advance, to teach all humanity how to cultivate an effective countermeasures against the impending catastrophe. If you're asking whether we, the Miao Palace, intend to join the Earth Fellowship in opposing the entire world, then the answer is no. But if what you want to ask is whether the Miao Palace is determined to proceed with everyone as soldiers, even if it means opposing the world, the answer is yes." Buzz. The president felt his head spinning. The end of the world? Is this a joke? This end of the world, this so-called calamity. Isn't it just that the mysterious palace wants to turn over 1 billion people in Huaxia into warriors, providing an excuse to build an army? If training without reason, it would cause panic all over the world. But training under the guise of an apocalypse? Then this. The president said solemnly, the World Warrior Alliance once promised together. Warriors must be selectively recruited. This is to ensure the survival space for all humanity. To prevent all humanity from becoming warriors. Otherwise, the entire world would descend into chaos, and we cannot manage a world full of warriors. Therefore, most people must be unable to become warriors. Only in this way can we manage this world properly. Thus, spreading martial arts without permission is a capital crime in all countries of the world. And now, do you wish to violate that promise? The elder of the mysterious palace said, because doing so is beneficial to the world. Not just Huaxia, but soon the whole world will do the same. You're bold. Do you dare? The President of the United States was furious. Do you want to go against the whole world? Do you want to go against the World Warrior Alliance? Sorry, sir. We never intended to go against the whole world, and as for the Warrior Alliance, I believe they will also understand the actions of the mysterious palace. If they don't understand, then the Earth Fellowship will help them understand. The president understood the hidden meaning in the words. So, you mean, does the Earth Fellowship want to replace the World Warrior Alliance? Want to control the warriors of the whole world? The elder was silent for a moment, contemplating whether to preemptively say such words. Should he help the Earth Fellowship stir up hatred? Can a mysterious palace gain an advantage? After thinking for a long time, the elder decided to stir up that hatred. He said, I think the Earth Fellowship will replace the World Warrior Alliance and unite all humanity. Bang! The President of the United States hung up the phone directly. Looking at his colleagues in the conference room, he said solemnly, So, did everyone understand? Everyone nodded silently, their eyes filled with endless killing intent. After a moment of silence, the room exploded with voices. Then let's eradicate this Earth Fellowship and capture Miao Jia alive. I think the Earth Fellowship might just be a puppet of the mysterious palace. The Earth Fellowship represents the ambitions of the mysterious palace. I boldly hypothesize that this has always been a conspiracy of the mysterious palace, secretly supporting an Earth Fellowship. It's about the national martial arts training. An old man at the alley entrance shook his fan and said. A large group of elderly men around him echoed. What you're saying is nonsense. It must be related to national martial arts. I even suspect that this person called Miao Jia initiated the national martial arts. Who exactly is Miao Jia? How come I've never heard of him before? I don't know. Neither have I heard of him in the Earth Hometown Association. But this national martial arts is really good. I practiced for the first time last night, and today I feel refreshed. It seems that even a 70-year-old man has a chance to become a martial artist. Ha ha. I used to count the days I lived. Now there's hope. In my lifetime, I can also become a martial artist. What time is it? Why hasn't the speech started yet? Don't miss out. It's only 9 o'clock. The speech starts at 12. Watch the time, don't miss it. The old men were chatting. Chapter 92, Global Live Broadcast. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound of cars roaring. Then an emergency signal vehicle stopped at the alley entrance. The staff in the vehicle got out and started adjusting the equipment, then set up a big screen next to the car. Everyone around was stunned. When they walked out of the alley and looked, they found that the entire road, every intersection, every alleyway was filled with such emergency signal vehicles and live broadcast vehicles. An old man asked, "What are you doing?" The staff, busily working without looking up, said, "National live broadcast starts at 12. All TV stations and online platforms will broadcast it. At the same time, every corner of every city must have a live broadcast vehicle using the LED screen to broadcast live. All buildings will display the live feed. Even in remote villages without conditions, there will be signal vehicles on site broadcasting live." The old man was shocked. Is this speech so important? Isn't it enough to have nationwide TV broadcasting? Why do they need to broadcast from all directions? The staff chuckled helplessly. Isn't that so? I've been working for so many years, and I've never seen such a big setup. What exactly does that Miao Jie want to say? Who knows? They say it has something to do with the apocalypse. Apocalypse. The old man fell silent. The staff laughed and said, What era are we in, still talking about the apocalypse? We have so many martial artists worldwide. Even if a comet hits Earth, the martial artists can unite and avert the crisis. I don't believe in any apocalypse. I think it's more like a gimmick to promote national martial arts training. Why do you say that? I estimate that our China has long wanted everyone to train in martial arts, making everyone as powerful as dragons. But globally, martial artists are limited. If China does this without a proper reason, wouldn't the whole world be in an uproar? There aren't even 500 million martial artists in all of humanity. With 1.4 billion people in China becoming martial artists, what about the rest of the world? Who can eat or sleep? That makes sense. The old man felt relieved, suddenly understanding everything clearly. One must admit, this is the shared thought of everyone due to a twist of fate. No one believes in the apocalypse. People prefer to think that the apocalypse might just be an excuse. In fact, not just foreigners think like this. Even people from China think this way. After all, with 500 million martial artists currently, what kind of apocalypse can threaten all humanity? It doesn't exist. It simply does not exist. Earthquakes? The rescue speed of martial artists is incredibly fast. One person can search and rescue an entire community. They are immensely powerful. Tsunamis? That shouldn't happen. A cold apocalypse? Ice Age? It doesn't exist. Martial artists can lead all humanity to survive. Even if a comet hits Earth, martial artists can fly up to shatter the meteorite. There is no such thing as an apocalypse. So, the day before the apocalypse, it just so happened that everyone was allowed to practice martial arts. This matter certainly had great significance. What do the people think? What does all humanity think the mysterious palace cannot control? The mysterious palace is only here to fulfill Miao Jie's orders. They can only cooperate with the Earth Federation to carry out this task, and they are determined to see this through to the end. But this notification to all humanity, can it truly make a big impact? And does anyone even believe it? The mysterious palace cannot control it. In fact, even Miao Jie himself cannot control it. He can only awaken more people before the end comes. Everything else, there is no way at all. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia News Broadcasting Station, military trucks have long since parked here, and thousands of Special Forces soldiers are guarding all the traffic routes with loaded guns. Even tanks and armored vehicles are stationed at the intersections. Around, all the high buildings within a 10-kilometer radius have been occupied by snipers. A long red carpet, about 100 meters, extend from the road to the inside of the broadcasting building. Thousands of media reporters from all over the world have been waiting here early on. An English reporter looked at this epic and powerful scene, feeling utterly shocked, and said to the cameraman beside him, "Is this really such a grand occasion? Does Miao Jie have such an unparalleled status in Huaxia? I don't know. Should be quiet. Do you think all these people are soldiers? I just saw that many of the special soldiers are actually martial artists in disguise." "Martial artists?" the reporter exclaimed. "Those noble martial artists are actually willing to be bodyguards?" Don't speak loudly. Be careful not to be overheard. Martial artists have very sharp hearing. But I still don't understand. What exactly is Miao Jie's identity? How could so many martial artists come to stand guard for him? I don't know. I guess he's a leading figure among Huaxia's martial artists. Isn't the leading figure the master of the mysterious palace? But there was a video circulating online where Miao Jie faced off against the Peak, suspected to be the master of the mysterious palace. He defeated the master of the mysterious palace? The English reporters stood at the sides of the red carpet, filled with shock that persisted for a long time. But at the same time, a doubt filled his heart. What kind of speech will Zhang Ke give today? What kind of speech is so serious, so solemn, that it is called a notification to all of humanity? What does he intend to inform us? Not only the English reporters are puzzled. In fact, even the Huaxia reporters are also uncertain. They have been standing here for 5 hours, waiting long in advance. Everyone's heart is filled with questions. What exactly is this notification to all humanity? Rumors online say it is because a world-ending event is about to arrive. Miao Jie is a warning person. But the apocalypse, how cliché and old-fashioned that saying is. It can't be true, right? They lean more towards the belief that this should be a political maneuver. It should be using the pretext to the apocalypse to give a reasonable explanation to the practice of martial arts for everyone. It's just like how America often uses aliens as a pretext to research new types of aircraft. Chapter 93, Live Broadcast Gather. A reporter from Xiangtan TV, Xiao Zhang, whispered, "Before this, I had never heard of Miao Jie. Suddenly, he rose to fame overnight, and now he's known by everyone. I don't know, but I heard that Miao Jie seemed to have been in a coma before." In a coma? Huh? Is he a regular person? I don't know, but the video from yesterday showed that Miao Jie is a 9th grade martial artist. Now I can't tell what's true or false about the information online. So strange. As he spoke, Xiao Zhang glanced at his watch and frowned. It's 11 o'clock. He hasn't arrived yet? Shouldn't he be here early for rehearsals? Just as he finished speaking, a roar of engines sounded. At the end of the road, a black convoy slowly approached. When the crowd saw the license plate number, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Instantly, all the reporters guarding the entrance erupted in commotion. "Secretary General, the number 2 figure has arrived. The Secretary General is here." Wow, the Secretary General is actually the first to arrive. It's impossible. Miao Jie hasn't arrived yet. How can the Secretary General come first? That's so disrespectful. Quick, start the live broadcast. The live broadcast is starting. It has officially started. Miao Jie will speak at 12 o'clock. I think the live broadcast should start now. In an instant, thousands of reporters from home and abroad all turned on their devices, opened their cameras, and began the live broadcast. Hello, dear viewers. Hello, dear viewers. This is the Central Video Channel, and today is a grand day. It is the solemn day when the president of the Earth Friendship Association, Miao Jie, will deliver a televised speech titled A Letter to All Humanity. And we can see that a convoy has arrived at the end of the road. This is the Secretary General's convoy. He has personally come. The Secretary General is getting out of the car, warmly greeting us. The reporter did not even know what the Earth Friendship Association was, nor did he know who Miao Jie was. He was just reading the opening lines according to the script. Meanwhile, the whole country was buzzing. It's on air. The live broadcast has started. Quick, look at the TV. The live broadcast suddenly started. Everyone, turn on the TV. Across the nation, countless people heard the news and immediately put down everything they were doing, quickly turning on their televisions, phones, and computers. An old man at the alley was chatting with the staff when suddenly he saw the LED screen light up and the report from the broadcasting truck came through. The old man waved his fan and hurried back. Quick, it's starting. The live broadcast is starting. Honey, turn on the TV. His partner also quickly ran out with a small stool. What TV are you turning on? There's a big screen live broadcast right at the alley. Let's sit outside and watch. Right, let's watch at the alley. The old man hurried back towards the alley. At that moment, the entire alley exploded with excitement. Countless neighbors rushed out with small stools. It's starting? Is it starting at just 11 o'clock? Hurry, let's go see. Wow, the Secretary General has already arrived? Where's Miao Jie? Where's that Miao Jie? Has he not arrived? I want to know who Miao Jie is. He hasn't arrived yet. Miao Jie is probably still on the way. Meanwhile, at a middle school in Huaxia, Teacher Huang was at the podium explaining the X equation to the students when suddenly the loudspeaker in the school broadcast system rang out. Attention all teachers and students. Please bring your stools and gather on the playground. The live broadcast has started. Within 5 minutes, all classes and all teachers and students should head to the playground to watch the live broadcast together. Attention all teachers and students. Please bring your stools to the playground. Teacher Huang froze for a moment, looked at his watch. It was only 11 o'clock. The live broadcast had started. He glanced at the already restless class and felt a bit annoyed. He was in the middle of explaining the equation, and now there was a live broadcast? What the hell? Was Miao Jie's speech that important? To watch it an hour early? Who is Miao Jie anyway? Doesn't he matter more than my equation? If I don't teach it well, how will they do well on the high school entrance exam? How can they meet their admission rates? Really, it's all Miao Jie's fault. Ever since he showed up, the kids aren't studying seriously anymore. They've been thinking about martial arts since last night's self-study. Everyone's mind is flying towards martial arts now. Who will study the equation? Who will study calculus? What about the admission rate? What about my performance? What about my tasks? Will everyone be practicing martial arts in the future, and I'll be unemployed? Miao Jie is really infuriating. Teacher Huang grimaced as he looked at the students who were already restless and wanting to move their stools downstairs. A loud shout. What are you all doing? Did I tell you to move? The whole class was astonished. Huh? Everyone looked at Teacher Huang in confusion. At this moment, the class monitor said, Teacher Huang, the principal notified us to gather downstairs within 5 minutes to watch the live broadcast and listen to Miao Jie's speech. We need to hurry, or we'll waste time. Teacher Huang's gaze sharpened, and he said sternly, Miao Jie, Miao Jie. Who is that? Just a nameless nobody. Why is everyone in such a rush to hear him speak? Can he say anything impressive? Sit down. I'm just about to get to the key point. Remember this question, it will definitely be on the exam. The students in the class had already lost focus, watching other classes energetically moving chairs downstairs, their hearts lifted away. With a bang, Teacher Huang slammed his hand on the podium. Listen carefully to my lesson. That Miao Jie, he is just an unknown nobody. What can he teach you? Can he help you get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Can his words help you score well? The class monitor impatiently replied, Teacher Huang, without Miao Jie, I think there would be no nationwide promotion of martial arts in Huaxia. Common people like us wouldn't even have a chance to chase our dreams. How could he not be important? Martial arts. Nonsense martial arts. What good is it? It's just about being brave and reckless. Knowledge and culture are the true fruits of our wisdom. They enable us to get into good universities. They allow us to... Chapter 94, The True Values. At this moment, a rebellious student shouted, You are talking nonsense. What use is a score? No matter how well you score, what good is it? Can it help us achieve our dreams? To enter a martial arts academy, the elimination rate is 99%. I asked the classmates present, who doesn't yearn to become a martial artist? Who doesn't want to be a powerful superhero, defending home and country? That is the real dream and value. What good is a score? Teacher Huang was furious. Before he could finish, other students echoed. What does scoring well even matter? If I can't become a martial artist, I will just end up being an ordinary worker in this world. Only martial artists can have greater purposes. They can build their own homeland. Exactly. Martial artists have unlimited energy. Even if everyone in the country becomes a martial artist, I will still be an ordinary worker. But my martial arts strength will allow me to exert 10 times more energy and stamina to do even more. Now that martial arts have become popular nationwide, why is Teacher Huang still trying to stop us? For hundreds of years, humanity has been calling to release martial arts cultivation. It was finally open last night. Other classes' teachers are discussing martial arts with students today. This is the future mainstream. And you're still talking about formulas? It's fine if you talk about formulas, but Miao Jie is about to speak. The principal has gathered us downstairs, and you're still stopping us. Students, I don't care anymore. I will charge forward for love. Me too. Let's go. Forget about him. Damn it, this old Huang. So what if I don't study anymore? I've decided to focus on martial arts cultivation. Our community has teachers stationed to teach, and I don't want to waste time listening to him. In this age, learning this crap is a waste of time anyway. It said online that the apocalypse is coming soon. The reason why everyone in Huaxia is learning martial arts is to resist the coming apocalypse. Soon, the question of survival will be in doubt, and you want me to learn formulas at this crucial moment. Let's go, students. The classmates didn't listen to Teacher Huang at all. They simply picked up their chairs and ran outside. Teacher Huang was extremely angry. This is chaos, complete chaos. Miao Jie is a sinner who brings disaster to the nation. We are in a good, peaceful era, and he has messed it all up. Stop. Everyone stop. Let me finish this question. Stop right now. This question will be on the exam. Sure. Here's the translation. You must take the exam. Don't you all want results anymore? Don't you all want to get into a good high school? Martial arts should be destroyed. There should be no martial arts. Just a bunch of brave yet wicked social trash. Nothing but garbage. No one listened to old Huang's hysterical curses. Even the class monitor, who used to obey him the most, ran out holding a chair. The entire classroom became empty. That night, the world changed. Many people liked it. It was what they dreamed of and longed for. Some people hated it, unable to accept this change in a short time. They couldn't shift their thinking quickly. So, they began to hate Zhang Ku, hate martial arts, hate this nationwide popularization. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Before long, The entire middle school playground was filled with students. They sat together, excited. But surprisingly, there was no chattering noise. Everyone sat on the benches, eyes wide open, staring at the projector, listening to the live broadcast. There were no teachers to supervise the discipline. Everyone obeyed the rules. This was their second day encountering martial arts. About martial arts changes at this moment, everyone in the country cared deeply. They paid great attention. At this moment, in various places across the country, almost everyone, even in the most remote mountain village, everyone was watching or listening to the broadcast. And when the Secretary General was the first to appear, the whole nation erupted. No one expected that the first to appear would be the Secretary General. And what was even more surprising was that after the Secretary General got out of the car, he didn't walk on the red carpet, but took a side door to enter the venue. Buzz! The nation was in an uproar. At this moment, not just the country, even the whole world exploded. Not walking on the red carpet. Then who is this red carpet prepared for? It can't be prepared just for Miao Jie, right? Nonsense. How could it be? Who is Miao Jie to deserve it alone? I think this should be prepared for the Misty Palace. What exactly is the Misty Palace? Ordinary people can't access the Misty Palace. But if you're a martial artist, you will know that the Misty Palace is the true center of Huaxia. It is the holy land for all martial artists in Huaxia, the supreme authority of martial artists. I believe this red carpet is prepared for the Misty Palace. Amid the crowd's discussion, another convoy slowly arrived. A full line of red flag L5 cars, more than 10 in total. And when the cars stopped, all the doors opened simultaneously, and a group of people in Taoist robes with long swords quickly got out, then scattered to stand guard. As soon as these Taoists appeared, the audience exploded. Longhu Mountain! The big shots from Longhu Mountain have all come down. Oh my gosh, judging by the quality of their robes, at least they are 6th grade martial artists. 6th grade martial artists on guard? Could it be Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain? Oh my, Zhang Tianshi has been in seclusion for many years, and he's out. After so many years of seclusion, he wouldn't be at the peak, would he? Ka. At this moment, journalists worldwide frantically pressed their shutter buttons. Martial artists have come. Finally, the big shots have arrived. And it is very likely to be a peak martial artist. Under everyone's gaze, an elderly man in a Taoist robe stepped out of the car, his face heavy, and in an instant, countless flashes lit up. Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain. Chapter 95. The peak doesn't deserve to walk the red carpet. Zhang Tianshi glanced at the crowd and waved his hand to all the disciples of Longhu Mountain around him, saying, "Everyone disperse. Don't surround me like a moon around the stars. I didn't go to welcome the president because I was in seclusion, pushing to become a martial king. That would be too disrespectful. Today I have come, but you all insist on following. The president will not say anything, but my comrades will surely scold me for showing off in front of the president as an old Taoist." A young disciple said seriously, "Master, but I said to disperse, didn't you hear?" In an instant, a large group of Taoist priests hurriedly scattered. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone heard Master Zhang's voice, unfiltered and clear. Martial King? What is a martial king? In the realm of martial artists, there are ranks from 1 to 9 if another title emerged. Then, Absolute Peak. Is he really at Absolute Peak? Martial King is their own title of Absolute Peak? The man Master Zhang referred to as the president. Isn't that the president of the Earth Hometown Association, Miao Jie, who was on yesterday's news broadcast? At this moment, countless pieces of information exploded in people's minds. They had known each other before. Miao Jie is not an unknown figure. He has just been exposed recently. Master Zhang is the Martial King. The Martial King shows immense respect to Miao Jie. So who exactly is Miao Jie? Master Zhang's expression remained heavy as he walked to the red carpet, bypassing it to enter the broadcasting building through a side door. At this moment, the crowd erupted. This red carpet, is Master Zhang not worthy to walk on? An absolute peak powerhouse, actually not walking on a red carpet? The master of the Miao Temple is also at absolute peak, and so is Master Zhang from Mount Longhu. They are equals. Yet, Master Zhang chose to bypass the red carpet and enter through a side door. Damn, I can't believe my eyes. In just one night, how has this world suddenly become so unfamiliar? Has the hidden side been uncovered? The crowd was in shock. At this moment, the secretary inside the door looked deeply at Master Zhang as he entered. At this instant, a storm surged in his heart. First, Master Zhang has broken through to absolute peak. He has become the second absolute peak powerhouse in Huaxia. The secretary, who was already a master, could almost immediately sense the overwhelming power coming from Master Zhang. That was absolute power. He was both astonished and delighted. Finally, Huaxia has a second absolute peak. But second, the secretary was shocked. Was Master Zhang once also a member of this so-called Earth Hometown Association? Had Master Zhang also been to Taiwan? Had he fought there? Master Zhang was once a general under Miao Jie. The secretary had heard about these matters from Hong Shun, yet still felt dubious, believing it was mostly lies fabricated by Miao Jie. Those supreme powerhouses were just cooperating with Miao Jie to weave a lie. But now, seeing Master Zhang's attitude, he understood perhaps what Miao Jie said was really true. Who is Master Zhang? He cannot be someone who collaborates with others to tell lies. He has no desire for world domination or to gain power and position. He is simply a pure Taoist pursuing martial arts. The secretary took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and quickly approached Master Zhang. Master Zhang shook hands with him, saying little, and then stood in the hall waiting for the subsequent personnel to arrive. But the secretary finally couldn't hold back. He quietly asked, "I know about Taiwan." Master Zhang paused, looking at him, somewhat surprised. The secretary quickly explained, "The master spoke with Miao Jie at length and told us." Master Zhang understood. "Oh, had you also been to Taiwan?" Master Zhang knew the president was about to stand up to announce something to the world. The answers were about to be revealed. And the demons had finally set their sights on Earth, which could not be avoided. Some secrets no longer needed to be kept and could be made public. So he nodded and said, "I returned from Taiwan 6 years ago." 6 years ago. The secretary felt a headache coming. This timeline didn't add up. Some of the Earth Hometown Association members returned a year ago, some 2 years ago, while most 3 or 4 years ago. How could there be someone returning 6 years ago? The secretary posed his doubts. Master Zhang smiled. "In our common understanding, the universe has 2 layers. The first layer is called space. The second layer is called time. At first, I didn't understand, but later I realized that in the universe, there is actually no definition of time. Time is a false concept. For example, I have survived in the vast wasteland for 70 years. But in the body on Earth, I have only experienced half a year. Yet if one lives 100 years in a vast wasteland, 5 years will have passed on Earth. This time is chaotic. Chaotic, how to explain? It cannot be explained at all. Our time is not unified. And if time is not unified, then it indirectly proves that time in the universe is a pseudo-concept. Ununified things are unordered and chaotic." The Secretary General was bewildered, listening like it was an ancient text. "Then how do you explain this? What do you think?" Zhang Tianshi said. "In the universe, there's only space and events. There's no concept of time. The reason we divide time on Earth is for our convenience to understand. In fact, time is just the markers and symbols we give to the development points of each event. Do you understand?" "No, not really." "Haha. Forget it. I'm also only half clear. This question is not very important. I was just confused for over a month. Later, I let it go. Let it be however it may. Understanding it doesn't hold any significance." The Secretary General forced a smile, but his mind grew more chaotic. Does this mean that everyone's time is different? Some people have spent decades in a vast wasteland, while Earth has only experienced a few months. Some people spent years in the wasteland, and yet 10 years passed on Earth. Is that how it is? Everyone is ununified. The Secretary General asked. "I heard that those who have been to the vast wasteland have their original spirits leave their bodies. The characteristic of the original spirit leaving is falling seriously ill, becoming a vegetative state, brain dead, or in a coma. But I haven't heard about you being in a coma." Zhang Tianshi forced a laughter. "There is. It's just, let's put it this way, my body on Earth was actually only in a coma for half a year. No one knows. In fact, even the people of Longhum Mountain do not know. Because during that half year, I was just in seclusion, breaking through to the 7th rank. It just so happened that during the seclusion process, my original spirit left my body. So no one knew. They only knew that after I came out, I became a 7th rank master. They only knew that my personality had changed greatly and my understanding of martial arts had deepened. They thought I had a great epiphany during my seclusion. What they actually don't know is that during the half year of my seclusion, my original spirit had fought for decades in another world, experiencing another life." Zhang Tianshi forced a smile. Chapter 96. Panic, Heaven and Earth Catastrophe. The Secretary General had a look of sweat and cautiously asked, This should be a big secret, right? You just told me." Zhang Tianshi said calmly. "In the past, this was a big secret, but in half an hour, these secrets will no longer be important. Half an hour later, everything will be made public." "Tianshi, do demons really exist?" After speaking, the Secretary General stared seriously at Zhang Tianshi. At that moment, he even saw Zhang Tianshi's pupils contract, and his body trembled instinctively. Panic. It was panic. What? The Secretary General's heart was in turmoil. Zhang Tianshi actually showed panic at the mention of demons? After a long time, Zhang Tianshi murmured, "Their terror exceeds your imagination. I once thought I was fearless of death, but when you see those demons coming in waves, layer upon layer, you'll find that even if you are not afraid of death, you will still feel a deep fear and shudder from the depths of your soul. Because they're like locusts continuously multiplying, wanting to devour all life to grow stronger, even driven to eat themselves when starving. Everyone will be terrified, facing demons, will be incredibly afraid. What you fear isn't really death, but desperation. Because you will realize you can never kill them all. It's simply impossible to kill them all. Even if you are invincible in this world, you still cannot kill those demons. Because they reproduce at an alarming rate. Your actions might be slower than their reproduction. They are extremely vicious. Because they devour everything in this world except for soil and rocks. The Secretary General was stunned. Everything? Do they even eat iron? They not only eat iron, they even eat fire. They don't even spare the dung from the latrine. They don't even spare dung. What the hell? Is this a vulgar exaggeration from Zhang Tianshi? Or is it a fact? Zhang Tianshi continued. Their planet is an extremely harsh place. The temperature difference between day and night is vast, and there is nothing but rocks on the entire planet. But they seem to be cursed by the Creator, living in such barren conditions. Yet their nature is ferocious, born hungry, and they are always starved, with an insatiable hunger, and they reproduce at an incredibly fast rate. How do they survive on their own planet before venturing into the vast void? They're so hungry that they even swallow rocks and soil. Those with a bit of advantage kill their own kind and eat their corpses. Those a bit better off marry dozens of wives and eat the children they give birth to every day. With such a civilization, tell me, who wouldn't be afraid? The Secretary General was dumbfounded. He only heard from Hong Chan that the demons are terrifying and fearsome, that they eat everything. But he had no concept of just how terrifying they truly are. And Hong Chan also had little concept. Although Miao Jie described it to him in great detail, he couldn't imagine what it truly meant. Now, the imaginative Secretary General felt a strange chill in his heart after listening to Zhang Tianshi vividly describe it all. In their nature, there is inherent brutality and innate hunger. They possess an insatiable hunger that never gets filled. Yet they have great talents. They reproduce quickly. And because their reproduction is fast, and due to their naturally brutal nature, their rulers wouldn't care about their lives. What kind of race is this? Perhaps the Creator made them, and the Creator became afraid, so they cast them on a barren planet with only rocks. They wanted to use the law of conservation of energy to make them consume each other, eventually leading to their own extinction. But one day, their king learned space techniques. Then, the Secretary General asked the final question. Why is Mr. Miao Jie so certain they will descend upon Earth? Just because a single eye appeared in the Arctic in legends? Isn't that a bit too rash, with no substantial evidence proving they will definitely come? Zhang Tianshi calmly replied. In fact, not only Mr. Miao, but I'm also certain they will come. Intuition, feeling. The people in our Earth Folk Association are very familiar with it. We have battled with them for over a century. We fight with them every day. Our sensitivity to them is keen. I felt uneasy recently, a familiar, indescribable feeling in my heart. At that time, I thought it was just wartime PTSD, triggered by fear of them back then, that caused my nightmares. But if the association leader senses it too, then there is no mistake. They will definitely come. And one more thing, I have consulted divination. The omens indeed show a great calamity in the world. The Secretary General interjected. The leader of the mysterious palace has also consulted divination. Yes, today, the mysteries of heaven have leaked, and the atmosphere of catastrophe between heaven and earth is evident. Any skilled diviner would receive this omen, Zhang Tianshi added. And the president is even more sensitive to them because he has even been to the realm of demons. The Secretary General was shocked. Mr. Miao Jie has been to the realm of demons? How did he go? He went through their spatial passage. The president once wanted to disrupt that passage, but gave up in the end, because he realized it wouldn't be useful. They would just open another passage, and the next passage could be anywhere. In order to prevent unpredictable things from happening, it's better to stay in Taiwan. It's very complicated. Master Zhang said no more. There was little point in saying more, and the Secretary General didn't ask any further. Asking too much wouldn't be meaningful. At this moment, in his heart, he already believed 80%. It sounds mystical, but this is reality. Chapter 97. There is no absolute peak, only the martial king. In the end, Master Zhang softly said one sentence. Actually, everyone on Earth should thank the president. Of course, his early warning was just one aspect. What I want to thank him for is that he was a martial saint in Taiwan, his reputation echoing throughout the universe. Back then, in Taiwan, even though we ultimately won the war, Taiwan was left with only a few thousand people sparks. A few thousand people that civilization was almost extinct, because in the hearts of our 10,000 races army, our true mission was to survive and return home, not to desperately protect the Taiwan civilization. But now, since the president is from Earth, this situation will be avoided, because he can rally all the 10,000 races to protect the Earth's civilization and species, ensuring it doesn't end up with just a few thousand people. Do you understand this concept? If the president were not on Earth, even if the 10,000 races army came in the end, even if we won and drove the demons away from this planet, if Earth's people were left with only a few thousand, or none at all, then victory would be the 10,000 races' victory. What would it have to do with Earth's people? We would be gone. This is the true reason why you should thank the president. He will try his best to let more people survive. If they can't survive, he will do everything he can to preserve the seed of Earth civilization. Of course, this war is far more brutal than you think. Maybe soon, if you look outside, almost 90% of the people you can see will die. Including you, including me. The Secretary General fell silent. Outside the door, there was another burst of noise. In the sky, several figures descended. Seeing the afterimages created by their flying speed, everyone unanimously concluded. 9 ranks. 5 9 ranks. The 5 of them wore the same attire, and after landing, they also bypassed the red carpet and entered the broadcasting building through the small door. At this point, the reporters finally reacted. Who are those people? Misty Palace. Damn, it's the 5 elders of Misty Palace. 9 ranks. All of them are 9 ranks. Ah, they bypassed the route, now I get it. Just now, Absolute Peak bypassed the route, so it's normal that 9 ranks don't walk the red carpet. All the elders of Misty Palace have arrived. But where is the Palace Master? That legendary Palace Master. When will he come? Nonsense. The Palace Master will definitely make a grand entrance. Everyone was discussing excitedly. At the same time, martial artists across the country watching TV became excited. Misty Palace. Misty Palace is here. Damn, big shot. That's a real big shot. Misty Palace in China represents the spiritual leader of all martial artists in China. It's the spiritual pillar. These 5 elders, I've only seen their portraits. I've never even seen their photos. It's the first time seeing them in person. Damn, I want to go to the scene so badly. I want to personally feel the aura of Misty Palace. Misty Palace, in the martial artist world of China, not only represents absolute authority, it also represents an absolute leader, a spiritual leader. Every martial artist's ultimate dream is to join Misty Palace. And now Misty Palace has come. The 5 elders entered the broadcasting hall, shocked as they looked at Master Zhang, feeling the immense and terrifying power within him. Immediately, the 5 elders put away all their arrogance and bowed deeply, showing respect as juniors. Greetings, Absolute Peak. Congratulations, China now has a second Absolute Peak. Greetings, Absolute Peak. Master Zhang waved his hand. There is no such thing as Absolute Peak. The eldest elder laughed heartily. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Wang Wu is Wang Wu. Our palace master now also calls himself Wang Wu and doesn't let anyone refer to him as the Peak. It's really strange, Zhang Tianshi said lightly. In this world, there is no such thing as a peak. Even if the president is the only martial sage in the universe, he wouldn't dare to consider himself the Peak. A mere Wang Wu is even qualified to call himself the Peak, saying that would make people laugh their teeth off. The Grand Elder. Laugh their teeth off? In this realm, who would still dare to laugh their teeth off? This is the ultimate dream and goal of all martial artists. It is the true end of martial arts. Isn't it time to stop being so humble? But he didn't dare to bring it up. Of course, Zhang Tianshi wouldn't explain it to him either. Wang Wu, Wang Huang, Wang Di, Wang Sheng. These realms are too far away from them. Before this, they had never even heard of them. Not to mention Zhang Tianshi. Even when Miao Jie personally told Hong Chen about it. Specifically, Hong Chen didn't dare to believe that there were so many realms above him. Hong Chen himself is the so-called Peak. He doesn't really believe it, let alone the others who are only at the 9th rank. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts University in the capital city, all the martial arts students and teachers are gathered in the playground watching the live broadcast. When they saw the elders of the Qiamiao Palace appear, everyone got excited. A student said tremulously, "The elders of Qiamiao Palace. I saw the elders of Qiamiao Palace. It's incredible. They are now in the capital, and I am less than 10 kilometers away from them. I am closer to the elders of Qiamiao Palace than ever before. I really want to be at the scene. I dream of joining Qiamiao Palace." The teachers at the school also took the opportunity to say excitedly, "Students, did you see that? Those are the elders of Qiamiao Palace. Work hard in martial arts. With enough effort, one day you will all qualify to join Qiamiao Palace. One day, as long as you study martial arts diligently and practice hard, one day you won't just see the elders of Qiamiao Palace on TV. You can even see them in person. All the students were excited. This motivational speech inspired them. Chapter 98. Hong Qindao, surprisingly, is not the finale. At this moment, some students began to murmur in confusion. The elders have appeared, and it's already 11:50. Why hasn't Miao Jie shown up? Does he have such a big ego? He's a nobody. It's rare for Qiamiao Palace to promote him overnight. How could he not show respect? He's arrived later than the elders of Qiamiao Palace. Where's Miao Jie? The elders of Qiamiao Palace are here. Why isn't he coming? What kind of person is this? Too disrespectful. Doesn't he know to respect his elders? Miao Jie is only in his 20s, and the elders were already elders when he was just born. How could he be so disrespectful? Today, I want to see what kind of announcement Miao Jie is going to make. With such a big setup, such an ego, a person like him won't go far. He doesn't even have a bit of humility. Exactly. Even if he doesn't understand etiquette or humility, he should have come early to familiarize himself, right? To rehearse his speech? Not even that. In today's world, the ones who hate Miao Jie the most are actually the martial arts students. Because once, martial arts students held a noble status, enjoying the highest privileges. They had abundant training resources. But now, in one night, martial arts have been popularized across the country. Their resources have been distributed to those who were never worthy of training, given to the damn ants who deserve to die. What's the point of normal ants practicing martial arts? Even if there really is an apocalypse or disaster, shouldn't we gather resources too? Last night, the teacher announced that the daily distribution of resources would now be changed to once a month. It exploded. Not only that, before, martial arts students were the center of attention everywhere they went, enjoying the most prestigious privileges. Now, everyone is a martial artist. What privilege is left? The spotlight is gone. The respect is gone. All the martial arts students felt a lump in their throats, a surge of anger, hating this Miao Jie. Especially after hearing the rumors online that Miao Jie might announce the end of the world, their hatred grew even more. No one believed in the apocalypse. They all believed that Miao Jie was the ancient sinner pushing for everyone to practice martial arts, using the apocalypse as an excuse. Of course, some people thought, how could a nameless person like Miao Jie have such power? There must be a stronger force behind him, most likely the mysterious palace. Miao Jie is probably just a pawn pushed to the front. But ordinary people dare not say that. They dare not say it online. Martial artists cannot say it. They cannot say it online. The mysterious palace does not care about ordinary people, but it does care about martial artists. Because they dare not speak out, martial artists could only vent all their anger on Miao Jie, immediately labeling him as a historical sinner. At that moment, someone said, wait, for such a big event, I think the Lord of the mysterious palace might also appear, right? Ah, yes, the Lord will definitely appear. Wow, I can finally see what the Lord looks like. A peak powerhouse. That's a peak powerhouse. Am I finally going to see the face of a peak powerhouse? The students suddenly became excited. Although they had seen the battle between Hong Chun and Miao Jie before on video, martial artists generally did not believe that was really Hong Chun, because it was too far away, and because it was too far, they could not clearly see Hong Chun's appearance. Their anticipation grew even more. Hong Chun could be considered a god in the hearts of martial artists. And now, Hong Chun might also appear on television. You guys say, who will appear last? The Lord or Miao Jie? It must be the Lord. What right does Miao Jie have? Exactly, what right does Miao Jie have? No. Looking at this scene, I suspect it's very possible that both the Lord and Miao Jie will make a joint appearance. Joint appearance? Miao Jie. What right does he have? Everyone was discussing like this, but gradually began to worry. Could it be? Could it be? Who appears first and who appears later? From the perspective of ordinary people, this seems trivial. But for the backbone martial artists of Huaxia, it is very important. Because if the order is reversed, it would mean that the overall martial arts system of Huaxia will be completely overturned. The patterns of all factions in Huaxia would undergo earth-shaking changes, which wouldn't affect ordinary people, but would profoundly impact all beneficiaries of the mysterious palace. It would affect everyone connected to the mysterious palace and those dreaming of joining it. If the mysterious palace maintains its authoritative position, then the beneficiaries will continue to enjoy superior rights. But if the Earth Associates take the lead, then the entire system of beneficiaries will completely collapse. The mysterious palace will no longer be the god of Huaxia, and the change in this pattern could be seen from who appears first and who appears later. Time passed, minute by minute. It reached 11:58. At that moment, everyone across the country held their breath. Their hearts tightened together. Everyone was staring tightly at the live broadcast screen, not missing a single detail. And all the reporters on the scene held their breath too, knowing the last moment was approaching. Suddenly, a reporter pointed at the sky. "There's a halo up there." Everyone looked up. Then, the scene erupted in chaos. Countless cameras aimed at the sky. "No, that's not a halo. It's a person. It's a person. Wow. The peak. The peak has arrived. The peak. Could it be that Miao Jie is also at the peak? Miao Jie? It can't be the palace master, right? Miao Jie hasn't arrived yet. How could the palace master possibly arrive before him? The peak powerhouse. The second peak has appeared." At this moment, everyone held their breath, staring tightly at the sky. The halo grew larger and gradually, a figure became clear in everyone's view. An old man, wearing the robes of the mysterious palace, with a heavy expression, slowly descended. The mysterious palace, the palace master, the Red Dust Taoist. Chapter 99. 32 members of the Earth Hometown Association have arrived. At this moment, the venue erupted. All warriors across the nation exploded with excitement. The Red Dust Taoist has arrived. Miao Jie hasn't come yet. What kind of show is this? What kind of status does he have? Why am I refuse to accept this? Is the mysterious palace going to become part of this world history? The Earth Hometown Association, rise up. It's the peak, damn it, I saw the peak on live broadcast. Amidst the crowd's attention, red dust slowly descended. At this moment, everyone who had arrived early in the broadcast hall stepped out. Except for Master Zhang, everyone came out. The elders of the mysterious palace, the Secretary General, and all the staff, all stepped out. Everyone bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the palace master." Red Dust nodded at the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the cameras of the media, and then glanced over all the people present, loudly saying, "Everyone get ready. Is the live broadcast prepared?" The broadcast director hurriedly shouted excitedly, "Report, Palace Master. Everyone is in position, and now we have ensured that everyone in Huaxia can watch the live broadcast. And the broadcast has been going on for an hour. Throughout this hour, we have kept adjusting to ensure that the upcoming speech is flawless." Red Dust nodded, asking again loudly, "Is the live broadcast for our overseas compatriots ready?" At the scene, thousands of reporters from abroad answered in unison, "Okay." They were very excited, even though the peak was not asking them. But they still wanted to proactively answer the questions of the peak powerhouse. What an honor it is to have once answered the peak's questions. Red Dust nodded. "Have the streets been cleared? Has security been strengthened?" Miao Jie, the president of the Earth Hometown Association, is about to arrive. Is everything foolproof? The Secretary General replied loudly, "Report, Palace Master, everything is foolproof. We will do our utmost to treat him with respect and hospitality." Hospitality? Respect. Red Dust glanced deeply at the Secretary General, feeling puzzled. He had previously been unconvinced by Miao Jie. Now, publicly responding this way, instead of urging others to speak, how did his mindset suddenly change? He did not know that Master Zhang had talked a lot with him, causing the Secretary General to experience tremendous inner turmoil. Especially that sentence, "All of humanity should thank him." For he not only ensured victory in war, but also allowed more people to witness the victory. They would not face extinction. That statement had a massive impact on the Secretary General's spirit. After Red Dust finished speaking, he instinctively walked toward the red carpet. But at that moment, Red Dust hesitated before stepping onto the red carpet, then slowly retracted his left foot. He changed direction and walked toward the broadcasting building via a small path and side door. At this moment, there was profound silence. The entire world quieted down. Everyone at this moment collectively widened their eyes. The reporters were dumbfounded, even forgetting to take pictures. Silence lasted for 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Then it erupted. What is happening? The palace master isn't walking the red carpet? The red carpet? Who the hell is it reserved for? Can anyone tell me? Even if I already know the answer. No. Impossible. Why give it to Miao Jie? What qualifications does he have? He is a nameless nobody. The reporters were shocked. The Secretary General was also shocked. He knew how powerful Miao Jie was, crushing the palace master. But he did not realize in the palace master's heart, Miao Jie had reached such a height. All the special forces responsible for security on the scene were shocked, their eyes wide open, speechless. In the distance, the disciples of Longhu Mountain were also stunned. At this moment, the disciples of Longhu Mountain finally began to understand why Master Zhang Tianshi had such deep awe for the so-called Zhang Ku, the so-called president. Because even the leader of Piamaigong, an old and legendary strongman, the spiritual leader of the Huaxia warriors, did not dare to step on the red carpet. In front of the television, countless warriors and countless viewers exploded with shock. They were stunned. Everyone from the martial arts academies was even collapsing. They could not imagine, nor could they understand, why this was all happening. In the profound silence, Hong Chun walked to the door, did not go inside, just stood still. Then he turned to the sky, waiting, welcoming. At this moment, the Secretary General walked to his side, and 5 elders also quietly stood by his other side. Then, the Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, who did not step forward to welcome Hong Chun, slowly walked out, standing side by side with Hong Chun. At this moment, everyone came out, standing at the doorway. They sensed it. They felt a powerful aura slowly coming from far to near. The reporters were in an uproar. Is he coming? That man, is he coming? All of PMI Gong and the peak of Longhu Mountain have come out to stand at the door welcoming. I am finally going to see him. Finally going to see that mysterious man of legend. He is coming. He is coming. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cameras pointed at the sky. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, with nothing there. But the cameras still pointed at the sky. The reporters no longer spoke, no longer recited their scripts. At this moment, they felt that no words could describe it. Just be silent. Just watch in silence. Just wait in silence. At this moment, all the viewers in front of televisions across the country held their breath, slowly stood up, their eyes locked on the screen. Miao Jie. This name echoed around the world last night. But no one had ever seen what Miao Jie looked like. They only vaguely saw from online videos that he seemed to be a young man, carrying a knife. No one had seen him up close. No one knew his demeanor. A shadow appeared on the horizon. That was not one person. That was a group of people. They were getting closer. They could see them. Clearly seen. 32 people. A total of 32 people. Among the 32, there were 24 ninth grade peak experts. There were 8 masters. 32 people flew through the air together. Each person wore a ragged little vest, and on the vest were written a few Chinese characters. Earth Fellow Association. Among the 32, the leading person was Su Tao, the strongest man of Huaxia. Su Tao, with a serious expression, flew at the front, holding high a flag. The flag was tattered, vigorously fluttering in the wind. On the flag was the shape of the earth, with 2 big characters, Earth. Su Tao proudly held up this flag, which had been hastily established years ago by the Earth Fellow Association, leading his 31 returning comrades towards the studio. He was feeling excited. Miao Jie said they did not need to come, but they felt they had to come, because this was not only Miao Jie's proclamation to all of humanity, but also the Earth Fellow Association making its first public appearance in this world, known to outsiders. That tattered flag was once the glory of blood and fire. That burlap vest was once the proudest feature in the wilderness. Su Tao looked down at the attention from the crowd below, at the cameras from around the world pointing at him, proudly puffing out his chest. In a hazy moment, his memories seemed to transcend back to the wilderness. That year, during the Battle of Black Mountain, the president led us into the fray, and I was just the little soldier holding the flag behind him. In the end, I became a general. I made a name for myself among the myriad of races' armies. I gained fame in Taiwan. My name even made it onto the demons' kill list, becoming one of the 100 people that demons determined must be eliminated at all costs. I am ranked 20. The president is ranked 1st. Chapter 100. Master Zhang requests to rejoin the team. That year, I became famous, and I also became a prominent figure in the Taiwan 10,000 Races Legion. But I still followed closely behind the president, still holding the flag. My comrades followed the flag. Wherever the flag goes, we go. Today, it has been 4 years since I returned to Earth. I once again raised the glory of the past. Leading these few remaining comrades, we flew to the starting point of the next battlefield, guarding the president who was about to speak to the world. Su Tao was stirred with emotion. Behind him, 31 members of the Earth Hometown Association lined up neatly and flew as well. Their hearts were also filled with excitement. Following the flag ahead, their memories seemed to be pulled back into the depths of Taiwan. The whole place was silent. The world was silent. All the audience looked at the 32 people flying in, staring at their strange outfits, their tattered vests. They looked at the worn-out flag that seemed deliberately aged. They were speechless, but there was an inexplicable shock. Who are they? Are these the members of the Earth Hometown Association? There are so few of them, but they're all strong. There are even 24 supreme experts. Yes, there are so few of them. Once, we had more than 20,000 comrades in Taiwan. But only a few of us have come back. The others couldn't return. Some died in battle, and some, who were just ordinary soldiers, had not made great achievements. After the war ended, their merits were insufficient, and they could not come back. They remain in Taiwan forever, becoming Taiwan people. They also miss home. They also want to go back. But they cannot return. Only we have returned. At that moment, at the entrance of the broadcasting hall, the Secretary General suddenly turned around, staring in shock at Master Zhang. He saw Master Zhang trembling all over, shaking with fear. Teardrops slowly flowed from his old eyes. The people from the Red Dust and the Misty Palace looked at Master Zhang in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Hometown Association. Brothers. My comrades. Master Zhang murmured, then suddenly transformed into a ray of light and flew into the sky. At that moment, everyone was focused, puzzled about what Master Zhang was doing flying over. The people from Longhushan were also confused. Master Zhang flew to Su Tao's side and suddenly shouted with all his might. Taiwan Legion Earth Hometown Association. Master Zhang requests to rejoin the team. Su Tao and the others looked at Master Zhang with complicated expressions. Master Zhang was one of the first to return. He had returned 8 years ago. Later, teammates returned one after another, recognized each other. But Master Zhang hardly contacted anyone, spending years in seclusion. Even on the day the president returned, he was also in seclusion, only sending disciples to come. This made everyone quite dissatisfied with him. But now it became clear he was in seclusion to break through to the martial king realm. This Taoist was as calm as a still lake, but this is on Earth. In Taiwan, no one could stand aside. Master Zhang in Taiwan was also a bloodthirsty warrior. Having lived decades in Taiwan, at this moment he saw the flag, and his DNA stirred. Countless memories and thoughts were pulled back to the glorious years in Taiwan. He wanted a request to rejoin the team. Su Tao shouted, "Rejoin the team." Master Zhang immediately joined the ranks, found his place, and continued to fly in an orderly manner behind the flag. Below, everyone was dumbfounded. The same question appeared in their hearts. What exactly is the Earth Hometown Association? All are masters. All are supreme experts. Even now, the second highest expert in Huaxia. He is also one of the Earth Hometown Association members. And what does this special ceremony mean? They were like old soldiers who had been through battle together. In this peaceful time, they gathered to relive the days of old. No one understood, unable to understand. However, in the scene, Hong Shun and the Secretary General were somewhat moved. They were the ones who knew the Earth Fellowship and the Taiwan battlefield the best. They felt the emotions of these people. They felt the feelings of these people. That tattered flag was deliberately made to look old. Because of Taiwan, the flag was already broken. Brokenness represents enduring countless trials of blood and fire. It arrived. Su Tao waved the flag. A total of 33 people slowly descended to the ground. Then, without further ado, 32 people stood on either side of the red carpet, guarding it. Su Tao held the flag high, standing at the starting point of the red carpet. 33 people, the 33 returning members of the Earth Fellowship, like sentinels, guarding the path to the broadcast. They awaited the return of their commander-in-chief. Silently, they were waiting, disregarding the gazes, expressions, and murmurs of everyone around. They all ignored it. Even if someone was whispering and sneering, calling them crazy. Even if someone secretly ridiculed, saying how great a display it was. They paid no attention. Because, before today, no one in this world could know what it meant for General Huan Yu. The only martial saint among the myriad races in the universe was. Because before today, no one in this world would know how fervent the warriors of all races were when the martial saint appeared among the troops of Taiwan. Because before today, no one in this world would know what it meant when the demons that made the myriad races tremble fled in terror at the news that the martial saint was coming personally. They didn't even know that the battle between the martial saint and the demon emperor lasted more than 20 days, and the aftermath shattered the satellites of Taiwan. When countless meteors and fragments of satellites fell to Taiwan, what a scene that must have been. Chapter 101. The Dragon's Roar. At this moment, the world was silent. The White House. The President of the United States watched the live broadcast of this scene, his eyelids constantly twitching. Watching the silent scene on the TV, watching those 33 sentinels holding the tattered flag, waiting for their commander. He was shocked. Everyone was shocked. In the White House conference room, all the senior officials and warriors slowly stood up. Their eyelids were twitching, silently watching this live broadcast. What exactly is the Earth Fellowship? Who exactly is Miao Jia? The president spoke with a trembling voice. Huaxia has a second absolute peak. An assistant replied. This absolute peak strongman is also a member of the Earth Fellowship. The president of the Earth Fellowship, this Miao Jia, actually commands an absolute peak strongman to serve him. And even this absolute peak strongman is so fervent towards him. What kind of organization is this? This organization is so terrifying. Among the 33 members, there is one absolute peak, 24 strong ones, and 8 masters. So few people, such terrifying power. The president just stared at the TV, a wary look in his eyes. He urgently wanted to know, what level of cultivation was Miao Jia? Above the absolute peak? Should he attack the Earth Fellowship or not? In England, the Prime Minister and all his aides also stood up, silently watching the live broadcast on television. Then, slowly turned his head, locking his gaze on a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa at the end of the conference room. He is England's absolute peak strongman. And at this moment, the originally proud man slowly stood up, watching the live broadcast from Huaxiao on the TV with extreme wariness. The Prime Minister took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Sir, the second absolute peak from Huaxia is a member of the Earth Fellowship." The absolute peak murmured, "I see it. But the White House is inviting us to take action together against the Earth Fellowship." A hint of fear flashed in the peak's eyes. How to deal with the Earth Fellowship? In an organization with only more than 30 people, there is one peak and 24 supreme beings. And their president, who can drive so many enthusiastic subordinates, Miao Jia, is what kind of powerful existence? Are we going to deal with such an organization? Even a peak-level powerhouse is so fervent and willing to become a guardian, shielding their president's arrival. Is this kind of organization something I can handle? The peak powerhouse was silent for a long time, fear evident in their eyes, but they said softly, "This matter, I need to think about it." The Prime Minister quickly added, yes, this matter needs to be discussed in detail. Before this, we did not understand the information about the Earth Fellowship at all. I think we should understand the strength and information of the Earth Fellowship in detail before deciding whether to take action. Although they were cowardly, there was more fear. The peak thought, but what if they want to attack the whole world? Such an organization can only be destroyed in the cradle to make people feel at ease. But this organization is too mysterious. How strong are they? No one knows. If we go recklessly, won't we become cannon fodder? A president who can command a peak must also be a peak himself, right? If not a peak, at least equivalent to a peak. After all, he previously crushed the worldly struggles. So, 3 peaks from Huaxia. Can we still take action? He fell silent, hesitant, and conflicted. In the conference hall, everyone was silent. This powerful atmosphere, this Earth Fellowship's seemingly ridiculous and incomprehensible behavior in the eyes of the crowd, made people tremble and dare not speak. For some reason, a sense of terrifying and sharp killing intent could be felt from the Earth Fellowship. It was as if they saw Ajuras or the evil ghosts of hell. No one knew how much blood they had on their hands to condense such killing intent. Roar I. At this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the 9 heavens. On the ground, everyone was astonished. What is that sound? Is it cow's moo? No. It seems to be the legendary dragon's roar. No, it's impossible. How can there be such a creature as a dragon in the world? Seriously, it really is. What exactly is that sound? This sound is terrifying. My ears feel numb. At this time, someone pointed at the sky and said, "Look, that sound has actually dispersed the clouds in the sky." Everyone looked, and indeed, with the low and empty sound of the clouds above were swirling violently. This momentum is amazing. An explosion nationwide. Dragon roar? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Yet the Secretary General and Hong Chun exchanged glances, inexplicably looking at Zhang Tianshi. Their eyes were exceptionally complex. CCTV reporter Xiao Wang looked up at the sky, and suddenly, he felt a chill all over. In the gap of the clouds, he saw a dark golden pupil overlooking the world below, its gaze cold and eerie, devoid of any color. Just one glance made him feel a chill run down his spine. Xiao Wang trembled in terror, doubting whether he was hallucinating. He looked up again, but the eye was gone. Just as he wanted to say it was an illusion, he then saw flashes of black light scales moving through the gaps in the clouds. A scream echoed throughout the conference hall. The reporter was horrified, pointing at the sky. Dragon. It's a dragon. Buzz plus, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the sky. In the 9 heavens, the clouds rolled and flowed. And among the gaps in the clouds, black bodies kept moving back and forth, slowly descending. Its massive body appeared in everyone's sight. Part of it was blocked by the clouds, but where it was visible was enough to reveal how gigantic the body was. A creature over 100 meters long. It coiled like this, spanning the 9 heavens, weaving through the clouds.